Well, the fuck was that?
Can you repeat? I didn't understand all you said.
He muted himself. He deafened himself.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
he's
the
saying-
story, ships need to go over that horizon in the story.
I thought you said they do a little jump
He said
at the top.
something that would tell the boat that it's going over some curve or something, like making a beep noise. Beep.
Mick.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see when he comes back. Can explain it.
He was just saying, as the boat goes over the hill, you should see it tipping. Like we should see the buildings in the distance tilted away from us, just like the boat.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, kind
They
of.
are.
Depends on the conditions of the water as well. Like, but yeah.
Oh man, sorry about that.
Yeah.
All
Can you explain the whatever you were talking about earlier? Horizon boat thing.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, if the globe is round, the Earth is round, the globe.
Yeah.
As the ship is disappearing over that horizon, wouldn't the ass end of that ship peek up over there? That's all we seen, instead of just the straight flat deck that we always see.
I guess.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we should be able to see that hill of water as well.
Yeah. Still waiting.
I seen a picture of a wave.
Oh, well, yeah. Waves are waves.
Yeah, it's round, and there's a flat spot just beyond it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they're claiming.
Yeah, some glowers do that for whatever reason.
Pringle Earth.
Pringle Earth.
It's keeping that spherical water shape, and it's still rotating. Let's not forget it. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
sure
they
is.
claim the moon gravity, whatever pulls, make the waves, happening, whatever.
Yeah.
That talked as well.
But not affect the waves. No, because no. Waves it's made by winds, not by gravity. And then you have two force mixing. Wind force and gravity force. And somehow wind force is stronger than gravity force. Any wind.
Yeah.
Given that, what is moving leaves a little bit. How you call wind a small wind? We have word for that even in Serbian.
You have a word for that? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
like
gust.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Gust? Is it gust? I
Or
forgot
breeze.
that word, man. It's been a long time since I heard it.
Yeah.
A little breeze.
Breeze, yeah. Wind breeze, gust.
Here in Portugal we have Nazaré, where the top surfers they went there to catch a huge wave. It's in the Guinness Book. So the explanation, we have wind, but under the water, there's there's the explanation is under the water. I have to let me get a video.
Yeah, Miguel, your country is interesting. You know why? Portugal. Go to the north on the beach. Okay, that's point A. And point B in Portugal, it's south, but on the beach. How much curvature is there from point A to point B?
There's no curvature.
Yeah, but
Oh.
if you take, go to the beach on the north of Portugal and go to the south, also on the beach. But now you're measuring curvature between north and south, But you are on the beach all the time. And that guy on the north and south, and you have sea level.
They did at Brazil. Let me get the information. So with this, so with this equipment, they even use the GPS, and there was between these two buildings there was not found any difference between the bottoms and the bottom and the tops of these two buildings. The measurements were the same. On the Google Earth, the distance is this one. So this is Brazil next to the coastline.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good example. Because now, let's say that you are down. Okay?
Oh, down, yes.
And then you're watching up, and there is a curvature. My God, a big one.
Okay.
And then, all the mountains on the left side. How we measure it? Do you understand? Because there is a
how to
curve.
measure the mountains?
Because on the right side is a sea, ocean. That means there is a curve. That means the curve should to be also on the land.
Exactly.
Yeah. Where is the curve on the land? How we measure elevation when it's in the middle of the end curve?
This according to the sea level, because the
Yeah, but sea level is curving.
is not. So that was more amazing, They did.
Look at the land. The land is also curving. That means you need to imagine now the line, the level line under the ground that you can measure elevation.
So no curve on water, no curve on earth.
Especially on the earth.
And this is a long distance. 1877 miles. $1877.64 miles. The distance.
Now listen, this is
between
ridiculous. Now ridiculous thing. This is retard. I will be sarcastic. Now put that all ocean flat, because this is ridiculous. And then you have sea level, and then you can easier measure all elevation easier. But that's ridiculous.
Miguel, what's this picture that you sent in with the globe?
Yeah, I did went. You have the coordinates there. I did went to Google Earth to see the distance between those two buildings, and I even use Google Street. So I saw those two buildings; they are real, and so the distance I get 3,021 kilometers. So it match with what they So you see what they say 20 the same, almost the same, the 3,021.77 kilometers. So
And what's is there no curvature in this 3,000 kilometers?
no, these two buildings, the height is for 64 meters, and they are next to the beach, next to the water.
Beach. Okay, yes, I understand.
So they did this according to the sea level, and they measure because they use expensive, they did contract surveyors from INCRA, is one of top 10 in the world. They use expensive equipment. I did post the equipment, and they INCRA is a federal government institution, so they are mapping, surveying Brazil. So and they use this equipment let me see, L1 G. This is so expensive, this equipment, and I have a link. Let me get it. This one. So this article talks about them and what instruments they are using. So they measure the top and the bottoms of these two buildings, and they get the same measurement. So in the globe they should be tilt, but they are not in reality. So
so they measured, but there was no curvature
between them.
Okay. So, and has anybody debunked this argument, or is it still
no? They have
not even Matthew. I think Matthews was. Yeah. Did he ever comment this experiment? From this
I did change Matthew to go there and debunk these guys, and he did nothing. So
it's not gonna do it. Come on.
Yeah, the Globers don't like to go to the field.
No field work, man. No field work.
Which argument for debunking?
Were you able to see the one house from the other house with a telescope or something?
No, by the way, these guys went to Peru, Lake Titicaca, one big lake. You can see 69 miles with a telescope and no curvature on the water.
Whoa.
So let me get this.
And yeah, so it's the same thing with Chicago, Michigan, when someone. Yes, okay.
So they choose the time of the year with lowest humidity in the air, So yeah, they did that, and at night with the flashlight and a laser too. The other team could see that on night.
Okay.
This was water level.
I think I heard of this experiment.
Yeah. So, but I'm not talking about the that Netflix documentary.
This Netflix documentary is the biggest trash that I have ever seen. They say that they proved the Earth's rotation with a ring laser gyroscope. Everybody knows that you can't prove the Earth's rotation with this ring laser gyroscope, but everybody who believes this are just. I think the globe paths in the video weren't even like. They were.
Do you want one? Do you want one what is not from Flat Earther? It's from guy who is working with Nikon. He is not Flat Earther.
Do you mean a video?
Yeah, video. It's only Nikon zoom test. It's not Flat Earther. It's a guy who is.
Can you send me? Can you send me, please?
Because he's testing the photo camera. He's not doing. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he is doing for us.
Okay, but can you send the video?
Yeah, I will post it.
Did someone like hear this? Is familiar with this video that someone cut like holes through a wall, and he shined through it with a flashlight, and he proved that the Earth is like a globe. And I think this experiment, a lot of globe Earthers like to use this. I know he used a flashlight and shined through these holes, and he said that I just proved the Earth's curvature.
Wow, dude. So I feel like you don't believe that, right?
Yes, but because Indio said it's because of some light diffraction or something. Because when light is through a hole, it outspreads. You know, when
absolutely. Listen. What? How the fuck does a local, very local light doing what it does make the Earth measure to be spherical? What?
But how many miles was this experiment?
Right? Leaps in logic, like they say, seat of their pants. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
How many miles did they test this? I mean, I think it wasn't such a big distance, so you could measure the Earth's curvature. Yeah.
And the Glovers will be like, well, you do the same thing with laser tests. Yeah, but we quadruple. We go 10 times what the globe math says, and we still can't find any bend, not even by a degree. What's wrong with that? Something else.
Do you maybe have do you know someone who debunked this theory in the internet or something, who has uploaded something about this? Maybe a video or something. But Indio said that it's just because of light diffraction, and that's all you have to say when someone uses this experiment as an argument. Is this could I just use this, or will I have to add something?
Completely right, dude. Indio's completely right. Light diffraction. But basically, this is what I understand about it. The diffraction, there's a limit of diffraction. Okay, there's a scattering of light, and there's no way that you can measure, get an accurate measurement of anything. It's a distortion. What I'm trying to say is the diffraction is one distortion for the light. So you already have something preventing you from seeing what's directly in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's like the same argument, like identical argument with this Netflix documentary. They are so popular, and everybody thinks they proved the globe Earth, but they don't actually know that these got debunked. I think someone said.
They know. I just don't think they care, my friend. So many of the people that come here, they know the deal. They know what's up. So, yeah, I just think they don't care.
I think someone said in the server, I don't know, I think I talked with Drace about this. He said that you can prove that the Earth is flat with a mechanical gyroscope, I think. He said something like this. Someone talked with someone and he said you can prove the flat Earth with a mechanical gyroscope. But I don't know if that's true or something.
By the way, I did post about that Lake Titicaca. So there was other team, they tried to debunk these guys, and they went there, and they gave up. So they give up. Maybe they found no curvature too, and they give up.
Where is this? With Titicaca?
Peru.
No, I mean, where did you post? Where did you post it?
47 minutes after the hour, just a little above.
47.
I can copy the link of that message.
But it just shows up this with the Nikon P1000.
No, this is a Newtonian telescope.
Okay.
I did post all the equipment they use. Is this one? Let me get it.
Okay.
So
just want to give a quick shout out to anybody that's joined recently. I did send out a ping to some people that had the VC verified role. So these guys are just chatting. But yeah, we have AK Gamer and I think Tom joined. So if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to pipe in at any time. But fellas, please continue.
It is this telescope. So yeah.
Whoa.
So this is 69 miles.
Wait, I'm gonna type this in the flat Earth calculator and look how much curvature there should be.
I did post 72 feet of missing curvature, but you can use it. So this telescope was the height was 1.5 meters of 4.2 feet.
How much is this in feet? I
did post 4.2 feet from water level.
And how much miles long
distance? Distance 68.35 miles.
So 68.35
miles. Do you want meters?
No, I calculated this.
Yeah. So
wait, there should be 4,000 feet of curvature, I think.
No, I did use a dirt calculator, and
I don't know if I calculated this right, but that's what came up to me.
I have. Let me get. I did use it. So let me get it.
Look at this. I just sent this in the live stream. This voice text.
Imperial. I have the Imperial. So let me see. Okay, it's just a second. This. So this. This is what I post on that Earth calculator.
Oh.
So target H1 target height and height 28.72 and more 0.5 more feet. But
I used the wrong. I used too much miles. Okay.
No, it's just 68.35 miles.
Okay. Well, I think that's 100% proof for that the Earth is flat, because how do you want to debunk that?
Yeah. So Black Swan is 10 miles. Black Swan is 10 miles, and this is 69 miles.
Mm-hmm.
You just debunk it by saying, nuh-uh.
Oh, I meant yes. Okay, like okay with that.
I was saying, nuh-uh, that's not happening. Nuh-uh.
Or you say brew, bruv, bruh. Say one of those. That debunks it. Say refraction as well.
Oh my god. These guys don't know how refraction actually works. Quets all cold.
It's been funny talks about refraction with the Globers in the past.
They don't even know how this works. Quets all cold.
No, they make things up on their own, basically.
Hey, you were the first person that I talked to when I came in the server. Like, in the first 10 minutes, you got me VC verified.
Yeah, I remember. We had a chat. You were debunking your teacher as well, something like that.
Yes. Every time. Every day I have a talk with the teachers and I debunk them. They just use two arguments. No, just one. I never heard another argument from them, and then why do ships disappear over the horizon and stuff like that, which is, I think everybody can explain why they don't actually disappear. It's just how the human eye works.
Yeah, we have limitations with our own eyes, and then you got the other factors with the air conditions, and many things plays in the part of the visibility of an object or something in a distance. Yeah, perspective.
I think someone said in the server one time that they were like astronomers and stuff in the server that got debunked, or like professors. Is this true?
What you said?
Yeah, way back then, I think people were having debates with people with PhDs, astrophysicists, and whatever, astronomers.
And I think Indio was the one having the debates.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah.
Did he always win?
Yeah, every time. Indio wins every time for sure. And if you can find an instance where he didn't win or conceded on a bunch of shit, you let me know. But every time, I'll just answer it this way. From my opinion, every time somebody who has paperwork that says they should know more than us comes in here, they prove that they don't.
Indio's insane. Where did he get all his knowledge? Not only from the server, I think.
Research. That's how you get knowledge.
Yes, I mean, but I think maybe there are like some sources where you can get
I don't know.
more knowledge than from.
You can ask him how he acquired his knowledge. I don't know.
You can ask him about everything. He will always have an answer.
Impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
The archives.
Did he do a face reveal one time?
No idea.
Indio.
Maybe, yeah, once. I think I saw him. He posted a picture himself.
But I think this CJ, he's admin too. I think he's insane too, I think. I had a talk with him yesterday, and I sent him some pictures that were like proof of the globe, and he debunked everything. Like, he gave me so much information that I could use in a debate next time.
Yeah, they're very helpful. They usually talk in lobby a lot against Globers or whatever. Debunking them.
Why is he never in the live stream like Indio?
He used to.
Huh?
He's been out for a while, but he used to be in pretty often.
Okay. But I think he doesn't have to debate because he knows he's gonna win, and I think everybody knows he's gonna win a debate against, I think, anyone. He's next level, actually.
Oh, please bring us in a quote unquote next level Glover. Woo wee! Come on now. Shit. I'm not very good at debating, but I will destroy them. That's how easy it is.
Bro, these kind of people that ascended to a different dimension or something, I can't even keep up with them anymore.
Ping level relative to what? He's pretty next level.
Next level to what? That's his name?
Next level of insanity. Level relative to what? Yesterday he was just freaking out in the Cog Dis chat. He said something like, the size of a ball has no bearing on where its sagitta is. Something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Says he doesn't need the radius to move the sagitta around.
This is the thing. They have nothing. They're making shit up for themselves, like on their own accord. Like it's yeah, a long lost battle, man.
I VC verified him because we were really hoping to get him in the live stream, and then he bounced right after I did that. But yeah, go ahead and ping him. Let's see if he'll ever get in here.
Yeah, go ahead. Someone can ping him. Why not? Let's hear this madness of his own made-up model. Yeah. Indoctrination.
How can you get the other badges? I mean, on the server, because I don't. I just have one. Like,
I don't know.
They come in time, my friend. They come in time.
Yeah, eventually they come in due time. Just hang around more with us.
You need to start saying things, badass things like, why don't you come in here and we'll make you spend all your excuses like a paycheck, motherfucker.
That's funny.
Well, I just want to, maybe I'll take a quick moment just because I invited some people from the VC check-in. We have a Tom. If you're listening, I see we're in a little chat in the VC check-in, and I brought up the moving house argument, right? So I gave you just a quick example of what that would be like with the Monopoly house on a treadmill. So objectively, we could say that house would be moving. So they're telling us that our houses are moving. So I just want to know how we would go about proving that. So you don't have to speak, but if you want to, you're more than welcome. The floor is yours. But I just wanted to clear that up, as I saw you said something about that in the chat. So, sorry to interrupt, fellas. Please continue.
Yeah, CJ is currently texting in the voice text channel. VC checking. How come they're not speaking though? Yo, Tom, come on. What you got for us? Come on, tell us.
It's one of those guys who has a cell phone with no microphone in 2022.
Yeah. Seems to be.
Oh, he's got a 20-year-old Nokia. Okay. He said my guy, too, so I don't know. Earth must be a globe, I guess. That's another great globe proof. My guy.
I got a knock. Oh, did you get VC verified? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's verified. Yeah. I don't know how he did that with his broken Nokia. Didn't phones 20 years ago have microphones? Oh, I guess you can't get the Discord app on there.
Probably. What happened to the Twitch guy that was here like a couple of weeks ago? When was it? That made some sort of an interview or something. He was streaming as well. I forgot his name.
Rect Gamer.
Was that him? Rect Gamer?
Yeah.
No, who's that? No, I'm not. I'm talking about Glober.
Oh.
Yeah, he was here like a couple weeks ago, asking questions and streaming it on Twitch at the same time.
Maybe I wasn't here.
Who that was? I wonder what happened to that guy. Yeah, go ahead, Saya. You were about to say something. I was cutting you off there, sorry.
Is there a explanation for, I think, like these earthquakes and stuff? Because I never had someone ask me for this, but just to be like prepared in the future.
We have a PhD geophysics guy from Brazil. I have the video, but it's on Portuguese, but you can put
there may be like subtitles.
You can put subtitles,
Okay.
but you have to go to the settings and translate automatically to English, and then you let me get the link.
Just send it.
He was I saw one video a long time ago, and he was talking about flat Earth. So the first time someone asked to him, and he said, "I don't know if the Earth is flat or not, but I'm gonna check out." And he said one interesting thing. It's good that people can ask in these days, because when you go to school, you can also ask. You just take for granted, gravity and other stuff. So this guy knows a lot of formulas and equations, and so he did analyze everything, and he found that there is not a ball, a globe. So let me get the link. So it did talk about tectonic plates.
But that's a theory, tectonic plates, actually.
Yeah.
So you can't. That's actually my first debate that I lost, is because I was like just, I think, like 1 week of being a flat earther, and someone used plate tectonics, and I couldn't counter it, but I didn't know in that time that it's just a theory. I didn't know why it didn't just said it's a theory. You can't use this as an argument. But yeah, I didn't know it in that time.
So let me get the link.
Actually, in Brazil, every 15th guy is a flat earther. They have like the most population of flat earthers, actually.
Exactly. So what I did present, so since that time, 2011, 2012, and these guys, they did a little speculation in their documentary, because in the end they talk about space, but at that time they didn't know. They did the measurements and the observations, but they didn't know all thing, So, but today they talk a lot with the flat Earth guys. So they found flatness on water, so they found the same flat Earth that we are living to. They were to do another documentary, anomaly of the stars. So they put a lot of cameras in different countries, and they record the path of the sun, and that does not match with the globe.
Okay.
So
just send the videos.
Let's wait.
Livestream.
They are doing this at this day. They are traveling and doing this on the field. The video. I have to go to the channel. But in this video, he talks about this global geodesic thing. But so in the school they show this, you know. They talk
Wait
about
one second.
this. They say that it's red.
Yeah, I'm just in.
But
I'm
actually,
pretty.
in this book, and actually,
Mhm.
this geophysic guys, they say this is not red. Even in this book, it's green. So I don't know how
I
what
don't have this. I don't have this topic because
I don't know
I'm
what
like.
devices they use to get the green. Anyway, let me get.
I'm not in that like so far in these topics because I'm like, yeah, not even like close to finish school because I have some years till I finish school because I'm in the 8th class and just for
This is the guy, you know. You have all data from this guy, PhD and that whatever. But I have to go to his YouTube channel, find the video.
Mm-hmm.
Brother, let me do a real sentimental thing quickly for the 14-year-old. He said he's in grade 8, level 8 here. Right? Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
This is the video.
Are you 14?
Yes, I'm 14.
Okay. So I got to tell you, I've told you this before, but I'll try again here. Oh, hold on. Let me reconnect.
Okay, I just posted the video, the link. Then you have to select CC, and then you have to go to settings and translate automatically, and then to English.
Is it the bottom video?
Yes,
or
yes, yes, that one.
Because it says part 2.
Yeah, it says part 2, but
It doesn't matter.
It talks about the Earth's dynamics. So part 2 is talking about tectonic plates. He says there's a problem. The crust is so hard. How do you say strong? It's not weak.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yes, someone said that the Earth crust is like thinner than a paper. You know, thinner than paper.
But they know that is how you say the word.
Just translate and
hard. You know, hard.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Not weak, and I don't know what instruments they use. You know, to get the green from ground, but it's not. They say it's not red, and there's that book. I have to find that book too. Maybe it is in English. The Solid Earth. It's a global, but you know, what they give us on school, it doesn't match what they know in these days. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, but it's they give us the most trash in school. You know, it's so annoying when I'm in school and they talk about something like tectonic plates or gravity, and I know it's all just a hoax theory, and or something when I talk about space, about a nebula. All fake because that would like downgrade my.
Exactly. You know what you see on television is CGI animation.
Yes, I know.
And
that's pretty obvious because Robert Simon says it is photoshopped because it had to be. Yes,
it had to be because they have to hide the truth from us. What's on Antarctica and the North Pole?
Yeah, Richard Admiral Byrd already said land as big as the United States behind the South Pole, and I think that's enough proof that it's extraterrestrial.
You know, even these guys from Brazil, they they talk. There's another landmass beyond this ice on Antarctica. They saw with an high altitude balloon. They release a lot on there, and sometimes they stop. So like there was something, like a firmament
Okay.
going to inside. So less height to
Yes,
more height.
but
And
did you hear about this? Did you hear about this NASA worker that died, and he pointed on his grave that the Earth is a firmament?
yes, Werner
Yes.
Braun.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Go there, like when people say that, why don't you just go to the edge? Yeah, go to the edge, and they're gonna they will be there with weapons and bring you back and maybe kill you because nobody's allowed to.
There's a video. I don't have the link, but
yes, I know some people went to the South Pole and they just came up some people with weapons and stuff.
Yeah, a Navy patrol come up. Werner von Braun. Let me get it.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's pretty obvious.
I did put there. I did show you this unclassified document from 1957. It's a CIA document, and it talks about flat Earth and the firmament. Some Russians were there, and they even share this information. But anyway, this was 1 year before NASA, and this guy Werner von Braun, he asked to put this on Psalms 19:1, and if you go watch it, it talks about the word firmament. So they couldn't say direct it was the truth, but even the Stanley Kubrick, in the movie The Shining, he did change a lot that script, and you can see Sweeter from Danny, Apollo 11. Isn't that amazing? And more subliminal things there.
Yeah, I think that's enough to know that some stuff.
There's this book. You see at the bottom of there, you see Brett Salisbury. A quote from him, but let me get it. So there's this book, and this guy wrote this book, and with more guys, aerospace engineers. You can see there. So Brett Salisbury, ex-USA intelligence aerospace engineer. Dr. Lawrence Cohen, ex-Mossad agent, U.S. intelligence. Dr. John Mack, Department of Defense. Ace from NSA engineer. Third generation NASA. So they know what they are talking about. They work there. When you say satellites are hoax, they are using balloon telex. But when they claim satellites on space, forget it. There's no space. We are inside this container, firmament. We don't know the shape of this container.
Yes.
So, but we have gas pressure, and when Globers say no alien goes up and stays there, how can that be possible next to a vacuum? It's not possible without a container.
You can find this on this channel. Like, just go to Firmament and you will see it.
Oh yes, if you find the word firmament, it will give you the biblical cosmology, and there are other cultures, civilizations. They talk about flat Earth. They have other representations, but never a globe Earth.
It would be pretty easy to mute everyone on the Earth when they would show us the Earth from above, from a satellite, as they claim, and they would zoom in some
Yes.
like places so we can see what's happening. But then
The
they're not
th-
gonna do.
this
They
th- this
can't.
sometimes people go to Antarctica, do some work, and sometimes they release some info.
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway, they go there, but they left everything, clothes and everything, and they are research. They are searching, and they all the picture they took, it stays there. But one question is interesting, how why they ask people about the shape of the Earth when people go work there. So isn't that interesting? And this guy,
there's
sometimes I
like
talk.
there's just a little island, like 1% of the Antarctica.
Yeah,
That's where they send these guys if they want to like discover things and stuff. It's not actually Antarctica. They just send tourists and stuff, scientists, to this little island, which is 1% of the South Pole, and yes. So basically a Zilueta or something.
people can go to Antarctica, but they show that little space, for tourism. But the other guys that go there to work and do research, they have to have authorization, and they work to private companies. And
Sometimes I wonder, the richest people, like the rich people, they have like the money. They could buy the equipment and stuff and discover the Antarctica. They could get the nicknames, the first ones, but they just don't want to make this. If I were rich, I would probably try to make a like Antarctica discoveration or something. It doesn't
there's
matter.
a station, there's a place there, Rockefeller. So
Mm,
isn't that interesting on Antarctica? So
mm,
the elites are there, and the money from NASA, the huge
yeah.
money.
They get $60 million a day. The elites, I think. Imagine that they're like playing Monopoly in real
What
life.
what NASA showed to us is just to the public.
Yeah.
It's just smoke and mirrors, nothing more.
Mm,
The use money, it's for secret projects, even at Antarctica. Yeah, and maybe North Pole.
who do you think are the elites?
The elites. I mean,
I
who?
I know what they are, but who do you think is a member of them? Like, I think the most of the like presidents and stuff, and maybe people like Elon Musk or something.
Yeah, the Illuminati, Masonic,
Oh yeah,
who control us.
you can if you would actually join the Illuminati, and you would get rich immediately. But if you try to leave this, they would kill your whole
Yeah,
family and stuff. That's
exactly.
why people don't leave it. It's pretty insane. I think. Did you ever heard of something about Project Bluebeam?
Looming. Yes.
Oh, I mean Project Bluebeam.
Blue beams. Yeah. Yes.
So it's like this theory that they're gonna fake an alien invasion, and the whole
Yeah.
government is gonna get together, and they're gonna control us. So we're all gonna worship a wrong god. Pretty insane theory, but yeah.
There's a game, cards game from the Illuminati games card, and
Okay.
let me get it. So it
I
talks
think
about.
I heard something of that.
Let me see. Illuminati. Oops, here. So they show the moon, hoax. So even that
I
made
saw
in a
this on like
studio.
WikiLeaks. There's WikiLeaks.
And
They
he talks about us, but not mocking with us, So he said, people love, but the flat earths know something. So we know something. So we are not talking about fairy tales.
Yeah, you can just
we
like
know.
when you have a debate against someone, just ask if we were outside. How would you prove to me that the Earth is a globe just by showing it to me? And they're not going to respond. You can like have a proof that the Earth is flat. Just go on a beach, watch a ship disappear over the horizon.
You know
Then show
this
me with a camera and
exactly. This helicopter pilot, he has access because he did born inside one of these third families, and they have to do work. But anyway,
what
he
family?
did.
You mean the
He did.
Illuminati?
No. This the third 13 families that rule this world. But he asked to an engineer from NASA.
Okay.
This guy is his friend. So why don't you guys point the Hubble telescope towards to see the Earth as entire picture? And this guy didn't have the it was surprise for the answer for the question, but he didn't have the answer. So,
But did you hear about in a couple of days the NASA will release like pictures that they took with a
they
new
know-
telescope.
But anyway,
And the astronomer said, "Yeah, these pictures made me cry and stuff." I don't know what he said.
the real Hubble's telescope is aboard an airplane. It's called Sophia.
Sophia?
Yeah. There was a student guy that he found the data from Hubble telescope actually was from Sophia. I think maybe you can search.
He called up
James.
NASA. I think his name is Sabrell. He called up NASA and he called up all these different agencies, and he got to speak with the director who was in charge of Sophia. And according to him, whenever the Hubble takes any pictures, they fly the Sophia and take pictures of the exact same location. And then the final picture that you see that comes from Hubble is a composite made out of both, they say.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know this about the Hubble telescope actually.
The funny thing is that the telescope on the Sophia is identical to the Hubble in every way. It's the only sister telescope in the world.
Okay. There's actually no picture from space of the Hubble telescope. They're just all CGI and stuff.
And there's the next NASA employee, Matt Boyle.
Okay.
He's a flat earther now. He did work.
But I think, but the NASA employer that just wouldn't they get killed when they would say the truth?
No, not exactly. He's an ex-employee, but sometimes people that belong to these elites, like Illuminati and so on. Sometimes they can be killed, but anyway, even Buzz Aldrin did confess to a 8-year girl about the moon landing. So
they want to keep us. They just want to keep us enslaved. They tell us that we are just one of a septillion other planets, and that our life has no meaning. That we evolved from monkeys, and our life is simply nothing. We are just one of a septillion other planets. We are like a little sandcorn on an endless beach. That's what the elites want to tell us.
It would just give credibility to the things that these people say if you killed them afterwards, instead of it's much easier to just try to discredit them and bury them somewhere in obscurity.
Did you hear about this guy that invented that he could make like wait one second, I'm gonna look it up.
There was a lot of videos from this guy Matt Ballin. Sometimes he changed the surname to Matt Powerland, and YouTube did deleted a lot of videos he did. But he was a top guy, you know, making photorealistic sci-fi artist.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
there it is.
a director at NASA.
There it is. I mean, did you hear about this guy? He discovered like he was able to make fuel out of water, and after he did that, he got killed by the government, and he got like poisoned.
Yeah, the oil companies. It's a huge lobby.
They would make no plus money when you could turn like water into fuel.
Everybody can do that already.
Yeah, hydrogen.
Hydrolysis. You get hydrogen, and you can just use that.
Okay.
So, one guy from Brazil, motorcycle, he did that. But yeah.
Yeah, many people have used it already. It's just like I've seen a bunch of people on YouTube, for instance, who are converting their cars to run off of that. For the most part, generally use just a hybrid to make it easier.
There was two guys from Brazil a long time ago, like maybe 20 years ago. They invented a lamp that could, could longest, how you say the word, could stay, could light for 100 years. But then the companies from one company that produced lamps went to these guys and just pay money to forget about that.
Yeah, it's kind of like with the car tire companies. There have been a few recipes of rubber that doesn't tear and break down, and so you would only have to buy one set of tires for your car, and they would just last a lifetime. But because those tires would get them out of business, they buy up those patents and then never produce those tires.
Yeah. Drace, I think you can prove flat Earth the most easy way, because I think you said you live in Iceland or something.
Yeah.
And you said that you can prove the flat Earth like every day by looking at the sun or something.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things for me that feels only works on a flat Earth. In the globe, you have to imagine you're seeing around the ball, and the sun is there. But then, if I have to imagine all of the sunlight is spent around the ball to get to me, then all of their excuses for the globe just die because they require parallel light.
Yes, you can just see it like through the clouds how the water, I mean the sunlights actually are. Like I can send a good picture about this, I think, in the live stream by Stakes. Yeah, you sent it pretty good. Hey, you told me about this last time we had this nice long talk a couple days ago.
Yeah. It's quite obvious to me. It's just going in a circle around me, and I'm the one turning in a circle to try to chase where the sun is going. The Earth isn't turning in a circle, and it's not wobbling. So it doesn't work.
When it goes like kind of like down, that means that it's just going further away.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Here's one thing I just thought of the other day. When somebody was talking about the tilt being the cause of the seasons, if the Earth were tilting in its orbit around the sun, then all of the stars would tilt with it, and we don't see that.
Yeah, they kind of like say something that like globe Earthers. And they say that I think they move with us or something. I don't know. Which is
It's all compartmentalized. The seasons don't account for any of that. They're just there to try to give you an excuse for how seasons could work. If you turn the globe a little bit, then yes, you could imagine that the heat from the sun really far away would change where it is centered at, and you would get different seasons. But if you start turning the globe was supposed to be like rotating in place, and that's how we see the stars moving around us. But if you start tilting the globe, all of a sudden you tilt all the stars, and it just becomes real bad.
yeah, if they were actually what they tell us they are, light outspreads. So if you're 1 inch away from a wall with a flashlight, and when you're like 1 meter away with this flashlight, you can see the light always outspreads. And I don't think actually it could even get to us if the stars are actually what they tell us they are.
Are you saying the stars don't tilt?
Don't tilt?
Yeah, the stars don't tilt.
Yeah, the stars don't tilt with the acclaimed tilt of the Earth as per seasons. So, yeah, that is a bad excuse for them.
Wait, can you type in the chat tilt because I can translate it real quick?
TILT. It's when they say the globe is tilted. It's angled to the side a little bit.
Yes, I know. I translate this. Okay. So the stars must tilt, but they don't. So that's a proof.
Yeah, you can think of it this way: if the Earth is rotating and right above it appears to be at the northern point appears to be the Polaris, the North Polar Star. So, and if the globe is going to start tilting now, that North Polar Star would appear to change and would be some other star, and the sky would just change as it's tilting.
Yeah, that's. I think I can use this as in a debate actually too.
How many degrees is the Earth reported to tilt? How many degrees are we talking about on the summer and winter?
I don't know. Just.
Well, they say 23.5 degrees relative to the orbital plane. I'm looking here.
Well, if it tilted 20 degrees, wouldn't that take Polaris off 20 degrees?
It should.
Polaris is always at the same spot. I don't think. Actually, how does this work? When the Earth is spinning 65 times faster in one direction and 600 times faster in the other direction.
Oh, I remember now. It's not that they. It's not. Okay, I remember now. The they imagine it's tilted like this to the side, pointing at Polaris. And then as it swings around the sun, it just stays still tilted like this, which is real weird. And then it'll get tilted like this, still looking at Polaris, they think, on the other side of the sun. It's just...
Can someone explain these compasses? How these actually work?
Compass points north, so it would guide you to the North Pole. Not exactly north, but just say I don't know the word for it. The magnetic north, as opposed to the North Pole, same idea. But in the globe model, they say that there's a beam going around the Earth, like a magnetic beam. And they have pictures of this. I forget what it's called, but they say the compasses are actually reacting to that magnetic beam, which is in the sky.
Okay.
And that's what makes it go north. But that doesn't make any sense, because if it was in the sky, it would be pointing up, not north. So it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
But they believe it. They can't prove it, but they believe there's this. I forget what you call it. There's this kind of magnetic field, which looks like a pineapple, and it's not only there, but it's moving. So it's guiding the needle because it's moving. It's guiding the needle somehow north, as opposed to south or west, for example. It just makes more sense that there's a magnetic north, and the compass is pointing to that, which is on a flat plane. If it was pointing north on a globe, it wouldn't work, because if you're on the equator, for example, your compass needing to be flat with level with the Earth would be facing, towards the stars and not towards the ground. So that debunks the globe right there. It needs to be flat. If you have a compass floated, it's like it has a little floaty. You need to be flat. If you tilt it even downward or upward, it won't work at all.
But what are they then? What are they just like so they're just manipulated actually?
Yeah, they're saying that the compass is following this magnetic field, which is going in a circular motion. And somehow that makes it point north. Doesn't make sense to me, but they believe it. And it goes around the Earth. It goes like millions of miles, like around the Earth, in this circular field motion, as opposed to just having a magnetic north, and the compass is pointed that way. Instead of that, it's this circular motion that goes up in space, you can get a picture of a magnetic. I forget what you call it, a magnetic field.
But does the Earth's core generate this magnetic field on the globe Earth model?
No.
Yeah, I suppose so. And you can find a picture of a magnetic field. You can put the Earth right in the center, and then you can imagine that these fields are circling the Earth in a circling a globe in this fashion. If you believe that.
Because
I posted a picture of the magnetic field in the voice text there, if you want to check it out.
Okay.
Thank you, MacGyver. So now you have to explain to us how this would move a compass. Pointer to the north and not up in space.
Look, I mean, they say that the Earth's core, like the globe Earthers say that it generates a magnetic field, but because the Earth's core is made of iron and nickel, but how is it gonna generate like a magnetic field when it loses? It's forced to be magnetic when it's way too hot.
That's the reason that that the globe model is false.
Okay, could I use it in a debate, or is there a way to maybe debunk it? But because
we use it that always.
Because if it's actually like iron and nickel, which is magnetic, but when it's extremely hot, iron and nickel like lose their force of magnetic, and so how is they going to generate a magnetic field?
Yep, and they have no answer for that when you ask them. It's a great one to use in a debate because you can say, look it up in a science book. It's not my claim. It's mainstream science's claim. So how can science claim that metal loses its magnetivity at a certain, which is demonstratable very easily all day long, but they can't demonstrate how molten metal could create a magnetic field. So it's a point where you can see their cognitive dissonance as a glober most of the time.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna.
And again, like I said, just we look at this magnetic field supposedly around this globe. How in the world can that make a compass point north? It makes no sense to me. If you can explain to me, I'll listen.
Yeah, Dre sent a really good picture about, like a video about this in the voice text.
There's even bladesmiths. Have you ever watched Forge in Fire? They use some magnets, ions, to see when this metal loses the magnetism to do the quench in the oil. So it is interesting. So when it loses magnetism, it's the right moment to quench in the oil.
I mean, look at that magnetic field on the globe. That picture that MacGyver put. Where's north on there? And how does that work?
Yeah, the problem is with this picture. It's pretty hard to read. So, but you can read it because the quality is kind of. What I hate is that the most people think that flat earthers are dumb just because of this memes and stuff, like the Pearl Harbor attack. But if they would actually know what's behind flat Earth, they would all be a flat earther.
They don't want to wake up. They prefer to
sleep.
Yeah, they prefer to believe in space and fairy tales from space. They don't want their dreams to be destroyed.
It's if it were actually so easy as they claim, why don't they just fly high enough with a camera, like with no fisheye lens, and show us the Earth from above, like maybe something like 100 kilometers? But they can't, because something like this doesn't exist. There is no space.
Maybe they are afraid to find out there is no curve. So yeah.
You know, the first time I saw this picture from the Chicago skyline that normally would have to disappear 9,000 feet under the Earth's curvature, and I was like, that was like one of the first things I saw, and I was, whoa, how's this going to work on a globe Earth?
It's not 9,000 feet.
How much? I think it was.
Get the math right.
How much feet was? I think about. Even if it were 9,000 feet, is so much, man. Because 57 miles without curvature. When I first saw this, I was like, whoa, how is this going to work on a globe Earth? And then I researched, and I always found the same answers: refraction or mirage. And when I came in the server, I asked about this, and they explained this to me, and now I'm flat Earth and know that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, I just really quick wanted to tell you that when I was 14, I was a garbage person. I was a piece of shit. I was rebelling against everybody and everything for the sake of it, because I was mad, because I had a shitty childhood. Boo hoo, woe was me. I was nowhere near being cognitively, or let's say cognitively proficient, let alone emotionally mature. The big one's emotionally mature enough to handle this topic and to be able to speak with adults about it, and to be able to also field a volley of a back and forth with a glober. It's unreal, and I admire you, and I wish that I had started as young as you are, because I might be at 40 years old as smart as you are today at 14. So, but man, good stuff.
Yeah, I only talk with adults about this. Every time I have a question, I just get at the server. I think nowadays it's normal that you get earlier like a flat earther, because back then you didn't have internet and stuff, and now you just have the internet and you see people that believe everything, and it's way easier to become flat earther than back then. So, because I think when you were same as my age, there wasn't it was normal back then to.
I'll tell you what it was like. So, if we wanted to connect to the internet when I was 14, I had to have a phone cable, and I had to plug my phone cable into the back of my computer, and then I had to take that phone cable and plug it into the phone jack in the wall. Now, this is only if you had a regular touch-tone landline phone hooked up. It wouldn't work on fancy phones. So you plug it into your home phone, right? And say somebody needed to use the phone for a phone call. Disconnected. Not only that, the speed to download one image, 1.5 megabyte image would take at least 20 minutes, something like that. And so it would take days to download one song if you could even find a way to do it. So yeah, you're right. It was hard to get information back then. But I'm saying the crowd that I ran with, we wouldn't have given two shits or a fuck about this kind of thing because we didn't care. We were off misbehaving, right? I would have been like, flat earth, what a bunch of morons. I'm going to go smoke some pot. Fuck you guys. And that's it. So, like I said, I really look up to you in that way. For sure. Keep it up. I know you won't change. I can tell. That's good.
Yeah,
Spread
thank
it
you.
around. Tell your friends about as much as you can. I know that you're not afraid of being vocal, which is great. That's probably number one about it. Now, the first one is being intellectually honest, which you do in spades, my friends. That means that you do it very well. And
Thank you.
so, yeah, try to teach folks how to do that. And I'll leave it here. What's really great about your demeanor, the way you carry yourself, is very calm, and you never once have even sounded that sarcastic. Like, I can tell even when you say something sarcastic, you're not trying to be a jerk about it. You're just trying to say, man, that's ridiculous. So anyway, you have a very good way of doing things. Keep it up. Teach people how to do that. You can.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but
All about.
yeah, I can't. It's pretty hard to tell people about flat Earth. For example, my friends, they don't care about that I'm flat earther, but when I try to explain to them something about it, they just say, "Yeah, it doesn't matter where I live on it." So it doesn't matter if I know that the Earth's flat, is flat. They're just gonna say it's not gonna bring me something in my life, but I just talk way much to adults and stuff. For example, in the server, I think I never experienced someone in my age being a flat earther or something. Because nowadays it's kind of hard to bring someone to be a flat earther because guys in my age, they want to waste their time playing video games or kind of trash like that. I do that too, but I like to invest my time more in getting knowledge about something like the flat earth, which I think is going to bring me more in my life than playing video games 24/7. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the nice words, Gladflow.
You got it, man. And listen, I'll give you an example. Right now, I'm arguing with one of my good friends about the moon land. Not landing, but the land on moon you can purchase. You can purchase a deed for acres of land on the moon. Okay? You purchase soil on the moon. And yeah. No, but get this. So I showed him that, and I was like, "What the fuck are you gonna say about that, man? Isn't that funny? Like, come on, seriously?" And this is after I told him what China said about China wanting to take over the moon. He goes, "Well, if it's a lie from China, then absolutely they say that." And I was like, "Nah, man, lots of Americans believe it. How about this land on the moon?" And he goes, he didn't even address that someone can buy land on the moon. He just goes, "Well, I won't even ask you if you still think the moon doesn't exist." He says I think the moon doesn't exist. That's how bad people are at dealing with this subject, my friend. And he's 40 years old. 40-year-old moron.
I think this guy that you talk to, he just don't know what Cold War means. You have to understand what Cold War means. Then you know that moon landing and stuff was fake. Maybe try to tell him that there was a run who is going to reach the moon faster between the Russians and the Americans. I think maybe if you tell him that, he's gonna understand some more stuff.
Oh, no. This is the kind of guy who, check this out. He's a globe-believing, evolution-supporting Christian who plays in his church band. Figure that one out.
Okay. It's kind of... He believes in Darwinism.
What's that?
In the evolution, like
he believes,
that we evolved from monkeys.
Right,
That we
yes.
evolved from
He
monkeys.
thinks that we evolved from monkeys that came from an explosion, or let's be generous to them, expansion, right? An infinite expansion happening created monkeys, and somewhere in there Jesus came down and said, yo, what's up? And he thinks that God made the Big Bang billions, trillions, and quadrillions of years ago. He believes it, for sure.
Okay.
So he's a Star Wars guy. He'll do Star Wars all day, right? He's like, oh, they ruined Star Wars, and he loves it, and he can't wait to go in a spaceship and fuck a green alien. Like, it's absolutely absurd. So what I said to him in response, he said, if you still don't believe the moon exists, but I'll pass on asking you that, real sarcastically, I said, oh, it's up there, clearly, because we can see it. Other than that, no one knows what it is or how far away it is. Absurd to even think so. And that probably pissed him off to the point where he's not going to respond. That's how you back him into a corner, but it doesn't matter, because like I was talking about with you, my friend, you have the emotional intelligence of somebody older than me at 40, and that's really great.
Thank you. Yeah, but this guy, like your friend, it's not like he doesn't, he can't, like, understand the truth. Just he doesn't want to understand the truth.
He doesn't want to, man. He's so invested, okay? He's so invested. It's hard to compare it to anything else, really. Really and truly. These people are more invested in this than, like, it's the same thing, if not worse, than, like a religion telling you how to act in regards to your spiritual beliefs. It's even worse than that. People, if it were legal, people would kill other people that believed in the flat earth. It's ridiculous. That's how fervent they are with their attitudes and their emotions. This guy will never turn, not because he's not smart enough to get it, but you know what? He doesn't want to get rid of Blanky. I don't want to get rid of my little stuffy that I've had my whole life. No,
The little fairy tale. The little fairy tale.
Yep.
Yeah, he probably believes in the multiverse theory. Did you ever hear? Did you hear about?
I think what he does, it's multiverse. We've talked about it at length about this stuff. That's why I bring him up. But he makes fun of people who say simulation theory, right? Isn't it funny though? We can stop here. I don't want to go down this route really, but isn't it funny though that you got people who don't believe in the creator, but then go and say, hey, simulation theory. Well, who made the fucking simulation? Someone who created it, you fucking idiot. And like I said, I'm agnostic.
Exactly.
I don't even care about any of that shit, but I just find all the contradictions absolutely entertaining. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Just like the simulation.
Yeah, after you told me what your friend said, I think this guy is special. I think you can never prove, like, convince him to be a flat earther or something.
No,
I never met him personally.
He'll be depressed about it later in life because he's, like I said, he's smart enough to know the truth, but his whole life revolves around stuff that is pretty much anti-flat Earth completely, and so he loves it, right? He thinks he's getting the one up on me when he sarcastically says, "Oh, I don't think the moon exists, fucking moron." He thinks he has the one up when he says that. That's the kind of dude. He's so invested, he'll bully people he loves about it. Oh man.
That's pretty sad, actually. Who is this guy? Your friend or?
Yeah, man, he's a friend of mine. And listen, I love him. He's a wonderful dude. Awesome guy. I was in a band with him. He was my guitarist for about 5 or 6 years. You know, we were, as we put it in the music industry, I was married to 3 other dudes, right? Because their life becomes your life if you're in a band with them. So I know him very closely. He stole a girlfriend of mine once, in fact, back in the day. Okay, so we were roommates, right? So we know each other pretty well, and so that's why I know you're right. He's never going to come around. I'm going to love him, you know, as much as I have in the past for the rest of our lives. But and that's why every once in a while, I don't do this all the time. I'm not like constantly in his DMs giving him the fucking truth, because it might ruin our relationship. Not because that I'm, you know, passionate, because I'm overbearing as fuck, but handle it with everything else, but not flat earth. I don't want to ruin our relationship because he can't take something. So anyway, yeah, he'll never change.
Okay.
Does your friend know how much a globe Earth would curve? If he doesn't know that, he's a normie.
No, he doesn't. No, he
So
can't
he's
get
a
into
normie.
it.
He's a normie.
He's a norm. Yeah. Well, here's he's still down. He thinks 9/11 was fine and all good with that and everything. Yeah, normie.
You are fake news.
There's a bigger hope for the new generation. Last, let's say, 10, 20 years. Because they don't have that patriotic loyalty to the government. And they're
Guess I'm
more
going
inclined
offline.
to
Thanks for the talk. I'm going offline. Bye.
conspiracies. And, okay, good talking to you.
Have a nice
So
day.
that's a big barrier if you're, you know, loyal and patriotic and believe everything they put on TV. That's the older generations. That's like the baby boomers and the generation probably right after that.
Yeah, it's Generation X that I see having, like, my generation, I guess, is Generation Y. I was born in '82, and then Generation X, the people just slightly older as well. They have such a big problem with this, because our parents now, the generation before, so that would have been baby boomers, they had a mixture. They had, in the 60s, you got your civil rights movement. So you got damn the man, right? Damn the man. Fuck him. Not my Uncle Sam. Not my uncle. Fuck that guy. So, and then at the same time, you know, let's not go to war. Let's not be racist. All that. And at the same time, you have them teaching this globe narrative in schools still, right? So on the one hand, you got a girl placing a flower in the tip of a gun at a university where kids got killed. So she places a flower in the tip of a gun because she's rebelling, but then at the same time she sits in a classroom and says, yes, no, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, may I please have another about globe information. So you got woke-ish people learning about the globe. That's how they got our parents. But that's a good way to make people go, I don't know either way. Deep down they'll say, we probably went to the moon, but fuck it. They don't think it matters. The next generation up is us. Myself, 40, 35, 40-year-olds. We were around, we were kids, we were children turning into adults when 9/11 happened. And the internet was still kind of a baby back then. It was still kind of hard to get a lot of information, very specific stuff, right? No Google, none of that. And so, you know, but you also didn't have fact checkers. But anyway, so, and then you get to this next generation of people who violently oppose anything that is not taught in the mainstream, right? So it's almost like they're just trying to phase out what's the term? I don't know. They're trying to phase out real information from what they teach you and what they teach everybody. But I guess what I'm speaking to is more, you know, on the one hand, they say don't bully people, right? Don't bully people. That's mean. That's rude. Stop bullying. And then on the other hand, you got a lot of bullying being done from Globers to Flat Earthers, and Flat Earthers are the truth seekers, like it or not. So you got bullies making fun of people going after the truth. More in this generation I've seen than any other generation. And it just keeps going. And here's what it is. Lastly, I'll leave it here. I have to leave it here. It's, in my opinion, the controllers of the information and the money system. They are tapping into the human being's natural want for everything to be path of least resistance. Everything's got to be easy to understand. One bite. I want all my information in bite-sized pieces, or you can fuck right off. And yeah, so the quicker the information, and the more you say it's 100% confirmed by professionals and scientists and all this, there's no way that most people aren't going to go, oh, fuck yeah, well, if the scientists do it, then I don't have to do any work. I'll just believe that, and it'll be as if I went out and did the research myself. So they're tapping into people's laziness, and it works. So I'm done.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please.
How was that?
Damn it, I can't leave it there because I know I'm talking about specifically the 14-year-old that we're speaking to and other people of the same generation that are coming up that are amazingly in tune with truth. I'm trying to get back to that. Like, there's people listening right now that you're never going to talk to us, but you're learning a shitload, and that's great, you know. You don't need to come talk to us, honestly. Truth is truth regardless of what we say. I think that's great, and this next generation coming up, like I guess what I wanted to say was they are the most challenged educationally, but they're also going to be, you know, it really is going to separate the wheat from the chaff. This next generation coming up, yep, absolutely. And there's a lot of wheat, a lot more wheat than people think. So.
One thing you can ask your normie friends. I don't mean to disrespect them by saying that. You can ask them what happens in the hypothetical globe model when you dig a hole right through the earth, all the way through the other side, and you just jump right in. Do you go all the way through, or do you just kind of slow down and get stuck in the center, kind of hovering in the center, just floating there because of the pull of gravity? Entertain Globers with that one. I think you would put a hole to the earth and just jump down. You'd probably fall, towards the other side, almost to the outer rim, and then be pulled back to the center and kind of just float you there, kind of floating there like an anti-gravity device. I think that's probably the scientific fact that's going right now.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm trying to explain what happens when you put a hole through the spherical Earth all the way through and jump down. Nobody knows.
So I want to see if I can maybe, while we got dead air, try to, because I'm driving across country again. So when someone's like, hey, let's find the radius of the Earth. Okay. How are we going to do that? Well, how do you find the radius of any other sphere or circle? Think about that for just a second. I'll ask it again. How do you find the radius of a circle or sphere? Give me 30 seconds.
Tape measure.
Don't answer.
Tape measure.
Hold on. All right. This is rhetorical for the Globers. I know the flat earthers know this one. This is first grade flat earth. But the globe, how do you find the radius? And I'm going to give you the answer now.
I read the book.
No. What you do is
I ask clever people.
Well, yeah. No. Okay. So what you do is you first have to know the distance. This is the radius, the distance between the center of the circle or sphere to the outer edge. So you go from the middle to the outside, right? And then effectively you can get a half cross section because you got from the middle to the outside, right? The middle is the center of it, and the outside, you go to the line where then there's no more of the thing, okay? Center to outside. How do you get to the center and determine the line from the center if you can't get there? Who measured the radius from the center of the Earth to the top of the ground? Who did that? Because, I know, your panties are in a bunch. I know. But listen to why. To get a direct measurement of something, you have to directly measure that something. You cannot use assumptions. You cannot use calculations. You have to go from A to B yourself. So I ask again, how did they get the radius value of Earth, which is basically half of it, half the size, without digging into the middle, digging all the way down there? How'd they get it otherwise? Because the only way to get it, like I said, I'll leave it here, is to go to the center yourself. Thank you.
If you watch movie in the middle of the earth, there is described everything.
Oh, sure, that's how they get you. Yeah, that new Total Recall that just came out, well, a few years ago. There's an elevator that goes through the center of the Earth, through the core, okay, of the Earth. They say the core is hotter than the sun, okay? But in this movie, it's just a movie. You don't get it. People are going to be watching these movies for years and years and decades and generations and generations, that when they say it's all bullshit, they're going to be like, yeah. And no one's going to care.
And dinosaurs living inside.
Yeah, dinosaurs are in the living, and fossils. Gosh, I love that fossil stuff, right? Wow.
No, they're real. If you go in the middle, in the center of the earth, there is also air, space, and then you have dinosaur living there.
Crazy. I love it. I love all the adventure stuff that we're told to believe. And that's another reason why my friend can't give up the belief in space and nonsense, because he grew up with it, man. It's in his DNA to believe that Luke Skywalker, holy shit, we got Luke, and he's doing some shit with a lightsaber, and even though they know it's a movie, check it out, this is the way it works. Kids are already going, fuck that, I'm Luke Skywalker. They're putting themselves pretending it's real, having a great time doing it. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ghostbusters, I grew up with all that shit. I thought I was He-Man, right? Of course not. No one's that gay. But anyway, so, it's easy to understand why he's got such an emotional attachment to it. And it's also disappointing because, I can't talk to anybody about this stuff that still believes the globe narrative. They want to believe that one day there's going to be a thing called the USS Enterprise from Star Trek, Starship Enterprise. Yeah. They want to believe that shit can happen, and they don't care what anyone else says.
Because it's infinite, man, and it's full of everything, and it's boring of the earth, and everything is happening in the space, and we want something more to happen. Even that, I think that even they expecting to aliens attack. Give us that fucking aliens.
Yep, absolutely. And I was raised on the alien stuff and Star Wars. Shit, I'll still watch it, old Star Wars and be like, oh, cool, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, whatever, because I know it's fake anyway. It's just that's how you do things growing up as a kid. It's adventure, the point, and then you put it down because you got to get back to reality. But I remember my mom, she fed me the Star Wars stuff, but she really fed me the Alien and Aliens and Alien 3 and Alien, all that stuff. We watched the first two Alien movies, the Alien and Aliens, all the time. We quoted together, "Get away from her, you bitch!" Right? All this stuff.
Yeah.
And we loved it, and we were both always talking about, gosh, I hope there aren't aliens out there, Mom, and shit like that. But we bonded over that stuff. So again, I have to mention the emotional connection. It's absolutely insane. You'd have to basically be taking a part of that person's brain out, a lobotomy, and then them have to learn how to fucking function without that little piece the rest of their life.
And apart E.T. and some other, maybe 2 or 3 of them, all of fucking they're bad.
Right. Yep.
They're not peaceful, They fucking want to, even they like to eat human bodies.
Yeah. Why do they want to eat human bodies? Fuck that about.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Aliens from everywhere. So you're telling me other planets have life and all that shit? It's all malevolent. It's all evil and just wants to eat people. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You know what? You beg the question with him and you say, sure, space, sure, aliens, whatever. It still falls apart, bro. These stories are horse shit. Absolute nonsense.
It cannot be disgusting, for some other species to eat a human body. It's like, this is tasteful. There's always something worse than animal. The animal has that point that must survive, and they feel like a tiger. And they're most worse than tiger. They even, I don't know what, they're evil, wants to eat everything. But they are not eating machines. That's strange.
There's a theory that if we meet any kind of alien life in the heliocentric world, it would have to be benign because a violent or evil culture or race would eventually kill itself. So it would have to be a peaceful, benign race that would survive these the cosmos. That's the globe.
And that's the way they get you, dude. That's the way they make you think. They make you think that you have a reptilian, therefore, like, heartless and evil part of your brain and all these things. And we used to be reptiles. That's part of it.
You're roboting. You're roboting. But
our consciousness only wants to destroy, and we're a virus on the. So they say everywhere because look at how we are, and we're the litmus of how big a piece of shit you can be in the universe. Like what? Sorry, I need to stop. So
and
anyway,
then if you consider that the world's wars have all been fabricated by the higher ups. And the U.S. prison system, for example, has 4%. Is 4% full of 4% of the people are in the U.S. prisons in the U.S. So consider that that's not because they're bad people, but because there's a desire to fill those prisons for a monetary benefit.
Yeah, but he showed how we can kill 100,000 people without aliens in one day. And we want to ruin now this harmony.
You're not considering the infertility rate also, which is going to kill more than 100,000, or prevent the fertility rate will prevent more than 100,000 people being born. Millions.
Yeah, but why would somebody kill 100,000 people?
Georgia Stones.
Like, why would somebody lie? Why would they lie? Why would they kill 100,000 people in one day? Because they was angry? Because of justice?
To test the population of how much bullshit we can do to them, or they can do to them. Oh, we kill 100k here, no uprising? Alright, that's fine. We write that in our notebook.
Because there was an evil there, and let's destroy the evil. But where is scrimmage?
Georgia Stones. Population control.
I would just say it's a rabbit hole that you have to delve into.
True.
I like me a good rabbit
Research
hole.
that goes into those answers, and it's hard to even cover it all.
Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it.
Yeah, we're going to get it.
A couple new names in the chat here, the panel. See, there's an Adam, if you want to speak. There's a VC check-in if you want to pop in there. We can get you a role to speak here. Let's see, anyone else new? I think that's it. Yeah, so Adam, if you want to chat with us, just pop into the VC check-in 1, and I'll hook you up with a quick roll. Thanks.
Is there a heavy or active conversation going on right now?
No.
No,
Okay.
Sunfire kind of shut it all down. Thanks.
Okay. I just want to do a PSA real quick. I know that there's mostly young people, in the VC and everything, but just a PSA. Please be aware, and anybody you ever deal with or talk to, older people or whatever, if you ever hear somebody mention that they were talking to Microsoft or Norton or any of these things, please emphatically tell them that they're being scammed and that they need to discontinue immediately. Yeah, I just had a customer call me. He thought I was Microsoft, and I was like, "Oh no, 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 no!" And I walked him through what he needed to know, but he wound up telling me that he watched Scammer Payback and he knew about the scammers, but yet no red flags went off in his head. He said he spent a couple of hours yesterday talking to these computer repair people, and he knew that they were from Nigeria.
Oh my gosh, what?
And he had watched Scammer Payback, and no red flags went off that he was dealing with computer people from Nigeria. It's like, wow, dude, wow, you're being scammed. You need to stop. You block them. Like, anyway,
Or from India.
just a public service announcement. Well, Nigeria's in Africa, but there's scammers all over the world. Obviously, India is going to, by default, statistically have tons because of population. But yeah, I mean, they're all over the place. The point is, you don't call Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't call you. That's not how that company works, and they definitely don't have tech support. That's just not how that works. But anyway, public service announcement. We can go back to the regularly scheduled topic of FE. I just wanted to throw that out there because I was highly disturbed.
It's amazing how many people are still falling for all of that.
Yes, despite the fact that they have prior knowledge of the scams and consider themselves aware and knowledgeable. Yeah, it's crazy. So, Son, you're new to the server?
Well, I've been here for a while. I've been on the ladies' night a few times with like Tracy and.
I was wondering why you didn't have the tag for ladies' night. Any particular reason?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I haven't been in a lot, but I've been on numerous calls, and then I know Tracy and I were on one call. We were kind of doing the call a lot.
Okay, you have it now, so.
But yeah, I don't know why I can't post pictures either.
You might be able to now.
Oh, yay! Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I probably, you know what? It was really busy the day that I checked in. I think it was the weekend, and there was like 10 of us in the chat. I talked to one of the people for a long time, and then I stayed in for a while, but he kind of got to know me well, and I'm on other servers with people too, but I think it was just a really hectic and busy day, so I don't know.
Yep, got it. Well, it's resolved now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to say something to this thing with the scammer. I don't want to be offensive to like Indian or people from Pakistan, but I think you know that they're like the most scammers in these countries.
Yeah, did you hear the
And
part that before you continue, you heard the part where I said statistically that's the most likely? Think about it this way. If the numbers are what they say, okay, and if 1.3 billion people or approximately that number are part of India and possibly a little higher if you include some of the surrounding areas, then if you have a 1.3 out of 8 chance, you're statistically already going to be more likely. There's also probably more doctors, out of India than any other, just by default of rule of large numbers, so on and so on. So there's a
yes,
lot of different reasons for it. Corrupt police, they have the ability to pay off their police very easily. So there's a lot of different contributing factors. And so I
yeah,
just
but
wanted to buffer
you
what you're
continue.
saying with those facts.
Yeah, and they're like a couple weeks ago there was like a guy at my door, and when I opened the door, he just said to me something like, he was like with an iPad. He didn't even have like clothes. And in Germany, it's like a very like big company for Wi-Fi. And he didn't even have the clothes to be an employer for this company. And he came with a tablet and he said to me, "Yeah, we must check something on your internet, and can we come in and check this?" And then I said, like, "Why do you want to check this?" And they say, "Yeah, we have found a problem or something." And I said, like, "Yeah, I don't have like, you must talk to my mother about this because she knows more about that stuff." And he said, "Yeah, I can just come in and take a picture of some stuff and I can go again." And then I just closed the door, and he never came back or something. So he was just a scammer, because if he would actually be an employer, I think they would have sent me a message if there was actually a problem or something, that they had to come to my home to fix it.
Yep.
Months ago, I had it with a phone call. I was like, he was saying that that my phone using terrorists, man. And I said, "Let's call police, fucker. It's a serious thing." And they said, "No, we are from the phone company, my phone company." I said, "Okay, call your responsible or whatever." "No, I am the responsible." I said, "No, call me director or whoever, and we call police now, because this is serious thing. You are saying fucking terrorists using my phone number."
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't want to speak. Yeah, they followed. But
Yeah.
who knows what was why was the reason? But it is the gospel that because I'm in UK. This is like a outside story. People saying that people from, let's say, Singapore or there, Thailand or whatever, they have that kind of many operators there are working for any kind of health service, and because of that they are scamming everything. But that doesn't mean that is not all around the world. It's only when he's saying it's India, it could be everywhere.
Sure. Yeah. Well, if anybody wants the Hindi phrase for the Earth is flat, it is Prithvi Samtal Hai. I'll put it in the chat. If you ever want to throw them off their game when you get one of the calls from the Indians, just say Prithvi Samtal Hai, and they will probably hang up, but they might laugh in confusion.
That's a good one. I'm going to screenshot that.
Yeah, I wrote it out phonetically for sake of ease. So anyway.
Also on your scammers, it's not that they're still falling for these scams. More and more people are falling for them because they're preying on our old people now that don't have the capacities they did, earlier in life. And these old, let's say, old ladies who have iPhones will trust, these texts come into their phone. "Hey, I have a check that has your name on it. All you need to do is send me $500 and we can cash it. And I'll get you half the money. These kind of scams, and they're going to believe them because they just don't have the capacity to know that they're being lied to. And that's let's say a percentage of the old population, especially in the U.S., who most of them do have iPhones.
And then there's money mule scams, which is a form of money laundering. There's all sorts of scams. Just be aware, guys. That's all.
We'll say this, it isn't just that. I mean, some of it is like local too. I actually take my name and address off all of my packages and all of my like mail and even the little advertisements that have my address on it. I like rip out the little square that has my address and I shred all of that. My grandma used to throw her prescription pill bottles in the trash, and somebody had picked them out of the trash, put other pills in them, and tried to deliver them to her. So you really should take your name and address off of everything that you throw out. That's my 2 cents worth, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Gospel, the minds when somebody's calling you on your private cellular number, not that. I'm always asking, how did you get my number? Because they don't have rights to get your number. That means everywhere where did you leave your number? Facebook, any they don't have rights to give nobody your number. That means that guy cannot find your number in in the book because this is cellular. Yeah, that means that somebody gave him a number and he cannot call you. Yeah, and that's illegal to do. That is like
lists get sold all the time.
Yeah, but how are you going to charge them? What does it matter if it's illegal if people do it constantly and don't stop?
Oh yeah, you can't.
Well,
you can't prosecute anybody in India, especially. But yeah,
I'm saying that I'm not going to more conversation till I don't get that answer. With them.
Oh yeah.
Well, first of all, they did release all the cell phone numbers out. So at some point, I don't remember what year it was, but it's been a while because I'm in a sales field. But I will say that what people should be doing, and I don't remember the years, so don't anybody quote me on it, but it's either 5 or 10 years. You actually have to go back on to the do not call list and re-enter your phone numbers. So now you have to enter any landlines and any cell phone numbers and any like even free Google Voice numbers or whatever. You actually have to re-register those like every 5 to 10 years. Like doing it once is not for a lifetime. So that's one thing, because people who are into sales and marketing, there's a lot of auto programs that check the do not call list, and so then they say that your number is okay to call. So that's just some information that you guys should go look up the do not call list and try. I don't remember if it's 5 or 10 years, but you have to keep re-registering. Well, yeah, because now you get a lot of phone calls from VPNs in other countries and online, so a lot of people aren't listening. But there are actually a lot of companies, like for instance, the field I'm in. Normally, if we ever cold called anyone, we did it from a program that actually checked the do not call list. But you can't stop people doing it from VPNs in other countries. But legitimate companies, you at least can cut them down, is all I'm saying.
True. Yeah.
Just FYI.
Thank you for that, but does that really stop scammers from calling you if you re-register for the do not call list?
No, but it only will stop legitimate salespeople with legitimate companies that are using legitimate apps that go check the list. It'll just stop some of it, not all of it.
Yeah.
Can't stop all of it at
It
all.
reduces solicitation, not scammers.
Right. You're just reducing people who are actually means to use an app or a program that actually checks the actual list. So it does reduce some, because some of the big companies make their employees use a thing that checks the do not call list, but you can't stop all the other ones.
Yeah, I've come to realize in this world that everything works to a degree.
Right, exactly.
Yeehaw. Does anybody here know who Lowe's Alexander is? I've talked about him a couple of times.
No, go ahead, tell us.
Right. He did the Let's Go Brandon song that kind of blew up for a couple of weeks. But anyway, he was doing a live stream on his backup channel on YouTube, and he grinned from ear to ear when I suggested that he do a Flat Earth song, and he was like, no, I can't do that." It was really funny, but it's just kind of interesting. He's one of the dudes that hasn't been fully grappled by the handlers. He's so far ungrappled. Loza.
Come on, man.
But anyway, yeah, Huaymar apparently got dragged in, I suppose, because I don't think you can join this VC with the cognitive dissonance role.
I have a question. I know it's a bit off topic, but I noticed there are like these Navy ships that have like these cannons that can shoot something like 100 miles. Like, you can use this as an argument in a flat Earth debate because they shoot 100 miles in the ocean and there should be something like 6,000 feet of curvature. And the people say that their response to that is because they don't shoot over the like water, but they shoot in the air.
Yeah, the issue is whether or not they have a line of sight target, or if they have data that they're using to calculate their target. And the answer is they have a line of sight target.
So they shoot directly straight.
No, you must arch. That's not really, just like in basketball, you have to arch, the ball.
Yeah, I know. So kind of like shoot, kind of like throw it in the air.
Well, yeah, because
You mean that?
even bullets have, you're going to shoot a bullet, it's going to go real fast, but even bullets have weight, and eventually they're going to drop over time, over distance. But it has absolutely, and it doesn't have anything to do with curvature. But yes, line of sight, and really, if you get line of sight from something a certain amount of miles away, you don't have any Earth curvature right there. Not a question. That's just how the math works.
Precisely.
Yeah, so essentially what they're saying is it's like throwing a grenade over a wall and hitting the people on the other side. You're shooting the artillery over the curve of the Earth. You're hitting people on the other side. That's what they're saying.
In order to defend that claim, they would need to prove that they don't have line of sight observation for determining their target. And it has been my understanding, and the evidence that I've seen is that they absolutely do have line of sight. So really, how the weapon works and how it's shot is mutually exclusive. It really boils down to, do they have line of sight or not? So that all the other stuff is definitely besides the point.
Okay. Thanks for the information.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to be more exact, it's 6,000 feet of physical curve, right, at 100 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're using an elevation, let's say the battleship, for example, maybe 40 feet above the water.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have to use a different calculation. You have to put in 40 feet, and it may only be 4,000 feet of curvature. But the point is, you want to be more exact in the discussion because your numbers have to jive. And you're the one who said 9,000. There's no 9,000 feet anywhere in the Chicago skyline. It's much, much less. So get the numbers right. Distance of there's a physical curve, and then there's an observed curve, like from if you include the observer height. So always include the observer height in the discussion, so you're accurate on your numbers, right?
Okay.
Pull out the Glober's calculator and look at you're citing the zero height, which is not observable. Now you need to cite the observer height in feet, 5 feet off the ground, 10 feet off the ground, 40 feet off the ground. Then you'll have a different number as far as curvature.
Like what I put in the chat. So let's say the guns are positioned at 100 feet. That'd be 51.
No, that's too high, I think. Oh,
maybe. I'm being extreme, but yeah, maybe 40 feet.
An aircraft carrier is probably 40 feet.
Check it out and see. But anyway, you got anywhere from 5,100 to 5,700 feet of target hidden height. So yeah, I mean, 6,000 isn't drastically incorrect or anything. You could still potentially use that number, but between 5,000 and 6,000 is a fair statement, basically.
And a fair, more accurate statement than that is to have a target of 20 to 50 miles, because that's more likely a target as opposed to 100 miles, which is probably the maximum. 20 to 50 mile target would also have a line of sight problem, but it's much smaller. It's more like a couple hundred feet of missing curvature.
Okay.
And then the Globers are going to insert refraction. We have 2% refraction and 1% refraction. That's why it's lifting the distant object up in the sky to appear flat, but it's really not. You're really seeing light from behind the ball.
We can't say refraction, for example, for the Chicago skyline, because how refraction actually looks like, you can't get such a clear shot. There's no way you could get such a clear shot if it would be like a refraction, because it moves like it's a bad video and stuff. The skyline would be so unclear, and you wouldn't be able to see like the skylines and stuff. Like, I mean the skyline, because this is how unclear.
You really need to be able to explain that really well, because on the news, the newscaster said what you're seeing is a mirage, and people believe
they just don't know how the mirage works.
So you have to really be able to explain that part, because what you're saying is this guy's wrong and he's on TV.
Anybody here know? Because, so I don't know about the 9,000 feet, but I know that from when I did calculations where somebody was in the tallest building from where that person was, and they were like 50 miles out, it should have been at least, I don't remember what it was, but it was like 1,600 feet below the horizon at that point. Like the drop should have been like 1,600 feet. Does anybody know, because I keep hearing everybody, oh, it's refraction, but does anybody know scientifically on a globe model, like how many feet can account for refraction? Because I can't seem to actually find an answer for this.
Yep, they claim 7/6R. So you take the radius number, and you multiply the radius by the 7/6. So that's 1.16666, 6 repeating. So 1.16 repeating, just the 6 repeats, not the 1. So that's what you multiply the radius by in order to do recalculate. Now, just like old dude put in the chat, and Drace is also, backing it up. If you use the Walter Bislin's calculator, it has that stuff built in where you can apply that ratio. In fact, he has other refraction models. The problem, if that were a defense, it would be this is the kind of defense that is, here's my analogy. It would be silly, but the reason that I didn't murder the person is my knife wasn't an 8-inch blade. It was actually an 11-inch blade, and therefore it's like, that's actually a terrible analogy. It really doesn't even make any sense. The problem is when you destroy the basis, the foundation of, it's like a bad alibi. Where were you on the night of the murder? And you're like, well, I was in the guy's bedroom. The man that was murdered? Yeah, I was in his. Wait, why would you? You're destroying your alibi right now. Really, it's the end of the day for me. So I feel like my analogies are just horrible right now. But the fact of the matter is, when you change the radius, you defeat your own argument, because the radius is the foundation of what must be. And when you change your argument, you're losing already. You're not justifying anything. You're changing the defense. You can't change the defense for the thing that's being argued. It doesn't even make any sense. So that's what's being done. And the argument is, well, but it's okay because this is what light does. Prove it. And then why, if that's the case, why are there so many alternative observations that falsify that claim of how you're saying refraction is working? And this is why I tell people over and over again, short distance observations, as in ones that curvature couldn't possibly be the explanation of obstruction, short distance observations nullify curvature, because when you have short distance observations where the bottom of the object is being obscured, but it's too short of a distance for curvature to mathematically be the explanation for what you're seeing, even like on a table, for instance, but there's other examples, like on ponds and stuff, that nullifies the curvature. And then long distance observations falsify curvature claim. So nullification, falsification, it's a double whammy. There is no foundation for refraction to be anything, because curvature has been falsified and nullified.
Yeah, it's just complicated because as you know, it always comes up.
They say a lot of the stuff over and over and over again, and eventually you're just like, all right, this is really tedious. Would you like to learn about, why you're not correct? Would you like to learn more about this subject or not? And that's why I try to boil it down to the more simple statements, like one nullifies, the other falsifies, and that's that. Drace posted a good video there or actually WebLink, I suppose, small pond horizon test. So 500 feet, 500 feet, you could mathematically, the curvature, if it did exist, the curvature would be minuscule, millimeters, really, 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 really small at a 500 feet distance. It's just tiny. When you do the math and you look at the numbers, it's like ridiculous. So if you can obstruct half an inch or an inch or even a couple of inches or whatever in a short distance where curvature couldn't possibly be the explanation of the blockage, you work out the math, that is really just as valuable as these extreme long distance observations, in my opinion.
What's the name of the nice young lady talking, asking about the maximum refraction?
Sun Forest Fairy.
Sun. I couldn't find her on the forest. Okay, so to answer your question, this is Godric. There is no maximum amount curvature the refraction can't explain away, because they need that to validate their globe model. So if you ask the glober, we've asked them many times, you get different answers, but they tell you that you can basically see around the world, because refraction is bending light, and I think Whitsitt even had a discussion with one of the globers, and he even admitted that if there's solar flares happening, because Whitsitt asked him, what's the maximum refraction you can have on a globe, because we can't seem to falsify this claim that you're making. And he admitted that, well, if there's solar flares, you can see right around the whole globe to the back of your head. That's what he said. So, and you got to call him out on that. You got to call him out to say, listen, this is ridiculous. You're saying that there's no amount of refraction that can't happen. This is what they're saying. So that's the problem. There isn't any way to falsify the globe with their tactics, and we have to call them out on that.
Yeah, anything is possible when everything is relative. This is another one of my one-liners. Anything
what I
is possible
find
when everything is relative.
That's right. When I find on these discussions, what the globers will do, they'll turn the feet, the missing feet, which we can quantify and measure, they'll turn it into degrees, right? So they'll say, well, it's only off by 1 degree, which is 60,000 feet or something. 1 degree every 69 miles, right? Because it's only 1 degree or 2 degrees, then it's okay. We still have the globe with refraction. But like if you tell them, listen, they turn everything into percentage, so they don't have to measure it or think about it or quantify it. Let's say the missing curvature in feet, you turn it into percentage, and then it makes sense, right? But if you ask them, if you imagine $1 billion, you're off by 1%, which is $10 million. Do you think that you would be able to keep your job if you lost $10 million? And you can think about that. The answer would be no. So you can't just turn missing feet into degrees and it'd be okay. Percentage, it'd be okay.
Yeah, it's a good point. Sorry, I had to mute. My cats were starting to fight.
It's fine.
But that's a good point. The difference with them, with the degrees and the feet.
How many cats do you have?
2, but they're running around like all crazy right now. I have 2 cats and a daughter, so trying to talk and keep everybody quiet.
Yeah, I get it. What we can do is we can show distant observations and use a Glober's calculator to get the feet and missing curvature. Like, you mentioned 500 feet. Yeah, 500 feet is basically negligible, right? But if you go 10 miles, I think 10 miles is a good marker, because at 10 miles, if you have 5 feet of observer height, you should have 19 feet. curvature. And at 10 miles, you can on a clear day with low humidity, you can probably see a clear observation. Let's say with a P900, and you'll see that you can see the very bottom of the object, which would mean that. Go ahead.
You're aware of why the short distance observation is important, though?
Yeah, you were saying if you can measure 2 inches at 500 feet, right?
Hi, guys.
Can you
Hi,
explain
Theo.
the rest?
Hold on. Yeah, the point is, if you have a short distance observation where the expected blockage is not expected to be there because it's too short of a distance for blockage of curvature to be the thing, then but then your observation is that the object is being blocked, then you have to come up with a new explanation for why the object is being obscured from the bottom up. It couldn't possibly be curvature in a short distance observation. That's why that's so important. You get to rule short distance observations. You get to rule out curvature as the. I don't know who just interrupted
Sorry
me
about that,
there.
Gospel. We did just bring in like 3 or 4 new guys, so just a heads up.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut you guys off, but just
Hello, yeah, and your message is clear, Gospel. You're saying that you can see, you can observe obscurement.
Yes, things are obscured from the bottom up in distances too short for curvature to have been the explanation, and therefore curvature isn't the explanation for why things disappear from the bottom up. There are other explanations for why that happens. Curvature need not be part of the equation because it isn't part of the equation, because short distance observations and long distance observations. Nullification, falsification, that's a wrap.
Sir. So we're just going to give a quick warm welcome to anyone that's joined the panel. We've got Powell, Pixel, there's a Theo, and I think there were maybe 1 or 2 more. So if you guys have any questions, if you want to bring up a point, Flower Boy as well, the floor is yours. We'd love to have the conversation, so welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, glad to have you here. So is there any of you guys think the Earth moved?
So yes, that's why I joined originally. It's because, like I said, I think that the Earth is round. I think it's a sphere. I'm just intrigued, and I want to see like your guys' like views on it and like why you think that it's flat at the surface.
Yeah. Would it be fair if we asked the same thing of you? Like,
is it curving on the surface?
Yeah. So
So
for me, I'm gonna be completely dead serious as well. Like I said, I always, of course, grew up with I have an interest in space and that sort of stuff, but I'm not really entirely sure on I'm gonna be honest, I'm still kind of learning English. I'm not sure what like the scientific terms are and stuff, but like of course there's stuff like NASA that exists. A lot of money is always poured into that, and there's a lot of, I think they live stream from space sometimes, and there's all these pictures of like them going on the moon and stuff, and you can see that the Earth is like round. So
do you think you can verify those pictures? Do you think you can go to the moon and verify that it is what they showed it to be in their pictures and videos?
I mean, maybe in like a couple of years when like Elon Musk does a bunch of stuff, because I'm pretty sure he's been talking about it.
So we can't prove it's a globe yet, but maybe soon we will be able to.
I mean, like I said, like I reckon there's too much money and just too many people which are already like looking at that sort of stuff. So in my opinion, if it was CGI or all those people were lying, like there would be a lot of people which are like lying about it.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add, Powell, I think just a recommendation for anyone new to the topic. Instead of putting yourself in one camp or the other, imagine you're in a courtroom, you're the judge. You want to be a sound judge. So saying things like, well, I don't think this party could possibly be lying, and clearly they've spent a lot of money. That wouldn't be very intelligent as a judge. You should be looking for evidence.
I understand.
Parties, right? So looking for motive or trying to find a reason for a motive is it sort of ignoring the evidence. So I would just say, like, try to be a judge between the two parties. One side is saying this, the other side is saying that. So what is their evidence for their case? Who has the strongest case? Who has the strongest evidence? So that's what you should do from you're new to the topic. Don't put yourself in as a globe earther or a flat earther. Look at it objectively from the outside.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do.
So they can show you pictures and videos of King Kong scaling the Eiffel Tower. If they presented that to you as if that was a fact, that was a real thing that happened, it would be on par with what they're doing with their pictures and videos from so-called space, right? Because it's not something that you can independently verify that it actually happened. You just have to take their word for it that those pictures and videos are what they're saying that they are. So
Hey,
if
so
you are to go and try to verify it, right, what you can do is measure the surface of Earth to see if it's dropping away the way that it should to be the thing that they're saying that it is. And if it's not, then it's all over. That's it.
So wait, give me a second. 1 second.
Wait,
Yeah.
can I ask a question?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Is
of
it
course. The
going
floor
to
is
be?
yours.
I
guys.
don't
The
know
floor is
if
yours.
this has already been asked, but so like who's like lying to us?
Okay.
Wow.
Well, yeah. See, that's not the first question to ask.
Well, just
You-
remember, like,
Hold on,
I
Pixel.
mean, well,
no,
you know.
Pixel. No, you're not hearing. I said, hold on. Okay. So CB mentioned something just a little bit ago. Soundboard up above. You know, he just mentioned something, and you guys completely ignored it. He's talking about evidence. I'm pretty sure it was CB that was talking about evidence.
Yep.
I think I heard that right. Yeah. So no one's asking for evidence. You guys are talking about moronic why questions when you haven't asked the what is questions. You need to know what before you ask why.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah.
not why.
Yeah. Before you ask why is there a lie, you got to ask is there a lie? Is there a lie? You got to take the globe claim first and compare it to reality, see if there's a match or not. That's step one. We haven't even been able to do that yet. You've gone all the way to like step 5 of, okay, why are they saying this? Let's first do the comparison and see if there is any match. And if there isn't, then we can ask questions like, okay, why are they telling us that story?
So what is the surface of Earth in general? What is the word that best describes the features or the feature of the surface of Earth? That's the question. Do you know the answer?
Blue.
Who's
Say
playing music?
No, I did not say blue. That was not me.
I mean, well,
guys,
for me personally, is I live in Wales, so there's just a lot of hills and stuff like that. So I can't entirely say it's flat because that would be incorrect.
well, we're not really talking about the land. We're mostly mean the water.
The water, well, the water is flat.
Mm-hmm.
It's
The Earth is 70%. They say the Earth is 70% water, don't they?
Oh yeah.
So
hydrostatics, right? Water always seeks a level surface at rest, right?
Yeah.
So does it curve then?
Yes.
Okay, show us. That's the positive
Okay.
claim on the table. Let's just see.
So there's a thing called gravity, right?
Okay, that's a story. I asked you to show me water curving.
Show you water curving.
Yeah, let's see it.
Can you see Ireland from Fishguard
Do
or
you want me
Newport?
to like stream or something? Wait, what do you want me to?
You could do an observation, a measurement of the surface of a large body of water showing that it dips off over distance. Anything like that. Just show us your observations that proves your gravity story. That water's curving.
Well, when he asked you, you said yes pretty quickly. So, can you show us?
Well, no, I can't.
Why did you say quick? You were so quick to say yes, though, when he asked you
Well,
about.
because you're asking me to like bring all this stuff up, but I can't even stream. So
Well, you can't. But here's the thing: I can show you that it's not. So why don't we just do that?
okay, well, show me how it's not.
All right.
I mean, let's not pretend like you've ever seen a hill of water, though.
That's. Oh my god.
Well,
you've never seen it.
I'm sorry.
Guys,
okay, yeah. Show me.
I know. Hello.
Hello.
You know how there's like the theory
Hello,
of like,
guys.
a globe
Hello,
and a
everyone.
disc.
Can we just wrap up a single thread here before we
my bad,
jump
my bad.
on to the next thing? Yeah. Okay, you seeing the voice text? Live stream voice text?
Live stream. Yes. Oh,
So
is this
if
where I can
water
put stuff in?
if water is curved, like you were so quick to say that it is, at the
Yeah.
rate that it would have to be the globe that they're claiming that it is, then the horizon in that picture has to be at 1.2 miles. But I don't see it there, do you?
1.2 miles.
Yeah,
Wait,
the
is that
geometry
picture?
of the
Wait,
globe.
wait, is it the flat Earth Buddha? Is it that?
It's a picture that
No,
says bye
no,
bye.
it's this is coming from the globe model, yeah.
No, it's just hold on. It's a picture that
for a
says bye
1
bye
foot.
Yeah,
Wait, it's a
I don't
picture
even
that
think
says
he knows
what?
what picture that we're talking
Yeah,
about yet.
I'm not sure which picture you're talking about. Can
Yeah, it's
you
a
like
picture that
Go in
ping
the
me?
channel right above the
Yeah.
Livestream voice channel.
Oh, Bubba. Okay, I found it.
Yeah. So in that picture, the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles for the globe to be true. That's the geometry of the globe. That is the rate it's supposed to curve at. That's where the horizon has to be if it's Earth curve.
Okay.
It's not though, is it? Because look at that further story.
Probably a little bit more complicated. We can walk you through it if it doesn't make sense to you.
I thought like.
Yeah, but how tall are the what is it? Are the oil rigs?
Yeah, but here, the
maybe
thing
we
about
should-
the oil rigs is they're just distance markers, okay? They're just there to give you a reference to the distance of the horizon. So you can see that the horizon is beyond the furthest one, which we know is 9.4 miles. So therefore, we know that the horizon is not at 1.2 miles like it would have to be if water was curving, like you were so quick to say it was.
If this isn't making much sense to you, we can explain it a little bit more in detail if you need to.
Yeah, I think you should because I'm just a bit. Yeah, I'm just a bit confused here because
I'm just showing you that water's not curving.
Yeah.
Because you said, yeah. You said, yeah, it is.
Have you ever been to the ocean or by the sea?
Yes.
Well, when you lay down sunbathing, yeah, and that means you are almost a 1 foot observer height from the sea level when you are laying on the sand. So from that height, your horizon distance must be at 1.225 miles far away from you.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
At that distance, beyond that distance, things begin to disappear bottom up because of the curvature, the arc curvature.
You've heard of the boats over the horizon, right? That whole thing. Yeah. That would have to be at that 1.2 miles that he's talking about for that to be true. Glatt was trying to get in there.
That's okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. That was good. All good points. For my brain, I have to see it like this. So, like for instance, the Black Swan in the live stream voice text, I couldn't figure out how to explain the Black Swan to a dummy like myself. I'm a dummy, right? And I couldn't figure out how to explain it, and now I got it, right?
Yeah, do the Black Swan for dummies.
Black Swan for dummies. Okay, so in the picture, if it's real, which it's from a video, so I mean, check out the video. That kind of, if you're really curious, go fucking do it yourself. But so the Black Swan is important because we see 10 times farther in that picture than we should be able to if Earth were the globe they say it is.
Yes.
10 times further. So that makes it 10 times a lie now, doesn't it? We can see buildings, the tips of the building, right? Things shrink in distance when they go away, but the tips of the building, we should be able to see like 4 or 5 or 10 of those buildings stacked on top of each other. We don't.
Okay.
We see too far. That's it. We see too far. Way too far, man.
Wherever the guy that is from Wells, you know, are you still there?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. So I mean, I had asked you a simple question that I knew the answer to, but you know that from Wells you can see Ireland, and from Ireland you can see Wells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever wondered about that?
Not really.
Yeah. but now you can, and you can do calculations, and you can go, oh, interesting. Maybe it's not what they said it was. I mean, there's about a 50-mile, I believe it was around 80 kilometers that George, the whatever it was called, I can't remember now. George something Strait. No, anyway. What is this thing called? It's called the St. George's Channel. That's what it's called. But anyway, from Wales to Ireland and vice versa, that's pretty interesting. You know, that's quite a distance. You know, it's around 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, and longer.
Wow.
And and yeah, there you go. You do the math and you go, oh, well, that's that's a little awkward. So the funny thing is, I posted I'll post the actual link. I just posted a screenshot of the link to a blog from like 14 years ago. Just some random blog of them asking the question, can you see, Ireland from Wales? And a bunch of people are like, yeah. And a bunch of other people are like, well, of course not, because mathematically speaking, the Earth's a globe, of course, and the curvature would prevent you from being able to see that far. And then you've got a lot of comments of people putting globe Earth math in that blog, and then you have a bunch of people saying, well, actually, I saw it from here, and oh, I saw it from here. Oh, I saw it from here, over and over and over again. So you just keep reading, and you see the difference between people that are basing their reality on calculations and people that are basing their reality on experience and observation.
Hey, sorry, so I can't post images in the thing, but because you sent me, what is it, that picture? Yeah, where it's like the the bub-eye, the bub-eye ball thing.
Yeah, it's called the black swan.
Yeah, and if I'm honest, I actually did I looked into it a bit, and I think that's because of light refraction, and there's other images where you can see.
You don't even know what it's called. You just found out about it. You're not going to tell us what's going on in that picture.
Okay.
Well,
we've heard all of this.
Let's just keep it civil.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. If you've heard of it, I'm sure you have heard of it. But could you explain that to me? Of like why in that picture it looks like
you want to go down the refraction route just a minute
so
ago.
Why are you?
We were having a little bit of trouble explaining just a minute ago how that picture proves that the globe geometry is invalid, and now you're ready to tell us how light refraction makes it valid again. Why don't you just tell us how it does that?
No, I'm asking you. Like,
okay,
I'm asking.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's cool. No, that's fine. If refraction is the reason that horizon is appearing where it is on a 39-59 mile radius globe, like they said, then that means that it's causing the globe to appear like it's 6 times the size that they say Jupiter is, because that's where the horizon would be on a ball that size at that observer height. So, do you think that's what's going on?
Yes.
Okay, so the globe now looks like it's 6 times the size that they say Jupiter is, but somehow they managed to measure it to be a 39-59 mile radius. It looks like it's got a 250,000 mile radius, but they measured a 39-59 mile radius. How'd they do that?
Well, I don't know.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you're pretty much telling me that your globe horizon, the edge of the, pretty much what you call the edge of the ball, is not a physical thing now. So is that what you're saying, that your edge is no longer physical?
Yes.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Applause.
Yeah, Paul, well, just so you know, the horizon, you're supposed to be arguing for a physical sphere edge, Earth curvature. When you say refraction, you're sort of releasing and letting go of that geometry that you're supposed to be arguing for. So the refraction bit is sort of like our argument here. So just
You're just being a flat earther with extra steps, right? You're adding curvature into it, and then you're going, oh, but we don't see it or experience it because, and then you just come out at the same place that we are, which is the globe geometry is totally irrelevant in reality. So it's a flat earther with extra steps. Yeah, you're throwing the globe geometry under the bus when you say that, because you're saying, well, yeah, but it doesn't have any bearing on anything that we actually see, this globe, because da-da-da, and then we get a story about why that is.
And that's the good news. You're throwing that shit under the bus. You're naturally coming to the conclusion that it's all nonsense, because if it doesn't match reality,
I'm not. It's just the thing. Like I said before, I'm not really good with English and stuff, but I still think that the Earth is a sphere.
Well,
another way to say that, another way to say it, you're saying that the globe is unfalsifiable, is what you're saying, because this is really not what it is. It's just what we see.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So it's just a belief.
How did I measure it in the first place? Sorry. So I had to measure it in the first place.
Yeah, how could they measure it in the first place if there are days where it looks like it's a ball that's, 6 times the size they say Jupiter is, or 3 times the size they say the sun is? It's supposed to be way smaller than that. How would they have measured that to begin with if it looks like it's all
if I googled it and then probably read about it for like 5 minutes, I could probably tell you then.
Well, the thing is, just so you know, we've done that.
Yeah, we know how to Google here. You don't.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest. I've come here like no preparation, so like you guys can probably like destroy me and argue. That's fine, but like if I probably did like 5 minutes of research and then came back, then yeah, I could probably.
Do you think that we haven't done 5 minutes of research on these arguments?
No, that's what I just said.
Yeah, we've done the 5 minutes of research on what they're going to tell us. We know what they're going to tell us. We could tell you what they're going to tell us and then tell you why it's wrong before you even bring it to us.
Yeah, I mean, just give us a little bit of credit, right? Like some of these questions that we're asking you, we're asking because we don't know. We're asking because we want you to go and check this stuff for yourself. That way we're not just putting a bunch of statements in your head. We want you to go and check this stuff out.
And also, before bringing any theories, we like scientific theories, not just theories. There is a big difference between the two.
Yeah, so before they can claim that they're showing us a refracted ball edge, do you know what they have to show us?
Oh, 2 mediums.
They have to show us a ball. No, they have to show us a ball edge. Before they can say, oh, that's the refracted 1.2 mile ball edge, they got to show us the 1.2 mile ball edge. Or else they just have an excuse for why they're not showing it, right? It'd be like me saying, yeah, there's unicorns and fairies on the horizon, but they're refracted so that you can't see them. Well, I'd first have to show you the unicorns and fairies before giving you some sort of story about why you didn't see them. Because refraction exists, but apparently the ball edge doesn't. So refraction can't do anything to things that don't exist. They'll have to show us the Earth curve before they say that it got refracted away.
Well, refraction of light requires 2 different mediums.
Well, he's going to do 5 minutes of Googling, and he's going to shut the server down. So that'll be fun.
No, I actually can't stop caring. I think about what to eat.
Okay. Well, that's about what it usually comes down to for the globe. I mean, you might as well stop caring. You're not going to be able to prove unicorns and fairies.
The thing is, no, listen, no, you're right. Like, I can't prove anything, and like, in my opinion, neither can you. So it's like, there's no point really.
I just
Which is fine. We all have.
Wait,
a lot of people said before, it's all beliefs. So
young man, wait. We are not talking about beliefs here. We can prove, and I can tell you for granted for sure, that the factory Airbus indirectly proves the flat Earth. Using the biggest linear encoders in the world and the most precise. These are ultra precision measuring instruments for linear precision motion positioning.
Let me ask you a question. So, do you
Yeah.
believe that nothing can be proven?
That was for you, Powell.
Well.
Is he gone?
I know he's still there.
So, do you believe that nothing can be proven?
Oh, that will be weird.
Powell, can nothing be proven?
I mean, what do you think, Flower Boy? Do you think that things can be proven?
I honestly have no idea.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that seems honest.
Like I'm not even very I'm pretty stupid, so I don't get any of what anyone's really
Okay,
saying.
could you prove that water is wet?
No, not really.
No, so when you put water on your hands, you don't get wet, or what?
I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
you guess.
Yeah.
So then, what about the fire? Can you prove the fire is hot?
Yeah.
Painfully hot.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So we can't
So
prove
when
stuff.
you put your hand on your stove, can you hold it there or you will pull it away because it's burning hot, your hand?
Pull it away. What's this got to do with anything, though?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we got some
don't really understand
some youngsters
Well, we
in the
got
chat. Like,
Pixel in the chat who says he does have the proof.
I mean, that's the point. I mean, the point was with him that he said pretty much his statement was, "Well, I can't prove anything. Neither can y'all." So,
Did he cut out or is it me? My end.
yeah, you dropped off
He
there.
cut out.
It is a common phenomenon for anyone listening that we do hear that a lot. It's this crabs in a bucket mentality. If I can't get out of this bucket, I'm going to bring everyone else down with me. If I can't prove it, then no one can prove anything. It's obviously kind of a cop out. It's not true. Obviously, on the surface, it's not true. But yeah, I mean, we can dismiss that. So if there's anyone else.
Well, and he's just dismissing what we've shown him too, because we did give him the geometric proof against his globe, and he went, "Well, you guys can't prove anything either." And so, yeah, crabs in the bucket, just trying to pull us right back in, so that we're all in the bucket together. But somebody said something about beliefs. We are actually talking about beliefs. Beliefs. The belief would be the globe.
Yeah.
I mean, you
That's
can
a
put it that
blind
way, sure.
belief. The globe is a blind belief. So, by definition, it's fanaticism.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Globe is the belief, because you guys say that you have proof of water curving, and the conversation goes like this one just did every single time, just about. But Pixel says he has it, so maybe Pixel will be the one.
I said there is proof. I didn't say I have it, though.
Well, how would you know that there is if you don't have it?
Because you can just, see it.
Okay, well, where?
I mean,
that's what we're looking for.
Like, because I don't really understand anything you're saying. Like, I don't really understand any of this, if I'm being
Well,
honest.
maybe like we can match you up with someone that will work a little bit better with your whatever you're need. So, what is it that you need help with, or what are you confused on?
Well, I mean, there's just so many like different questions.
Okay.
But I don't really know which ones to ask.
At the end of the day, I can work with them. I have the beginner's role for Flat Earth, but you guys have a go at them.
Well, why don't we just stick
love
with
to
one
chat
and
with
hash
them.
it out? Take it right to the logical conclusion. Take 1 point instead of like hop, skipping, and jumping from one thing to the other to try to save the globe. Just take one thing, should prove it, and let's just take it to its conclusion.
Yeah. You mind if I talk to Pixel maybe for a little bit?
Yeah, you do it.
Okay. Well, yeah, we want you to be able to make claims and then support the previous claim. So when you say things like, there's lots of proof,
Well, now we need to back that up. So maybe you could just grab one thing that you think is a good proof.
Well, I just mean literally, I've grown up thinking that the Earth is a globe.
Me too.
Everyone I've met thinks the Earth is a globe, so it's
Yeah.
very hard for me to, start believing it's not.
Of course.
We're all in the same boat as you, except we started asking questions.
Yeah, I was just going to say that as well. That I'd say the majority of people here in this panel, if not all of them, were just like you. I mean, I was really passionate about the space and all that stuff as well. So the thing is, you want to go and test your beliefs, right? Like this is a battleground. So you want to be able to charge into battle with a strong sword, a sword that's been tested with fire. But if you have a paper sword, it might not hold up very well. So go and check to see if what the things that you believe are true. You said there's lots of proofs. Well, go and grab one and see if it holds up. So let's find one and see how it goes. Is there something that you feel is like a good proof for the globe?
How about all the pictures?
Pictures? Okay.
I don't know, how we've gone to space and we've taken pictures and stuff.
Usually my response to that is something along the lines of, well, there are also pictures of like the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and stuff like that. So we can't just go off of pictures, right?
Well, yeah, but those are pictures that have nothing behind them. They're just pictures with a story. But
the globe is
lots of people believe it. I just don't understand why would we lie, or I just don't get it.
Yeah. Well, remember, as I said earlier, I don't know if you were here or listening, but just try to be like a good judge, like if you were in a courtroom. So you wouldn't sit in the judge's chair and say, well, I don't understand why these people would lie. Why would they lie? You'd want to look for that evidence,
Okay.
Well, we do have pictures, though, of Earth's flat surface. We were just talking about it, right? And that's what I said invalidated the pictures that they're showing you from so-called space, right? Those two things can't work together. They both can't be true. They're incompatible. Either the surface is curving the way that they say that it is, the way that it has to in order for those, pics from so-called space to be reality, or not.
Let's not forget we're talking about pictures that they literally tell us that they create and how they create them. The artist imagery. They tell us how they make the pictures. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, you guys know that, right?
What? That they make the images.
Yeah, they're
But
admitting
Those
composites in
images for
Photoshop.
Earth.
NASA has to actually put all the pictures together. There's a lot of people who actually do this job who have actually shown how they actually put. There is not actually one single photo of an actual sphere Earth. It has not been pieced together. So they admit this. It's on their websites even. So there is not a single
picture from space.
non manipulated picture that just doesn't exist. There's not one.
And of course there isn't. Because the Earth would have to be curving to be that thing in the picture, and we checked and it isn't. So yeah, they're cartoons, guys.
Yeah, they're all
In
cartoons.
all pictures of the Earth, you need to use a lot the clone tool in Photoshop to create globe Earth picture.
Okay, so if they control the images and stuff, or whatever,
Yeah, when you use the clone tool to create a image, you leave a specific mark, on that image, and that is detectable with today's software for recognition of using digital tools to alter photographs or pictures.
They also just freely admit it, though, that they are pieced together photos. What's the word? I can't think of the word.
They are stitched together on
Yeah,
a
but there's a
ball.
word.
Yeah.
It's composite.
Yeah.
CGI. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
can I
they
just-
admit don't have one single actual photo. It doesn't exist. They
They
don't
do
have it.
pretend that they have some real ones, but they
Right.
can't anyway.
Yeah.
They can't anyway because you can't have a thermodynamics violation in the sky, and the Earth is not a globe, measurably so. So yeah, it's not possible.
Right.
And what ordinary people do not know is that in the 80s and 90s, the US military had a secret military project called Argus IIS. Argus is the name of the Greek mythological god, the god of 1,000 eyes. And this was a high altitude drone with a array of 5 megapixel video cameras networked together, and they created an algorithm that was able to use all those cameras as one eye, and which had a property like multifocus imaging. So when you're taking a picture with that camera, you can actually zoom in, and you don't lose much resolution. You have, but those pictures are also very big in size, 1.8 terabytes or something like that. In those times, it was quite a lot. So the U.S. military used this drone to digitally take pictures over the world. Yeah, they built this database, and they have marked their locations of interest and censored, blurred stuff, and then they allowed NASA access to this database so they can use it. Yeah.
Hey guys, real quick.
Pictures with the whole world.
We
And
want to make
these,
sure we're talking to the people that are
Yeah.
here. So
He talked for a few minutes, and they're just going to
Go
check
ahead.
out. We have to have a back and forth.
Yeah.
let's go for some engagement. Ask them some questions. See if you can have them talk. If we just talk for 15 minutes straight, they're not going to listen to what we're saying.
Yeah, they're going to check out
Just
big
want
time.
to say, this is how they made it. So, yeah.
Yeah, they're fabrications, they're composites, and they admit
Yeah.
that most of the time. And they also have to be, as they say in their own words.
Yeah.
Right?
It is-
But
yeah.
guys, what do you think?
Robert
has to be.
Yeah. What do you think of what's been said so far, Globers?
Honestly, I don't really know. You were talking about like a database and stuff. I'll be honest, I didn't really understand what you were saying, to be honest. I
He's
didn't really
just
get
saying
it.
that they take different pictures of the Earth's surface, they stitch them together, they wrap them around a ball, and they come out with these globe pictures that they show you.
Alright.
That's how it's
So,
done.
wait, can I ask? So, do you believe that we went to like space?
No, space is a thermodynamics violation, and the sky cannot be that.
Okay.
So it's like asking, do you believe that people went to Neverland?
So,
We're enclosed. We have to
I
be
don't
enclosed to
really.
have air pressure here, and there's no adjacent outer space vacuum. That just goes
So, like,
on
if
infinitely.
you just went up, let's just say you could fly up. Like, I don't really understand. Like, what would happen? Like, would you?
You'd have to run into an enclosure of some sort somewhere.
Right. Well, I like the energy Pixel brings. Maybe we can try to match his energy a little bit. It seems pretty chill. So let's try
Yeah,
to.
I don't know.
Let's try to.
I'm trying to understand, but it's just like I don't really get any of this stuff, so it's hard for
Yeah.
me to
Well, let's
understand.
try to. I'll try to help you out a little bit. So one of our arguments is about gas pressure. So we challenge just about everyone that comes here. Can you demonstrate to us or anyone gas pressure without a container? So just for an example of gas pressure with a container, like a car tire, right? If you want to have like 35 psi inside your tire, you need a container to contain that gas pressure. So if you don't have the container, how are you going to get 35 psi to stick to a rim? You know what I mean? So that's just one example. Another example might be like something like a 2 liter of Coke. If I open the container, maybe leave it on the counter for a week, the gas pressure moves from a higher pressure area to a lower pressure area. And that's the second law of thermodynamics. So we would challenge that you need a container to have the pressure. So this would also relate to the air that we breathe. So if there's gas pressure, then you would just logically infer that it would also need to be contained. So that's what Central or Shooter is telling you, is that there's no really, I mean, the way we see things, you can't really leave because we're inside of a closed system. So if we would be open to the idea that you could leave the system if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container. As far as we're aware, you need to have the containment for gas pressure. And I can post some things for you as well in the chat just to sort of back that up, just so it's not like, well, this flat earther is saying this. It's not just me saying it as well. So I'll post some stuff in the chat to support what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's thermodynamics, entropy, equilibrium. The gas will disperse to fill the available volume always, and they're saying that there is an available volume of an infinite vacuum in the sky with no enclosure, no separation between us and it. How can that be?
Man, listen, that's above my head when I first came into this. So listen, here's what we
But
should do.
we have to talk to him about it because he asked about space.
Okay, right. Okay, so what I'm saying is maybe, just maybe, we should pick one thing, see that he understands it, and then say, okay, cool, now please go research that, and then stop, because if we bombard everyone with everything every time, some people are just going to say, fuck it, I don't care.
Oh, I know. Most of them do that anyway.
Yeah, you actually didn't come down to his level. You're just spurting things at him, and he may not be getting it.
Well, I mean, what did we spurt at him? That a car tire, the pressure of the tire is going to go high to low if you pop the tire. Like, you get that, right, Pixie?
Yeah, but you're talking about the world, man. Like, a lot of people don't know how to make the connection between tire pressure and the pressure we breathe. They don't know it's the same exact thing, just on a bigger scale. They're not putting two and two together there. And another thing is, it's not their fault, but we don't have to go there. But yeah.
Yeah, but they also don't know that they have any reason to think that that can occur with the sky. It's just a story they've been taught. They've got no practical demonstration of anything like that existing, right? So.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And that realization can come later.
Well, that's what we're trying to get them to.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay. I agree totally. I'm not trying to throw wrenches in gears to try to help out. So think of a basketball.
If you can bring it down for them, yeah, just do it.
All right. So think of a basketball, right? And then think of a sphere. They say the Earth is a globe, a sphere. And so basketballs and globes, right? They're both spheres. Well, for them to exist, they both have to be contained so that they can have pressure. That's it.
Inside a closed system, inside a closed chamber.
Right, sealed up. It's all sealed up. Nothing's escaping.
Yeah.
There's not even a little peep, a little tiny bit of air escaping. It's completely sealed up. Earth is, and a basketball is the same thing.
Yes.
So nothing is leaving Earth. Nothing is leaving Earth. How about that?
Basketballs get flat.
It has to be. It has to be
honest,
sealed up because it has to be sealed up because the definition of gas pressure is the number of collisions of the molecules with the walls of the container. This is the definition of gas pressure.
Yeah.
So this can happen only inside a closed container.
Go ahead, Pixel.
So I was just trying to like wrap up what you were trying to not wrap it up. I mean, So you're trying to say that Earth is not.
It's
like
contained.
The Earth that I believe is not
contained,
enclosed.
yes.
But the Earth you believe is.
The world
Guys,
has
finish
a container.
Gotta let him finish. Please let him finish. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, go ahead.
So so I'm just looking at the images in like the chat or whatever.
Mhm.
Like this one is like a depiction of like I don't know. I don't think you like this word. That like a disc with like a what, like a enclosed thing around it.
Well, that pizza Earth.
Let him finish speaking,
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
So like, so I don't get it. So is that image like you see the image in chat? If you like scroll up, and it's called like globe head logic, and then it's like crazy and then normal.
Yeah, that one's
Miguel
just a meme.
Souza.
That one's
See?
just a meme. Just so you know, that one's just a
Yes.
silly meme. Okay.
Oh, okay. Because the thing is, like, I haven't seen like I don't really know what it's meant to look like. Because all I've seen is images of flat Earth, which is like a disc. So I don't.
Right.
But then you say it's not a disc, but it's just flat. But I don't know like what does that look like? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, brother. If the Earth is a closed system, which is what we're trying to get at, it's not like we can leave and get the perspective like you would get a perspective on a puppet on your hand. So we don't really know what this place looks like. We can't leave and then turn around and look back. So if it is closed, that's what we're trying to argue. So I usually frame it. That's why I don't know if I asked you in the chat, but I asked some people, what shape is a lake? So
I didn't get that question.
Sometimes lakes are shaped irregularly. I'm not saying that the Earth is like that, but what if it is? Then how could we say what shape that is for real? You know what I mean?
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
When we say flat, we really are just talking about the surface. It's a description of a surface. Flat isn't a shape, so it doesn't have to be a disc or a magic carpet or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, flat is an aspect of a shape. Now, clearly it's some kind of shape, the Earth, but
Of a surface. Yeah.
but come with me on this journey. Assume for a second we don't know the size or shape of this Earth upon what we live. We can't find the boundaries, and apparently when we try to go look, we're met with military. They don't want us to go checking the edges of shit.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. It was just a sec.
Go ahead.
So okay, wait. I was gonna ask a different question, but I don't know if we like want to finish the one we already started.
Yeah, let's wrap her up. What did you get from what's been said?
So I mean,
What do you think?
I think what I'm getting is basically you're trying to say that we're in like an enclosed space, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
The Earth is a closed system.
And
we cannot leave the Earth.
Okay. So
that was just Bill Nye, just a funny.
What's it like? What's it like enclosed by? Like,
okay, well maybe.
So we don't know the makeup,
know.
the composition of the container, whatever it would be. Yeah. We're basing this off of gas law, the behavior of gas, right? We know that if you don't have containment for it, that it just disperses to fill the volume, right? So we don't see any possible way that there can be an infinite volume of extremely low pressure outer space right next to us, you see?
Right, but I don't understand how like flat Earth fixes that, if you know what I mean. Like why is there an enclosed like
there has to be, just because of the natural behavior of gas, or else that gas that we're breathing right now would have just left, right? It would have just fucked off into the infinite volume of outer space that they say is right there, right?
Maybe we can teach him what an antecedent relationship is.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so like what an antecedent relationship is should hopefully help you understand why the containment is important when you have gas pressure. Some examples you hear in the server. I like to bring up example about a banana. Well, as far as I'm aware, bananas come from a peel. Unless you've seen some peelless bananas in nature, please correct me there. But I would say that, you can't have a banana. You can't go eat a banana unless it came from some sort of peel. Other people might use steak as an example. If we're having steak, and of course, we're not talking about tofu or any fake things, it had to have come from a cow. So when you ask us questions like, where is the container? I see that as asking questions like, when we're having dinner with steak, what was the cow? What did the cow look like? What color was the cow? I'm actually not sure. I can't give you that information. All we know is that this steak had to have come from a cow. So that's sort of hopefully that helps you understand what an antecedent relationship is. So I posted in the chat earlier some support from Omerhurst and NASA.gov who are also saying that you have to have the container for pressure, right? So we're just saying that the antecedent relationship for gas pressure is the container. We can't show you what it's made of or where it is or what it looks like, but we know it has to be there.
Well, there's one thing I could add real quick, is that we're open to the steak possibly having come from not a cow if you can demonstrate it.
Okay.
You'd have to demonstrate it, right?
Bananas come from trees.
Yeah, and we're open to a banana not having come from a tree if it can be demonstrated, but nobody ever has. Nobody has ever demonstrated gas acting the way that they say it does in the outer space situation. So that's where we're at.
Okay. So, I mean, you probably get this question a lot, so I'm sorry about that. But I was gonna ask, like, if you go in a straight line, right, then you always come back around to where you came from, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, you're thinking of a globe and going in a straight line, but here's the question: are there straight lines on a globe?
Well, I mean, what I mean by is, like, if you go straight forward, that's just you're going forward.
But the line is curving, so it's not straight if you're just going like straight on a globe, right?
So
No, but
I think we can answer this question a little more simplistically and directly.
I'm just
So
trying
if
to
you're
get him to
going
think about it.
straight, if you're going straight, so what you and I were taught is the North Pole is not a pole because it's not a ball. It's a north center point. As far as we know, it's a real place. We don't really know what's there because you're not actually allowed to travel within a 500-mile radius of the north center point, or North Pole, if you want to call it that. You're not allowed to fly within a 500-mile radius of it, and you're not allowed to walk within a 500-mile radius of it. And just the same thing goes with the 60th parallel south. You're not allowed to freely sail or fly or travel on foot independently beyond the 60th parallel south. And so, but basically, to answer your question a little further, is if you start going, even if you're going north, eventually, if you're going in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going south. Do you understand that? And eventually you would run into the physical barrier that causes us to have gas pressure to begin with. Because you can't have pressure, period, you can't have pressure itself without a container. Because remember, pressure is caused by one thing pressing against another.
Way more simple than that, which is just that you're going in a circle if you end up where you began.
Well, yeah, but that'd be circumnavigation, like hypothetically along the equator or something like that. You'd just be making a giant circle around north, and so it might seem like a straight line. Certainly, at least if you're walking and doing this over years or whatever, or sailing with an actual sailboat, that would take a lot longer. So it might seem like you're going a straight line, but as long as you're using a compass and you're going directly east or west, you're just making a giant circle. You're always correcting to the north.
Okay. I still don't really.
Well, my point was when I started with the globe, right? I said there's no straight lines on it. You're just going in a circle around the globe. The same thing actually happens on a plane. The cardinal directions, east and west, they're actually just circles around north. That's kind of what Orion was just explaining. So all you've done in either case is go in a circle. So yeah, you can do that in a flat plane. You can do that around your neighborhood. The street's flat. You can walk in a circle. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's going due west or due east. And if you're asking about dead reckoning, Orion sort of covered that with you'd be going south. And we also said that there's certain areas of this earth that you're not really able to just go freely travel to. So that would be a little bit of a dilemma there. But does that answer your question, Pixel, where you were asking about going east or west or dead reckoning, heading straight?
I
usually get what you guys are asking.
I mean, it's like you're saying, like east, north, south, west. I don't really I just don't really get.
Right. Well, you said go forward on a globe. So usually, if you look at that from the globe side, they say that when they go around, they're not going north south. People go east to west. So that wouldn't be if you think about it, that wouldn't be a straight line. You're going in a circle around the globe, of course. So that's a circle there. But the same thing actually applies. You'd come back right where you started, right? So the same thing applies on a flat plane. If you're going east or west, you're going in a circle around north, and you can come right back where you started. Think about you walk outside your house, your front door, and then you go around and come back right where you started. So you just did a circle around a north point, a center point. You just went east or west. But if you're asking about like, okay, so if it's flat, let's just go straight in one direction. That would be called, I believe that's called dead reckoning. If you do that, then you'd be heading south. If you just keep going straight. And the problem Orion already covered is that there are certain areas of this Earth that we just can't freely explore to, which would be the south.
So it basically, if we went straight south, we wouldn't be allowed to go there.
To Antarctica.
Yeah.
Antarctica.
Correct.
We can't go to Antarctica.
The Antarctic Treaty has never been broken.
Right.
By
And-
any nation.
And in 1957, this document from that year, it was classified. It's on a CIA website, and they talk at Antarctica about flat Earth and the firmament.
Right.
Okay. I
Isn't
think I
that
get-
how that makes sense on your globe? So we are talking about a container, and this document is talking about the firmament. You cannot have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. So there's a container. So this 1957. What happened? 1958. NASA, the creation of NASA. And if you want to believe NASA, then you have to explain why they show us a rat on space. I'm gonna post a rat on space on the rocket.
Okay, yeah.
So you have to prove if space exists after
Alright.
this.
They
Let's
show what on space? NASA shows us a what?
A rat.
Yeah,
But let's
A rat?
let's stay focused here, fellas. So Pixel, I think you were
And
going to say something.
yeah, rat. You can check this.
Yeah, I'm
on
just having a hard time understanding what you said. The word.
Yeah,
What?
he said a rat. That mouse that was on the
Look.
SpaceX rocket fraud. That
Look.
little rat that was on the rocket. Okay,
Yeah,
but that's a whole nother topic, though. So let's
Yeah,
just stay focused on what
but
we're talking about here and drive
if,
the point home.
This is from NASA YouTube channel.
In the.
So how can a rat be on space?
Dude, it's just a video. Come on, it's just a video. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean there's a rat in space or not. Come on, dude.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what rats. I
He
don't know
didn't
what
ask
rats you've
about
been
that.
seeing.
He didn't ask about that, right? So let's
Yeah, he's
just-
wondering about directions, right? He's
Well-
wondering about circumnavigation, right?
So
Yeah,
forget
I
NASA.
get that now. There's a north point in the middle,
Yeah,
and then we go around that when we go east or west. And
That's
if you go
right, you got
south,
it.
You hit the Antarctic.
you got
in
it.
a mile circle, and you'll come back to where you started. But you can't
You
go
got it.
north to west. You can't go north to south to north. That's the problem, and that's where the globe model fails. You can't go north to south to north and end up on the other side.
Okay. Wait, can I just talk about this GIF of this rat?
so you
Now you want?
Okay. I don't know.
Well,
I just
we
wanna
can
say,
go
I
on to
don't know
that.
what
We wrapped
rats.
up the
I don't
last
know what
thing.
rats you've been seeing, but that doesn't really look like a rat, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
What does it
it doesn't look, but
It just
it
looks
looks like.
it's just a bit of rocket. I mean, it's grey.
That's a
Yeah,
space
but-
rat.
But the only thing about that though is you can't. That's not proof of anything because somebody can easily have manipulated that video, so you can't really use it.
Does it come? It comes from NASA themselves, right?
Yeah, NASA YouTube channel. So
Yeah.
you believe
What,
NASA?
what I'm
So
saying is there
so-
could be someone who intercepted it, and
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah. It's better just
you
to
don't-
do
look
measurements
like
of the Earth, you know.
I don't-
Sorry,
it
but,
doesn't
look like a
uh,
rat.
by the way, I was there watching that live stream at that day.
Oh, you were watching it live and it happened.
Yeah, on
Different.
NASA
I have to
YouTube
take your
channel.
word for it, but
So
that's all I can do.
So
Hang
yeah,
on. Doesn't look like a rat. Does it look like a mouse with big ears? Tell me.
yeah.
That's some big ass ears. That's some big ass ears.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So so you believe NASA? This was made on the studio and a more CGI, so you can still believe in NASA.
How do bubbles in space
Hey,
happen?
I'm watching the
Guys,
the
come
CERN live
on.
feed from yesterday, so you guys should check that out.
There are countless anomalies in NASA's videos because they are faked in studios in Hollywood basements.
Okay. So
And in
Hold on, Jimmy G.
NASA also has
About to say something. Let him do it. Yeah, have a conversation.
swimming pool.
Go ahead, Pixel,
NASA
please.
has.
I
Go
don't want to
ahead,
Yeah,
interrupt.
don't
anyone.
monologue on him. Let him respond and go
I
back and
don't
forth.
want. I don't
I'm not
want to
trying to cut you off
interrupt
yet, but
anyone.
just do
We
that.
want to
Yeah.
hear from the youngsters, okay?
Okay, I tried to ask this question before, but I kind of got shut down. So I don't really know, like, if I want to ask it again. But
Go ahead, ask.
so you're saying, oh, like you're like NASA, or whatever. They like fake everything, or they tamper with everything. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
So
They're liars.
but like, why though?
That doesn't help us verify whether the ground is curved or not, okay? Remember how we want to look for evidence and not motive. We may not ever know a motive. So what's the point of sitting here and speculating of why they're doing this and why they're doing that? Let's just prove whether the ground is curved or not, so we can all go home.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you know which human practice ritual gave birth to NASA?
No.
The circus. Back in the days, you had clowns, yeah, running, jumping, spinning on those wires, hanging wires, and they were doing a great show. And they also had, like in the 1800s, circuses where they were selling a trip to Mars for 10 cents. So in those times, it was a pure religion, fantasy. But
Wait,
nowadays,
what did that look like?
it's
The trip to
real.
Mars. Did they like open up the tent and it looked like a bunch of red rocks? What did that look like? No, never mind. Whatever.
I can post the picture so you can see it.
Well, his last question was kind of the why thing, right? We've been showing you the what. We've been talking about their globe claim, and we've been trying to match it to reality and finding, of course, there's no match. And now you've gone to why, as if you not being able to fathom a motive for this story means that it must be true. But that doesn't logically follow, does it?
Well,
the last time I lied is because I wanted to cover up the truth.
People lie because they can.
But it doesn't mean that I didn't lie.
The reason I asked why is just because, like, you know, why do all this effort? I mean, I understand you're saying this. We don't know, so there's no point in asking. But still, it's just like.
I mean, I can speculate about it with you, but I just want to make sure that when you ask why, you're not going, well, I can't think of a reason why they would, so the globe must still be true, right? Because that's not logical.
Well, it's not like the.
Like, I mean, if you want to ask why, okay, yeah, the globe isn't matching reality. Why are they saying that? Like, that's valid. But to try to throw everything under the bus that we've shown you just because maybe you don't know why they would be lying about stuff, yeah, don't do that. It's irrational.
Like if you kill somebody in court, they're going to say, we're going to let you off because we can't see why you would do that. So we're just going to let you off. Is that what happened?
Right, you want to look for the evidence. You may not ever know why.
I got a question too. For a second, okay, no one gets paid to sit here and talk to you about this stuff. You know, we're all busy. We got shit to do.
Why would we lie?
Why would we sit here and lie to you? We have no motivation. It sucks to be a flat earther in this world. It's not fun. Why the hell would we sit here and do this? It's not like we're crazy. Yeah. We've been talking for a while now. You know we're not crazy. Well, I might be crazy, but you know what I mean now.
Yeah.
So what he's just saying is we don't get money for this, but NASA gets $50 billion a year. That's posted, $20 million per day to do what they do. So there's a money motive. If you think money's important, there's a money motive why they would lie to keep their show going, and we don't have that here. in this server.
Billions and billions and billions and billions.
Did you guys like grow up believing the Earth was flat, or did you
No.
think it was
No
the
chance.
globe, and then
No,
you changed or
no.
whatever?
Strongly
into the
Globers.
brought up on
Strongly
the
into the
same
globe.
Yeah, same globe indoctrination everybody else is brought up on. The only thing
Yeah.
we did was take the claim, the model, try to match it to reality, see if there was a match, and found that there wasn't, so we went with that.
But
Honestly,
we
it's
do
probably
have
easier to
a
think
hand of people here who were raised in the flat earth mentality
Homeschool.
since they were born. Yeah, yeah.
Or Amish. Homeschool or Amish. Otherwise, there's no way you would have a flat growing up.
And the first question I asked wasn't, why would they lie? The first question I asked, well, is there a lie even, right? And once you get to the point where you're like, yeah, this isn't adding up, the globe doesn't match, then maybe you start to speculate about why the hell are they doing that. But only then.
Okay.
I've only heard two people in the past 7 years that were brought up flat earthers. One said he was a geocentrist, so he kind of left out the flat earther part. So he was kind of halfway there. And the other one was a native from Canada. She was a pilot. So a Native American who was a pilot. And she said that the elders of her community, I think her father or maybe grandfather, the native culture, they said the world was flat. But this goes for all native cultures at one point, except for, I guess you could make an argument the Greeks and the people in the mystery schools. Maybe you could make an argument for the Egyptians. But at one point, everybody thought it was flat.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of goes without saying because it's self-evident that the Earth is flat and stationary. It's our base axiom. We observe it as flat, we feel it as stationary, and I've never observed gas pressure existing without a container anywhere. So it's our base axiom. So the only reason why any of us ever believed that the Earth was a spinning ball in the vacuum of space is because we were told it several times growing up.
And actually, the globe earth belief religion started becoming normal and popular only 100 years ago. Before that, it was a occult religion. So people were practicing it in secrecy by not exposing themselves, because if they were found to be believers in globe earth, they would have been burnt alive on a stake.
I don't even know if it was 100 years, bro. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
my grandfather's 94, and he had never even heard of the globe.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's Italian, been living in an English-speaking country for 70 years, but still never even heard of the Earth being a ball. And I mean, I've seen several people spoken to that are, in their late 90s or 100, and they were like, yes, it was always taught to be flat.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked, though, Pixel. I think it's important to understand that, we definitely used to believe it. It's like people come here often and they just seem to just keep repeating, or they regurgitate the story that we already know. They feel like if I just say it one more time, you know what I mean? They don't realize that we already know the narrative already, the mainstream narrative. So I'm glad you asked to see, well, were you guys globe earthers before? Yeah, we were. Strongly, most of us. I know I was. So you don't have to, not you in particular, but these people, they don't have to just keep retelling the story. Like, we already know what it is. So we just want to try and prove it. That's what we want to do.
So what is like, I don't know if, like, what is your like kind of goal, or is there one? As in, let's say I believe flat Earth now, or whatever. Like, how does that change?
Just to
my
spread
life
the
or
truth.
anything?
Spread the
Just spread
truth.
the truth.
Yeah, man, listen, I got to chime in real quick. I'm doing it because I love you. I don't even know you. I hear your voice. I love you already, okay? I don't want you to be lied to. I don't want you to sit around and have somebody get the one up on you and capitalize on how they can trick you. That's fucked up. And I love you, and I don't want you to have to go
Yeah.
through that. That's why I do it.
Bravo, Fraud.
Truth sets you free.
The way I see it, you're on your own journey. Like, this place is here for the people that make it here. We're not going out, and we didn't go to find you. You know what I mean? You found yourself here, so this is a journey for you. And we're not trying to get the numbers up or recruit people. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I joined just because I don't know. I just wanted to see what your point of view is, I guess.
That's good. That's good. You're not going to hear this point of view from YouTube or any of that
I mean,
stuff,
like,
mainstream.
No offense, but outside of here, if people think flat earthers are just kind of a bit, crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's
But
just
I don't
what the
know.
mainstream says.
But I've always asked, like, but why? Like, why don't they believe it though?
Mhm.
What's the point? So that's why I just kind of joined. I just want to like hear, your view on it.
Yeah.
No problem. Do you feel like you got a better understanding, or you still have some questions?
I mean, I don't believe it. Sorry.
Well, neither do we, though.
But
There's really no beliefs that we have provided you. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, just like I don't think I'm really. This isn't really something I can really like change my view on. I don't think, unless I don't know, 100% factual evidence was shown.
Right.
As
Well,
in,
but it's
yeah,
not an
I don't know.
overnight process for sure. And just keep in mind. Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Can I just pick up on that? You just said you don't think that this is something you can change your belief on.
Well, I mean, I don't think I could. No.
Don't you find that for someone looking for evidence and proof?
I don't really understand you. Sorry.
Yeah, they didn't come
Can't
through
really
very
hear
clear,
you.
Crypto. One more time.
It might be the feedback in my car. Give me a sec. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you just said that this new subject that you're just talking to us about now, you've made the positive statement that you can't change your mind about it. Is that the kind of mindset that you think will lead you to any kind of knowledge or truth?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't really come here looking for truth. I more just came here looking at the other. I wanted to hear the other side's point of view. I wanted to understand them.
But that's why you could, like, the reason you go and see two sides of a story is because you're looking for truth. There's no other reason.
I mean, I'm not really. I don't know. I didn't really come here to become a flat earther. I just came here to hear why.
Forget the labels. Forget the labels. No one's trying to convert you. Like, this isn't a cult. No one's trying to, like, I don't care really what you believe. What I'm interested in is your mindset of immovable belief, right? So why do you have an immovable belief in the globe?
Because there's just it doesn't really make sense, I guess.
Well, the globe doesn't make sense.
No, like flat Earth.
Not talking about flat Earth. I'm asking about your immovable belief in the globe.
So you're saying my immovable point of view that the Earth is a globe, as in
Yeah, it could be a dinosaur, it could be a flat, it could be you could be on the inside of a ball. There's like thousands of different possibilities. You're saying that there is absolutely no way that anyone will convince you that it's not a globe, and I'm asking you why.
because it's
Could
unless
it be
I said if you could. I said if there was 100% factual proof and evidence, then I would, because that's
What proof have you been shown? What proof have you been shown to put you in the globe camp so firmly?
Lots of things. There's images. There's lots of everything makes sense if it's a globe.
But you said 100% factual truth. Pictures aren't that.
Well,
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, we're looking for that, right? So, again, forget flat Earth. We're just talking about your belief. Like, I could tell you I believe in Bigfoot, and you would be like, ha ha ha, what an idiot, you believe in Bigfoot. And then I'm like, oh, but images, you would consider me loony. But this is what you're saying to me, why I should believe in a globe, or at least why you believe in a globe, is images. But it wouldn't prove to you that
Well, it's
Bigfoot
more than
exists.
images. I mean,
Well,
I
what
can't
else?
really say everything because I don't have everything with me. I didn't come here with
But you did
evidence
say
to
there was
prove it. So
100% factual.
One
Well,
other
this
thing.
is
no, I didn't say it was 100% factual. I said I would change my point of view if there was 100%, evidence.
But you don't
fact.
have that for your current beliefs, though.
I know.
Yeah,
but
that's the point I'm getting to. You have an immovable belief based on very little evidence, and you are expecting a much higher standard of evidence to move from that belief. That is itself called anchor bias, and it's a specific issue with people who grew up believing thing X, and it afflicts all different kinds of worldviews and cultures and different types of people. But you just have something called anchor bias. There's no reason, if you've not actually if you've been shown things that wouldn't convince you of Bigfoot, then they shouldn't convince you of the globe.
Well, okay. I mean,
Well, just think about it.
I don't really get like where you're trying to go.
It boils down to two things. It's eyewitness testimony and pictures. So with the vacuum of space or the globe or whatever, you have eyewitness testimony and pictures. And with Bigfoot, you have eyewitness testimony and pictures. I don't believe in Bigfoot because my standard of evidence for Bigfoot to be real is higher than eyewitness testimony and pictures. And same thing with the vacuum of space.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying to you is, like, you're saying you couldn't possibly be convinced of not being on a globe, but the evidence standard that you're presenting seems to be quite low, and so then you should be believing all manner of weird and wonderful stuff because it has the same evidence standard.
Right. In the same way that you're looking for 100% factual proof to move you away, we're doing the same thing. We want that same 100% factual proof for the globe.
Well, I'm not trying to
don't have a double standard here.
Really convince anyone.
But it's not about us, guys. It's about his worldview. I just want to.
If you want to believe in other different
No,
things,
it doesn't matter what I believe. Doesn't matter. We're talking about your immovable belief in the globe, right? I don't know why. Like, guys, you just need to.
Sorry, Crypto. My bad.
Stick to this, okay? Because this is your worldview. That no one else has given this to you, not in this chat at least. Like, you're telling us that you can't move off the globe because they have pictures, right? But if you went into a Bigfoot server and said to them, well, what convinces you of Bigfoot? And they went pictures, you'd laugh at them. You'd laugh at them. So why are you expecting us not to laugh at you?
Because, well, I just said pictures as like an example. That's not like everything I'm basing it on, obviously.
Okay, well, what else?
Yeah, what else,
I
bro?
mean, well, you see, I already said this. I didn't come in here with like a bunch of information I googled and stuff.
That's fair. It's fine. We don't want to burn you at the stake. It's not a witch trial. All I'm saying is that your faith is misplaced. You need to actually really think about this. Don't just go with, because at the moment it seems to me like you got pictures, you got narrative, but really what you're actually convinced by is societal norms. You're very, very heavily influenced by not wanting to be the weird flat earth guy, right? And so quote unquote, that we're wrong because that's reinforced on the TV every day. That's reinforced by lots of popular people, and you don't want to be the weird flat earth guy. I get it. I don't want to be the weird flat earth guy either. Unfortunately, it's actually got nothing to do with me or you. We're talking about the environment in which we live. The earth is either flat or it isn't, based on whether the earth is flat or not. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the societal norms and the societal pressure to conform to belief system X just doesn't matter. You just need to just discard it.
Well, I don't believe in globe Earth because I'm pressured to believe it. I just believe.
But you don't have any evidence.
Well, we can
Just get
we're
one
gonna
of them.
start repeating
Okay.
ourselves.
We're not going to flame you. We just want to know like what things you're leaning on. If it's not just based on belief, it should be based on some evidence. So
Well, no, look, bro. If I really believed something wholeheartedly, and you're like, "Oh, why do you believe it?" I could probably give you 5 to 10 different reasons. Like, but if I couldn't give you 5 to 10 really good reasons, then I would have to wonder why I believe that myself, and then it has to start getting fuzzy. Because if you had proper evidence, you'd have already presented it. I'm not having a go at you for not having this evidence. Most people in this debate on your side don't think they need any evidence because they already think that scientists proved it, right? But the problem is that they didn't. They didn't prove it. They're just asserting that scientists proved it. They don't actually present anything. And this is the game we're playing with people. It's normally about people's egos and it's not about the evidence.
Okay. But you see, in my eyes, we're going on about like you said like Bigfoot. You said that as an example before with images, but
yeah,
in my eyes, in my point of view, we have like gone to space and seen videos and images of it, and I have no reason to really believe. I have no reason to believe that they would really like lie about that.
Oh yeah,
But
you do.
You take those pictures on belief in the first place, though. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, the reason you have to sorry, I've only got a few minutes. That's why I want to get in as much as I can.
Yeah.
The reason that you have to disbelieve them is that your natural world, your environment, doesn't comport to their claims, and that's the reason you have to doubt them. So, I could tell you any number of like fantastical lies, and you would believe it because they have no reason to lie. That doesn't make any sense. Like if they said to you, "Oh yeah, actually, the Earth is a dinosaur, and grass is really just tiny, like dinosaur scales." Like you would believe it because you have no
because
reason.
you can like look at grass and say, well, it's not.
Well, no, but they're telling you that it's just really tiny dinosaur scales and it's just like fragmented. You'd believe it because they told you.
Well, no, because there's not just one person there's multiple different like people.
Yeah, but they're
It's not
educated in that system. How do you think that people get degrees in these fields? Well, they study the books, they regurgitate what's been taught to them, and then they get those grades, and then they repeat those same answers. How do you think the system? Dude, do you have a degree?
No.
Okay, I've got 2 degrees. I can tell you that the way to get a degree isn't about being clever, and it's not necessarily about actually knowing the subject. Certainly not in any kind of philosophical sense. The way to get a degree is to basically plod and tell them the answers that they want to hear. That's how you get a degree. So does that mean that you actually have knowledge in that area? Well, maybe. But most people who do degrees, and you could verify this with anyone who's done a degree, most people who have done degrees who then go and do a job in that field, most of the stuff they learned on their degree, they don't use.
Well, what about like what about like math? Right, we were told 2 + 2 = 4. Do you believe that 2 + 2 = 4?
Well, that you're not in the realm of belief anymore. That's a system that we use as a tool. Okay, so yeah, I mean, in maths 2 + 2 must equal 4 because that's what we agreed on as a convention. So it like belief that you're not in the realm of belief when you're talking about maths.
Well, I just don't really. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, it's an agreed upon convention. Like if when the person who invented maths said actually 2 + 2 = 5, we would all agree that 2 + 2 = 5.
Well,
But
no.
we didn't.
Because you have to explain like why does it equal 5?
Hey, fair enough. Look, you don't need a photograph. You don't need a photograph for eyewitness testimony that 2 + 2 = 4. You demonstrated it on the spot. You take 2 objects, you count them, it's 4. Okay, you have a faculty that allows you to determine that. You don't need extraneous evidence.
So
a better example would be like, think about the guy who said wash your hands, right? the guy who came up with germ theory. So he wasn't just some, random guy, right? He was a physician, and he said to his colleagues, "Hey, the midwives, they got a very high success rate. The mother and the child doesn't die, right? Maybe this is more than a correlation. Why don't you guys try washing your hands after you dig in the dead bodies, the cadavers, and then you go up and deliver the baby, right?" They didn't know about, flesh-eating bacteria that breaks down bodies when they die, right? So what happened? Well, he died in an insane asylum from an infection. Did he know about alcohol and how it could cure his infection? Of course he did. He was a doctor. But why did he die in the insane asylum due to infection? Well, they told him he was crazy and they locked him up, right? Why? Because of orthodoxy. Is that how science rolls? No, science always should be saying, show me. Show me what you got. Like you bring your car to a mechanic, right? What do? You say, show me. He says, you need tire rods, show me, right? You need new tires, show me, right? And then you make a decision based on the evidence, right? You don't just say, oh, tire rods all around, tire rods for everybody, on the house, on me, whatever, right? You don't do that. You say, show me.
Yes. So the point on the table is whether the evidence and the explanation is tangible. So we'll let Crypto continue his point if he's still available.
I've got to go. Yeah, you guys pick it up.
Fair enough. Yes.
Yeah, you can continue.
So, for example, the standard idea about Bigfoot, right? When you think about it, is that he's just some type of hominid, erect hominid, right? In the grand scheme of things, if you think about evolution and all of that, the idea of such a creature existing is not far-fetched at all, right? So people having eyewitness testimony and photographs, why doesn't it convince people? Well, the answer is because it's not socially acceptable, right? That's the only reason. It fits within the narrative in the mainstream status quo for such a creature to exist. So the point of the matter is, like, if you're not going to accept that evidence there, why would you accept it elsewhere? What threshold has to be altered? Because I'll put it to you like this: there's no scientific journal
AI,
or
I think
anything
there's
that's
something wrong
going
with
to
your
accept.
microphone. You keep like getting loud and really quiet
Yeah.
over and over again.
Mm.
Hope that's not just me.
Yeah, no, I hear it
when
as well.
you have two, like if you have two earbuds, the range between your earbuds and your Bluetooth device changes when you turn. Oh, well,
That happens to me on the motorcycle. Right.
The point is, nobody accepts eyewitness testimony and pictures as proof of anything in science community. Period.
I'd reconnect. That's what I.
So, sorry, you said something about, so you said like Bigfoot, and then you said it's not unreasonable to believe Bigfoot is real because technically evolution allows it to exist. Was that?
Well, the existence of a big hairy monster running around in the woods of the Pacific Northwest, that doesn't violate any of the laws of physics, as far as I know. But the existence of the vacuum of space violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure, especially in the way they describe it. 10 to the negative 17 vacuum, millions of miles across, adjacent to gas pressure down here that we breathe, without the gas pressure down here finding its equilibrium up there, without entropy occurring and all the air rushing up there. Very little air down here, very little air up there. No air, not enough air for us to breathe. But the point is, if Bigfoot were to exist, the existence of Bigfoot wouldn't violate any of the laws of physics. But the existence of the vacuum of space, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. So we have a damn good reason to doubt in the existence of it.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So, okay, I haven't really heard anything about, like, so do you believe there's like other planets and stuff like that?
other
We
planets.
observe lights in the sky, but the sun, moon, and stars are just unverified lights in the sky until anyone can directly validate any claims of what they are. The sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah, you went wrong with the word other.
Oh yeah,
No one here
sorry.
is saying that Earth is a planet.
I mean, you know what I
You
mean.
would
Like,
understand
do you
better.
think there's do you think there is planets? As you know, like in our like.
Can I just add one
What
really
do we
quick detail?
know about the planets? This will be a much more pertinent question.
I'll tell you what we know.
because-
They're wandering stars. They're stars that do not move with the other lights in the sky. That's it. That's all we know about them. Heliocentric lore aside.
I might add
Yes, somebody might tell you a story, like a fairy tale, about what they're made of, where they are, what they're doing, but that's just a fairy tale until
And
you
that
can
is
prove
belief. Yeah.
what they are.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what Orion said really quickly. It's like, yes, there's the observation, what we see when we go outside. And two, there's a narrative, a script, a story attached to that observation. So, like, we got to be able to, the story itself doesn't verify, the observation doesn't verify the story, is what I mean. So, we see things in the sky, that doesn't necessarily mean what they're telling us about what we see is true.
Okay. What about like the sun?
We would probably ask you the same thing. What about it?
Well, do you think? Do you think it's hot? Like it makes heat?
Seems to give us heat.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, it has an about 10 petawatts power output. So, yeah, it is a hot light source. But it's definitely not a hydrogen helium nuclear fusion reaction, because hydrogen helium nuclear fusion reaction has never been achieved. Mankind, we are trying to demonstrate it, that this kind of perpetual nuclear fusion can take place, but it actually doesn't. So that's just a tooth fairy.
Yeah, you also got to
If you look into Max Tegmark research, he's a very famous scientist, a pseudoscientist, of course. He was involved in the tokamak nuclear fusion reactor. It is a failed, multi-billion-dollar failed experiment. So, yeah.
Yeah, they tell us a bunch of stuff about the sky and the sun, for instance.
Yeah.
Like the sun is this plasma / gas ball of fire in the vacuum. But there are also other mainstream scientists who don't think that's the case and think it might be solid. And there's all sorts of theories because they don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the spectra is continuous like you would get from the solid, right? So why do they say it's gas anyway?
Yeah, that's why many of them are leaning towards that. But it's just indicative of how they don't know, and they're just making guesses based on what they see and assume.
Can I ask another question about the sun?
Do it.
So, I'm looking at like the concept someone sent in like the channel, the chat, where the sun kind of like goes around the flat Earth. So, but when you view the sun in the sky, it kind of goes from up to down over us. But if we're looking at it like this, then it wouldn't really look like that, right?
No, you're forgetting perspective. Your eyes see in perspective. You do not see an orthographic view.
Mm-hmm. You know, like the vanishing point. Someone brought up a vanishing point. Like when you're in school, when you draw the vanishing point.
Yeah.
It's just moving away from you, so it's not actually going down towards the ground.
Yeah, to give you a physical example, just think of the airplane. The airplane is flying above you at a steady altitude, so an equal distance from the ground to the airplane. But as the airplane comes out of the horizon, it appears to rise and rise and rise until it's right above you, really high above. So it appeared to rise from the ground to the air, and then as it goes over you, it appears to descend down into the ground. It's not going to crash into the ground when it hits the limit of your eyesight or the diffraction limit. It's just going to disappear into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really I don't know what else to ask.
Telephone poles don't get lower. They just appear to.
Right.
I really like using the analogy of the infinite hallway because once you have the infinite hallway example, you see how you cannot see past the point where all the ground, the ceiling, and the walls appear to meet. That's the vanishing point. That's a point where you cannot discern anything. And so when you take the walls away, that point stretches out into a long line we call the horizon.
Angular resolution creates that.
What if you had like a telescope, and then you
That's
could
fine. A telescope has a bigger aperture and therefore can see further. And so you could see further down this hallway, but that telescope also has a limit, the diffraction limit, based on the aperture of the telescope. And so it cannot see past its own limit, just like all optics are limited.
You will see the same thing.
Well, I want to say that if you have a telescope and you look at a horizon, you'll see a horizon that's too far for it to be Earth curve.
Also, I just want to add one thing too. Is like some people, not saying you, Pixel, but some people have this idea that, well, telescopes can see millions and billions and trillions of miles in space. So let me just point it down the street, and then maybe I'll see to China. Well, how come I can't see to China? Yeah, I just find that to be a little bit silly, but I'm sure that's not what you're asking.
Well, I mean,
weather reports, they give you visibility limits, right? And it's like 10, 20 kilometers or something like that. That's because the air is full of stuff. You can't see through it.
Yeah. And one of the best things to show that the horizon is caused by the diffraction limit is simply by taking two optical devices, one that has a really small aperture and then one that has a bigger aperture than your eyes. Because all of a sudden you have three different horizons. You have a horizon that's really close in the tiny aperture. You have a horizon that's just about right for a sphere of the radius of 3959 miles. Which is exactly where they got the globe from, or by looking at the horizon with the eyes and then assuming that it is a ball. But when we look at the horizon with the bigger aperture cameras like the P900, you can actually see 10 times further than would be required on their ball. So the radius value then becomes so large that there's no way for any of this stuff to work. And we've already shown that what they assume is the radius or caused by the radius, the horizon, is actually just within the optics. So us changing optics is not changing the size of the globe from being tiny, the correct size, or way, 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 way too big.
Yeah.
What say you, sir? Any thoughts?
I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I guess.
I tell you what, from tomorrow, start looking at at the world around you from the perspective of a flat earther. You say you are a flat earther, you know the earth is flat, and try to see, find, like, how many times they lie about the shape of this world. Count. You will find it in many ads on television, on news channel, on every news article. You know, even if you read about global warming, yeah, that's a direct thing to the world as a globe. You know,
It's a form of
and
hypnosis.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So can I just ask can I just ask a question about like the sun and the moon again?
Do it.
Okay.
So so how I'm trying to like envision like how does it circle around, or maybe not circle, I don't know like how you describe it, like how does, because the sun, when is the sun's up, the days are longer and then the nights are shorter, so the sun would have to
Depends.
be going slower
Depends where
and
the
the
sun
moon would be
is,
going
right?
faster, right? And then the
Yeah,
moon
yeah.
goes faster.
Now that you understand perspective, I can show you this image, which is taken from the north. I live in Iceland, so I see this every day now. The sun just goes in a big circle, and because I'm on one side of the north, when it's on that side, it's higher in the sky for me, but when it's on the other side, it's very low in the sky.
And the moon does like the same thing.
It's on a different route, but a similar thing.
So when like an eclipse happens where the moon covers the sun, you know,
Have you seen the moon lining up with the sun and eclipsing it before?
well, yeah, I've seen an eclipse before.
But are you sure that that's the moon that's causing that?
Right. I just want to remind you
well,
that there's the observation and then there's the narrative as well. So we do see the eclipses, but that doesn't necessarily mean what they're saying is happening is true.
So they may okay.
The thing is, when there's an eclipse, it can only be seen from certain parts. So a lot of times there's an eclipse and I can't see it, even though like I can see the moon, I can see the sun. It all like the globe just doesn't work. I'm showing you pictures here, for instance, of the selenium, which is when the eclipse happens and the sun is in the sky and the moon is also in the sky, and then what they claim is Earth's shadow comes down onto the moon from above. That is completely geometrically impossible in the globe conception, but since we don't claim what it is, it's perfectly possible in reality.
Okay. I mean, so they basically so an eclipse is not real. Is that what you're saying?
We're just saying that the story
we're
about
not
it is wrong.
saying that.
The story
you're
hasn't been
saying,
validated is all.
You're saying eclipses aren't occurring.
The heliocentric.
No.
Listen.
Wait. He just got to address what he just said, because he thinks that we're
Yeah.
saying that eclipses don't occur. Yes, they occur. We're saying that they don't occur for the reasons that the globe model claims.
Yeah, we're saying eclipses occur when the eclipse occurs. The sun is above the horizon, the moon is above the horizon, and so the excuse that the globers give us that the eclipse is caused by the Earth's shadow makes no coherent sense.
Yeah, I always find that funny for people to say that the ground would be blocking your view of things in the sky. Just think about that for a second. Go ahead, GPG.
Yeah, the selenium eclipse is a impossible eclipse. It happens in daytime. So both luminaries, the moon and the sun, are up in the sky, and the Earth's shadow should be being casted on the moon. For this to happen, the Earth must be between the two bodies to cast a shadow on the moon. If it's outside of them, you can't have Earth casting a shadow.
It must also be a ball.
It's also super damning
Yeah.
because you could if you could even imagine some kind of bending stuff, and it's all bending around the globe to make it appear to be above the horizon. If you imagine all of that, it still does not work, because the shadow that they claim is coming from the object underneath your feet is coming down from above onto the moon. That doesn't work if it's underneath.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of the problem is too, though, the gifts that are shown for the flat Earth are showing like a day, like a snapshot in time. But what I have heard and what I've seen on actual models that go through a whole month cycle is that the moon is losing so as the sun goes around 24 hours, the moon is like an hour off from that. And that's how we get the cycles of the moon. And then there's times of the month where you can't see the moon because the moon is actually in the daytime with the sun, really. I mean, you can see it with the sun sometimes too, but the moon is not rotating at the same on the same time frame as the sun is. So it's losing an hour a day. That's where you get the 30-day cycles. So the way I look at it is if you have a flashlight and you shine a flashlight on an item, right? And the light is there, the light is there, the light is there. And then all of a sudden you get completely opposite of the circle where the moon and the sun are completely opposite ends of that circle. The light of the sun is so far away that it can't hit the moon. And it would then, that item that you were shining your flashlight, if you keep backing up, at some point that object is going to be in darkness. And I think that's what we're seeing because it's losing like an hour a day. And I think when we see the eclipse, it's literally just because the sun's light at that moment from certain parts of the earth where the moon is seen at night, the sun isn't reaching the moon during that small time period. You know what? I don't know how to explain myself, but that GIF is only showing a day. That's not what that GIF, if you spun it for 30 days, it would not look like that. It would be changing. The moon and the sun would be changing positions if you do it over a month.
Correct.
So if you've ever actually watched a whole month or a whole year cycle, which I have looked at on the models, the moon and sun change positions. They don't look opposite the whole month.
All right.
And no one's saying that though.
So what I'm saying is the time when you see the eclipse, the light of the sun is literally too far away. It just is not hitting the moon at all. And you can only see it from certain areas of the earth. Hard to understand unless you've actually seen the model go for a whole entire month. I've actually watched the models go for a whole year.
What are the like models? Like how, you know?
Well, there's programs that run the models, and if you add that GIF you're seeing is just like a day. That GIF is not a whole month or a whole year. So it's hard to envision what they're saying about the eclipse because you're only seeing a snapshot in time on that model that is on the GIF.
Where do you like see the the month model, whatever?
Well, I know people that have the programs that run the models.
It's not, so I wouldn't be able to see it unless there's someone who can.
I think people have put it on video. I've seen it on videos too, like longer videos where they've ran like a whole month cycle. I don't know who had them or who posted them, but I have seen the whole cycle. But that's what I'm saying. That GIF is just showing a snapshot. And that's why it's hard to understand. I understand like how an eclipse could happen, but it's hard to describe it without seeing it.
Okay. So it's actually midnight for me. So I'm probably gonna go soon. If that's
We appreciate your time, man. You've done a fantastic job compared to the majority of people that seem to come around here. So you've kept the emotions out of it. You've kept it very civil. So that's always respectful. So we really appreciate that. We hope you come back sometime.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
All
We're
right.
here if you have any other questions. Come back anytime, brother. Have a good night.
Okay. Good night, or whatever time it is. Goodbye.
Take care.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros. I tell you, I don't know what it is about this big winning streak I'm on. I'm in the zone. What can I say? Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Yo. This is exactly what this guy was thinking when he left here today.
Yeah, I'm beginning to come around. Yeah, everyone seems to be coming around. Well, I'm not.
Can't forget when you said count, man, I lost it, bro. So what are we talking about?
I missed the count thing, but I saw someone say that in the chat.
I really think that's important that we, avoid orthodoxy. And yes, I'm talking to you flat earthers. Everybody should be continuously aware of orthodoxies that creep in, right? And I can't really give you a good example for flat earthers right now, but okay, I'll tell you one of mine. My orthodoxy is one of them is I don't think the moon is transparent or translucent. I just don't. So, I mean, I guess it could be. What the hell do I know anyway? But that's like one of my orthodoxies. That's one that I struggle with anyway.
Can you think of any other examples, Hank, Larry?
Well, I mean, I guess each person has to find their own orthodoxy, right? So a while back, I thought Light did this thing, and Gabby Get posted a gift that showed me it did this other thing. And the other day, AI corrected me on. I had to go back and look, and now I understand that there's two different things there. I was conflating.
Hank, you were breaking.
You're roboting. So, which GIF did I post?
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Hank, just so you know where you cut just when you said AI corrected you on something, you said there was two of something, and then for Get, I guess you said something about a count earlier, but I missed that moment.
I understood he said something about the GIF I posted and said something about it, and then AI corrected him in regards to that GIF. Like, it can be interpreted in two different ways. I'm just curious, which one? Mic check. Do you hear me well, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you okay. I think maybe Hank might be reconnecting.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I do agree, right? Like, we shouldn't be stuck in our old ways. If there's something that could be changed or improved on, we should be open to that. And I think that's a good advice.
Yeah. Yeah, also the thing you were saying about the transparent or translucent moon. To be honest, I saw pictures of stars being seen through the moon, but I never witnessed something like this with my own eyes. And I have also seen that these Muslim countries flags, they have that moon and three stars, like in the middle of it, symbolizing like you could see some stars through the moon.
Okay. So I have a misunderstanding between the Bradley criteria and distance to the horizon. AI pointed it out for me the other day, and at first I was like, "Well, I've already talked to someone about this," and then I realized, like seconds later, that yeah, I probably had a misunderstanding then too. So I asked him to show me, and basically, yeah, I was way off. I don't know how I got confused that way, but maybe it was something that Flat Earth Data had said that confused me. I'm not real keen when it comes to mathematics. So instead of holding on to my orthodoxy, what I thought I understood, right, I looked into it and I was completely way off base. And yeah, probably making people look like an idiot, especially myself when I was talking about it in the past. So now that I know, right, I ain't gonna say the same stupid shit twice. So yeah, I think we all have orthodoxies and bias that we all should be aware of.
Well said. And I think we have those expectations for some of the globers that come here. So yeah, we can't have double standards, right?
Yeah, try not to. I always like to point out to them that they've never seen it, like they've never experienced it as a sphere. And some people like to point out that there is no model, right? And then other people want to point out that there is no reflection. And everybody wants to get home, and other people want to say, make sure they know we're not just flying through space, right? And it's like all these things we have to teach them, but how open-minded are they to even learn? Because they might want to be like, oh yeah, you guys are definitely a disc floating through space. I've seen a flat society statement. It's like, oh, we're not them. It's like, yeah, right, you're not them. Why do they call themselves flat Earth society, right? It's like, well, if you know about the Society of Jesus, then you probably got that figured out. But if you don't know about the Society of Jesus, then you might be wondering the same question.
We're living in a society.
If you're happy because it's flat, clap your hands.
Sees him. Who said that? Rachel Space, is that you?
If you're happy because it's flat, clap your hands.
Man. So does anybody have any problems with me dispatching this guy?
Gotta get quiet.
Anybody want to talk to PD? And I'm not talking about the police department. No one once.
Enemy spotted.
No one twice.
Pack your bags. Get back. You want to stay here? Yes, sir, I do. You don't want to leave this show, right? No, sir. The last thing you want to do is get kicked off this show.
Yeah, as far as I know, we're still upholding the rules that we all agreed to. Or you guys don't want to talk about a jar of dirt and the shape of it? Come on, man.
Just hit your ball if you can find it. Well, I guess I'll have to take care of this myself.
This is bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
Don't break the bong, bro. It's been quiet around here for the past few days. Figured summertime we'd have a whole new group of people coming in. Is it just me, or am I logging on at dull times, dead times, or?
Yeah, where is everybody? Come on, y'all.
A lot of people in here. Anybody got any topics?
I can ask a question. I've seen some moving lights in the sky recently, and I've been wondering what those possibly could be. I guess I can. I have a
Would you mind checking out my YouTube channel? I recently recorded some moving lights in the sky.
Okay, yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. I have a little video of what I was able to record. I'll try and post it.
Hey, Larry, why don't you send that to me too, please, if you don't mind?
I'll just put it in the live stream then, if multiple people want to see it.
Okay, thank you. That sounds cool.
There you go.
Lights in the sky above Texas. Okie dokie.
What up, what up, what up?
Who's that? Bud? What's up, bud?
What's going on? How's everybody doing?
Great, man. Can't complain. How about you?
Same. Just got out of the heat, fishing for a little bit. Didn't catch nothing.
Oh, man. Have you a cold beer and make up for it. I'll tell you what. Once you get good and settled in, man, we'd love to have a conversation about the shape of the earth. You down?
I'm kind of a little too stoned. I'm here to just listen, but...
Fair enough. You know, sometimes you just want to see what people are saying, right? What we're talking about. So basically, I'll go ahead and start if you will listen and kind of see what's going on.
Bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill
Okay.
concert in here.
I just want to say you're offering to get him a beer and he's already stoned. That's so funny.
That's all right. You can still listen. So about me, experience is what you get when you didn't get what you wanted. Okay, so let's talk about experience. So this guy, I want to be directing this question to you. You don't have to answer the opening mic or anything like that. But have you ever witnessed the Earth as a sphere? Right? You ever went outside and observed it the way that the people who do the spacewalks allegedly, or the people who walk on the moon allegedly? Because that's what they're telling you. They say that there's dirt between your toes, but if you keep on going up high enough, eventually there's more dirt that you can walk around up there. Like some sort of Super Mario, vine that you can climb, but instead they take rockets. And there's like something to walk around up there. You've never experienced something like that. You've seen stuff like that probably on TV, magazines. Ever since you were a child, you've been brainwashed with the mobile, the thing that hangs above the cradle. It's like the sun, moon, and stars, like circling each other. So you've been, shown these things, but you have no firsthand primary knowledge. Like if I said, hey, who knows how many toes I have, right? I'm the only one in here who knows that. The only way you could find out is if you actually flew to Texas and I picked you up and you put on a rubber glove and you felt the blood, right? You felt the heat coming from the blood, the bones, the tendons, right? And all these things. You would say, yeah, this guy does in fact have 10 toes. It no longer requires any belief on my part because I have firsthand primary knowledge or experience. So experience is how we actually learn things. Now, I can tell you that the reason my cell phone falls is because the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's a cool theory, right? The theory of gravity. But how do you actually know, right? How do you actually know something? Well, you have to eliminate all the other possibilities. And seeing as how we're humans, we're not really good at that, right? But we have a few things, right? One of the things that we can use is the scientific method, right? To rule out other possible causations, right? Because when you have other variables and other factors, how do you know what causes things to fall? Well, you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect, like a light switch, right? So you have a caveman, right? He wants to know what's causing this water to boil. So he adds heat to water, right? And he proves with the scientific method that his hypothesis is that heat causes water to boil, right? So you can do the same thing, right? But you can't do it with the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's never actually going to work because you can't manipulate a concept, right? Like my concept of the Texan of freedom or liberty You can't manipulate and bend and warp that. These are physical things. You can't bend and warp a concept. It's just a concept, right? So how do you bend and warp the concepts of space and time being fused together in some sort of four-dimensional universe? Well, you can't do that. But what you can do is you can manipulate the relative buoyancy and density. So imagine if Newton was sitting there with an apple, fell on his head and landed in a pail of water. Well, it would float in the water, right? Because a fresh apple has all the gas in it, right? And the gas makes it more buoyant, and it's going to float. Well, let's say somebody shot, a hole in that bucket of water. Well, if you do that, it would cause the apple to go all the way to the bottom of the pail, right? If the shot is at the bottom of the pail. So let's say somebody shot it at the bottom. Well, you just manipulated the relative density between the medium, which is the water, and the apple, which is the object, and this caused it to seek its equilibrium, which would be down to the bottom of the hill. And what did you just prove? Well, you just proved that objects seek the relative, excuse me. What did you just prove? You just proved that an object is going to seek its point of rest, wherever that is, due to the environment that it's in. And it has nothing to do with space-time bending and warping. And it actually has more to do with the buoyancy, the buoyant force. So the buoyant force will make things like hot air balloons rise to the top, and density makes things fall. So if you have like an object like, let's say an anvil, and you put it in mercury, it actually floats. Anvils float in mercury, right? And we know what helium balloons do. They rise to the top until they reach an equilibrium. Most of the time it's a ceiling, right? They reach a ceiling and they can't go any further, not because there's not enough buoyant force, but because there's a physical object stopping it, right? But if you take it outside and let it go, eventually it'll go up high enough for somewhere in the atmosphere, if it doesn't pop, it will reach a place where it can't go any higher because it's at a place of equilibrium. So if this is how it actually works, and the whole Newtonian mass attracting mass, and the whole Einsteinian bending and warping space-time, if all that's bullshit, do you think they would want you to know? Like those who are enslaving us, like those who keep us dumb? Because let's think about it. Honestly, did you ever take any law classes in school? Like in public school? No. But if you break the law, ignorance is no excuse, right? So it's obvious to me they want you to be ignorant in school. And they want to teach you the wrong shit on purpose. Because let's face it, the bullshit they teach in school, I mean, especially these days, right? It's really bad.
Hey, Larry, can I ask you a question? Since you're talking about space-time warping and bending and that sort of stuff, they always show, when they show a picture of the concept, they show like a planet sitting on like a blanket of space-time, and it creates a gravity well. Why is it always on the bottom? Why isn't it on the top as well? I mean, what's going on there? What kind of gravity well is it? Is it just one direction down only? Like down into the fabric? What's going on above? That's what
that's a good question.
Yeah,
that's a good
what's going
question.
on there? It's like that fabric is just one sheet of fabric through the whole one sheet like that. No, they're talking about fabric in space. It's got to be everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah. So the thing about the fabric, this is really important to understand, is that in the vacuum of space, it's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum, where every meter there's supposed to be like, one or two hydrogen, helium atoms, right? It's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum, as close as ever, in history. In fact, no one in history has ever observed a vacuum like that, but that's what they say is happening, right? And we all know that nature abhors a vacuum. But the more important thing to me is to ask, where did they get the fabric from? Because this space-time continuum, this fabric of space, as they call it, it's in a vacuum where there's no material. So that proves right there that this is nothing more than like a concept, right? So it's like an abstract concept. So I'm going to post some definitions in the Livestream voice text, and I hope the new guy can check it out. I just posted it. I don't even know if he's still here. But yeah, they show like a trampoline, right? And they give this as an example of space-time, but then all the balls like crash into each other, which that would represent, the balls crashing into the sun. So it's kind of a false equivalency because there is no trampoline fabric in space or any other kind of fabric other than the conceptual space and time continuum. But it's like infinity. Infinity doesn't really exist. Like there's no infinity apples. There's no infinity air molecules. There's no infinity hydrogen atoms. It's just a concept.
So are you saying that everything has got to be finite as well?
Well, I don't think there's infinity anything. There's not.
Right.
It's
I don't
just
either.
It's a mathematical concept.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what they think they're doing. With this one sheet of fabric underneath the planet. I mean, that's totally just fabricated just for visual purposes to try and have these people imagine something that's going on out there. And like you said, there's supposed to be a vacuum. What is this fabric made of then? Yeah. What?
So it's non-material, meaning that it's like not physical.
Right.
If it's not physical, then it's metaphysical. And if we're talking metaphysics, now we're talking about like God.
Yeah.
Right. Or how many angels can dance on the head of a needle.
Right.
And I'm loosely quoting Lawrence Krauss when he talks about nothing isn't really nothing. When I say that, he tells you outright that it sounds like we're talking like philosophy, right, and metaphysics, but he assures them that they're not, right? And I'm thinking, well, why does he need to say that? Why does he need to throw that disclaimer out there that they're not talking about metaphysics when it seems to me it's like that's exactly what they're doing. If nothing means nothing.
Well, if it's not metaphysics, then what is it?
Right. I would say it's a belief system.
Yeah.
They believe it because.
Yeah, 100%, Larry. But I'm just wondering what they think they're accomplishing by showing this one sheet of fabric, like it's like that represents anything in reality. I mean, there's just no way. It's ridiculous to think that there's a sheet of space fabric, and every planet supposedly sits down in it like a bowling ball in a trampoline. It's like. So there's just one sheet, or is there a sheet every so often, or what? What they're trying to present to me is just totally. I mean, you can't even imagine it, really. I mean, this is beyond even imagination to me. I mean, this is just a completely fabricated image to try and trick people, I guess. I mean, because it can't be real. There's no way that picture represents reality in any way. I don't know. It's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, that's why I like to ask. I asked my astrophysicist friend. He just told me he didn't know. But that's why I like to ask, because they say, "Oh, the universe is flat," and they show us this flat fabric and bend the fabric with a heavy weight. But I simply ask them, how thick is this flat universe? Because it's they say it's expanding, it's accelerating, and yeah, it's not logical. It's just imaginary. They imagine it as a flat plane moving from a imaginary source point.
Yeah, we're not the only ones who disagree with it. So it's not just the flat earthers who are saying, "Wait a minute, this isn't right." It's also, academics that disagree. Some are, more open about it than others. For example, the YouTube channel LPP Fusion. That guy on there, he's always talking about how the Big Bang was wrong. And what they'll do is they might let the scientific article get away with saying, I can see the emperor's ankles. And the other one might say, well, I can see the emperor's wrist. And the other one might say, I can say the emperor's butt, but they're not allowed to say in the scientific, published magazines, literature, that the emperor has no clothes. So you can find stuff in there that, shows that it's impossible to have this. Like he always talks about the helium problem and about how the gases don't match what the predictions are, except for one gas. But his prediction, the gases match for three gases. And of course, he's definitely a baller. He's definitely, a hostile witness. But he says a lot of good stuff that we can actually use in our debates, if you were to chew the meat and spit out the bones, because he's anti-Big Bang.
Have you guys seen that video? Because it's always been that, gravity is, mass attracting mass and stuff. But somebody posted in another server a video from this guy. I don't remember who he was. But he was basically talking about that gravity isn't caused by that. It's caused by the whole space-time, since we're talking about bending space-time. And he was saying it's caused by that. And he said, if you're at the bottom of like a really tall building, your time is different than the people at the top of the building. Like, I totally did not understand exactly where he was going with that whole conversation. Did any of you see that?
It's based on Einstein's conceptions of bendy space-time.
To where it would be a different time at the bottom
Yeah.
of the building to the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, so ask yourself, are your feet older than your head?
That's what he was
basically what
trying
he's
to
claiming,
say,
right?
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they claim that the further, like they said that they actually had someone wear a watch while they were in orbit around the Earth, and being away from Earth, then the time went by slower or something, and that they actually showed that the watch was like a tenth of a second slower or something than the one that was on Earth. They had them both set exact, and then they wore this watch up into orbit, and when they came back, the time was different on it. And I think that's where they came up with that. And I just
no, that's an excuse after the fact. Einstein came up with that idea, but that excuse is really bad because if you take a clock or many clocks into the same room and they're all set at different rates, they will synchronize over time. So that rate will change, and that small change is not enough to validate a fantastical idea of bending conceptions.
How can they
I got a
separate?
question. So
Yeah.
we know that the electric charge goes up the higher you go in altitude. So with this electron flow that we call 0-point energy, if it gets higher and higher, the volt gets higher and higher the higher you go, then wouldn't this maybe change the speed of electron flow and the watches or the atomic clocks or whatever they're using? I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, I think you're right. It's very possible that that could be a confounding variable. That's one variable they did not control for, and therefore claiming it's the other thing is really hard to say.
That's where I wanted to go. Like, how can they isolate time from everything else that could be causing that difference?
Well, and then the question is, did they even have any, like, on Earth proof, or is there only proof going up in outer space, which obviously, is a question right there. Is that their only proof, or have they been able to see it happen actually here?
See, that's the thing. Like, we can say that anything causes anything. Like, I could say that the reason that shark bites go up in the summer is because ice cream sales are going up in the summer, and sharks like ice cream. Really, there's no causation whatsoever. It's just a correlation because it's summertime. People want to cool down, so they go to the ocean and they go to the ice cream shops, right? But I think what they're doing is saying, no, it's the ice cream. Sharks like ice cream. It's a proven scientific fact. And we're like, bro, have you eliminated the variables, or is this a just so story?
Right. I that
Hang on, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I gotta say something. Hang on a second. Summer is ice cream time. People buy ice cream, then they go in the water. Equals ice cream equals kills people. That's it, right?
Yeah, so statistics can't lie, but liars can do statistics, right? So I think it's kind of one of them things where you have to watch, what people are doing, right? Because they say all these things, but how do you prove it? How do you verify it? How do you falsify it? Because that's
Well,
where the key is, right?
yeah, and that's why, like, even health studies, you really, really, really have to go through them with a fine tooth comb because there's too many variables and they don't account for all the variables.
Well, they don't even have proof of these variables.
No, and they can basically take all kinds of things and change it to however they want to show it. You can almost take anything and move it around to prove what you want to tell someone if you think about it long enough. So, yeah, I just didn't understand that video. Somebody was like, "Oh, look, this is proof," and then I was like, "Well, I didn't really understand how that could even be a thing." But that I really the electron and what did you say the point? What changes in altitude? That's interesting. I want to look it up. I don't know who said that something changes in the altitude and it could have messed up the electrons.
Yeah, if you look at atmospheric electricity or 0-point energy, that was another thing you mentioned. Let me find that one. It's the Casimir effect. And so if you look up the Casimir effect, they found that in vacuum, there's still something there, there's energy density there. And so when they use that discovery on what they believe is up in the sky, it goes into an insane vacuum, there would be an insane energy density up there. However, we do detect it's a charge in the ground and there's a charge in the sky. You can see it through thunderstorms and lightning discharging, literally discharging that charge. So that could be influencing it somehow. There's no. They would need to find some way to isolate all that stuff.
We're probably holding our breath for them to do it, though.
Oh yeah. They're never going to do it. Oh,
See what's going on here. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Donato just posted a really good lecture on this, the charge in the air from Feynman lectures. I really love it.
So basically, what we got going on here is we've heard that the tides have caused unhinged gravity like a whole lot. So if I were to come up with another theory, like what if the sun's putting all this energy and all this photons into the water, and it actually causes it to let's say swell or contract when the heat perturbs it, right? Because it's not just the water in the ocean, it's all these other minerals. And well, if there's all this gas in the ocean, when you add heat to it, wouldn't it cause expansion? Right? And when there's expansion, wouldn't that cause a tide? And you could say, well, no, we heard it was the moon, right? Well, how do you prove that it was the moon or the moon's gravity? Well, you got to manipulate the moon's gravity. So you would turn it off and see if the tides quit. Well, we can't do that. So it's not science at all to say the moon's gravity causes the tides because there's no science experiment that you can do. But you go into any science class in any grade in America and you ask the teacher, what causes the tides? They're going to tell you the same thing. Or you go in the history class and you ask them who killed Kennedy. Well, Lee Harvey Oswald never stood trial. I didn't say John. Lee Harvey Oswald never stood trial. So, according to America's, rule of law, right, the Constitution, and all that stuff, due process, he's innocent until proven guilty. So, anyone who's ever told you that Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy, they were either ignorant or malicious, one or the other, right? I'm going to assume that they're ignorant, but it was a lie nonetheless. I mean, maybe not an intentional lie. Maybe it was just misinformation and not disinformation. But what I'm thinking is the bullshit you learn in school, it's not meant to empower you to be an entrepreneur. It's meant to teach you how to, write hot checks and live paycheck to paycheck and make sure you go to college and get a job. How come they don't teach you how to start your own business and, what laws you need to know in the tax code to start your own business?
Because that's not
That
really
doesn't
part of
interest
the
them.
narrative.
Yeah, well, and it doesn't help the bottom line for the big cat, fat cat,
Right.
deep pockets. Doesn't help.
I mean, to think that you need a college education to get a job. I didn't graduate high school. I ain't never had trouble getting a job unless I moved too far out into the sticks. I did have trouble one time, but I was way out in the boonies, so I kind of moved closer to town and was able to find a job. But I've never had trouble, and it's not the highest paying job, right? But I mean, I'm fine. I got things. A few cars, a few vehicles. If I would have been smart, I would have bought houses, but I really hate banks, so I didn't. Yeah,
The last
they
two
don't teach you any of that
pictures.
stuff. Go ahead.
What are the last two pictures in the chat?
Yeah, one is a picture from basically simulations on they're trying to figure out how the tides could work. And one is a simulation of data they gathered from weather balloons and stuff like that, which shows how the temperature is shifting around in the air. And then the other one is a map of the tides and the tidal nodes. And the tidal nodes or amphidromic points are points which the tides circle around, and those points do not rise or fall. So that really undermines the story we were told in school, because this idea of giant bulges of water traveling in circles or around the globe just don't coincide with any data that we see.
I had thought about the heat thing before, and I had brought it up to a scientist, and then they were like, no, it's the moon. And I'm like, but it's not like the tide isn't just like going in one big bulge. It's not like just one big bulge like following the path of the moon. Because to me, if the moon was causing it, then there would just be one big bulge following the moon, like everywhere. And so it never made sense to me. So this is really interesting that he said that, and then there's actually people that have studied that. Because I just have always thought it had to do with temperature.
Yeah, we all get taught the story about the moon and stuff. There is, however, there's a correlation with when the moon is full, we have bigger tides. So there's moon has some effect on it somehow. We just don't understand how.
Hmm.
Well, isn't a photon like a little pocket of energy, right? And when it hits things, doesn't it add energy to the things that it hits?
It's just strange because it happens during new moon and full moon. So it's like, why?
I saw a video a long time ago. It was filming the beach, and the sun has passing by, but the water elevates on the beach. So maybe temperature, I don't know, causing by the sun.
Maybe there's more. Like if we take the assumption that the moon somehow cools stuff, then when there's full moon, there's more cooling, and when there's no moon or new moon, there's less cooling. So that could have a bigger impact, maybe. I don't know.
Well, think about this. So they say that humans cause climate change. Well, has the climate changed in the past? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So did humans cause it then? What about like 65 million years ago when the climate changed and, a lot of species were extinct? Well, that's just one of the mass extinctions. And, I'm speaking to them and their paradigm, of course. If they're my audience, right? That's how I'd speak to them. Right? So what about all these other mass extinctions? Well, okay, so how do we prove that humans are causing climate change? Well, we could remove all the humans at once and then see if the climate still changes. Well, if that's what the climate has been doing, throughout all of history, it's just been changing, then how do we know that, me and my 3-cylinder Mitsubishi Mirage, my little tiny Japanese car with a motorcycle engine basically in it, how do I know that I'm causing it and not the, military industrial complex? Maybe it's the Walton family with Walmart and all the concrete. Or maybe it was Harry Anslinger who removed all the marijuana and hemp, which is, supposed to be there in the ecosystem, creating 10 times as much oxygen and paper per, square mile than trees, right? And not just any paper, it's the best paper. So diamond is to rock as hemp is to fiber. It's the best fiber to survive sea salt. We made ropes, we made sails out of it for thousands of years. So how do we know that it's not that? Well, they had to abolish the alcohol because farmers were making their carburetors run off of corn, and that wasn't very much money for the Rockefellers, so they outlawed that. And then they tried to outlaw hemp, and they were successful for a very long time, right? Hemp you can make oil out of and run your car off hemp. So what would that do? Well, that would cross cancel all the carbon, right? Because what do plants like? CO2, right? So they take in carbon and they put it into the ground where it's supposed to be, right? When they die. So it's creating oxygen the whole life of the plant. Then the death of the plant, it could be used to make fuel, cross-canceling, but no, we're still going to use other stuff because you can't research marijuana because it's a Schedule 1 narcotic. What does Schedule 1 mean? It means there's no medicinal benefits. So, okay, the government says there's no medicinal benefits, but who has patents on the medicinal benefits of marijuana? The government.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a big club, and we're not in it.
Yeah. So I guarantee you that all the bullshit, they're teaching in the schools, like, you and your white privilege. Where's my white privilege when I got to go get my white wife out of the dungeon because she got caught with a roach? And they stole her, kidnapped her, put her in torture cuffs, and then put her in a cage, right? Did I get any white privilege? No, I had to pay fines and shit just like everybody else, right? So the shit that they're teaching in the schools, it's not meant to empower you. It's not going to make you any stronger. They want you to be ignorant. Read the 13th Amendment carefully, right? What does it say? Go ahead, bro.
They want you to fight for them. They want you to fight among yourselves so you don't notice what they've done to you.
Yeah, and pick any subject. Go look at it on the news. Look at it on CNN. They'll be like, black guy was hit by 60 bullets, right? They shot 90 times, 60 bullets hit him, right? He was just trying to do Uber. And then you go look and you dig a little deeper. It's like, oh, the day before there was like him evading arrest, and that's a felony run. And the day that he died, he was shooting at them. There's the muzzle flash. And it's like one person gets one news report, the other person gets the other news report. And now they're like yelling at each other and like fighting over what? Over some bullshit that has nothing to do with them that they couldn't control.
Hank, stop beating around the bush. What are you really trying to say now?
I'm trying to say, if you question Fauci, you question science itself. Because he said, wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Right? It's not about what he says, it's about when he says it, okay? So person A was off work and watching the news the night that he said don't wear a mask. And person B was off work and watching the news that, changed my mind. I just said that, so that the first responders would have enough masks. And now that they got enough masks, now it's okay. In fact, you must wear a mask. So you got two people who've heard two different things come out of the same person's mouth, and they're all fighting in the street, and people are recording it and go, look at Karen, look at these mask holes, right? They're fighting each other in the street.
Tell us about when you come home and you thought your wife was alone, and then you spun the toilet seat up, and tell us then.
Oh yeah, pay attention to what you So basically, if the USS is moving at 17,500 miles an hour, where's the motion blur?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think what they would argue is they would say perspective motion.
And at that point, you say, oh, so you do understand perspective. Oh, okay, so you were just pretending not to understand perspective earlier, right? Because that's one of the things they use against us.
Yeah, they divorced perspective to create the globe, and now they want to use it? Nah. You can't say it doesn't exist in one breath and then try to use it in the next.
Yeah, I really don't get people not understanding the perspective. That was so funny last night. It was like midnight here, and somebody got on the server, and then they went in there, and they're like, well, they said try this, and I had said it in the text chat because my cats were fighting earlier, but it was so hilarious. He's like, try this. Go stand, like on the beach and watch the sun go down. And when it goes all the way down, he said, then quickly go run up a hill over there, and then you can see it set again. And I'm like, oh, are you serious? Like, it was such an unrealistic. I was like, of course, when you're higher up, you can see further, because when you're like down low to the ground, you can only see so far, and you can always see farther from up higher. And then I'm like, but you also think someone can just go run up a hill high enough, like during when a sunset's happening for that too. It was like hilarious. But then I was trying to explain perspective, and he just didn't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah, you have to bring up an argument and show that they understand perspective, and then bring up the argument where they pretend like they don't. Because after they've illustrated that they have a profound understanding on perspective, they can't go back and say, that's not due to perspective. this is proof of globe Earth from half a mile away. Can't you see it? It's lower than the middle. It's like, how do I know that this, this image apparently that was taken with, what do they call them? The surveyors use. What do the surveyors use?
Theodolite.
Theodolite.
Yeah, theodolite. How do I know they didn't just tilt the theodolite up like half a degree or 2 degrees or whatever they say is like missing from the image? Like, hello, you're looking at a theodolite from half a mile away, dingus. Of course, it's going to appear to be smaller and lower, right? Because that's what shit does with perspective.
Yeah.
Shit. And if it wasn't leveled, makes no sense. You can't level a theodolite to shoot out half a mile away or something. Just a little tiny bit off would be inches and different in elevation at, a mile away or whatever. It's not, that equipment's not designed to shoot elevation any further apart than maybe a quarter of a mile the most.
Yeah, think about it. We've seen them on the road. There's always like one guy over here and then like one guy over there. It's not like they're like half a mile away from each other.
Right. You can't, because they're not accurate for that. It's just a tiny bit off level, and you go out a mile away. It's inches or even feet a difference in elevation. It's that little tiny bit dip down, and you go out a mile. It drops quite a bit, or grazes either way, depending on which way it's out of level. So that's why it's only good for building like a building where like a city block, whatever, not very far. And then if you're only off a 1/16 of an inch or whatever, in that distance, it really doesn't make any difference. You can adjust for that, whatever. And your next floor, you're going to shoot it. You're going to shoot the grades on the next floor, and you just double check those, and you just do one floor at a time, and you never get in trouble as far as the building tipping or being out of level or whatever. But you got to do it in short distances. You can't shoot a theodolite a mile away. You can't. I don't even think you can see the story pole to even get a measurement. The story pole is a stick that stands up that's got numbers on it. It's either in tenths of a foot or in feet, depending on the manufacturer or what country you're in. So you're either shooting inches or tenths of inches, generally speaking, with a theodolite and a story pole. And the story pole is like a big, tall yardstick, but it's like 8 or 10 feet tall. And you stick it on your stake, and then you shoot. And then to get a theodolite to focus in on that story pole a mile away, I don't even think you could pick out the lines. It'd be too far away. You wouldn't be able to shoot an accurate elevation because you can't even see the lines on the story pole. It's too far away. Even with the theodolite magnifying, it's like a little mini telescope, but they're not that powerful.
How far is their light range? Supposedly.
Ask that again. How far is what now?
The light range of those. Because you said you have to focus the light in on the story pole. How far do they go?
I would say a quarter mile at the most. That's 1,300 feet. I would say that's even stretching it.
Yeah.
I built one building in my career that was a quarter of a mile from corner to corner, but we put the data mark for the elevation in the center of the building, and so we were shooting grades only one direction and the other direction. So we reduced it in half the distance that we had to take to get our grade from the datum in the center of the building, and then you do the math and shoot your elevation around the footings and foundation walls and the floors and whatever. And this was only a single floor building anyway, and it was massively large. It was for cold storage for like frozen foods and stuff. But so even at that size of a building, I had to put the datum which is where you get your elevation from, in the center. So it was a quarter of a mile. So that reduced it to an eighth of a mile. Quarter of a mile is 1,320 feet. So you divide that in half. That would be approximately 650 feet is all. That's even kind of stretching it. You know, they're just not that. They don't have that powerful of a telescope magnifying deal that you look through to shoot. It has crosshairs in the end of it, like in a scope, like your gun scope. You got those little crosshairs in there, and then you line the crosshairs up on the story pole to shoot your grade. And you get that far away, and it's just too hard to see. They're not made for that. I'm gonna throw something out here real quick. It's off topic, but I think it's funny. You guys know Rolling My Boulder, and did you remember when he posted a picture of himself? Does anybody remember that?
I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
Anyway, well, he's on YouTube, and there's a UFC fighter. His name's Paddy the Baddy. He's from England. It says Paddy and the Troll, and he's having it out with this troll, and it's it's the same guy, Rolling My Boulder. He posted his picture on this, and so Paddy says he has these interaction with these trolls, and he says this guy, what his real name is, I can't, something like Insidious or something like that. His real name from years ago or something is not Rolling My Boulder, but he's been visiting 24/7, I guess, recently over the last month or two. Anyway, I guess he's like this massive troll that has been trolling people for like eons. So just so you know, that guy is nothing but a massive troll. He's even on YouTube being called a troll by, and they got some history about him, a little bit of history. Anyway,
I recognize the name. I think he was on one of the nights I was on. It wasn't on Ladies' Night. It was one of the nights I was on the regular call. But yeah, he was on there.
Yeah, he's been here.
Y'all talking about Boulder?
Yeah.
Y'all talking about that Roland?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that motherfucker! I'll tell you what, man. He rubs me worse. He rubs me worse than Matthew Learns. Okay, he's got this thing about him. I told him, man, you don't want to meet me in person. You know what I mean? That's all I told him, because he's got this like air about him that just, oh, dude. And no other trolls made me feel like, even Sean Hawkins, and you can go fuck yourself, sir. But even he's, you know, like, I get it. He's pissed off. You know, he's probably not well endowed, and he doesn't want to accept that Earth's not a globe, and that's fine. I mean it. Rolling My Boulder is a horseshit person, and if we met, I would definitely be like, yo, we need to talk about some things.
Yeah,
I'll try to find.
I banned him from here because he is a habitual liar, and he said that if in all his time here he has not learned a single thing from us, and everything he has heard from us has turned out to be false. When I know for a fact that that is all lies, and we have recordings of him basically just not knowing anything when he came in here and admitting, like, oh yeah, you guys are teaching me a bunch of stuff 1,000 times. So it's like he's just a rat and a liar. So he's not coming back in here. I'm not letting him.
Okay. Well, I'm going to post this link. There he is in the live stream.
Oh.
He posted that same picture of himself. He was asked, they were saying, what, show us a picture of you rolling my boulder. And that's the picture he posted, of the exact same picture he posted on the live stream one day.
That's a well-known meme, I think, of that guy.
Is that, maybe that's true, because he's been around for a long time and trolling, known as a major troll, I guess, by a lot of people.
It doesn't sound like him.
Yeah, and he doesn't just troll flat earthers; he trolls everyone. He trolls this guy, this UFC fighter. He's trolling him. He just gets on and trolls anybody he can. He's complete. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
That's
like
not,
him though.
huh? I think that's the same. No, it's not the same picture, but it's the same dude. Same shirt. Same stupid old computer. I mean,
Yeah, that's just a meme.
okay. Well, do you think you think then by saying that that's just a meme? Okay, I agree with that.
This picture has been around
For a long time.
decades and
Okay,
has
let
been
me ask you
used
this:
online.
is it the same guy, or is it just several people using that meme?
Is several people using that old picture over and over again. That's what a meme is.
So he just took it off the internet to post it, probably then.
Well, regardless of what it is, anybody using that picture as to identify themselves as whoever is obviously trolling all of us, and so he definitely needs to be permabanned. It's my opinion.
Yes.
Good deal.
I have banned him.
All right.
Permanently.
Good deal. Thank you, by the way. I couldn't stand to listen to that dude, man. He was just, someone just said he hasn't learned anything from us or something like that, whoever was using that meme or whatever. Just the sound of his voice, though, matches the picture. I don't care what anybody says. The sound of that dude's voice matches that goofy-ass looking dude right there. Excuse me, maybe I'm being critical and maybe I'm being prejudiced because he's a goofy-ass looking dude, but I don't care. He is. Rolling my boulder.
It's just so bad of him because I taught him literally from like logic textbooks and taught him the basics of logic and reasoning and now all of that was false and misleading apparently.
You spend genuine attention trying to help somebody, and then they turn around and do something like that. Homeboy can suck a dick.
Yeah, I spent many hours trying to help educate that fool. Yeah, Central. I tried to ask him, and he just does what he normally does because Ahmad was looking at it. He backpedals and lies to us, our faces, but he is willing to flip his story around however he feels like it, just at the flip of a hat, whatever he thinks will work, and that just doesn't work forever. It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf. You can lie a few times, but eventually no one's going to believe you. But that's what he was preying on, and that's why I perma-banned him, because he would lie in front of all of was to any new person like this, but just like saying we're lying about everything. But then when directly questioned by a mod or something, he plays all nice and he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean anything like that. Of course not." He's a weasel. He's a lying weasel. That's why I basically said, like, you guys can get him back, but it has to be in the arena or something where he can be moderated and not allowed to just lie to the general public. You essentially know how he is. He just wouldn't say exactly what was false or misleading or anything. He just like, I don't mean it like that. So he can just go eat a dick or kick rocks. Happened too many times. I've caught him do this, and I've been lenient so much, so lenient. I'm just not
I agree with you 100% on everything you just said. But at this point, I would think for the guy to have any success at all on just about anywhere, he's going to have to change his profile picture or that picture. He's going to have to use a different guy and a different name to continue on at this point. But the voice that he is very, very telling. You can recognize that dude's voice instantly. At least I can. Whoever was using that meme may not even be that guy, and that picture might be just a joke. Look, this is who I am. Look at me. I'm a geek. I'm a total nerd. Total.
He identified with that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means he was just lying to you like he lied to everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he's thoroughly exposed at this point. If he uses that picture, to identify himself in any way, shape, or form, and everybody know that's just professional troll, and get rid of him instantly. Just don't have anything to do with him.
Yeah, I recorded a bunch of his conversations, and I cut out a little bit of snippet here where he basically admits that, he knows the Earth is flat deep down, but he will continue to argue for the other side regardless.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation. This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it? QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball and I can demonstrate all kinds of spherical things too.
This is funny.
Really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Does everyone realize what's going on here? Huey is being trolled hard.
I
think it's funnier now.
Dude, what would it matter? Easy to get along with, man. I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked.
By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of Globers
I
seem to
I
make
do
the
not.
mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly, I might. Well, dude, I'm trying, man. It doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve. And when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the
Never
Earth.
seen a curve.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach, and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. You're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I mean, this just shows that,
finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Everyone is
penny has
possibly
dropped so
can
long
be
ago.
trolled.
I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know.
Nevertheless, I'm here trolling.
I feel like
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And
right.
And you could call that
you were taught,
and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen.
I got nothing.
That's it. He has nothing, and he's willing to lie to people's faces and then say the opposite. So, a snake.
Yeah, but it's still funny, in my opinion, to see that even QE and whoever, even he trolled me. He trolled everybody that he showed up here to talk to. It was all just a big troll, and that just goes to show you that everyone is can be trolled at times. Depending on how good the troll is.
You heard what I just said. Being belligerent about him, right? He trolled the fuck. He's still trolling me if I'm talking about him. There's that.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah, but one of the good things about it is QE and AI, they don't allow themselves to be trolled. They just use him as an example and laugh at the shitty attempts to try to troll them. Because that's all he does. He just tries to troll nonstop. And it's not even a fun troll, but it's generally sea lioning, acting like he's an idiot and doesn't know anything. And then in one hand he does that, and the other hand he acts like he knows everything and everybody else is an idiot. So you're dealing with a really contradictory character.
Yeah, I'm just saying that his intention from the very second he shows up, his intention is to troll. Period. So all he's doing.
But we have given him too much airtime already.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We have Flat and Happy with no roles in here. Somehow I'm sensing Pete Drinker. I don't know why. Oh, he didn't run and switch accounts right away. I don't know.
Who are you talking about? Flat and Happy?
Yeah, are you there, Flat and Happy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bingo!
Ding, 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 ding.
I really like the profile picture, though, on Flat and Happy.
It was just for you, dear.
Oh, it's so cute.
Thank you. Just remember, Earth's not a globe.
Right. It's cute, though. Yeah, that guy may still be on the server, though. Because, like, I've had to ban the same person like 5 times, and it's supposed to do an IP ban on someone when you ban them. And, but if they have a VPN, they can keep making new accounts. So this one person kept coming back to our server, and I had to ban him a lot. So that's always a possibility, is those VPNs.
I think it's so interesting, that picture that Miguel just posted with the sun in the clouds right there. That's so interesting how that illusion takes place, where it makes the sun looks like it's actually sitting in the clouds. And that's just so interesting to me, that, we know it can't be there, but it sure does appear to be. That is so strange. Does anybody have an answer to why that happens? I mean, if it's far away and it's because it's low in the horizon and it's just getting further and further away, then why does it appear to have clouds in front of it and behind it?
Here's what's going to bake your noodle god right. Is I agree with all of what you said, and I'm totally with you. I'm on board with that. And here's what's crazy. So we get these high altitude balloon flights, right? And they're video, so they're not taking the stars out of that. But you don't see stars when you're way up high, and the sun's always above you. Always. You got rare footage of the sun being in the clouds kind of deal. Yeah. It's always above us. But then locally, we see that motherfucker get like what looks to be in front of some clouds. I'm just like, what is the sun even do? What is it? What's happening with this thing?
Right. Yeah, that's why I said it's just so interesting to me how this can this visual can actually happen because it just appears to be in the clouds. It does.
Yeah.
And like you said, you can go up and view this from above the clouds in a balloon, and the sun will always be above you, even though it's only slightly above you. It's still above you. It's again,
yeah,
and it's perspective because it's obviously farther away from you, and so it gets lower and lower and lower. And I wouldn't doubt, to be honest with you, Glatt, that if you were in a high altitude balloon and you got far enough away, maybe you could actually see the sun at lower elevation than the balloon footage.
I mean, you'd have to be able to at some point, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would think so.
It's nuts. It's just nuts. And that's what makes me further. And so, Globers might say, oh, well, then, you don't know if it's further away or right there up in the clouds locally, do you? It's like, well, okay, say we don't. It just appears to be in the clouds that way. But it's here's the deal. Since we can't leave this container, we don't know how big the container is, but the sun's got to be within the container because there's no other way for it to happen. And listen, y'all don't know what the sun is doing either. Yeah, you say it's 93 million miles away, but then it's chilling in the clouds during sunset. It's absolutely weird, So neither camp, Globe or Flat, should be making claims about the sun anyway. But it's like we can use their argument against them, and if they're intellectually honest, they'll be like, "Oh shit, you're right."
Yeah. You can't have that picture look like the sun's in the clouds, not at 93 million miles away. That just can't happen. But inside the container, like you say, and low in the horizon at a long distance away, apparently it's happening. The visual's there, so it's very misleading, and it's just so interesting to me to see, because it literally looks like that sun is sitting on top of the clouds. I mean, look at it, go around the side, you can see that it's lit up behind it, in front of it. As you go around to the sides, it appears to be like sitting in a pool of fucking clouds. I mean, it is just so fucking cool. I mean, that is just fucking weird. But I agree with you, Glad. I just don't see how this could ever happen at all at 93 million miles away. That's stupid. It would never, ever take on this appearance right here. But inside the container, at a very long ways away, maybe so. We're definitely seeing it. And that should also be, a warning to just about anyone that wants to use observations of the sun and the moon for any type of evidence or whatever. It's just, I don't think you can do it. There's too many anomalies and just weirdness like this photo here. I mean, that is so strange. I mean, just by looking at that, you can go, see, it's sitting in the clouds. It's right there. It's not very high up. There it is.
Yeah, and that's after I fucked with some colors on that. I'll send the original. It might be better to see. I was just trying to accentuate the fact that, look, it looks like an upside down ice cream cone, folks, sitting in something.
Yeah, it's an amazing picture.
Oh, I'm lucky to have gotten it. I'm lucky for countless reasons right now, but that's one of them. Just that picture is like, wow, it's right there. Okay, it's right there. I don't care who you are.
Yep. I agree with you. It's right there. You can see it, for hell's sakes.
And listen, I could see a plane flying amongst those clouds, and that's where the sun is. What, Globers?
But at the same time, what flatties, right? What? That's the deal. That's why the sun is it's just going to remain a mystery, and it can never be used for empirical evidence of anything but that your sight works, and your eyes work.
Yeah, have you ever seen that video of the sun or the airplane, the jet that looks like it passes through the sun, and it actually shows like an interaction with it? It shows
it's weird as shit. It's weird as shit, dude.
Weird as shit. It's like
never seen anything like that. And dude, there's probably a bunch of other videos out there that people have. I bet if someone did a deep search, spent a day or two looking for it, there's probably other videos of that shit. Man, I can't even begin to guess what that is. Can't even do it.
Really, me neither. But it sure did look like it passed through the atmosphere or the part of the sun, because it drugged some of it with it. It's like it's like it went inside of a little ball of goo. It was like something that flew through a ball of goo. Like when you shoot silly putty with a bullet, brings a little bit with it. When the bullet comes out and it brings a little bit with it. So yeah, bottom line, Globers. Hey guys and gals and whatever. The sun isn't proof of anything. Nothing at all. Nothing. Imagine that. Now you come with me on that journey. The sun isn't proof of anything. Other than lots of things needed for life. I guess that's the only thing we can say. But location-wise, what the sun is, how hot it is, like where it is, none of it. We don't know any of that stuff. And I'll leave it here for now. That's okay.
That's how science works. You're an empty vessel, and we pour it into you.
I have seen sunsets like this video I posted, and for me, the sun is not actually there. It's like a mirror in the water, and so the sun is far away.
The Earth is flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is spinning. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Awesome.
Did you see that one? I think I have it. It shows you how the sun size gets smaller when you put filters in front of it.
Yes, I have that.
That's pretty wild. I thought I saved it. I guess I didn't.
I have this one. Oh, that one. Yeah. I have the video.
What I've never seen is someone use a polarizing filter like that in a really low humidity condition where the sun appears to shrink down into a tiny dot.
Oh, I had a phone call, so I didn't hear what was being talked about, but I was involved in the conversation before I got the call. And anyway, it's over with.
Yeah,
Can,
that's the one.
can anyone here tell me how that photo is possible to even show up like that with the sun in the clouds? If it's not really there, then how is it possible?
Which photo? The ones that Trace did posted?
I think Levelist posted one where it's at 6:26 after the hour. It's the sun that's sitting right on top of the clouds, and it looks like it's sitting down in it. I mean, it looks like it, and it looks like it's just right there in front of you, and it looks like it's just sitting in the clouds. I mean, and then there's other ones. The one above it at 23 after the hour, where the sun looks like it's in the clouds. It's got two eyes. Looks like a pumpkin head or something, with a big smiley face on it.
Yeah,
that one there is a little more easy to understand, because if it was way off in the distance, just about ready to disappear, beyond the horizon, so to speak.
The picture with the 26 minutes after the hour where the sun appears to be in the middle of the clouds is easily explained with exposure. When you have a really thin clouds at the top there, the sun would shine directly through them and easily appear as if those clouds are going behind it, whereas the thicker parts of the clouds would obscure it.
Okay, well then what about the one at 26 after the hour?
That's the one I'm talking about, which...
Yeah, how is that happening?
It's called exposure, like the light is so bright that the thin layer of clouds there is not enough to block it.
Yeah, but it is being blocked on the bottom.
Yeah, where the cloud is thick enough to block it.
So you're saying that it's immersed in clouds. The entire sun is covered by clouds, but you just can't see them?
No, the sun is higher than the clouds, and the clouds are just appear to be between you and the sun due to perspective, and so the lighter parts of the clouds cannot occlude the sun because they're not thick enough, and so the sun shines through it. I've seen this example done with just a normal light and some stuff. It's not hard to make the illusion that the light is within something, even though it isn't.
Okay, all right. Well, I just was wondering how this is possible. I mean, I'm not. It obviously is, because I'm seeing it. Because there's no way I believe this is truly what's happening. I mean, I'm not that stupid to think that the sun is sitting on top of the clouds like that. Obviously not. But I was just curious how that happens. Pretty interesting. It's cool. I like it. It's just strange. Anomaly of the sun and this realm we live in is sometimes illusions and sometimes not, and it's sometimes hard to figure out really what's going on. And like Glatt was saying, that this is good evidence to show that you really can't use observations of the sun for any real evidence to speak of. I mean, you just see it, you see what you see, and then you just kind of throw up your arms and go, okay, that's cool. That's about it.
Yeah, we can just describe what we see there's no way for us to assume what it is. We don't even know the medium between us and it. So, like, any kind of assumptions on it are just like, it's like drawing a rabbit out of a hat. It's just
right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I just said, you see it and you just go, okay, that's cool. It's about all you can say. Because it is cool looking. You have to admit that, right? I mean, that's a beautiful image that, it's just awesome. It's like artwork. That's the Lord and the God above that's showing us his personal art capabilities. I know Glatt probably doesn't like that, but oh well.
And when there's a lot of humidity in the air, it did change. I was looking at the moon at the horizon, looking to 36 kilometers from where I was, and the moon was at night. So, in the other side of this mountain. But it was did rain a lot and the storms.
I really like that last picture that Levelist posted too, with the sun. It looks like they're standing on Antarctica, maybe. I don't know, or some northern or southern point, and that sun appears to me to be reflecting off of the firmament. That would be my guess, but I don't know that that's even true, but that's what my guess would be. That's because it's shining against some reflected medium. Maybe it's just the atmosphere. I don't know. But
I saw this. I saw this one day. The sun was not setting, but it was far away. I saw this geometric optic thing just above. It was a clean day, but because of the chemtrails, so there was some supposedly clouds above, but not clouds, just chemtrails. And I saw not this entirely optic, but I saw the geometric thing there, but above.
Yeah, that's cool too. That's just awesome looking. I mean, don't know what the hell it is, but exactly. It could be just the atmosphere, I guess, that like when you see a ring around the moon, a halo around the moon, straight up above you, or up in the sky. I've seen that many times. Never seen the bright spots like this sun is doing here, but definitely seen halos around the moon and at night.
I saw this. Oh no!
You've seen this exact type of thing, though, huh?
Yeah, I saw this the other day. So, but it's not. If you zoom, you cannot read. But this document exists, and that time they watched the same thing. I saw you at the left. So you see, I was watching above me in the sky, in the chemtrails. The inverted light there, like a little rainbow. But the same geometric thing, the same. But there were some places that I just saw blue sky because the chemtrails was not there, and Yeah, but I saw the same geometry thing, not completely, because some spots didn't have the chemtrails there.
Right. Well, all I know is there's some really cool observations that end up showing up some point in time. Let's see, there's one up here too that Glatt posted with the sun sitting in round, and it's covered with a like a pointy red cloud that goes up over the top, around all the way almost underneath the bottom of it, and it's just a bright red cloud, and then it's got these two red lines coming out, and they're spreading apart like crepuscular rays of some sort, coming out across the land to the foot, to the almost right to the photographer. It looks like.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's a wild picture. I'm really lucky I caught it.
Yeah, you caught that then yourself. Did you see those rays with your eyes?
Yeah, oh yeah, I saw way clearer than the shot. So here's the deal. I was going 75 miles an hour with the roll down window.
And that's when you took that picture?
And I had to zoom in too, my cell phone. So that's a zoomed in at 75 miles an hour shot from the car.
Wow.
I got it that good, right? I didn't think I'd get it that good. But man, I mean, imagine getting that with a pro camera. That's what I tried to do with the colors there. You see the hue is different. I was just trying to wake up the lines separating the sun from the cloud. I couldn't do it.
It was a hot day that day.
I don't remember. I think 70s, 80s tops, 80s tops, more like 70s, mid 70s. Could have been humid though, because there's been a lot of moisture.
Is that sunrise or sunset, Glatt?
That's sunset.
Okay. Because if you've ever been back east, when the sun rises, when it's real flat, like in Kansas or some of the real flat states, you can watch the sun comes up out of the horizon, so to speak, and it's just this bright red ball, and you can stare right at it, and it doesn't hurt your eyes because it's going through so much atmosphere, being that close to the ground, and that's why it makes it red, because all the pollution and all the bullshit in the air, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but if you're back east when it rises, you can.
I don't remember.
Stare right at it. It's the red ball.
I've been kind of east sometimes. I was been to Virginia a couple times, but yeah, I wasn't like, oh, let's look at the sun for a couple hours for no reason. It's a long time ago.
Well, it's only going to stay that low, on the horizon for maybe 20 minutes, 15.
That's true. Yeah, no, you're right about that. Yeah. No, I was in the North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, so it gets flat enough. I'll tell you what, for something like that to happen. There was a lot of tree cover, and there's local hills and such. So, but if I had a clearer shot, I would have pulled over and seen what I could have done.
Right. Yeah, that was a cool picture for sure. I didn't expect you to say you took that, but that's amazing. Good job.
Yeah, like I said, I just got lucky, man. The lucky thing is going on. So, and I want to spread it. So that's why I'm putting it out there in the ether. Y'all are gonna get lucky soon. It's crazy, but you watch. But yeah, that's a wonderful shot. Probably the best sun picture I've taken.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I really like those lines coming right to you on the ground or wherever they're at. That's.
Oh yeah. So you're talking about the original, not the purple one.
Talking about the one where the sun's sitting with the red peak over it, where it's red clouds all the way around it and red peak on. It's at 30 minutes after the hour.
Oh, both of them are at 30. Is it the top one or the bottom one?
Let me scroll and see here. It's the bottom one.
Okay, yeah, those are just a function of the camera, I think. It was just some lensing that was happening. So it was catching, again, non-bent, straight lines, but light.
Well, that's crepuscular. I would call those crepuscular rays.
Yeah.
Instead of aiming down,
the camera was just picking them up.
Yeah. That would happen with a local sun going through the clouds. You get them crepuscular rays.
Yeah, because it comes to a point at that location.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great picture. Great picture.
Yeah, it is. I mean, all of these photos that you've been showing are evidence of, I mean, hardcore evidence of a local sun. Just period. I don't care what anybody says. There's no fucking way you could get any pictures like this whatsoever if your sun was 93 million miles away. I'm gonna make a bold claim that these pictures would be impossible without a local sun.
Well, and my favorite of all these that were posted is Levelist at 26 after the hour. I'll post it again right now. Look at that. Just that shot, that still shot of the sun. It's sitting in the clouds. I don't care who you are. That is, it couldn't be, because look, I'm sorry. That right there is a ball of ice cream sitting in some cotton. That's what it is.
No.
A light bulb.
The sun is not at the altitude of the clouds. That was impossible.
Okay, well, this is my opinion.
Yeah, my opinion is it's sitting in the clouds too. That fucker looks like it is. I'm going to go with it.
Yeah, for real.
So the planes flying at high noon are flying into the sun, are they?
Well, all I'm saying is
I don't know, man. The sun's an anomaly.
Yeah. All I know is when you go in the high altitude balloon footage and you look at the sun, it's straight across from the balloon almost. It's not even like it's not very high at all, ever. It's right there. It's right there with the balloon. I mean, it's fucking the same elevation almost.
Yeah.
Sometimes just a little bit above, but it's fucking right there, dude.
Yeah, I'll agree to that. That with some high altitude balloons, the sun looks really close and right in front of the balloon. Generally, I've never seen the sun directly above the balloon, but then we don't really get a good view of the directly above the balloon.
Right, I agree with that, but still, it just shows me the sun is definitely local. I don't care because you're generally a hot spot too on the clouds below, and you can't. I've shown many of my friends. I take the light bulb, hold it on the ceiling, and bring it down until it gets within 2 feet or less than 2 feet to the carpet. You don't have a hot spot. So that sun is not very high above them clouds, I'm telling you what, or there wouldn't be a fucking hot spot. It's local. It's close. Period. All them crepuscular rays aim right at it. They point right to where that sun's coming from. And that's not very far away. Doesn't look like to me.
But Godrock, the hot spot is not because the sun is a hot ball of fire and it gets hotter and hotter the closer you get to it.
It's a bright spot.
It's the intensity of the light.
Yeah, it's a bright spot.
As more and more, the more light you have that's scattering into infrared, the more heat you get. So when it's directly above you, you have the greatest amount of intensity of the light. So you get the greatest amount of heat.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not arguing with that at all. I'm just saying that you don't get that bright spot of light. Like you just take a light bulb and hold it on the ceiling and then run it down toward the carpet until you get just close to the carpet. You don't get that bright spot on the carpet. I think it's the same effect with the sun. You don't get that bright spot on the top of them clouds with that sun being 1 million miles away or even 5,000 miles away. I don't think it would happen.
You would never get that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
That's why I say that the sun and the moon are both inside the container. Period. You're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince me of these people that think it's an outside source of light that goes to a focal point inside the dome or the container, so to speak. You can't take a magnifying lens and focus the point in the air to where it becomes a bright spot. You can't. That doesn't happen. So that's not a projection of a light, in my opinion. It's just not. That is a light that inside the container. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, that's a positive claim, and now you have to prove it.
I don't have to prove it. I'm just going to tell you I can't prove it, but that's what I believe.
Yeah.
And I believe it 100% because of so many factors, because of the percuscular rays, because of the bright spot, because of the heat that you feel from it. You've got to be close, period. If it was outside the container, you think you can feel the heat from it? No, I don't think so. It would be like a block, like you take and put a shield, a glass in front of you, and between you and a bonfire, and you ain't gonna feel no
It's
heat.
easily possible, God Rockin'. I take a laser, I shoot it into the container, and I heat things up.
Yeah, but you don't focus that laser light to a point in the sky. To a point in the sky where it stays right there, that bright point. Demonstrate that to me with the laser.
I'm not saying a laser is pointing up into the sky and creating the sun. What retarded straw man is
No,
this?
I'm saying coming out of from beyond the container. There's people that tried to tell me, I've heard them say, that they think that the light source is coming from outside, far away, further away, and to a focal point, which means it's not a physical object inside the container, and it's this bright spot in the air somewhere inside the atmosphere.
That's just as valid as your belief.
Well, you should be able to demonstrate that then.
Yeah, I just did. GIF.
We also don't know if the sun is interacting with something in the atmos, which is causing the light or the heat.
That's why I always say.
Yeah, but that bright spot's on the ground with that laser.
We don't know where the sun is. We don't know the medium between us and the sun, so we shouldn't be making assumptions on where the sun is or what the medium between us and the sun is.
That bright spot that you're showing with that GIF is on the ground. It's not in the air, bro. It's reflecting off the surface of that blue picture underneath that glass dome. It's not in the air, or it's on the outside of it's either on the outside of the glass or it's on the blue fabric, whatever it is. It's not in the air. You didn't demonstrate shit with that. And if I want to make claims that I think the sun is inside the container, I'm going to make them. I don't care what anybody says. I can't prove it, but that's what I think. It's just what I think. It just makes more sense to me than anything else. For one reason, you can feel the heat from it. It can't be outside the container because the container would block the heat. It's just, I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Doesn't that sound like something a Glober would say?
I don't care what the fuck you think. I'm not a Glober, for one thing.
I know, but we're sounding like a Glober woman.
How am I sounding like a Glober? Because I think the sun is within the container. How is that sounding like a Glober? That means
no, just saying like why I just believe things and I can't prove it and that kind of thing.
So what? I don't care what you think, dude. I really don't. I'm my own man, and if I want to think that, I'm going to think that.
Oh, I don't have any issue with that.
I'm sorry about your luck, bro, but it's what I think.
What?
All right. Look, can I talk, please? So so you're saying it's inside the firmament?
Yeah.
Between the firmament or in the the firmament is actually the so-called atmosphere. If you look in the Bible, that's really what it says. If you go with the Bible depiction, but the sun is still above the clouds, regardless, because you can't have the flood, because water fell from above as well, not just like rain, like there's water, there's a membrane.
What does that have to do with what I said?
No, what I'm kind of on your team, but what I'm saying is it's above the waters.
Of course it is. Yeah, the water's on the earth.
There's waters in the sky as well. It has to be above the waters in the sky. Well, here's the thing. Well, if you listen, let me explain why. Then you can rebut. So if the flood happened, dude, the water would have had to douse the sun. So the sun has to be above it. Do you understand?
Okay. So you're saying that You're saying that the entire sky opened up and the water fell from the entire realm above us. It said that the Bible, the scriptures say that portals were opened up. Just certain spots were opened up. The sun obviously wasn't right below that.
The sun has to be above those waters, though. It
I
has
don't think
to be.
so.
That's the only logical thing. But think about it logically, without getting emotions involved, and try and rationalize it, without getting feelings involved. So this is what I do. I've learned to stop doing that and stop thinking how I want to think, and just look at things objectively, right? And then build a case based upon the evidence that you have. So if waters are above the sun, they're going to douse the sun. Okay, the sun has to be above the waters, because a lot of it fell for 40 days, dude. You think the sun's gonna last through that? No.
I do think so. Because I think the sun is called. I think the sun is contained. I also think the sun is contained.
It is contained, but it's just within the membrane above the waters. It's still within it. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying the sun is still above it. It's not outside in some looming, space or crap like that. It's still within the firmament, but it's just above the waters.
Well, I think the sun is contained. I think it's inside of some sort of enclosure. And you could pour water on it and it would just fall off. It would bounce off.
No, dude, not for 40 days, man.
Okay, if that's what you think, I just disagree is all.
How does that?
Wouldn't it withstand for 40 days?
Think about that logically, dude. 40 days of water just dropping on a burning flame. Come on, bro.
God, but you can't think of it logically because we don't know what it is.
Again, did the entire sky fall with water, or did it fall, did it fall through portals, or did it come out through portals?
It came from the ground and it came from the sky.
I know that. But it came out of portals in the firmament.
Bro, that's not what the Bible says.
And they weren't lined up with where the sun was at.
Do I need to mute you guys? This is not for the live stream.
Okay, whatever. Then I guess I'm not for the live stream.
It's not biblical. Like, you can talk in the...
Just stop getting your emotions in it, dude. You get your emotions in it, bro. Don't get
There's no emotions here. I'm just firm with what I believe, period. Sorry.
That's emotion.
You're the one getting emotional because I don't agree with you.
I'm just saying you have to be able to change your mind sometimes. You can't just stick to one thing unless you have facts. You don't have facts.
You're not going to change. You're not going to change my mind because you don't have any facts either.
I'm trying to get your mind to say, yes, that's possibly true. That's all. I'm not getting you to agree. I'm just saying to you, you don't have facts to back up your claim.
He's going to make a decision until he has evidence otherwise, fraud. Okay? That's what everyone does.
He doesn't have evidence for his claim anyway. That's all I'm trying to get him to understand.
Maybe not for us. Maybe not even for him yet. But, dude.
If it's above the waters, fraud, how are you feeling the heat from it then?
See, this is not, you're not going to get anywhere with that.
That's a silly... Bro, all right, so...
Explain it. Explain it.
All right, hold on, bro. Chill out. In the Caribbean, is the water warmer than, let's say, next to Sweden?
That's complete non sequitur. It has no bearing on whatsoever what we're talking about.
What happens to the light?
How thick is the firmament? You're saying that the sun is dwelling within the waters up above, or it's above the waters? And then again, how thick is the water above the earth? Is it a mile thick? Or?
Who knows, bro? Now you're getting into speculation.
Right. Well, I'm asking you how the heat's going to go through even a quarter of a mile of water. How?
You ever notice when the sun's out, the lake is warmer? And then when it's overcast, it's a little bit colder, bro. Come on, dude.
The water would be boiling below if it was above the waters.
What?
It would be boiling the water, probably.
This guy's crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm crazy. Fuck you, you fucking asshole.
I told you to get his emotions into it.
No, you're just an asshole. I'm not even emotional about it. You're just a plain asshole, period.
You just cursed me out, bro, because you got all butthurt.
Oh my God. Okay, ladies, let's change the subject. Thanks.
Yeah, no more butthurt people, please.
You're the one butthurt.
Fraud, dude. Dude, listen. Hold on. I'm going to play kindergarten teacher here real quick. Fraud, you don't.
You broke up there, guy.
Yeah, you cut off.
You were
don't
gonna
help
let
by
me
being an
have-
asshole.
You're gonna let me have it as the teacher. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't. Here's how it goes. You don't help the situation by being the asshole that he's saying that you are. Regardless of what you believe, you guys are comparing, dick size. Well, same size dick. Okay, let's change the subject, please.
Are we listening to the same conversation?
Yeah, I don't know what that guy's talking about, dude.
Now I got to be that guy. Now I got to be that guy.
There's
What a jerk. What a fucking jerk.
Dude, really.
He's calling me butthurt now. Wow. Fraud, are you just having a bad day, partner? Is that what that is?
Well, hey, you heard the other guy disagree with me, so obviously he's on.
That was me. Whatever, dude.
Let's just change my name to that. Let's just change my name to that guy. That'd be good.
How about Mr. Sensitivity?
No, I'm not sensitive at all. There's nothing you could do to upset me, dude. You're not that powerful. You're a complete.
Here we go, though. We're still doing
Pay
it.
no attention to you whatsoever.
Wow, we're still doing it. You guys, come on.
It's because he's a moron.
I'll take that. I'm not gonna get butthurt about it.
I'm not butthurt. You're wrong about that. You're completely wrong about it. I could care less what you say. I know what I believe, and that's it. Period. I don't care what you say.
Butthurt agenda.
The smeller's the feller.
Fantastic content, guys.
Sometimes it has to be like that, dude. What's happening? We are a bunch of men with testosterone blooming in the room.
Well,
hey, dude, I didn't attack you at all. All you did was sit and attack me, and I just disagreed with you 100%. So who's the dickhead here? You are attacking me for my beliefs.
Try to absorb the estrogen.
Attacking me for my beliefs. Cool. You're a cool motherfucker, dude.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Hey, guys, my dick's bigger than both of y'all's. Now what?
Yes, that's right.
Tell him to get that estrogen out of his system.
No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat. These are like the straight line distance.
Why does that sound like Matthew?
Straight line. Where the fuck?
That's Matthew talk.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake.
That's Justin's.
They do.
Justin's doing. He's trying to break up the nonsense.
I'll just leave because I can't stand it. If you were here, dude, I would beat your fucking ass. You know that? I would beat.
Name that movie, Multipass, please, somebody.
The Fifth Element.
I hate you.
What are you looking for?
Did somebody mute that guy?
Of course, dude. You kidding me?
I mean, seriously, did he have to get that to that level of anger? I mean, come on.
Nope, he didn't. And also, you don't have to keep harping on. Let's just move on, guys. Come on.
All right. So let's. What did I see? I was watching the CERN live feed. Did you guys watch that? That was interesting.
Oh man, what happened? Give me a nutshell.
It just reminded you of the whole. You know what? When they do the whole NASA thing, you know when SpaceX goes, it just looked it was the same setup. But what were they? They were talking about how they're changing the shape of the beams of what are they firing in there? Atoms or electrons? What
Quarks.
Yeah. But I remember now. It wasn't working for a while. So now they got it back up and running. So that's the whole thing.
Oh, good for them. Oh, super duper. Oh, dear. I'm not going to spend too much time on CERN, but don't be concerned with CERN. If you can discern fact from fiction, nothing to be concerned about.
What do you guys think about that video of the investor who sent a rocket up and then it just like hit something solid? It was spinning and then it hit something and it turned into like a very slow spin. You guys seen that?
Oh, it's rocket, the go fast rocket going up, hitting something. Is that what you mean? It slows down to like a dull roar.
Yeah, like I'm surprised that wasn't repeated.
It's still an inconclusive video. You know what I mean? You can't. It has to be.
You're right. I'm all amazed over here with that video, and I hadn't thought of it that way.
No, it is inconclusive, but I think it's something that can be repeated and investigated.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe put more cameras on it instead of just one.
But you have to
like
put.
I'd like to see what it hits instead of the ground below it when it hits.
They need to put a camera like you. I don't know if you ever heard of a steady cam. They need to get a camera that's not going to spin with the rocket. You know, they need to set it up to where it's free floating, to where it's just in one. You know, you don't have to get dizzy looking at the fucking thing. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that's a brilliant idea. You spin up maybe a gyroscope or something. There's also the 360 cameras you could put it maybe on the nose of the thing, and then you could use a program to fix the spin.
But actually, the interesting thing in that video was the fact that it was spinning and stopped. Like if they did that, you wouldn't have noticed that effect.
But see, that's why it's inconclusive, because it did that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, upon it, that stopped it from spinning. You have a good place to start, at least some extra cameras, some gyroscope cameras. I don't know, it just needs to be done again. Maybe it was fake. Wasn't there a guy who was supposed to launch a rocket and he died like 9 months before he did it?
You guys think you're so cool, like you know something, like the Earth is flat and stationary.
All I know is that it's stationary, it's contained, and it's flat. I don't know anything else. I'm just a guy.
Yeah, and you think you're cool too, don't you?
Anyone that's willing to talk about it and think about it, I think is cool.
I was just joking, by the way, if you couldn't hear the sarcasm in my voice.
Oh, you don't think we think we're cool?
It's a thing I do with my family once in a while. I'll be, you guys think you're so fucking cool.
I love that. You can tell I think you're so cute.
Yeah, I caught a few minutes of the CERN crap. I didn't watch it completely, like all the way through. For me, I just see so much waste of money, time, energy, like homeless people around the world or around the earth, sorry, all over the place, and they're playing with frickin' protons and shit. Give me a break.
NASA's getting like 60 million a day for green screen diving plane craft.
We have to make a black hole. It'll be groundbreaking. Yeah, literally. Nerd.
But see, that's just it. CERN believes in space, probably for real. And so they think they can actually do that.
Well, it's like when I saw that vacuum
so
chamber footage with the astronaut passing out after about 20 seconds or so, and it just screamed. That experiment says it's a bad idea to put someone into a vacuum. So, I mean, who needs to be told it's a bad idea to create a black hole? What the fuck?
Can you share that? It's just for the comic books. Yeah, after teaching arithmetic and algebra in school, they need to along with it. They need to get their P's and Q's straight. That'll solve everything. Guarantee it.
CERN is all about the occult, though. I mean, if you look at their logo, it's 4 6s. You ever look at that shit?
When I was watching a bit of footage for their latest experiment, all I was thinking is, how the fuck do the employees not see what's right there on the wall in front of them?
They're probably all handpicked.
Your car broke down and you're on your way up to the door to knock on the door to ask to borrow the phone. And there's all kinds of sketchy shit on the path up to the door. Do you keep going and knock, or do you go to the next door? Like, I'd probably go to the next door and make a couple calls. There's a really weird neighbor next door, and I need a tow truck.
Little quiet hour. I'll just take the time to welcome back Rick Tick. So welcome back. Oh, Rick, excuse me. Welcome back. And anyone else in the panel, if you have any questions, please feel free to speak up. A couple of names I'm not too familiar with here. So if anyone's new or whatever, please feel free to give a shout out. Say hello. Lots of familiar faces. So hello, everybody. Looks like the only two VC verified for now is just Grain and Rick. No pressure, guys, but if you have any points to bring up or any questions, the floor is definitely yours. And I see your message, Rick. No problem, brother. All good, all good. Traveler, were you trying to say something earlier? I don't no pressure or anything. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I did see you unmute earlier.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. Don't kill me or anything, but I was just wondering, is it even possible to have a viable hypothesis using sunlight? We don't know what it is.
I would assume not, because how would we manipulate anything, right?
With a magnifying glass?
But you're not manipulating the source. See, I thought that too. I fell into that trap where just using a magnifying glass or lenses, you're not actually manipulating the source of the light, though. So it's like the independent variable becomes the thing that's reflecting.
Yeah. The independent variable becomes the lens, or in diffraction becomes the whole. The control variable would be the light in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's impossible, basically.
Annoyingly so.
Who's Grain? Hi, Grain. Guess it's not a very friendly hello. Hi, Grain. Well, moving on.
He said hi in the text, and he's VC verified, so he should be able to speak. Maybe not right now, but in general.
Doesn't want to use his mic right now.
I stepped away. Who is it? Who are we?
I was just trying to talk to Grain. He's just texting right now.
Yeah, Big G, I know the live stream can be a little intimidating. There's a lot of people listening and stuff, but yeah, man, the floor is yours. If you have any questions, please feel free. Don't be shy. We're all here to help.
He's got to put some serious thought into it. I should have done that. Ah, well, here I am.
And since no Globers really want to argue for the globe, I guess I'll help them along. First of all, it's really important to remember that the globe religion is the youngest religion. Even though it was invented, or the basis of it was invented in ancient Greece, it's still going through revision, and currently it's in a crisis, the cosmological crisis. So I'll just start at the beginning. And this whole religion or cult started with Pythagoras, or Pythagoras. I can't say this, my Icelandic accent. And it started with his secret doctrine. And according to him, the gods were perfect, so spheres were also perfect. So the earth must also be a sphere, because gods are perfect. Which is not very logical, but then he didn't understand logic, apparently. That was the first globe proof, just Pythagoras said so, which is, again, not a proof, it's just a logical fallacy. And so when people say we've known the earth was a ball since ancient Greece, they're basically saying, yeah, we believed it was a ball since then, but that's mainly coming from members of the cult that, and the derivatives of the cult that Pythagoras started. So there's no valid proof for the globe yet, but let me try to find a different one here. It's also important to note there was no consensus among the philosophers of ancient Greece on the shape of the earth. Some claimed it was a triangle, others a square. Some claimed it was flat, others a half sphere. Others claimed it was a full sphere, and that debate raged on for a while. There was even one named Aristarchus who proposed the heliocentric model as a joke, but he was actually geocentric, and so didn't actually believe that shit. Because heliocentrism doesn't match observation as we see them, and in order to get to that point, they have to imagine all of the starlight is bending around the sun to the backside of the globe to give you the illusion that the world is geocentric when it really isn't. So it's just crazy. But that's where it all started, came from ancient Greece.
Real quick about the guidestones. I think, so I'm just going to put this out there. What if, now again, it's just speculation. This is wild speculation. It's like I'm writing a comic book here. But what if they blew it up and tore it down after the explosion because they're fucked. Their plan's fucked. What about that? And they're just like, fuck, we gotta scrap it. We gotta do something else now.
Seems like a positive omen.
I'm saying, like, either, you know, whatever the moment is or whatever truly happened, I'm just saying, you know, I'm going to think about it that way until proven otherwise. Because I'm going to be out there that those motherfuckers were never going to go through with it, let alone, you know, anytime soon.
What happened to the Guidestones?
Georgia Guidestones have been destroyed, completely destroyed.
Blowed up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, right?
Wikipedia's already been updated. It says were. It talks about them in past tense. It's over.
It did it on 4th of July. Perfect disguise.
I'm saying, right on 4th of July, get the fuck out of here. God. I think folks, they're just laughing at us too. They're like, well, let's blow this shit up and look at all the fucking conspiracy people go nuts about it. Whatever.
They won't notice. They won't notice the boom.
Exactly. And then they give us one piece of security footage, just like outside the Pentagon, where they give us the 5 frames of the shit. Like, really? That's all we get, man? Oh man. Hey, if you guys are bored too, by the way, Elijah's live with Killer Priest and a bunch of folks talking about all this kind of stuff. And,
Oh, word.
yeah, I'll post the link again. Check the live stream voice text.
Nice. Appreciate it.
The Narcy Blows, check her out.
Very awesome.
You gonna get the truth from it, not from us, then who you dum dum.
Just for some context on that clip, I've been thinking about this clip, this line that Eli said all day long. Who you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who, you dum dum? That's true, right? It's like, I mean, there's sources out there and stuff, but it's like, who else is gonna tell you about this? Some of these arguments. It's not like you're gonna find it in the mainstream, or your neighbor is gonna tell you, or anything like that. So, shout out to Eli. That was a great line.
Yep, agreed.
As soon as someone from the mainstream would start saying the same things we're saying, they're going to get pushed out and they're going to be one of us. So who else?
What was it that Killer Priest said last time? There was a clip made about him. Wasn't it something to do with like the skin of an apple or something? This was a little while back. I'll check it out. I'll see if I can find it.
I'll just continue with my presentation for the Globers. Proof 2 is Aristotle's speculation. Boats go over the geometric horizon, or in other words, the physical edge of a sphere is the claimed cause of the horizon. This was invented before any optics were discovered, at a time where most of them believed people saw via invisible laser beams coming from their eyes, or the emission theory of sight. Meanwhile, in reality, we use binoculars not because they are useless, but because they do allow us to see further. All optics are limited by the diffraction limit of the aperture, or the Rayleigh criterion. The horizon is the vanishing point of perspective, stretched into a line because you don't have the walls limiting you on the side. Just the ground and the sky, which is consequently why the bottom is lost first, because that is the most limited angle, since that is the surface you are pressed against. As the information gets compressed at the center point of your vision, it becomes too small to discern. We can prove the archaic half-naked Greeks wrong by simply watching a boat sail away from us until it disappears, then using optics with a bigger aperture to bring it back. That would be impossible to the Greeks, since according to them, that should be behind the hump of water. There are more things that play into this, or things at the horizon, like refraction and magnification or lensing. Those things can shorten the horizon distance, but we can go over those later. We can ignore them at this time, since the Greeks had no idea these concepts even existed, and so they did not account for them. So proof 2 is also an invalid assumption. Just assuming things are happening because of your delusion is called wishful thinking, and it is inherently fallacious. Best part is we can repeatedly prove it to be false, especially when you look at smaller aperture cameras and how the horizon appears to be much too close. Yet still, it gets used by the globe priests today. They don't have anything better than this. The ancient Greeks made a few illogical attempts to back this idea, like the straw man that the sun would always appear to be above you on a flat plane, but it again comes down to the inherent errors of their beliefs about how vision worked at the time and their complete lack of understanding of atmos conditions or the conditions of the day, or how their eyes worked. It's a complete inability to grasp how light functions, or that it can even be refracted at all under certain conditions. Even according to the mainstream globe-believing expert, the sun is refracted or apparent, and therefore Herodotus and his musing on the subject are proven false. At least according to mainstream narratives, but this is still a proof that they cite as proof of the globe, yet it contradicts their own claims. So the third proof is proven to be fallacious as well, and that's going to be a trend throughout this. They're all have fallacies woven throughout them. For the fourth proof, the Greeks also looked to the sky and pointed to the moon, saying, "Eclipses and shadows prove the earth is a sphere, because it's circular, and circular shadows cast on a sphere cast a circular shadow, so it must be a sphere." But it's an infantile argument and is riddled with assumptions, and it fails to account for the obvious or how shadows actually work. A shadow deforms based on the object it hits. A straight shadow hitting a stair will appear jagged. A shadow cast by a sphere onto another sphere is not a perfect black circle. It would deform according to the shape it's hitting, a sphere in this case, forming an almost sine wave-like shadow, depending on the positioning of the shadow relative to the curves of the sphere. In other words, simply testing their claims proves them to be false yet again, and simply assumptions. But yeah. A flat ruler can cast what appears like a curved shadow on a sphere, but it's just a shadow conforming to the shape. So either the moon is not spherical, even if it does look it, or the assumed shadow of the earth is simply not the shadow of the earth. So let's look at the moon real quick, just to see how well it stacks up against what they claim. The moon's light is uniform from edge to edge. This proves it's not a ball reflecting light, so that part of their story is at least false. As proven by the simple laws of reflection, it could not be uniform if it's a sphere reflecting light, as the light would not be deflected away from the observer, as the light would be deflected away from the observer due to the simple shape and the laws of reflection. And you would be left with a specular highlight where the most amount of reflection happens, but we don't see that. So the story has holes, massive holes. Even so, the moon could be generating its own light through some unknown means, especially since what it actually is unknown. So it could still be spherical, we don't know. But what we can prove is that the second option, or it's simply not the shadow of the earth hitting the moon, by observing the eclipses, especially when we see the Selenian eclipse, which proves the globe idea false beyond the shadow of a doubt. Since in that case the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, and the imagined shadow coming down from above onto the moon, there is no possible way for that to be Earth's shadow. So that claim is inherently wrong and geometrically impossible. The current globe salad defense for this is crying for action. Problem is that doesn't work. Refraction does not force light into pretzels. You would have to apply the same madness to everything else in the sky, which would break the entire thing. So the globe experts dubbed this eclipse the impossible eclipse, because it's only impossible on the globe. For us, it's not a problem, because we don't need to imagine that the sun and the moon are globe circling around another globe, doing some fantastical things that defy physics and logic and reasoning. We just see the world for what it is, and we wonder what it could be. So the fifth proof that they like to cite is Aristophanes, or sticks and shadows. It's funny how two things play into each other, since this one requires the understanding that the shape of the ground changes shadows, but the other one required you to understand that, or not understand that aspect. That proof, the previous proof, required you to not understand how shadows work, and the next proof requires you to understand how shadows work, just in case the other proof didn't catch you and convince you of the lie. So let's try the next one. In that one, if the Earth is a globe, the shadows would deform based on the globe, and you would be able to see the difference, and you would be able to measure it, provided you assume that all of the light is parallel. But that also is destroyed by the previous one, because in order to get all the eclipses to work, they need all the light not to be parallel. So now they have their proofs contradicting each other. I could probably go on for a long time. But it's all like this. It's all back and forth, contradictions inherently, fallacious assumptions, no actual evidence or proof.
What do you need to prove things for when you can just believe it? And everyone's so respectful. This moment of silence for the globe, it's just so respectful. Everybody's coming together.
Yeah, if yeah, if they don't have the guts to defend the ball, I'll gladly present their shitty evidence. The sixth proof. Al-Biruni accurately, or more accurately than Aristophanes, derived the circumference from looking at the geometric horizon with his eyes. So let's replicate what he did. First, you assume the Earth is flat. Then you use a sextant, because it only works on a flat Earth, to get the correct height of the mountain. That's where you get your values from. Then you go to the top of that mountain, and then you assume the Earth is a ball. And you use the values you got from the Earth being flat, and you're using a sextant to verify that. And you use those numbers to assume the Earth is a ball when you look at the horizon, and you imagine that refraction and all sorts of atmospheric effects don't exist, and then you assume the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. Then you level something, and you look for the minuscule difference of the level and the horizon, and you imagine that you didn't just climb to the top of a mountain, and you imagine that minuscule difference is actually the Earth curve. They're retarded. But that's the proof of the Earth curve. It's he got the actual circumference of the Earth from doing that, buddy. So it must be right.
Yeah, the whole ignoring refraction during the Alberuni thing, that always makes me laugh. What do they say? Do they just chuck him under the bus now, the Alberuni? They just get rid
They
of
check
him?
everyone on the bus. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like,
that is true.
Like as soon as you show them that, like, oh no, my hero doesn't work. Under the bus.
Yeah, my beliefs are being contradicted. Get rid of him. Hmm.
I was gonna make a presentation like that where I like take all of their so-called evidences and just rip them apart. That was an excerpt, basically from a little document I wrote to talk to Sindri, because Sindri doesn't want to defend the globe. He doesn't want to look at the evidences provided by the globe to try to justify it. He's comfortable just living in the delusion.
Well, then, a little bit more about them guide stones. The audience is having a problem, right away knowing what the Georgia guide stones are. Go ahead and look those up. They'll be very, very popular now. Georgia guide stones. So, figure out what those are. Find out what was written on them. There's tons of stuff about that online. So anyway, I had something else to say about that. Hang on. Yeah, maybe it's like part of it is to like make people go get alarmist and like, oh shit, what's that mean now? Oh shit, is the stuff that they wrote on the stones gonna come true? And again, look for what the stones are. And one of the cherry on top, the kicker is, it says, all it said was maintain population 500 million. I think that's what it said. It said maintain. It was just like, it was instructions. You know what I mean? Anyway, so
Georgia,
I'm sure everybody's happy about something that said maintain humanity under 500 million is now destroyed, right?
Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, that seems to be the current grabble going on.
Georgia. Georgia.
Since it's slow, have you heard my latest song, CB?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Since it's slow, have you heard my latest song?
Yeah, I think you played it recently, right?
Yeah.
You should definitely play it again. Hey DJ, spin that shit.
DJ, spit that shit.
Rovers, are you ready for this? Falsification is independent of replacement! Your cosmology is in the trash. We live in reality, logic-based with an unknown cosmology, potential limitless with my brothers and sisters. Who am I, you ask? That doesn't matter, but they call me Drace. Dr. Race is trying to keep the pace. My heart full of base, destroyer of the space race. Help you break free the globe, wish they be scared of me. Like Einstein was a Miller, logic is the sacred cow killer. Representing truth, it's the illest. Dissecting the lies like it's a fucking villa. Where is your mind? Where do I send the fucking bill at? Here is the truth, you can drink your fucking pill at. The discord, it strikes the right chord. Ignoring the truth, you cannot afford. Bamboozled, the lost is hit, they're all bored. The globe is gone full, you cannot retort. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me love, the lover of the creative spirit. We measured the earth, but Globus never fucking did it. Get off your high horse and open up your eyes. The truth sets you free, it melts away the lies. Why would they lie? So you die. Surprise, we've been indoctrinated since birth. I surmise it's time to rise against these obstinate giants. To go round and round a fallacy, be blinded by bias. If you think you got what it takes, step up and fucking try us. The globe is dead and light, exposed to starting up trials. The world is on fire, your situation dire. You're watching death throes of a crumbling empire. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me wisdom, quoting the greats, never losing debates. All the globers share the same fate. Can't help but fall down at the same rate. Afraid to represent, can't even think straight. No proof, don't you think that's a bit late? Pump the fear, trust Elon or the hell. It's control, it's motherfucking mind rape. Children boxed in by the mental red tape. It's time for you to break free. Find your courage, come to BC and speak to me. Just be honest with yourself and this goes easily. FE is the base, truth and preach epiphany. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The last in its harmony, the balance. Can't you see the fractal symmetry uniting you and me, flowing in the three, present in the be, expressing eternally supreme creativity. If information was a drink, I'd be alcoholic. Don't be lost in space, the globe is just idyllic. Invented by cults, there's nothing even on it. Can't hold gas, so no water, no bonnet. They got cognitive dissonance, the whole world, they've been missing this. Earth is flat, there's no dissing this. Please listen, miss, we're the cognitive dissidents who overcame dissonance. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me Drace, the lover of the human race, annihilator of the fairy tale they call outer space. Grasping all the logic strings right at the base. Cutting off the sofa swings, they don't like the taste. Still have hope, what's a fall, it's quite the waste. But it's worth it for the few that are really based. Drop the lie, then you fly and you save some face. Or don't cry when you die to the swing of the logic mace. Yeah, that's how it goes, Globers. And to my brothers and sisters out there, Much love. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The last bastion of reason in a mad clown world. Peace.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, that was nasty. The one thing I love about your style, Drace, is the like one of my favorite artists is Mick Jenkins, and he really likes. He has a style. It's a little bit. It's just slightly off rhythm, like on purpose. You know what I mean? Whereas like most people really want to be in sync. He'll like just step off the line just a little bit, and it makes it for a really creative flow and style. So that's what you have, Driss, as well. It's just a little bit. It's almost like speaking as well. So I really like it, man. It's awesome. You have a great style.
I think the thing is here, I don't have any thought or structure. It's just from the heart.
There you go. The person I was thinking of that Mick was inspired by was, I believe, it was Andre 3000. So you'll notice he does that same sort of style. It's just like it's not on beat, but that's not really a bad thing. It's really cool. Most people can't do it. You know what I mean? It's more difficult to rap that way. So respect, man. Lots of props. Now I feel like I gotta go make a song.
Well, you should. I love your songs. I think they're much better than mine. So.
Well, you have definitely more songs. I gotta keep up with you, brother. So.
It's like the quantity of Globers really died down after the Black Swan. And then last year or something, like it's been dying even faster because we have so much evidence now that all of their counter arguments to the Black Swan are just devastated. So they're just like, we got nothing. So we rarely see the same amount of people come in here anymore.
This must be a tall mountain to climb these days. It'd be kind of fun to go back to the old debates back in the day with this knowledge that we have today. But at the same time, it was kind of fun going through the trenches. Not a super fun, but like because it was annoying dealing with like all the rumpuses and all those characters. But yeah, we made it, boys. We made it.
Yeah, at this point, the argumentative ones that I've heard about it have already tried, and the rest just they don't have what it takes to try to argue this, and so they don't try.
Yeah, we do see a lot of repeat customers that already sort of they're like anti-flat earthers at this point. The way I sort of look at it now is like it seems like almost the smart ones became flat earthers. So what we're left with now is like sort of the bottom of the barrel. You know, the scraps left over. So, but that's probably overgeneralizing, and there's like a lot of people that haven't even heard the conversation yet. So, probably shouldn't say that, but that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I get you. I think it's the people who were willing to like go and look at this and explore the subject matter. We ran out of the adventurous ones, if you will.
Yeah. Well, it's not like anyone's funneling away from this side, going to that direction. They're all coming over here, regardless of how quickly. So they're funneling this way.
There's always going to be a steady trickle, and it kind of depends on like, even in the past, we get a lot of traffic when there's something that causes that traffic. There's like an argument on Reddit, and our link gets posted, and then we get a giant flood or something. Stuff like that. I really like those times because you get a lot of new people who just don't know anything about this subject matter, and you can just talk to them like people. It's different when you're talking to these anti-flat earthers because they'll just twist and turn in place, never moving from the spot, always sticking to their firm beliefs, but whenever you corner them, they just twist and turn and like it never happened.
Yeah, defense mechanisms, right? That's kind of the way I look at it. So everything's a defense mechanism. Right. So, but we see the patterns now, so it's easy to predict what people are going to say, how they're going to say it. So it's too easy at this point.
All too easy.
Checking of the mic. Anybody talking?
Yep. We hear you, Dave.
Dead Air Dave, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, Dave? How are you, buddy?
A request for my favorite Drake song if you want to play it.
Sure. What's that?
So it's one I wrote, Collective Soul.
Great. Yeah, sure. That's not embarrassing or anything.
We mean not embarrassing. It's the best song you ever did, man. You need me to put it in the live chat? Just let me a second. Bring it up.
I'm getting it.
Here we go.
I did sing there in that song. And I tried real hard to try to get the original, but I'm not that great a singer. Dedicated to and lyrics by Dave Hinkle. Thank you, bro. Why does the water lay so flat? You ever really thought about that? Why does the sun traverse the plain, then comes back over again? Do you think about, is the logic sound? Spread the global story, just don't jack out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? Spread the global story, just don't jack out.
Why do we see so far from here? So much further than they say we can. Don't just ignore what you perceive. Learn to trust your senses again. Do you think about, is the logic sound? With the global story, just don't check out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? With the global story, just don't check out. Do you think about, is the logic sound? With the global story, just don't check out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? With the global story, just don't check out. Slow birth the story they taught you and me. Not any facts, only wizardry. Low birth religion is all just belief. No valid proofs in reality. Low birth the story they taught you and me. Not any facts, only wizardry. Low birth religion is all just belief. No valid proofs in reality. Do you think about, is the logic sound? With the global story, just don't check out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? With the global story, just don't check out. Do you think about, is the logic sound? With the global story, just don't check out. Do you think about, things are in doubt? With the global story, just don't check out.
Get your lighters up, ladies and gentlemen. Get those lighters up. That was amazing.
Thanks for playing my favorite Drake song.
Well, I appreciate all the love.
I was picking up y'all's vibe, how we're kind of, generally speaking, kickback because we know the globe. Anybody trying to defend the globe, trying to deny reality at this point. So we need to temper that we can't rest on our laurels kind of thing. You guys know what I mean? We always got to try to get. There's still lots of people out there don't know shit about what we know. For one thing, but
yeah,
I hear it's easy for us to kind of kick back, and we know the Globers got nothing, but what do? We got to keep moving positively forward somehow. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you, you know what I mean.
I totally agree with you. It's one of the reasons why I think like making music and making alternative media, or you can make a novel, you can make a manga or whatever it is. You can sneak in actual truth and physics and how the world works into those things and teach people. A lot of people just absorb things from the media they're watching, and that's why the programming is so strong with these people, because they see the globe everywhere.
It's still constantly reinforced, I agree, but at least it seems like it's they're kind of running out of steam, trying to prop up the lobe. I mean, how many nails can we put in the damn coffin? You know. Anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I when you said that, David, made me think of like this perspective that came to mind. I've been sort of viewing this server, at least the way I think we should view it, is like Dancing with the Stars. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with the show, but it's like essentially they're taking people, like usually celebrities, um, and they're shoving them into the show with like expert dancers. And so I look at us like we're the dancers. We've done this dance many, many times. Obviously, these guys, these new globe earthers, they just heard about Flat Earth 2 weeks ago, so they have no idea how the conversation's supposed to go. So, yeah, I'll try to think of it that way. Like
I don't know, man.
You got to lead the dance.
I see this more as like a gay bar that you're not supposed to tell anyone about.
What?
You know what I mean? It's like if someone sees you in here, you know, and and they're like, "What the like? What you? Could you?"
Maybe it's more like that guy you never expected to see at the biker bar. Maybe. It's like, what are you doing
exactly.
here, dude? I'm just hanging with the badasses. What you mean? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, don't be afraid to take a lead them. You know what I mean? It's like we've been through this a million times, so show them how it goes.
I mean, yeah, that kind of lines up with what I said about the gay bar.
No, I don't know about that because, like, it's not like I'm ashamed of this place. I literally walk around with a speaker playing the live stream, so like I don't give a shit.
That's cool. Yeah, that's actually really cool.
I mean, it was just Pride Month. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, whoa.
I'm just messing, dude.
Now it's
Sometimes I'm standing in line at the grocery store while I'm working. I'm playing a live stream for like 4 or 5 people. I get some weird looks too. I had some good combos come out of it too.
Yeah.
Nice. The public flat smack. Gotta love it. I see we're joined by just a couple other fresh names. No. Welcome. If you have any questions or want to bring up a point or something, you're more than welcome to. We're just kind of chatting, hanging out, waiting to see if someone pops in, wants to start arguing or something. So, no pressure though. There's also a Stoned and a Rick who we chatted with earlier. So just hello, everybody. I was just looking through my notes, Drace, and for like I had some unfinished song ideas. I was like, dang it, now I gotta get back to work. Drace is dropping gems, bombs. So, I guess one of my ideas I had here was, Akon was really big, like when I was younger, and he had a song called "Smack That."
like flat smacking.
Yeah, someone's already sent me lyrics to that.
Oh, was that Flatter Day? I feel like he would do that.
I forget who did that. I have it somewhere. I have it somewhere. Someone made that and wanted me to produce it, and I suck at producing, so I couldn't make it any better.
Yeah, I didn't really put a whole lot of work into it, but the idea sounded pretty good. Flat smack all on the floor. Give me that globe. So
dumb.
Yeah, someone's already made it somewhere.
Dang it.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was someone who became everyone who became.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he switched names so many times. I don't remember what he ended up as.
I know who you're talking about, though.
They don't have to talk, but congratulations. You already earned intellectually honest from somebody, so good job.
Looks like I have another one too. Oh yeah, quick shout out to Stoned. Yeah, I saw that as well. Good job, buddy. I was looking through my notes here some more. You guys have probably heard that song "Old Town Road." I'm gonna take my horse, and so I guess I wrote down instead of horse, force. So it died, it can't pull no more. I'm talking about gravity, so I got some work to do, I guess.
There's the one with the gay black guy and Billy Ray Cyrus singing, right?
Yep. Kind of don't feel that good about that part, but would be a funny meme. I'm gonna take that force down the old town road. It died, it can't pull no more. I got the forces in the back. Now the earth is flat.
You got something there, man. Go for it.
Yeah, it's hard to write music. Finishing it is the hard part.
So no, you joined the voice server. You don't want to talk. At least say hi. This it would be a no. I had to do it. Peter McGavin is formerly known as Central Bank Road at Saw's Avatar. He thinks
That
he
is
lives
correct.
He thinks he lives on a silly spinning space water ball thing. Junkie Central.
Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, where is that from?
Just hit your ball if you can find it.
If you can find it.
That's Peter
I was in
McGavin
that
from
movie.
Happy Gilmore, right? Yeah.
I'll tell you, I don't know what it is about this big winning streak I'm on. I'm in the zone. What can I say? The hole just seems to get bigger.
So how's it feel to be the favorite, Shooter?
Well, I certainly don't think I'm the favorite. With all the great players here today, it's really anyone's tournament. I'm just trying to do the best I can out there.
I love the fake humility. It's so funny.
I know, dude. Oh shit.
Whoever that actor was nailed that part in that movie.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros.
Everybody's favorite part of that movie has to be The Price is Wrong, bitch. Right? And Bob Barker beat the shit out of him.
I did not add that one.
I think that's what he says. It might be a Mandela effect, though. Oh, never mind.
Oh, and Virginia, in case you were wondering, my jacket size is 4 long, and my right arm's just a little longer than my left. Oh.
What about the part where he calls that giant guy a moron? Do you have that one?
Well, moron, good for Happy Gilmore. Oh, my God!
Wow, I gotta watch that movie again. When was that? Like 2001?
No, it's like 90s.
Shit.
96, I'm going to say.
96? I'm old as fuck, man.
Nailed it. It's 96.
Damn, dude. Wow.
Just felt like a 96 movie. I love role playing as shooter in the chats. It's hilarious.
'99 had a lot of the truth movies, Matrix and Truman Show, and there's some other ones too. Y'all think one?
Yeah, you nailed it with the Truman Show. That's a good one. What else is there? Yeah, of course, The Matrix.
I think maybe Dark City come out in '99. I could be wrong.
Hey, I was thinking of Dark City too.
You know, that's actually the movie that got me to think about this stuff.
Really?
I don't know. After I watched it, I was like, I'm going to look into this. I mean, they're showing like a flat, like simulated Earth and sort of like an outer space sort of thing, but I don't know. It just tipped me off. It just, for some reason, sent me down the rabbit hole.
The only reason I heard of Dark City was because of, I believe it was Matt from Quantum of Conscience. He said that he felt like Dark City was the prequel to The Matrix. And I was like, huh, maybe I should go check that out. So that's why I watched it. Been a while, though.
You guys know how to get to Palm Beach? Yeah, it's just,
Oh, right. That is a good... It's kind of relatable to this topic, right? It's like, well, where's the curvature? Oh, it's right? It's over there, right? And they can never get to it or something.
Where's the end? I don't know.
Brilliant.
Hey, CB, I just found the price is wrong, bitch. It's
Mhm.
3 minute clip, 3 minute clips. If you want to grab anything out of it, there you go.
Okay. All right. Give me a sec. I'll do it.
No, that's like a minute and a half clip I put in there, my baby. I'm sure he says it. I haven't watched it yet.
The price is wrong, bitch.
Awesome, man. I was just watching it real quick.
Yeah, that's good. I'll have to add that for next time. You ask a globe, like, what's the size of the globe or something, and I get it wrong. I'll put that on the board. Yes, thank you very much, Dave. And if anyone else comes across a great clip, please send it my way. Be happy to add.
I like just hit your ball if you can find it.
I know, dude. I was actually really surprised by the amount of those shooter clips that related to this topic. It was perfect, dude.
They can never find their ball. Where'd it go?
I keep searching for the globe ball, and they never find it. Let's have to play another one, right? That's what they keep doing.
Mulligan, yeah.
A couple of more of them starting to do that the last few days. Like a few people in the chats have been like, yeah, well, maybe the globe's just wrong. It's bigger. It's still globe. So now they're arguing for a ball that nobody else is.
I haven't heard that one in a while. That's new.
Some Cog Disc kid said it today.
Wait, are they bringing back the big Earth theory?
They're trying. It's like,
So,
K-Radius
first
is
we
wrong.
got
It's just a bigger ball.
Now we got big Earth again.
The only thing about the bigger theory, I don't know, it only fucks up like everything that's based on the radius.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's the only thing.
Well, their favorite question to ask is why would they lie? So it's like, well, just ask them if it's bigger, why are they lying?
And every time we get a further horizon measurement, right, then it's got to get bigger every single time.
Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Yeah. So their equator is like 5 million miles now or something. Who knows what it's up to?
Is Ron Jeremy still alive? He is. Props to him. I'm saying.
Doesn't look alive. Undead, I would classify him as.
I just love the lingo.
I'll look it up. Y'all go ahead and guess. Let's Ron Jeremy, alive or dead? I'll look it up.
Nose goes. Yeah, I just love the lingo here. Freaking Ron, whoever came up with that Ron Jeremy fallacy, that's freaking funny, dude.
Was that Larry?
What's the Ron Jeremy fallacy?
Okay. So anytime someone's like, "Oh, the Earth's just so big," it's so big. Right? You just hit him with the Ron Jeremy fallacy. It's an inside joke, really.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's mad funny. Also like rumpus. Like I'll tell someone that they're rumpusing me like in
I
real
love that.
life.
Yeah, I do that too. I'm trying to kind of like subtly lead them into this.
Dude, you're rumpusing me, and they always know what you mean too. Like they know what you mean when you say it, which is.
I've said it before where people just don't even blink at it.
I know.
Like they just know exactly what you mean, right?
Someone needs to change Wikipedia.
There has a special psychic connection.
Change Wikipedia where it says over talking and put the definition as rumpusing.
Man, that first QE and Rumpus debate is painful.
God, cute. Rumpus, man. I can't believe I was around for that.
I just listened to that for the first time a little while ago. I was like, man, this guy's crazy. Yeah, I see where they got it from. See how he earned his reputation.
Texas, are you familiar with who Rumpus is?
I have no idea. I'm looking it up right now.
I'm pleased to announce that Mr. Ron Jeremy is currently alive. He's 63 years old.
Rumpus.net.
Do we have a good clip of
Oh
Rumpus?
man, there's just like an hour and a half of clips in that QE debate.
I'll
Just
see if I can
melting down and just like full, just having, just total.
Rumpus is a guy.
Just having a total seizure the whole time. Yeah.
What would Nathan call him? A nameless, faceless troll.
Wow.
But let me see if I can find a numpty clip with Rumpus.
I got hilarious correction. Ron Jeremy's actually 69 years old.
I think he still gets laid.
Ew,
He was always pretty ugly. Gross.
Yeah, I don't know how that became a thing. So weird. The hardest part about navigating through Quantum Eraser's channels, like they can't search for the videos. You have to like go into them specifically. He has so many clips, dude.
Like, I don't know. It's so weird because like I saw every single time I see a picture of Ron Jeremy just like casually or like in an interview or something, just like looks like he just got out of prison. Like he looks like he just got the shit beat out of him in prison. He's drunk off prison hooch or something. I don't know why. He's just he's just constantly fucking disheveled. I don't get it. Is he alcoholic or something? Well, he's actually in prison, huh? I didn't know that.
You know, Rumpus is way worse than a lot of the spastics that are in here now. And like QE was talking to him so politely back then, calling him sir and stuff.
I know, right? I found a little clip. You just want to hear it.
Quantum Eraser called someone sir?
Rumpus, sir, even. I guess, yeah, he got tired of getting rumpused.
He was so polite in the beginning. It was amazing.
Rumpy, poster child of Baltar double-speaking numpties, May 2020.
No one claims the geometric horizon is where the apparent horizon is when...
Sorry, we've only got one horizon. We don't have two horizons. We don't have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. We just have a horizon. It's just not geometric!
Correct.
Wow.
He just says stuff, dude. He doesn't even know what he's saying.
Goes along
he just
with
vomits at the mouth. Word vomit the whole time.
Holy shit. That was like a 5-second difference. 5 seconds. Fuck. He fucking looks like a jerk off too. I mean, just look at him. Look at that expression. He looks like smug but about to cry at the same fucking time. Like, what's going on here?
He's just having a constant seizure.
Seems like it.
All right, let's quit discussing other people and get back on topic. Just saying. Any new people in here?
Let me see. Got stoned. He has intellectually honest role. That's cool. What else do we have?
Yeah, Stone's cool and he's fairly based. I think he gets it, so that's no fun. We got to find a Glober.
Oh yeah, true. Where Glober's at? Sun Forest Fairy? No. I think she's cool. just joined.
Who is it this time? Oh, it's Dave's fault.
Yeah. But he's not a Glover. It's someone.
Nope, don't think so.
And he's like, is he lead mod? Something? Oh, he's my rare.
I'm pretty badass, I've been told.
Don't listen to Deuce Vault. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm just warning you guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Many roles complainer.
Yeah, people give me rolls. I don't like it.
I retract my last statement. That was a joke. Deuce knows it.
No, I said thank you, Dave. You're fine.
I have one more soundbite for Rumpus, if you guys don't mind.
Oh yeah.
Play it.
Maybe a Glover will follow Deuce in here. It usually happens.
True.
That would be nice.
I told you 2.5 years ago how this worked, and you didn't remember.
You've just made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do, we do.
We do. So you show him a 10-mile.
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. And now we do.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
What the fuck?
This is what I mean, dude.
See, that guy just word vomits. He doesn't make any sense. He just he spits out words.
Oh. He's fucking flipping and flopping around like a fish just caught, dude. He just got off the hook. He's like, oh, look at this boat. It's my thing now. This is where I'm gonna flip and flop right here. Fucking idiot.
Oh, he'd be pretty horrible to interrogate. Because he would just say whatever you said back to you. But he would also be a snitch. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah, but he's spastic that he can't figure out what he wants to say.
You couldn't trust anything he fucking snitched on either. He'd be like, is that even real? I don't know.
I know, right?
Well, the
I
crescendo.
think he has cognitive issues.
Reasoning when he encountered it, and he was faced with the brick wall that he no longer has the geometric horizon. He basically had like a mental breakdown. Really changed his whole tone of voice. It was basically like, okay, if this is the case, then that means reality isn't even real anymore.
Yeah, it's not. He's right. He's right though. It's not even real anymore. Everything you've been told is a lie. Simple.
Yeah, but he was kind of, I think, like he was trying to posit the idea. It's not just like your perceived reality is wrong because it's false by lies. It's that reality itself, like the tangible reality that's accessible to you, isn't real.
Yeah, but that is indeed the case when you're coming from that position, right? The nature of your whole reality is not what you've been told. It's not even close to what you've been taught to think about it. All of reality has been ungrounded. You're unmoored.
Yeah. And of course, then you've got the middle ground that you can soothe your brain, where you just decide it's simulatory in nature and it's a globe and flat simultaneously.
Right. Because there is no reality but the one you perceive at the moment. And that's just like post hoc relativism.
Oh, yeah. But, many people have encountered it here where if the Earth's not a globe, then nothing can be known and everything's out the window. Reality itself is breaking down and the Matrix got the plug pulled.
That's the thing, is they don't even realize that their brains have been addled by mind viruses such as postmodernism and communism. They don't even realize that they've been buying into it so hard that they're just waiting for somebody from the government to come and save them from us. Fucking idiots.
Well, to be fair, a lot of them would convert if the mainstream authorities told them to change.
Yeah, I know, because they don't not want to fit in. They don't want to be the unpopular person. They don't want to be seen as the other. But what they don't understand is everybody they think they care about probably hates them.
See, I'm the opposite. I like not fitting in. It's probably why I get fired a lot.
Well, you have a disagreeable disposition, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You're going to disbelieve what you're told until you can see evidence of it. That's the proper way to be. Period. You should be disagreeable.
Yeah, I'm with you. Should be argumentative as fucking possible.
At least to the point of where you get straight answers or demonstrative.
Oh, you're right. Spot on. Guy Morta is nerding out in the lab. We should get him in the stream.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I can't believe old dude has an actual meme for me. That's me on the cat, or that's me, the cat, on the bed going hibbity dibbity from tree to tree. Have you guys not had any Globers in here or what?
It's too pussy to join. He says he's like out somewhere or something. He's not home. He's in New York. Whatever.
Get the fuck off of Discord, you weirdo.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why the fuck does he have Discord on phone?
What a weirdo.
Yeah, vocal access to Discord is proportionate to your distance from New York.
Wait, say that again, AI?
Your vocal access to Discord is proportionate to your distance from New York.
I don't think that's true.
He's spiraling because I pointed out how dumb it is to not join a call when on a phone. He's flipping. He's flipping out.
What if he's in a movie theater? And he's only comfortable with having his screen glare, not being loud.
You sound like you're really far away, Arden.
Yeah, dude, I'm far away from New York.
No, you sound like you're far away from your fucking mic, bud.
I'm not, though. They're literally in my ears. I think I gotta get new ones. Oh, well.
What? Look at what he's saying now. The reason that he's not joining is because he ran into some random hobo. Scared him.
What the fuck?
Bro.
He's literally throwing out just about anything. He's like, oh, I tripped over a paper bag. I can't get on right now.
I can't make the show.
Wait, like, there's a crack in the sidewalk. I can't talk right now, dude. Hang on. There's a slight breeze. I can't talk right now.
I tripped on a ladybug. Sorry, guys.
Glad's Flobe new name is Keanu Reeves. Or no,
Great.
his new name is Keanu or Rihanna Keeves.
Rihanna Keeves. I'm down.
Rihanna. That's just call him Rihanna.
And like, I'm never that sullen ever, but that's how it came out.
Try not a fucking black background, you weirdo.
Shut up. You're
Damn.
right. Also,
Holy shit.
Why don't you cut off your right ear? What the fuck?
my face was angled. You guys, pick it apart all day, motherfucker. It's an AI portrait.
Do you not get the reference?
Oh no, I look a lot like him, I guess.
No, do you not get the reference to cutting off your right ear and putting yourself on a black background?
Hold on, I gotta turn you up.
Turn me up, man.
All right, you're up. What'd you just say?
Do you not get the reference of putting yourself on a black background and cutting off your right ear because of a woman?
Oh, no, don't tell me. Van Gogh?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, is it Picasso? Fuck, I don't know.
No, you had it right. It's Van Gogh.
Yeah, I thought it was Van Gogh.
Whoever said Picasso can't speak English like Picasso.
It's Picasso.
It's Mussolini.
Yes, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah,
one's Italian, one's Spanish. The same thing.
All the same, guys. It's all the
Race.
same.
Pretty sure he cut his ear off because of a woman.
You added a T where there doesn't need to be one. It's just racist.
Racist. Yeah.
Racist.
I know a guy who apparently was supposed to be like, he descends from Spanish loyalty, and he was like supposed to be a prince in Spain or something, but he lives in Puerto Rico now, so I don't know.
A conquistador?
What the fuck did you just say? Conquistador?
Well, the original pronunciation that not original, but the ones that we would know, it'd be conquistador.
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 Yeah, go ahead and spell that out.
CONQUIST.
Conquistador.
Conquistador. Yeah, QUIS.
That's how they would say it in Latin.
TADOR.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Dude, I haven't heard you spell a word out, I don't think ever.
WORDOUT. Word out. Now you just have.
Oh, you should have put ever on there too. No, that was good. I got it. Roger that. See, folks.
WOOOORDOUT.
You see, folks, when comedians try to out-comedy each other, it goes wrong. It goes badly, and nothing's funny after that.
Yeah, you might as well just fucking tie your shoelaces together, honestly.
Where's the plural comedians?
Oh, shit. We got a third then, don't we? 3 comedians in the house now.
Fuck.
Not now. I'm in public.
Stop it. Stop that. It hurts. No. Stop it. I know you think I like it, but it hurts. Stop it.
Well, we just got Fallen to join us, who is a used globe salesman, if anybody wants to talk to him.
Fallen, bro. What's up? Welcome back. Deus Vault.
Hello there.
Wants to talk to you.
Deus Volt. All right. Hello, Deus Volt.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty decent, I guess.
Why do you guess?
So, I don't know. There's better days and worse days. At least I got a big dick. There's always that. But anyway, what's up?
How do you know anything?
You would need measurements to back that up.
No. Let's not get into a dick measuring contest, please. If he starts off the conversation with "I've got a big dick," it's not true. Anyways, so how do you know?
Would you consider 6.9 inches big? Because I could send you some pics, dog. I mean, it's pretty thick.
It's good enough. Anyways.
Fuck. Kind of small, isn't it?
What the fuck do you care for?
If 6.9 is just good enough, I don't even know anymore, bro. I thought that was considered big. All right, what the fuck? And also the circumference.
Hey, keep talking about it, though, because we're really convinced. Anyway, go ahead, Deus.
Yeah, anyways, how do you know anything, Fallen?
How do I know anything at all?
Yeah.
You just kind of do your best with what your consciousness can perceive, I guess.
Well, isn't there a way to prove it to others?
Well, yeah. I mean, how do I know that you're conscious, for example? I mean, the only way I can reason through it is not deductively, but inductively.
Right. Now let's talk about deductive reasoning. What is the best case scenario to form the truth out of deductive reasoning?
Well, if you can find a pattern, in other words, repeated results that come out the same every time, then I would say that's pretty solid.
Are there any methods that you can think of to divine what is true or not?
You could just use the basic scientific method, form a hypothesis, put it to the test, develop a theory on why that happens, and repeat.
Sure. What are the constituent parts to an experiment?
Like in detail?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me just think of like the most comprehensive way I could describe it.
Should be about 3 bullet points for you.
I'd say it's actually more like 5 or 6. So
really,
it's kind of
elucidate
cyclical.
that for me.
So I would say first you make an observation or ask a question.
No, you misunderstood my question. What are the constituent parts to an experiment?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to.
Not what are the steps to the scientific method, but what are the constituent parts to an experiment?
You mean like how do you conduct a good experiment?
No.
I'm not understanding.
I know. Levelist has given you the answer because he's a nice guy. What are the constituent parts to an experiment? I'll give you one, the control. What are the other 2 parts?
Oh, you talking about, so the variable you play around with and all that shit.
Which is the what? Listen, I'm trying to get to an understanding here of how we divine the truth. How do you specifically know anything? Right?
I need to know by observing things, looking for patterns, and seeing if they correlate. And if I could find a way to break that pattern, then obviously there's something wrong with that idea, and I need to sort of try again, that sort of thing.
Okay, so you're talking about logic. Now I want to get to the hard and fast of, you already said deductive reasoning. How can we prove something to be true with deductive reasoning? And then we went to the scientific method. I asked you what the constituent parts of an experiment are. I gave you control. You said a variable that you play around with. Can you elucidate that? Can you flush it out a little bit?
You mean what's the specific term that people typically use with that?
What are the terms given?
Yeah, I don't know what the terms are. English is not even my first language.
What's your first language?
Arabic.
Speak it.
Marhaba.
I don't believe you.
Do you speak any English?
Anyways, besides you fucking bullshitting me.
That's not bullshit. I'm from Jordan, but anyways.
Okay, nobody
that's
cares.
Just a little bit about me.
Yeah, cool. Nobody cares.
Okay. So what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why? Let me rephrase that. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and what is your primary evidence of that?
Yeah, so the shape of the Earth seems to be like an oblong globe shape, and it just perfectly lines up with every single observation you'll ever make in physics.
That's not what I asked you. Again, I'll go ahead and restate the question so you can listen this time.
I gave you the shape. Was the shape not good? Like what?
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and what is your primary evidence?
I told you what I believe the shape of the Earth to be.
What is your primary evidence for that?
Oh, so the most primary form of evidence is that the amount of distance you could see is limited. And that is something that could only happen with a shape that is descending away
This is
from
something you've done?
Yeah, I'm looking outside right now, and I can only see a certain amount of distance. If the Earth was a shape,
What is the angular resolution of your eye?
the resolution of the human eye.
Angular resolution of your eye. Yes.
If we were to equivocate it to like a TV, it would be something like 40K, but it depends. It's not as simple as like a pixel rate. Like human eyes work a little different than that, but it's like a 40K TV is sort of what vision can max out at.
Angular resolution is what gives you your vanishing point on any optical thing that you're looking through.
Wait a
such
minute.
as a telephoto lens or
wait.
angular
That doesn't sound right. Because a vanishing point is just a congregation of distance. Like if something is very far away, the two objects that appear to have more distance between each other look closer to each other.
Right,
but
which is
that's not based on the resolution. It's like if your eye had a higher resolution, it's not like you would see further.
Stop talking. I see where you're failing to understand. Angular resolution is the angle that your eye has a certain angle, right, of light that it takes in. It's not the definition. We're not talking about a fucking screen here. We're talking about your eye. What is the angular resolution of your eye?
You need to
define. Are you saying that like somebody who has better eyesight would be able to like see further?
Yes. Yes.
I disagree with that.
All right. You ever seen an eagle? Hold on. You know what an eagle is? The bird eagle. You know what that is? Eagle? An eagle can see 4 miles.
So you can see for an infinite amount of distance. It's just going to be that the further away you look, the less clarity you're going to see.
Stop talking. You're
Didn't
wrong.
you start by saying you have a limited vision?
Okay.
Stop talking and listen. Okay, an eagle can see for 4 miles. The human eye cannot see that far. So there is a difference. So its angular resolution is a lot further than yours. You understand that? It's like putting binoculars on your face. You know what binoculars are?
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that like we can't see something that's 40 miles away, that the object just disappears, or like how does that work?
It depends on its size.
Yeah. The thing is, you sound smart, but you don't know anything, bro.
But wait.
I don't think you sound
so
smart.
If the object is big enough, it doesn't disappear. But if it's small enough, it just disappears.
Yes. That is a function of angular resolution of any optics. It's a fact. I'm sorry. That's just how any optics
let me tell
work.
you something. The object isn't disappearing. It's just getting smaller than the resolution.
It disappears from your fucking vision. Do not sit there and tell me that I think that it blinks out of existence. Don't be fucking stupid. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You sound really triggered, and also you don't have to mute me. Like I'm willing to take turns and stuff.
No, you're not.
Anyways,
Because when I start talking, when you have a misconception of what I'm asking you, you continue to talk. So I am now muting you. You're talking over me now. So what I'm doing now is giving myself the ability to let you see where you are wrong.
Okay, chill out because I have another question. Do you think vision is something that
like chills from YouTube?
So
I
do you
have
think like
another
vision is
question.
something that? Okay, so do you think vision is something that projects out from your eyes, or do you think it's that something is hitting your eyes and your eyes perceive that image?
Okay,
Here's a simple thing to
question.
Just go look up the definition of angular resolution.
Wait. I want an answer to that.
That's a stupid question.
You don't understand what it is.
Wait, no,
you don't
there's
understand
a right and wrong answer though.
Go on,
Listen,
Prod.
just go look up the definition, please, dude.
Yeah, so anyway, the horizon's too far to be Earth curve, so just get that fairy tale out of your head, Fallen.
Okay, everybody,
You know how big the Earth is, right?
According to
I mean,
Wikipedia, angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device such as an optical or radio telescope, a microscope, a camera, or an eye, to distinguish small details of an object, thereby making it a major determinant of image resolution.
How big is the Earth? Fallen, define it for us.
yeah.
Or should the
So
horizon be
that
at 1 foot
definition
observer
just
height based on
described
the...
Stop
is
talking.
like the literal resolution. Like
One at a time.
Fallen, nobody's asking you
Deus and
questions.
Fallen. Please, everybody. Deus and Fallen. Okay? Thank you.
Fallen, you were asked a question about the size of the Earth. We're moving forward because you
define it
clearly
for us.
don't understand what you're talking about.
You asked us just how big it is, so why don't you define it for us? Give specific terms for us, give specific dimensions to it, tell us where that horizon should be at, say, 1 foot of height.
So the horizon is going to have a threshold as to where it should be for two reasons, but the bigger one just
that's not what you
relates to
asked.
refraction.
That is not what you were asked.
Yeah, I just want to know where the geometric ball sagitta is going to be at, 1 foot of height. How about?
Go ahead. So 1.25 miles?
Right. So it's going to vary based on refraction. That's just a reality.
Okay, so you're already throwing your globe under the bus. Okay, well, that was easy.
Holy shit, dude. Okay. Again, answer the question, what is the size of the globe? Give me any dimension.
It's like 60,000 kilometers or some shit.
Oh,
In
man.
In miles.
So that's not incomprehensibly big. That's a 1.2 mile sagitta at 1 foot of height. We can definitely see that. Should be able to find that if that's there, no problem. Uh-oh.
You think on a 40,000 kilometer Earth that it's going to be easy to like see with...
Yeah, you just changed the numbers, but like I just said, I said, yeah, I do think I'll be able to easily see a 1.2 mile horizon at 1 foot of observer height. Yeah. But I'm looking at a 10-mile horizon at 1 foot observer height, which is a lot further than that. So I guess that's the end of your 40,000 or 60,000, whichever one you want to go with. Circumference.
Here you go. Are you in live stream voice text right now, Fallen?
Me? Wait.
Are you in live stream voice text right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Here's a horizon curvature visualizer.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you're telling me that the Earth's curvature is the Earth is too big to see any curvature, which that doesn't work on any geometric shape where something is too big.
You said live stream voice text too?
No, I said live stream voice text.
Okay, let me see. It's just taking forever to load. Are you talking about with the two platform hill house, platform habitat?
No. It's directly under my name at 8:06 p.m.
Let me see.
Yep, 6 minutes past the hour. I just pinged you there.
So this is just a calculator for curvature, and
No, it's not a calculator for curvature. It's a visualizer. From side to side, what you should see at a certain height.
What are the dimensions of the round Earth? Like, is it, like, how far would you say the round Earth is across?
like the circumference.
Yeah, I'm agnostic about whether the Earth is round or flat or whatever. I'm just
I
wondering.
think I'm going to tell you personally, like, it seems pretty obvious that it's round. If the Earth was flat in particular, you'd be able to see.
It seems pretty obvious that it's not because your 1.2 mile ball sagitta wasn't there. So
How was he muted? I don't understand. He was in the middle of a sentence.
Hey,
well, he's making things up though.
I wasn't here in the beginning, but basically, just picture this: like if you're on a ball,
Lou,
and you need to see from one place to another, there's going to be a shape, like this arcing shape in front of you. It's going to go in all directions, like around from you. You know, like it's going to get in your way if you try to see too far. But so they tell us what size that this arcing shape should be, but we're able to see farther than they say should be impossible.
And then he says it's pretty obvious.
Okay, really quick, guys. Little house cleaning. Lols, if you do that again, if you say, why is he muted? I'm going to go ahead and kick you for concern trolling. If you have any questions about that,
What?
you can go up to, shut up. You can go up to the welcome page and you'll see concern trolling is at the top of the list of why I will kick you. Do you understand me?
Well, what's concern trolling?
Just like if you see someone get pulled over on the highway, just let the police officer do his job. Don't pull over and ask them why they pulled that person over. Just keep it moving, brother.
That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, like leave the moderation to the moderators. Don't question them unless you want to be a victim.
Because I will victimize you fully.
What do you mean by kick? Do you mean like ban me, or do you?
Oh my god, I'm about to do it right now. I'm about to do it right now. Ask me again. I want you to go up and read the full welcome page, and then I will unmute you. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Lulz, do you understand me?
I'm unmuted.
All right.
Do you understand me?
No, wait. Sorry, say that again.
Go up and read the full welcome page.
Is there any specific part or just the whole thing?
The whole thing. Just read the whole thing.
So where were we? What were we talking about?
We were at the point at which you said that something is pretty obvious with no evidence.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So here's the thing. If the Earth was flat, then wouldn't you have a line of sight to China?
We have a
No
line
matter
of
where
sight
you
100
stay.
miles away when the Navy uses a rail gun. Have you never checked the weather report where it says visibility 20 kilometers?
Hang on.
I actually know some people in the Navy, and apparently they calculate for curvature whenever they're launching, even snipers.
Shut the fuck up. Again, we have talked about the angular resolution of the eye. That number one, everything you look at has a vanishing point. At a certain distance, you will no longer see it. It doesn't matter what it is. You have a certain distance to your eye. You cannot see for an infinite distance. That's just a fact. Look it up. It's true. Second, we live in an atmosphere. That atmosphere is thick. It's thick with gases and vapors.
Am I
Talk over
unmuted?
me
All
again.
right. So
Talk
I'm going to
over
start
me-
with the first point.
Talk over me again, and I will kick you.
That would not look good on your part. That would basically be like you trying to cancel me, just like flat earther.
I don't
care. Yeah. Because everybody's concerned about how we treat you. You're very special.
Fucking idiot. You cannot see an infinite distance. Please concede that point, because you've already said that you can see an infinite distance and continue to assert it, which is ridiculous on its face. Go ahead.
Am I unmuted? Yeah. So are you guys interested in the discussion or not? Because it seems like I talk for 2 nanoseconds and then I just get muted right away. Because
Are you interested in discussion? Because you came in here and you were like, "Oh, you can
I
see
am.
forever, and you can see a straight line to China." But like, that's fucking ridiculous. And nobody thinks that. So I don't think.
Can you just let me explain myself
No.
without being
No.
muted for more than
Why don't
10
you-
seconds?
I mean, you've explained yourself, right? Total. You've explained yourself enough. You really haven't said shit this whole time. At
Yeah,
all.
because I've been
You have
muted the
yet
whole
to
time.
make. Shut up. You have yet to make a solid case, because all you're doing is throwing these weird ass arguments against the Flat Earth Society at us. We are not the Flat Earth
Wait,
Society.
I haven't. Well, Flat Earth Society. What do you? I don't know any societies, bro. I'm just
You
here
know
like trying to
exactly what
talk.
I'm talking about. You know damn well. You know damn well.
I know flat earthers. I
Bullshit,
didn't
mate.
know there was a fucking society.
You're so full of shit.
All right. So this maybe we could be a little more cordial here. All right. Maybe this is a time for an educational lesson. Like, so, like with any grassroots movement or anything else, like there's a lot of truth behind it. But quickly they try to become, or they become subverted, or somebody attempts to, infiltrate, this movement and hijack it and take it in their own direction or to discredit it. And this is what the Flat Earth Society is, at least currently in our society. They are a COINTELPRO organization trying to derail you from the truth. When you come across flat earthers like us who are trying to tell you very relevant shit, they're going to have already programmed into you a whole bunch of stuff that it's going to make you abject to the idea and want to discredit it, just write it off immediately. And they do a very good job at this. But so often people misinterpret the Flat Earth Society, which is this COINTELPRO online group, with flat earthers. We are anything but them. They do tell certain amounts of truth, but they mix it in with ridiculous lies, and they try to make the flat earth seem silly.
Well, I'm not trying to give you death by association, nor have I actually in person debated a flat earther before this Discord. I just got invited to it 2 days ago, and I just was interested in it because one of my friends was telling me about it. So I'm not coming in with any preconceived notions, nor do I have a bias or anything.
Wait, yeah, you though.
I am coming in with a bias?
Yeah, of course. You have a bias that there's a 1.2 mile horizon even when it's a 10-mile horizon. We show you it at 10 miles and you still say, no, it's at 1.2 miles. So that's a pretty big bias.
The horizon's going to depend on your height. Obviously, if you're talking about a sphere, the higher you go, the more of the sphere you could see. So it's going to be relative to your position, obviously.
What sphere are you talking about going higher and seeing more of? What sphere?
Well, take a basketball, for example, and put it right in front of your face. You might not be able to see 50% of it, but if you put it far away enough, you could see about 50%. That's the most of a sphere you could.
Will have a sagitta, a geometric horizon at a certain point, something the Earth doesn't have, so it's not analogous to Earth.
But it does.
Oh, where? The one that was at 1.2 miles, but not?
It's not necessarily at 1.2 miles. It depends on your observer height, and it also depends on a couple other things.
It depends on the radius and the observer height, which gets us 1.2 miles at 1 feet. Is that where you saw the horizon in that pic that I posted?
On the ground?
Should I post it again so you can look again?
Yeah, at 1 foot of height, that's like you going prone on the ground. If you're standing up and you're like an average guy,
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It's going to be at 1.2 miles, 1 foot off the ground. That's where it would be with your claimed radius. That's the geometry of it. Are you going to throw that under the bus, or are you going to go with that?
And that's what you'll see if you're 1 foot off the ground. But you're more than
that's the claim that's on the table. I love it. That's what we're going to see. 1 foot off the ground, 1.2 mile horizon. Just 1 sec.
You agree that the Earth, if it is a globe, would have a hard geometric shape that could be measured, right, Fawn?
Yes. It's not going to come out perfectly consistently, but here's the important part. If it was flat...
Don't tell me what... Fallen, don't tell me what's important. Just say what you need to say.
Okay, I'm telling you what I need to say.
Because you don't know what that means, Fallen. Just don't worry about telling us what flat Earth should and shouldn't be.
Because the argument on my side is that the Earth isn't flat, so I'm just pointing out that if it were flat, then it would do this, and thus, if those conditions don't match up, then it couldn't be flat.
But that's you saying that, though. That's you making up a flat Earth in your head and telling us how it should be.
Oh, no, we're going to agree. We're going to agree first on this idea, right? So
wait a minute.
Let's agree on this.
Wait a minute. You just said that, at 1 foot of height, based on the geometry of the globe that I just claimed, the horizon, you'll see it at 1.2 miles. Why don't you check the voice text again? Because that's not what happens. So what are you going to do about that?
And you can't seem to agree with your own self, brother, because you started off by saying that you have a limited vision and then turned around and said you can see infinitely. So you're just sort of confused anyway.
So your
mean? I never
obviously
said
broken.
you can't
Your
see
globe
far
is
away.
broken, Fallen.
And I actually want to go back to that too, because like you guys agreed that if an object is sufficiently large enough, then you can see it, even if it's further out than you'd normally be able to handle, right?
Look, you got to put specific dimensions to it. You can't just say large so that you can just have things wherever. There has to be specific hard geometry to it.
Yes,
and you just
I agree
claimed,
with
you
that.
just made a claim as to what that specific geometry was.
But when I said the sentence sufficiently large enough, that implies that it has to be.
Hold on. Sufficiently large enough would not necessarily be enough information there. You'd have to say there's also reflective enough, bright enough. Like is it creating its own light? Is it reflecting light? What is its surface made of? Is it a non-reflective surface? Is it a very
that's fine.
reflective
That's all
surface? So,
entailed. That's all entailed. But I'm just saying, if back to the China example, are you telling me that China would not be large
Visibility
enough?
is about 20 kilometers on a normal day. Just check a weather report. So just air ends that argument for you.
Wait, but we could see the
Can I say
sun,
something
and
here real
I'm pretty
please?
sure that you would
Can I
grant
say
that that's
something
further
real
away.
quick?
Well, I
Okay,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
still get to the end of his 1.2 mile Sagitta that's not 1.2 miles.
Can I say something real quick?
Well,
Go ahead.
I just said that I wanted to get to the end of his 1.
Can we get to...
So I just want to get to the end of that, please. So what happened to that 1.2 mile Sagitta that's actually at 10 miles? That totally defies the geometry that you just claimed.
Why is it actually at 10 miles?
Because it's not geometric and there's no sphere that's limiting your vision, limiting your line of sight.
At 1 foot of height from the ground?
Yeah, that you just claimed that. You just claimed that is the geometry of the globe that you're arguing
let
for.
me input the formula real quick. I'm actually going to see if I can run the calculation. So let's see.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can now, yeah.
Yeah, can...
Oh, just
can
hold
we
on.
deal with one... Just real quick.
You're just
Can he
derailing them
just
in the
give-
middle of getting him to do something.
I won't forget about what you said. Just let him go. I don't care.
Well, it's going to get
Can we
lost.
deal with one issue at a time?
That's what I'm trying to do, and you're coming in and diverting.
No, what I'm saying is that he keeps jumping back and forth from one thing. Just keep him on one thing.
That's what I'm trying to do, and you're letting him get off of it.
No, actually, it's the other way around. You guys keep jumping to the next thing because you say you want the conversation to advance. I'm still stuck
I've
on
been
the
talking
eyesight
about
thing.
one thing
but
this
if
whole
you wanna-
time, the 1.2 mile Sagitta.
You have, but everybody else is jumping in and stuff, and it's like, who do you want me to respond to? I mean,
Oh, my bad. I never asked anything of you. I didn't ask for a response from you, but I did jump in a couple of times, and I didn't think they were derailing. They were just things to add to what was going on. Just please. You were about to calculate something, so we'd like to find out what you calculated.
All right, so let's see. So at height of 1 foot, at a distance, you said 1.5 miles?
1.225. I'll give you 1.8. Hell, I'll give you 3. I don't care.
What he's saying is that the given formula to us.
Actually, that math works out. It sounds about right.
The given formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So go ahead and use that. So like if you're 1 foot off the ground, it's very simplified. The square root of 1 is 1 and blah, blah, blah. So like it's 1.225 miles out that you should see the horizon at any given place, over water, of course, from 1 foot above the water.
So in this pic I just posted, it's at 10 at the 1 foot observer height. Completely impossible, given the globe geometry.
Well, like I was talking about before, refraction is going to play a role, especially when we're talking about over water where humidity is extremely high.
You can't use refraction because you have to show the thing that you say is being refracted before you can claim that it's a refracted image of it. I could say, well, there were leprechauns and fairies on the horizon, but they were refracted, so you didn't see them.
So are you saying that this image is not containing refraction?
No, you're trying to... I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not containing a 1.2 mile ball edge. That's why we didn't see it there.
And on top of that, there is some of those platforms being covered.
Is that
a
your
small
replacement?
portion, which
Sorry,
what
one
was
sec.
that?
I'll be right back.
No, look. We're seeing in this image, if we're being nice, because we can place the horizon in that image to closer to 30 miles. We're being very nice and saying 10 miles.
It's
Okay,
behind the horizon is behind the platforms. Clearly, you can see it with no amplification. You don't have to blow it up at all. You can see the horizon behind the fucking 10-mile platform. That's clear.
Right. So if we give the 10-mile range, which is extremely kind because it's closer to 30, what we're seeing. If we give that, you're still missing, I don't know, a magnitude of what, instead of 1.225, we're seeing 10. So what is that? We're seeing 8 point something times farther, something like that.
Well, for one, how do I know that the actual observer height is 1 foot?
You can go back and watch the video. Literally, you can
I'd like
watch
to
it
see the original source.
You can watch
It's not necessarily like
video that this still was taken from, and he has a moving video where he sets the camera down in the sand after showing the waves, and then zooms in. Yes,
Drace just posted it.
You know how high you'd have to be to have a 10-mile Sagitta on the 39-59 mile radius ball be like 60 to 70 feet? So I don't care. We could give you 5 feet. We could give you 10 feet of height. It won't make a difference.
So I'll just say, I'm not going to say this for the debate, but it just looks to me like he is higher than a foot off of the water. But I'll just grant that he's 1 foot off anyway.
Okay,
just for the
what did
sake
they
of
just say,
argument.
though? It's not going to make
Even
any
so,
difference. Give him 2. Give him 3. I don't care. Give him 5 feet. It's obviously not 5, but it doesn't matter.
Anyway, regardless, I'll just grant it for now and say that still is not going to demonstrate that the Earth were flat, because
could you at
some
least
amount being covered, which would indicate a curve, and on top of that, let me finish, please.
No,
So anyway,
Fallen, can you at least give us the grace that we are arguing in good faith?
When did I say you were arguing in bad faith?
Yeah, look at the video instead of the GIF at 1 minute and 30 seconds. He places the camera down as the wave goes out away from the shore. And then when it comes back in, he has to place the camera again because it's so close to the ground.
Oh, are you saying like when I was telling you it's not 1 foot, that's bad faith? No, like I'm not saying like, are you even the one who took the video? I'm just saying like the source could be that if I were to look into it, like maybe you guys wouldn't have even seen that. They could do it from 1 foot.
At the point of you not saying yes. The fact is that we've seen this several times. We've analyzed it. I've made observations myself. Many people in here have made observations themselves. Can you not give us the grace that we're arguing in good faith? Or can you not give us the benefit of the doubt at least?
Sure. But I'm still going to say that this, for me, it doesn't seem to prove that the Earth is flat, because there's still a lot here that
we're
would
not expecting this one bit of evidence to be the one single thing that convinces you. Okay.
Well, what it does is it falsifies the globe geometry. It's not necessarily proving for sure that the Earth is flat, but it's falsifying the 39-59 mile radius globe. That's for sure.
But see,
because for that to be a Sagitta,
because there's still like some muddy stuff there. I mean,
it's not muddy. It's very clear.
Consideration. There's other stuff. So I wouldn't say that.
It's not muddy. It's very clear, because in order to have a 10-mile Sagitta at a 1 foot observer height, the ball would have to be 6 times the size you guys say Jupiter is. It's roughly a 250,000 mile radius. Orders of magnitude of error for the radius. Completely impossible. There's no way that the globe could have been measured to a 39-59 mile radius if there are days where it looks like it's that big.
Yeah,
and this isn't even the worst observation.
There's other things to talk about, like refraction and whatnot.
No, but you want to mention refraction. And hold on, refraction. Okay, so who was that was just speaking of this? Is that Banker?
Yeah, I changed my name to Shooter for now, but yeah.
The math, where it works out to a radius the size of Jupiter, or the size of the distance from here to Jupiter is what the radius would be at about the 10 miles, correct?
No, the moon.
The moon, yeah,
No,
to the
it's
moon.
the moon at 10
Oh.
miles.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
Jupiter.
right.
It's Jupiter at
Saying
30.
it would be about the size of Jupiter at 10 miles.
At 30.
Six times the size of Jupiter.
6 times at 10 miles.
Yeah.
But if we threw the 30 in, now what would that be?
Okay, that's about 3 times the size they say the sun is, a 1.8 million mile radius. That's what they have to have now.
Okay,
And
so
that's
now we're the size of the sun. Now here's the thing. Like when it comes to refraction, you guys have this and somebody will correct me on the more specific details about it, about the 7/6 R. So standard refraction. Standard refraction is meaning that you have one extra sixth that we're going to grant you because of refraction.
And
After
it's still a begging the question fallacy.
Wait,
because they haven't proven R.
Refraction can do a lot. If it curves the light by just
No.
a single degree, that can have a massive effect.
Not that much.
Refraction doesn't curve light. Refraction is the change in angle as light goes from one medium to a different medium at the boundary, and is dependent on the angle of the light.
Yeah, and so imagine like how much a 1 degree difference can make over like the distance of miles. That's huge.
You're missing. Where's the helocline or the even the it would have to be a helocline. Where's the helocline at?
It's really easy to show that your calculations are wrong because we can shoot lasers for 93 miles of different wavelengths and they all hit the target at the other side. And we can show that with a small aperture camera, the horizon appears much too close for it to be a ball of your size. And so on a small pond, we can make boats disappear, even though the pond shouldn't be able to hide any boats according to your globes. And so with a bigger aperture camera, we can actually see way too far for your globe. The globe appears to be much too big. And so what happened here is the ancient Greeks looked at the horizon and thought, oh, there's only geometric horizons. Ooh. And they calculated it from that. And so they got it from looking at it with their eyes. And still today, we just use our eyes and look at the horizon like idiots.
But wouldn't that just, if I grant that your argument is sound, wouldn't that just...
Yeah, we're not talking to you, Lols. We're talking to Fallen.
So,
can I just...
What if I were to get a boat and make it disappear under the horizon, no matter how much I zoomed in? Like you could actually see that the boat is no longer in vision because it's being blocked by a curve.
Okay,
would that
is
be
it gonna...
acceptable evidence?
That's begging the question fallacy.
Yeah,
you haven't proved that there's any curve blocking anything, and you just hit the limit of the optics that you're looking through.
And we also just found out.
Let me point out that the range at which things will disappear will be much farther than what you propose the globe to be, as far as size goes. Like its radius. So once you do that, you're going to falsify the radius, even if you reach the limit of your objects or whatever. You're right.
Yeah, I falsified it already. Yeah. I told him about the lasers, how they're of different wavelengths and hitting the target over 93 miles away. And that basically means that any kind of excuse that refraction is bending the light around the ball to make it look flat just doesn't work.
But you agree that refraction is real, don't you?
Yeah, of course. Refraction is real, but you don't have it.
You just used it to throw your globe geometry, the 1.2 mile sagitta that's supposed to start blocking everything that goes beyond it. You just used refraction to throw that under the bus. So what do you think you're going to find with your little boat?
It's not just going to start blocking everything. It's going to begin to interfere.
Yeah, we just found out that doesn't exist, though, and you just threw it under the bus with refraction. It was supposed to be at the 1.2 mile distance. We found that it was not.
I agree because I looked at the image. I'm getting a lot of echo here.
Say it himself, but a lot of people do. So here's the problem that a lot of people come into in this conversation. They start to say, well, light bends. If light bends, maybe it bends with the earth. Okay? You haven't said that. I'm not saying you did. I'm not trying to strawman you. I'm just telling you, just be careful because you're getting you're getting very close to that. Because that's you're getting trapped. We are trapping you into that corner where you're going to be forced to say such a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, and here's a question for you. Do you have like a laser pen? You ever had a laser pen?
Yeah.
At what point does it start to refract?
At what point does it start to refract?
Yeah, so refracting is bending according to you. So at what point is your laser pen light bending?
Well, technically, through the medium of the atmosphere, it's always like going to be going through some sort of refraction, but it's like usually negligible over short distance.
It's not negligible. Okay.
The bigger the effect is.
I like this actually. He just said it's negligible. This is perfect. Okay, so you're saying that refraction, taking your 3959 mile radius ball, making it look like a 250,000 mile radius ball, 6 times the size you think Jupiter is, you think that's negligible?
That's not what I said. You didn't let me
that's
finish.
your claim. Maybe you don't understand your claim,
the
but that's how
the
it
distance
goes.
is, the more negligible it's going to be. But as it continues to go through that atmosphere, it's going to experience more and more refraction as it travels through that medium. So the effect is magnified by distance.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
See, you're so wrong, dude.
Light can
See,
refract
hold on.
up or
Hold
down.
on.
Just a second. The
He
light
doesn't
can
know what he's
refract up. That's
You're
why I'm
telling
teaching
him
him.
he doesn't
That's why I'm
understand.
teaching him. Light can refract up or down, dependent on the angle the light enters the boundary. You don't have any boundaries between different mediums, so you don't have any conditions to refract any light.
What he doesn't understand, this is what I'm trying to get him to understand. It's the power source behind the laser. Okay, so the greater the power source, and the more fine, and the more the optics, the more refined they are, the further the light can travel without any interruption. So you have to understand, a pen laser light is not the same as a laser coming off the ship of the USS Ulysses. Do you understand the difference? There's greater power
I'm
source
not
behind it.
sure about that. I would have to look
Go
that
look
up.
it up.
I don't
Because
think the strength of a light affects
look up
that.
the USS Ulysses that uses lasers to shoot shit out of the fucking sky. It's not refracting, buddy. It's not bending. Do you understand? If that were the case, why would they use a laser? Okay, because
I'll look it up right now. Let's just find out.
USS Ulysses. Look it up.
Yeah, they use monocyte targeting systems on ships to target
Logically
things
thinking about it,
over 100 miles away.
I'm not sure why more light would make the light bend any differently. Like, I'm just thinking about a mirror. Like, if you, no matter how strong the light is hitting a mirror, it's always gonna bend around.
You're how silly you sound. The light doesn't need to bend if it's a flat Earth, dipshit.
Well, there you go. Light.
Hold on, I'm just looking it up. The power of a laser.
You cannot see an infinite distance, and refraction is, if it does account for anything, is very little, and we'll give you.
How far? Because I've never looked at what you guys have said about this, but how far do you think the sun is? Because we could see that.
Okay, now you're gish galloping. The fact is that you need two different densities of medium in order for the light to refract. Unless you can show that that's happening in this picture, then your point doesn't fucking matter. Period. Point blank. That's all.
Yeah, so your 1.2 mile ball edge isn't there. So when you go out and you do your little boat test to see if it disappears over the 1.2 mile ball edge, what's the point? You've already thrown it under the bus. You've already seen that it's not there, and you've already explained it away with this refraction story tell. So why would you even bother? It's obviously not going to be blocked by something that you yourself admit is basically effectively invisible.
I just looked it up, and according to the Institute of Laser Technology in Lawrence Livermore, the power of a laser does not affect its curvature. And
The effect is what?
We don't claim that, so stop making a straw man.
Somebody else said that. I don't know who said that, but
No. What he just said, he's reading it wrong. He's misunderstanding what he's reading. Don't you understand that? What they're telling you is that the laser is straight. They're telling you the laser is straight and that there is no curvature in the laser.
No, they're saying that, like, they actually have a graph. It shows that as the scale of the laser strength increases, there is no change in how much it curves through refracted objects.
Okay,
but that means it's straight.
Yeah.
Objects are objects. The atmosphere is not an object.
Yeah.
You don't think the atmosphere is an object? I consider it to be an object.
We're not saying that it refracts more because of its intensity. Do you understand that?
Okay, why don't we just simplify this and use the refraction index to find out exactly how much curve there is?
Are you telling me I can shine a limp laser and a fucking erect laser? Is that what you're telling me?
Hang on. That's an inane question. Fallen.
It's not inane. He's telling me the power has something to do with it. Like if I shine a weak laser,
no, he's
it might
saying
bend more.
he's saying it doesn't have anything to do with it because he built a straw man. Anyways, Fallen. The fact is that you're way off topic here. 1.25 miles in that picture is where you should see the curvature. And you're telling us laser refraction.
Yeah, there can definitely be enough refraction because, like I said, over miles, the effect becomes more and more significant. 1 degree over the course of like 3 miles.
We're looking at 1.25 miles, stopping an idiot.
Yeah, and we also showed you that that wasn't the case. You don't have actually any boundaries to refract anything, and we have. I posted you
no boundaries to refract anything.
Yes,
but it's over water. The humidity.
Joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmosphere. A thesis submitted to the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton. And they shot 3 laser beams of different wavelengths. And if you knew anything about refraction, you would know that different wavelengths refract at different rates. So shooting those lasers for 93 miles, and if your hypothesis is correct and all light bends are in the air, then those 3 lasers would not be able to hit the same target. That's impossible, but they do. So your ideas just don't work out in reality. And here's an expert on refraction, especially terrestrial refraction, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. You don't have the conditions for your fantasy ideas to even exist.
If every part of light going from that object, reflecting off that object, or emanating from the object, as it were, is in the same strata as you are at 1 foot off the water, there's no helocline in order to refract off of.
So when can refraction take place then? Because clearly there's a lot of images I can send if you would allow me.
Refraction happens. Technically, okay, that is if you go to Andrew Thomas Young, it takes 2 mediums. So it's similar to like if you put a pencil in water. Okay, right. So you have what appears to be a straight line that bends when it hits the second medium, right?
A heliocline is two different mediums because they're of different densities.
Yeah.
And different temperatures, so they're going to naturally refract.
Yeah, but those conditions are rare and are not conducive to refract light around the ball.
So let's say I were to grant all of this. That still leaves that picture showing the Earth as a curve.
Where? What are you now saying that it's a 250,000 mile radius globe?
Let's say I were to say that. It still would be a globe.
Okay, well, I got another one for you. I'm just loading up the next one. Now the radius has to be 1.8 million miles. What are you going to do then? Say, yeah, okay. 1.8 million mile radius.
Let me help him real quick. Look down this corridor. Okay?
Look at that, a vanishing point.
Is this corridor curved?
Where am I looking?
It's 44 minutes after the hour. It's just a basic long hallway, and so you can see a vanishing point where the walls appear to meet and the floor and the ceiling appear to meet. Is the engineer?
Well, as you zoom in, you could continue to see as much as you want. Like if you had a telescope that was powerful enough.
No, you still didn't get what we taught you earlier. All optics have a diffraction limit, so once you get a telescope and you look and you zoom in, that telescope, provided the hallway is long enough, will still come out to look the same way you would just see further down the hallway. So that's the basics.
What I'm saying is like
and the Rayleigh criterion. And hey, stop talking. That's the basics of the Rayleigh criterion and how your eyes work. And so there's always a limit where the light overlaps, and it's unresolvable. That is the vanishing point. And so when you take these walls away, that point stretches out into a line. If you understand how this works, you can actually draw a good picture that looks pretty realistic. And there's no globes involved. This is a flat hallway.
Okay, but I think everybody here knew that. I'm not sure what point you were making.
No, I didn't know that. I thought. Hang on. Don't overtalk me. I thought that hallway was Velcro to the earth, and that it curved with the earth. I didn't know that it was flat. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So when we're talking about this point about the long hallway, this is a argument that's only in theory in your mind. It's like a geometric grid, some kind of like you graphed it on graph paper, right? Like that. Here's the thing. So like you're correct in what you're saying, Drace, 100%, but it's also still leaving out atmospheric extinction, like the way that light works through a medium. You will not see.
Lou, he did invoke that you could see to infinity and beyond.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm saying this. It's but you would never see to infinity and beyond, even in the perfect like graph paper fucking construct that you just created. So like how, let's say you're trying to look at something underwater. Well, the water makes things darker. And if you you don't have to go too far down. And things get very dark. You can't see shit. The light doesn't make it through the water. Well, the same thing happens through the air, just to a lesser extent.
Okay, so there's actually one thing you said that I agree with, which is that I could grant that if there's enough thickness and fogginess in the way of your vision, eventually an object will become impossible to see because the light won't make it through that medium. I could agree with that. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, just check any weather report and just check where it says visibility. It's usually not that far. That's air.
However, I actually still think it would be possible to see much further, even given that, considering its curvature.
So you think?
Well, luckily, that's why we have infrared fucking photography these days, which J. Tolan Media could show you some pretty amazing fucking pictures.
And we can already see way farther than the globe would allow. That's the whole point.
Let's go to a basic level with this kid. You know what a flashlight is, bro?
Nah, what's a flashlight?
What does it do? What direction does it shine in?
I literally just said I don't know what a flashlight is.
So a flashlight shines in front of you, like the car, like the lights in your car. See stuff in front of you. When the hell does that shit start to bend?
When does it start to bend?
Yeah, you believe in this magical.
Whenever it hits a mirror or goes through like a crystal or something of that sort.
Air a mirror. The air you're breathing. At what point is that a mirror?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. Are you telling me that you don't believe in refraction?
I'm asking you, at what point does the air start to bend the light that's shining out of your car?
Oh, it's doing it all the time, just like how water is doing
around
that pretty much all the time.
I have a flashlight and I'm walking down a hallway and there's a cross. There's another hallway crossing it. Can I shine the light straight and it's going to bend around that corner?
It's not that significant typically, unless you have like some extreme conditions.
Let me jump the gun. Does that light bend according to gravity?
No.
So no 8 inches per mile squared light curvature over distance then.
According to you, all light is bending. So is physics wrong when it says light travels in straight lines, and you just have this new idea that all light is bent?
So light can curve with gravity, but the gravity of the Earth is way too weak to make that happen. So no, in the case of like measuring it on Earth, I would say no. Gravity's not going to bend it.
Do you have any evidence of gravity whatsoever?
No. He
yeah. You can measure it if you have some pretty good instruments.
You're saying air has a greater chance of bending light than gravity, is what you're saying to us right now.
It's not a chance. It's like, yeah, air will bend it, and gravity on Earth will not.
Refraction isn't actually light bending; it just deflects. It just changes angles. It's all it does. It doesn't bend.
Yeah, that's what refraction is. It's the change of angle.
Bending of light around a corner.
So, anyway, you said you had evidence for gravity. Gravity was. That's clownish.
Well,
gravity was supposed to have made a ball.
Like 15 minutes ago, I told him he was getting cornered into this. And
so wait, you don't think gravity's a thing? I thought you all like
wait a
agreed
second.
on gravity.
Gravity was supposed to have made a ball in the vacuum of space, but there's no ball because we just checked for it, and your 1.2 miles Sagitta, it's at 10 miles, and you're still saying it's at 1.2 miles, which is nonsensical. But anyhow, so that's out, and there's no vacuum of space because that's a thermodynamics violation. So
I didn't
guess
say
no
that
gravity.
was out. I still have quabbles about refraction.
Well, I don't care if you said it. You're just in denial. That's okay. We showed you a 10-mile horizon, and your response was, no, it's at 1.2 miles. So obviously you're just delusional, but there's no ball. So we've shown you that. So obviously there's no gravity because that was the thing that that gravity was supposed to make.
Well, wait, how did you define like the point in the horizon? Because I mean,
I used an oil rig that it was at 9.4 miles. That was a known distance, and the horizon was behind it. So it definitely wasn't at 1.2 miles. Pretty easy.
But part of that oil rig was being covered
by a horizon that was behind it. That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but if you look at the oil rig, like we could get to the
you're not
other
even
part
worth
about
talking
the
to.
horizon itself.
You're not even worth talking to because you don't understand behind and in front of.
I will get to that. But first, you have to acknowledge that part of that oil rig was covered, was it not?
By a thing behind it? No, I'm not acknowledging that. You're crazy.
Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't even let that. You were too gentle on that. No, are you talking about the black swan? You think that was obstructed by something? No, that's called stooping, which is a type of refraction. Do you know what types of refraction exist?
Which is exactly what I was going to get to. That part can be being refracted, and then the horizon behind can still be shown if the light curves in the right way.
So the horizon behind the oil rig,
the horizon which is behind it, would also be stooped with it, and even more exaggerated. So it would be further. I can't. I'm not going to speculate what it would look like, but I'm telling you that what we have does not look like what you're saying.
It's not being obstructed anyway. It's just submerged in water. It's further out, so it has a smaller angular size than the oil rig in front of it. And the thing that he says is obstructing it is behind it. So this guy doesn't understand behind of and in front of. We would have a more productive conversation with a 5-year-old.
Trust me, I don't think you're following. So what I was basically getting at is that you can actually have a situation where the horizon would appear to be behind it, but in reality, the curvature is obstructing it.
Okay, so this is exactly what I just said. You've got a
It has nothing
10-mile
to do with
horizon.
obstruction. Refraction has nothing to do with obstruction. Please, you acted like you knew what I meant when I said stooping. Please tell me, what is stooping refraction?
I have no clue, buddy, and I don't really care.
Okay, so you don't know your own claim. Noted. We already knew that,
He
though.
doesn't know what he's talking about, as has been evidenced multiple times now. So.
Look. All I know is that it's pretty obvious that if there's a limited point to which you could see things, then the Earth literally just couldn't be flat.
Okay, so you think that if the Earth is flat, therefore you must have infinite angular resolution powers.
Yeah, he thinks his eyes are bigger than the Earth.
Let me ask you.
Not just eyes, but cameras, everything.
Hang on. I think he's making a misunderstanding from what he's been told light propagates under. Like, if he believes that he can see all the way to trillions and trillions of miles to a star. Fallen, do you know what the inverse square law is?
Yeah, it's basically like the inversion of a square root, which allows you to define the size of an object at distance.
No. Why did you say it so confidently if you didn't? That's crazy.
Okay, so tell me what it is if it's not that.
The inverse square law is the law of any energy emanating from anything. It will...
hold on, let me Google that real quick, because that doesn't sound right.
The power is inverse to the square of the distance, something along those lines.
Yeah,
so I got it right. It's a scientific law starting at a specified physical quantity inversely proportional to the square of distance.
You were not
that source of the physical quantity.
He was being picky. You were damn fucking. You were like on the spot, pretty much. Like you were like almost had it perfectly, but he was being picky.
No, he didn't almost have it perfectly.
Dude, all I'm saying is the definition you gave did not make sense to me. I didn't. It just sounded vague.
I was being vague. I was giving the premise, and then I was going to go into it. But whatever.
Okay. All I'm saying is whatever.
Go into it. Explain where he was wrong. I'm just saying, like he was pretty close.
You shut up too low. For God's sakes. Anyways, light does not propagate forever. Period. Just like your eyesight, you can't see forever. Light doesn't propagate forever. You understand that, right? Yeah, really.
So you think photons just disappear?
They get attenuated. You think you can just see to the bottom of the ocean?
They become diffuse. They become diffuse energy.
Okay, but you could. Well, obviously they become diffuse. So a bright object will get forever.
So listen, that's what
strong enough vision. You could still see it.
Happens. Listen, that's what happens in the atmosphere, in the air. Light becomes diffused. It's not bending, bro. Diffusion is a thing because it's bumping into stuff.
I know diffusion is a thing, man.
Okay,
you don't have to tell me that.
All right, so let me ask you this question: have you ever heard of the NIF?
No. What is that? Hello?
But it's the National Ignition Facility, right? So this is in California. This is where they conduct high-powered laser experiments with petawatt lasers. These are really, really fucking powerful lasers, bro. They go right through your body and keep going. Okay? And when they do this experiment, they have to do it in a vacuum because contaminants are in the air. So they have to pull all that shit out in order for them to get the proper experiment that they want, right? So this is how they conduct these things. So because of diffusion and thin particulates in the air, this is why light diffuses. It's not bending, dude. It's bumping into shit. That's what's happening. So if a laser was shined in a vacuum, it'd go really, really, really fucking far.
It wouldn't go forever.
It might not go forever. It just depends on the power source and the optics it's going through. You keep making it go further, but you're going to have to keep applying different properties.
Not forever.
It just depends how much power source you want to get, dude. And what is forever?
Fraud, not forever. That's period.
We another good. I think what I think is a valid point.
But I'm not talking about in a medium. I'm talking about in something devoid of such things. So you don't know because there is no forever that we know of because space doesn't exist. We only know of where
And
we
there's
live.
no perfect vacuum. Even you can't even, or nobody can make one.
Yeah, they can't make a perfect one anyway. Yeah.
I
So
would
it doesn't
also
matter.
like to assume it's quite simple, but I would like to assume that he understands that like you don't like improve your seeing ability. It's in all cases, it's the amount of photons that are able to reach your eye. No matter if you're using a camera or a telescope or your own bare eye, like the light has to come to you. You don't like improve your ability to go to it.
Yeah, and the diffraction limit or the Rayleigh criterion is based on your pupil or your aperture.
And we see way too far for his globe geometry to be true, which is why he spent this whole time making excuses for why we don't observe it anywhere instead of showing it to us. Why is your whole globe built on excuses and not evidence? Oh, because it's a religion.
He's not here anymore.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is it just me?
No,
Or
I'm back. I just had to move something.
He died.
Yeah, no, your silence. Just shut up because we're gonna pretend like you were actually absorbing what we said and fucking we're like dumbfounded.
I heard you talking about vacuums and stuff. You don't have to explain any of that.
He's not here anymore. He died.
Rest in peace.
So, Fallen, kind of interesting how you don't have any of this globe in existence to show us. You can't show us your globe anywhere. You don't have any evidence to support it. We just have observations that run contrary to it that you hand wave away. And make excuses about. What's up with that?
Oh, am I back? Yeah, you guys muted me. What the hell?
But
anyways,
you asked who muted you. I did. I said you died, and then I went like this.
Come back and be like, after my mute, I've realized that I am wrong and that you guys have clearly thought about this more than I have.
So
nothing like that.
I still don't think the Earth is flat, but
But you don't have any geometry to support it. You don't have any observations to support it. You don't have any
We don't
evidence
think
and
it is the
backing
way
for
you
it.
do
You have
it.
a bunch of excuses for why it's not observed anywhere. So why do you still think that?
I agree. You don't think.
Let him talk. Fallen.
So yeah, I think there's very easy, simple evidence for why the Earth is round. So for starters, I don't see how on a flat Earth you'd have stars rotating counterclockwise in the north hemisphere and then clockwise in
This
the
is
south
something I
hemisphere.
told him about 3 times the other night. He just kept circling back to it every single time. They just go east to west. Look north.
No. Hang on.
Look south.
He's supposed to be
gave him the
telling.
answer like 3 times.
Yeah,
right,
no,
but he's supposed to be
yeah,
telling
I
us.
get what's going on here. This is. I don't know if I'm 100% convinced on our answer on this either, but
Wait, hang on, hold on a fucking second. Like I was about to say, he started off by saying there's a lot of evidence why the Earth is a globe. For instance, if the Earth was flat, that's not how you fucking start out with your evidence that the Earth is a fucking globe.
Yeah,
Fucking
thank you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, you're supposed to say if it's a globe, then something like there'll be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. We already ruled that out. So what's he going to do now?
Yeah, you can't just like start out
You unmute
questions
me? Okay.
like lines of
Why do you
question with
keep mute?
strawman.
Okay, really quick. So stop looking up. We're talking about what's below our feet. Continue.
What's above us is indicative of what's below us because it's moving, buddy.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so the things above us are moving, and that helps your story how when they're
I'll
supposed to
explain
be
exactly how.
No, we're
So,
gonna be going backwards. We're gonna be going backwards. Now you've just made
no,
a
we're
claim.
not.
You said
No, we're not.
you've made a claim. You said we're moving. How do you know we're moving?
Because you could see all the stars being in a
Now you're
perfectly
begging
fixed
the
position
question. Now you're
relative to
begging
each
the
other.
question. Something
And
more than
if
that. Now you're
So you
begging the
know we're
question.
moving because you see something else moving.
yeah, that's exactly it. And I'll explain why. So
Story
Relax,
time.
Linda.
back to the
Take a
fucking
breath.
North and South Pole thing. The whole
Why?
thing
Why do you
about
wait?
it just
Wait
going
before you
from
go
west to
back to
east and
this.
east to
Before you go
west,
back to this, you
that
brought this up. You and
No.
it's been addressed every single time.
no, that's where I disagree. The east to west thing is what I want to address specifically. So that explanation doesn't make any sense. Like, have you ever got a screwdriver and twisted in a screw? It's not a direction of left or right. It's a form of rotation, clockwise or
It depends which way you're
counterclockwise.
facing. If you were
No,
someone
it's not. No, it's
go
not because
behind
clockwise and counterclockwise are objective to the observer. So, like you in
subject.
your position, like looking down on it, what is left to you is also counterclockwise. What is right to you is clockwise. But if you were to go the other
No,
way,
it's
like
not.
looking in the
What are you
mirror,
talking about?
were to go into
Wait.
a
No, no.
mirror and look at it from the other side, then right would be left and left would be right.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the only
these are
way
not
to.
actual
Okay, so let
directions.
me talk. Let me talk, please. Okay, my turn. All right, good. So, yeah, the only way to invert the direction would be to be on the other side of it. So, for example,
No,
if it was a
stupid. You
ceiling
just look
fan,
north,
you'd
east,
have
south,
to
or
be
west. That's how
above
you
the
invert
ceiling
the
fan.
apparent
But if
direction.
you're below it, there's no way for it to change from clockwise to counterclockwise. You need to go above the ceiling fan.
Guys, listen.
Yeah,
You're
there
letting
is.
him
You
take
just
you
look
off
at it
into
from
the
one side
weeds.
or the
Listen,
other.
hold on. You're letting him take you off into the weeds with sky stuff. Let's try to focus on the ground measuring flat because that's the
Well,
objective reality.
we
Yeah,
did a
but
lot of
what he's
ground
saying
stuff.
right here
We'll
is
get back
stupid
to
enough
it.
that we
We'll
can
get
use
I mean,
it
back
to
to it.
I
explain
get
Though.
it, but
anyway.
listen, listen. The people who want to hear about the Earth measuring
Yeah,
flat are going to get lost in the fucking stars. So let's not do
Yeah,
that.
but
yeah,
this is
but
the thing,
Glad,
love.
this
They're
guy
all
is showing
addicted to the
everybody that he
stars
doesn't know
and
left
shit.
from right, so that kind of just helps us.
Okay.
That's all he's doing. He's just demonstrating he doesn't know left from right. He doesn't get it that if he stands on one side of the street and sees cars go left to right, then moves to the other side and sees them go right to left, he doesn't get that all that changed was observed.
Yeah, it's also false
That's what he doesn't
equivalence
understand.
trying to equate your ceiling fan to the sky.
Right. If I you know those little glow stickers that like teenage girls like to put of like stars and planets and stuff like on their walls. If I put one of those on my ceiling, let's say I got a crescent moon and it's like arc to the right. And I go and lay on my back and I look up at the ceiling and I go, okay, it's arc to my right. But now I go to the other side of the room and I lay on my back and I look at it and I go, now it's arc to the left.
I've noticed you're always on your back.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, so he's going to tell us, yeah, they go east to west, but they also go clockwise. He's going to say that that's absolute direction, apparent direction. But at the same time, east to west, that's an absolute direction. And somehow it's going in two different absolute directions at the same time because his mind is that distorted.
See, what's beautiful about it is what we just described, what I just described with this crescent moon of like some teenage girls like glowing fucking, bedroom decorations. Like it perfectly describes what happened actually in reality, where like in Australia, they see the moon in the same phase that we see. However, it's upside down.
Yeah, it's like you drew a 6 on your ceiling. He doesn't understand that if you walk to the other side of the room, it's a 9.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, these guys want to talk about the sun and the moon and the stars, like, and we try to pretend like, you know, like that's our weakness. It's not. We can use the fucking moon and the stars, you know, like to prove our side too.
I'm a Libra.
Hold on, I agree, Lou. The globe falls apart no matter what they say. Right? No matter what anybody says, the globe falls apart.
Listen, if you mute me one more time, I'm leaving. Like, that is.
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh, this kid! Oh my goodness! Was he about to take a stand? Was he about to put his foot down there?
Go ahead. What were you about to say? I'm sorry, I muted you.
You guys want to talk about bad.
Yeah, this time it was me. I wanted to mute you before, but he got me. It was too fast.
Sorry.
Yeah, figure out apparent direction versus absolute direction and get back to us, okay? Figure out your left from your right. Just go back to the basics here, get that sorted. Spend a lot of time standing on the street, looking at the cars going left to right, then stand on the opposite side. Notice how they go right to left. Spend some time with that. You'll get it.
Yeah, I think he also needs to like spend
East to
some
west,
time,
that's
like,
all the sky does. East to west.
Yeah, I think he needs to spend some time going
Period.
outside of his room and maybe looking down long tunnels and taking long walks on the beach and that kind of stuff.
I thought it
And
was
lay
long
on
walks
his
with
back.
the beach.
Lay on his back. I mean, let's just do that. Just lay on your back and look at the fucking
All right,
moon.
listen. So, the whole left to right thing just proves you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. Don't mute me and then spout a bunch of nonsense. Number one.
Do you
And
think
number
left
two,
and right are objective directions? Let me give you a lesson on objective. So, like, the only thing we have to go on is the compass. The compass points north. North is a philosophical issue depending on what cosmology you want to believe in. Okay, so like nobody really knows what is what except for what the needle points to.
Like, if you mute me one more time, I swear.
I swear, this is over.
Yeah. And it works. Apparent direction. That's also based on the way you're looking.
Yep.
Wow,
You can look
somebody's
south
definitely
in the
robotic
so-called
bad.
northern hemisphere too.
Yeah, no,
Oh, I am okay.
I would in order to rebut myself, I'm actually wrong because the only other thing we could go by is what would it be? Astronomical north or basically directly underneath Polaris, directly underneath the North Star. We could use the stars and find our north, or we could go by the compass. They're two different locations. Compass one moves, so I would probably use the stars. But
it's so funny that he thinks that he has to cross his imaginary equator to observe different apparent rotations. Did you know that you can look south in the so-called northern hemisphere? Are you aware of that? You can also do the opposite. You can look north in the so-called southern hemisphere. Try it out.
am I unmuted?
The stars
Hey,
will move
Lou,
clockwise, counterclockwise.
What's your name? Lunatic. I have a proposition.
You were asked a question. Attempt to focus and listen.
I can convince you on this.
You know that you can look north in the so-called southern hemisphere, right? And do the opposite as well. You know that, right?
Okay, great. I want to have a conversation with just Lunatic where I won't be muted and there won't be 10 people talking over me. And I have a feeling when he comes back, he'll... What?
No, I muted Luke because I don't want you to talk to him.
No, I mean, like, I'll do a separate call with him away from here, if you like, and I will bet you so much money.
Oh, you're
that,
gonna change
when he
Luke?
comes back.
You're gonna flip him? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, I want nobody, not a fucking peep from anybody, please. Lou, you there?
Yeah. This is me.
Okay, Fallen and Lou only. Do it.
All right. So, tell me, what is it?
The proposition. Yeah, so the proposition I wanted to talk about specifically was relating to the star thing. The thing about left to right earlier makes no sense, and I'll just prove it right now. So we're looking up at the northern hemisphere, and we're getting a counterclockwise rotation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in the southern hemisphere, you get a clockwise rotation, right?
Yeah, this is the dumbest thing I've this is you think you're being
It's gonna
tricky.
be so
This is
simple.
so
Like
stupid.
you're
Yes,
so
it is.
right.
All right, but look, you have no idea how dumb you're being until you realize what you're saying.
No, trust me. So now I'm imagining we're on a flat plane and we're looking up at the star Polaris, right? That's like the center of the ceiling fan.
The center.
So yeah, you got.
Now I'm lost.
So imagine you got a ceiling fan.
Now. I had you up until now. I don't know. I can't agree anymore.
You can't agree with what?
A ceiling fan. What?
The stars are above us, right? Their rotation is above us, like a ceiling fan. Like, where's the problem
Are
there?
you saying that you know the direction and how all the celestial lights work? Like, you know that they all go around one central point or something
I
like
just
that?
need to know that they are above me. That's all I need to know. They're above us, correct?
Yes, they are above you.
All right. A ceiling fan is above you, correct? And let's just say we had a ceiling
Sure,
fan
but a
that
ceiling
had
fan
blades.
only moves in one direction. Like, it doesn't go in two directions.
And that's perfectly fine. Exactly. So you got a
And if
ceiling.
you're only talking about one ceiling fan, what if there's two ceiling fans?
But we're not there yet. We're just talking about one ceiling fan.
What do you mean? Wait, hold on. Did I just blow in your whole premise?
No, we're not there yet. So slow down. We'll get there. So we've got a ceiling fan, and we can use that as our clockwise rotation in the North Pole, right?
Sure. Yeah. In the north, we see a certain set of we see a certain set of stars following a certain pattern in the north, and then in the south, based off of perspective. But look, you're not letting me interject on this. It's quite simple. You have to keep looking north. You're now looking south when you're in the southern hemisphere in order to describe what you're talking about. So because you've changed directions, you've now put your back to the wall, right? You're on two different walls. You're looking one way, then you're looking the other.
All right, that's fine, because I'm in my room right now. I've got a ceiling fan with me, and I've got two opposite opposing walls on either side of the ceiling fan. And if I turn the fan on right now, it's going to rotate counterclockwise. No matter where I stand in my room, whether I'm on one wall.
No. Your ass in this, in what you're trying to describe, is at the equator, whereas you're underneath the fan.
Yeah,
like
on
not
a flat
the
Earth,
fan
you're
itself,
always
not
underneath the fan, right?
You're underneath. I guess let's say there's two fans, and you are equally between the two. Like you're looking at one fan that runs one way, and another fan that runs the other, and you're looking at one, and then you're looking the other when you turn around.
Wait, if there's two fans, then why do all the stars rotate around one center point? That wouldn't make sense at the North and South Pole. And if the South Pole is not a pole,
I don't know. This is
actually
model. This is why. Look, this is all in the realm of. I actually want to take back my last statement. I haven't thought about that enough. This is stupid shit. Honestly, this is
I don't
why
think it's
we
stupid. I think
avoid
it's
this.
very
Why we
simple,
avoid
and
this.
it points out
We're
because
in the
I'll tell
world.
you
We're
why.
in the
I'll tell you
world of
why.
conjecture and theory and like what
I'll
your
tell you
mind
why.
wraps
I'll
itself
tell you why.
around.
I'll tell you exactly why. And it's because the way you would observe the stars to rotate in the North and South Pole falls perfectly in line with being on a globe, but I can't explain it on a flat Earth. It just doesn't like make sense.
Because you're
No, you
making
don't.
up your own flat Earth to debunk,
I'm
bro.
not. Yeah, we're not trying to explain what the stars do. We're trying to tell you what you live on.
But would you agree that the stars make perfect sense on a globe Earth, the way they rotate
No,
and the way that
No,
being at the
not at
South Pole
all.
inverts
Not
your
at all.
position?
I can observe anything in reality and make patterns out of it. I can lay on my back once again and look up at the fucking sky and see the clouds, and I can go, that one looks like an elephant. That one looks
Okay,
like
but
a
okay,
mouse.
what does that have to do with what I said though? Is it a coincidence that the
No, it has
pattern
a
and
lot
movement
to
of the
do with what you're
stars
saying.
just
It has a lot to do
happens
with
to
what you're
be
saying because what you can do is you can create when you see patterns, you can then come up with theories or mathematical constructs to support them. If you're
we
working in
don't
a
even need
backwards
math though.
direction.
This is simple. Dude, this is simple. Like back to the ceiling fan example. The stars are above us. If you are on a flat plane, like my room, it's not very huge or anything, but I could be all around the fan in any direction. No matter which direction I look at it, though, it's always going to be clockwise. The only way that the same rotating body would become counterclockwise is if I inverted my own
No, but we're
position.
not talking about the same rotating body, though. Just look at the stars themselves. Look at the patterns that they make.
Well,
It's
you
not
know
just
about
one.
constellations and stuff, right?
There's clearly look, you're talking about just around Polaris, but there's what obviously you Globers talk about the Southern Cross and shit like that. There's another rotation point, so that means there's two ceiling fans. There's two rotation points. They're not bipolar to each other. They're not antipolar, or however you want to say
Yeah,
that.
so here's what the globe model says. The globe model says that those stars are fixed in place, essentially, and that we're rotating. And it just happens to be that the stars follow that exact pattern. Whereas on a flat Earth, I don't see how you can get that to happen. The stars have a center point at the South Pole when we observe, and they're rotating clockwise. But according to the flat Earth model that actually you guys have posted in chat, the South Pole is not any particular pole. It's like an edge where
No, in fact, actually, I've seen things like I don't know the data very myself, but like I've heard and seen things that come from very reputable people for like digging deep. That they actually claim there's more than one like rotation or like point in the south. Like I don't know how that
Hey Lou.
works.
Hey
I
Lou.
can't wrap my head around it. I don't
Hey
understand
Lou.
how that works.
Hey Lou. Hey Lou. Do you want somebody else
Yeah.
to come in?
No.
Because you keep
Yeah.
on saying that. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, when it comes to what's in the south or what's in the sky, I don't know. You know, like I'm not gonna say that I know.
Well, here's that's fine. The broader point that I'm making though is that I think you got to concede at least that it's funny how just
He didn't fucking
coincidentally.
know. Why does he have to concede anything else?
I don't know, but anyway, it was just me and
Why does
him.
he have to
So
concede that it's
anyway, I
funny?
think it will be
You
fair
find
to
it
say
funny.
that it
Talk
is
for me
at
again.
least like
Fucking idiot.
He did.
Anyways.
He said, concede that it's funny. I'll
The
concede
fuck
that
is
was
wrong with
funny.
you?
I'll concede that was funny. Yeah.
At any rate.
It's super easy to kill this because it's all backing the question fallacy. In his idea, the stars are moving because the Earth is moving, but there's zero evidence of the Earth moving. It's actually been tried 1,000 times to try to prove it moves, but it doesn't move.
He's gone.
Yeah,
regardless.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
It's amazing. Yes.
No.
Well, anyway, kiddos, the Earth still measures flat. That's bottom line there.
Yeah, so when you're laying on your back tonight, Lou, just take comfort in that.
I'm a side sleeper, actually. I mean, sorry to lead you on.
I can dream.
Drives me crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Hey, man, it's tough out here when you're a liar.
I'm not going to say anything.
What?
I'm not going to say anything.
But you saying I'm not going to say anything says it all, doesn't it?
Saying something.
It really does. But I was told if I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And that's me not saying anything.
All right, dude, you can pop on into my DMs anytime.
What?
So you can tell me not on the live stream.
No, I'm just not saying anything. Rick, I see you there.
What's up,
I mean,
Rick?
I know I'm recognizing now, just giving a few breaths, like what I should have gone with that dude. Is when he's pointing out all this stuff, I should say, well, like, man, how?
Hang on, I gotta get back to think about this. That's what you should have said.
Yeah,
Yo.
yeah. Let me spread my legs.
You guys putting Fallen in a video or what? Like, that was legendary.
I hope not.
No, it's all it's all based off of the presuppositions that he might have. Like, I have to assume this, I have to assume that, I have to assume that. It's about I assume that the stars are in a rotation around the sun. I have to assume, like
exactly. But you're right. You don't know what the stars are doing, but he's saying the Earth is moving. That's why the stars are doing what they're doing.
I like the part where
and I should have pressed him on that. I should have, but whatever.
Earth
I didn't.
rotation. It's always beneath your feet. The answer is always right there.
Be where your feet are. Yeah, and then the thing he did that I thought was the best is very adorable when he was telling us that he would grant us certain things. Well, okay, I'll grant you that.
Oh no, I was granting him shit. I was like,
well, I know. It's so cute when you're gonna grant me something. Okay, I'll shut up. Why don't you go and show me what you brought to class today? Fucking idiot.
We're gonna give you an extra R, and then we're gonna fucking
yeah.
Okay, Rick. I was just checking. You seem new, but then I looked at your picture, and there is no globe. I like it. Never mind. You can just listen.
Well, when I start barking in, there's not much to listen to, eh?
Why?
Whoa, come on. Don't say yourself short.
Yeah, you're better than that.
Slightly. So what do we got? So Rick's got a for the audience. His PFP profile picture is a picture of a globe with an X through it, a red X, as in this ain't real, dog.
Is that for our blind listeners?
Come on.
Yes. What? I mean, yeah. It was at least for them, right?
Yeah.
They see.
I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
That's that's why I was saying it. Huh?
Iron Horse, what you got to say, buddy? It's your story.
I believe he pronounced Iron wrong. It's okay. Iron Horse, are you there?
Dude, that's at least the second time somebody called him Iron. And I think it's fucking hilarious.
I said Iron Horse.
Yo, what's up, Iron?
What's up, Iron?
I get it.
I feel so stupid just saying it. Iron.
Don't feel dumb.
Ironic. It's iron.
I believe it's iron. No, it's fucking iron, you fucking shit. Go lie on your back somewhere.
Yo. You say, or how do you say? You say iron, right? Is that how you say it?
Iron.
That's what I said. I said iron.
Iron. How do you spell? How do you fucking say February, you weirdo?
February.
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 That's what I said.
Aluminium.
That's correct.
Aluminum.
Well, that's weird.
It's fucking aluminum.
And I ran so iron way away.
Iron Horse now. Hey, bud, what's
Iron.
the Earth look like from
It's iron.
space?
I mean, if you're from Texas, probably iron.
Iron Horse.
And if you're just tuning in, it's the Anything But Silence Hour.
Correct.
Hey, y'all silly. You know what I'm saying?
Who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm talking to all you motherfuckers.
You better be
Stay
laying
tuned,
on
as
your
tonight, the
so
Earth
you better be
remains
laying
flat
on your
and
back.
stationary.
I
Stay
couldn't
tuned.
even tell that was Helio for a second.
Yeah. Anyway,
Played that.
Sorry, Deus.
I've been listening to you guys.
You can
Go ahead,
always
Helio.
tell it's Helio when he comes in fucking singing.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I can't help myself. I was born that way.
One word gets him. Oh, that reminds me of a song. I'm not programmed at all.
And iron. Is it iron? Is it iron? Is it
iron?
It's
Isn't
iron,
it ironic?
obviously.
Iron.
It's fucking iron.
Yeah, that's why I said iron.
Iron.
When Helio says it,
Iron.
That's the way we would pronounce it.
So if he
in
doesn't know,
America.
we're already
That's why we
talking
would
about
pronounce it in America.
So this is the last chance I'm going to give Iron Horse. So Iron Horse, are you there, sir? We've talked a lot about you already, so
I already fucking DM'd him like 2 or 3 times.
So he's not there.
He
Okay.
gave me a thumbs up.
He might be listening to AFK and can't talk. And he might be delivering pieces or some shit.
Then he's wasting
Who knows?
everyone's time.
There's also pigeons.
Or wait, that's me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, motherfucker might just be listening. He don't want to talk.
So self-deprecating.
So yeah, Cage Eye. Have you guys talked to Cage Eye? Oh, never mind.
What the fuck?
You people keep changing your names and shit all the time. How am I supposed to keep up?
What? You don't even know who Rihanna Keys is, for fuck's sakes?
Yeah, but we haven't talked to pigeons yet. Are you there, pigeons?
Yeah, I've been here for a while, so I used to be an old member. I'm just doing homework at the
That's
moment.
pigeons from back in the day, right? Same pigeons.
Yeah, same pigeons.
Whoa.
I remember.
Yeah, pigeons a flat earther.
He's an OG.
Yeah,
Awesome.
OG from one point, from the old Discord before it got nuked. So
I remember when it got nuked.
good times. Well, not good times, but bad times. But
Hey, were you in that mod? Were you in that mod meeting with freaking whenever everything went down? When the hell's his name? Shithead took over the server. What was his name?
I think I know who.
Human
you're talking about.
Human Sheeple.
Yes, I remember now.
Yeah, but you weren't in the mod meeting. But I was just asking.
No, I was asking all the mouths like what happened.
Yeah, it was just it was total shit show, and it was just like whatever. And then luckily,
I am the most flat.
But anyway, so pigeons.
Hey,
I think
I'm
you
back.
should get your flat Earth roll back.
I know.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
give you a
I'm
flat
back.
Earth. All right, cool.
Hey.
I'm gonna give you a flat Earth roll.
Thanks.
I remember you, brother.
A couple months, like, no, you're not the real pigeons. Like, no, I'm the real pigeon. Same voice.
You are. I can tell.
Can I give him the most flat roll?
You can give whatever roll you want. That's all. But I'm gonna give him making bed roll.
You're gonna give him a bedroll?
Link embed images roll. I mean, it's called link and image embed roll. All right, so pigeons, you have the flat earther roll and
baby.
Sexy time.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
You still raising pigeons there and or have you just like moved on from that, doing something else?
No, I still like pigeons. I think they're interesting and all, but just been moving around.
They're like chickens, but smaller.
Shit
right?
everywhere and carry disease.
Hey, pigeons like to be clean, so don't talk about my
They like to make everyone else dirty.
About people. They shit everywhere and got diseases too.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, but I mean, what are those pigeons supposed to do in a place like New York City? I mean, there's all kinds of freaking craziness
They
around
can
there.
shit in one spot until it piles up.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I had a job one time. It was cleaning out this ancient library in downtown Little Rock.
Yeah, I think I was valued and sober too, but I'm not too sure.
Well, let's just we'll move forward from here.
No. Now he's banned.
Now you're banned, bitch. No.
For
yeah,
begging.
We'll get you your rolls back.
No, Helio, what were you saying? You had a job in Little Rock?
Yeah, I had this job in Little Rock. It was like this ancient library in downtown Little Rock, and the entire basement was flooded and shit. And
oh man,
and we had to clear. This is when I quit that job. We had to clear certain levels, like just clean up a bunch of trash. But then, right at the top, they had this elevator shaft. The elevator went to the roof, right? It wasn't functional anymore. But it went, but they had this.
Function. Hold up.
Are you fucking Beavis? You gonna,
wait, there's
everything I say is it what you're gonna do right now?
Yeah, he did say shaft though.
But anyway, this is really happened. They were like, go up on the roof, go into the top of the elevator shaft on the roof, and clean all that fucking pigeon shit out of there. And that's when I quit. I was just like, I had to wear this whole suit and a breather when in the summertime. It's freaking 100 degrees outside, and I'm standing on this roof, and I had to go in this elevator shaft at the top, and there's just like 6 inches of pigeon shit in the fucking roof, and I'm like, you know what? I can find a better job than this bullshit. I was like, you know what, bro? I'm done with this shit. You ain't gonna make me do this for friggin' $10 an hour. Fuck you.
There's
just going to tell you I'm sick and I have to go home.
I thought I was the only pigeon on this server. I guess there's others. I'm not that special.
You are special, and I remember. I know why you're special, pigeon.
Why that?
I'm just playing. No, he is. Really, Pigeon is a very peaceful guy, bro.
Listen, Helio, you were just talking about shafts, so cool it.
Well, I was talking about elevator shafts specifically, but. Motherfucker. Yeah, it was just like that building was abandoned for years, and right now it's like I was working for a company that was contracted to clean it out and shit. Once I got in there, I mean, I guess they probably finished it, but once I got in there, I was just like, after a few days, I was like, no, I ain't doing this, man. And
I can't believe you have to do that in the summer.
Dude, but now it's like the Central Library in Little Rock and shit. I mean, somebody did it, but it wasn't gonna be me. It was gross, bro. It was crazy.
$10 an hour for that.
You're right, Vlad.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's good to be back, though. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
glad
guess
you
for
came back.
Yano Keeves, the vampires wouldn't like my blood.
What?
Well, I mean, it'd be like going out to get drunk.
Well, I guess so. Do you think vampires are just like, hey, it's a party night. Let's go find drunk people to drink blood from?
Yeah. Next question.
Do they have blood hangovers the next morning?
Sometimes.
Well, their mornings are their nights, right? They wake up at night.
It's all
Yeah,
relative. It's like a ceiling fan if you're laying on your back.
I'll start that shit again.
What? Why is Sun Forester said poor Helio?
You just lay on your back and you imagine the world the way you want it to be, and you just freaking.
Hey, can't you guys tell that Lou is drunk too? Oh, you're
No,
gonna
we
make
can't.
fun of me? All right, cool. What the fuck?
Don't you get on your knees once in a while, or you're always on your back?
Whoa. Hold on.
Asking for a friend.
Shit.
Pause.
Whoa.
All right, so do we have any people in here that want to talk about flat? How about we have Grain is VC verified. Grain, do you want to open your microphone and talk to us?
Grain, you're on.
Da-da-da, da-da-da. We have Sunforest Ferry, VC verified, Ladies Night, Lincoln Bedroll. So Sunforest has obviously been in Ladies Night. So yeah, anyone that has the opportunity to open their microphone and have permission.
To be fair, though, Sunforest is
please,
Sunforest.
Somebody stop me.
To be fair, Sunforest is a fucking fairy, so.
Whoa.
Maybe that's not a bad thing. I mean, I haven't heard Sunforest talk before, so who knows?
Like a
What? I'm just. Oh, she has no butt. Not Sunforest Fairy. What's her name from?
How dare you?
We have Truffle has Globe Skeptic, VC verified. Hey, don't be intimidated because we're all just assholes. Open your microphone and talk to us.
Assholes.
Yeah,
you'll fit
especially
right in.
Flat Earth Dude. He's the biggest asshole here in the.
Who else is here?
Actually,
Lou.
actually, Deucevald is the biggest asshole. I ain't gonna
Hey,
lie.
Lou.
So, guys, I kind of want to give a PSA, but I'm like afraid that it's not like allowed. I've got a thing going on. Yeah, I know you want to talk to me right now. One sec. I just want to let you guys know, like, all the bullshit we've been talking about for the last 2.5 years, like, and all the bullshit we've been trying to force people to get,
the transvestigation.
I'm going through some family shit right now where my little brother, my stepmom's different mother, my half brother, he's in the hospital. He just got a blood transfusion last night. His body's no longer. He's an athletic, never had any health problems. But he's 20 years old and he's in the hospital and his body's no longer producing red blood cells, and he's
Needs a blood.
He's the
bone marrow
only person.
transplant?
He's the only person in my immediate. Listen, he's the only person in my immediate family who took the juice, and he's the only one in the hospital.
Got it.
Bullshit.
That's fucked up, man.
Well, on that, a friend of mine, I used to play in a band with. I talked about it the other night, but yeah, he messaged me. He can only use the right side of his body. He had a stroke last year.
Oh fuck.
Now I haven't asked him about the jab or anything, but I suspect he took it. and he's about a year older than me. But anyway, so he messaged me and told me he's going into long-term care. I mean, it's like he has 2 daughters. He's a counselor. He's that was his job before the stroke.
Damn.
And bro, that's it. He's like my brother. Like I have one blood brother, and he's my other brother. He's like we're close. And when he told me he's going to have to go into long-term care because his wife can't actually care for him, that way, and it's just, dude, freaking broke my heart. That was like 2 days ago. It's like I didn't ask him about the jab, but I suspect that probably that something.
No, yeah, my brother. Here's what's fucked up. My brother, a month ago, I was hanging out with him at my dad's house around the pool. My dad's got a fucking kick-ass fucking pimp crib, pimp crib. But so we're hanging out around the pool, and I talked with him a little bit about it because he's college age, right? He wants to go to college with the other kids, blah 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 blah. And supposedly, according to him, the only reason he ever took any of it was because he wanted to go to school.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
even though most of his classes are online.
Yeah.
and then literally a month ago, I was kind of pressing him on it, and he said that he was only taking those initial doses that he had to take, and he didn't think it was gonna fuck him up, and blah 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 blah, and that whatever, basically.
Yeah.
We know how much.
Now here we are a month and a half later. He's been in the hospital for a week, fucking, and now he's getting blood transfusions because he can't make his own blood. He just got boosted right after he talked to me. He got the booster, then this happened.
Fucking fuck.
It's just like this guy.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's my brother from another mother. It's just really,
literally.
But he didn't. I didn't even talk to him and say I didn't ask him if he got it, but I think he probably. And then he hit a major stroke, and he can't even use the left side of his body. He's a bass player, right-handed.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. He can't play the bass anymore. I mean, he was my bass player in a few bands I was in, and now he can't even. As a matter of fact, last week he messaged me and was like, "Hey, let's do some new music. I can play the bass on the keyboard with my right hand."
Mm-hmm.
And then he messaged me the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going into long-term care, and I don't think I'll be able to do that anymore."
Oh, fuck off!
Dang it, bro. It's like I started crying, bro.
Fuck. Well, you guys are fucking bummer, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I know, but anyway, that's
I'm just kidding.
That's why I was asking the new people to talk more than we do, because we talk all the time. We want the new people to talk more than we do.
Hey, Lou, man, I got some really good friends in Janesville, Wisconsin, man.
Yeah, we spoke. Yeah, we've talked multiple times about your ties.
It's super tight people, man. The greatest people I've ever met. Fucking awesome.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Timbo?
How are ya?
What you up to? What you up to?
I'm just walking the dogs at the moment. It's probably about, I don't know, it's about 2:30 or something like that. I got the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. What time is it there? Can any of you guys see the sun? See the moon?
See the moon.
Can you?
It's all cloudy here, but I don't think you can see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time.
Are you in Australia or New Zealand?
He's in a place that doesn't
Melbourne.
exist.
Melbourne.
Where?
Okay.
Oh
In
yeah,
Melbourne.
Australia, right? Yeah, you're a fucking chill, dude. Right off the bat.
But the sun is
I'm
still.
wondering how the fuck are you seeing the sun and the moon at the same time in Australia?
But the sun is still visible in Iceland.
I've got the sun. I'm standing here looking at it. I've got the sun. I'm facing north, and I've got the sun to my west and the moon to my east.
Can you take a picture of it and post it here?
No,
Because
I can't. I haven't got that roll.
no, but you can take a picture on your phone and
You don't
then
have that roll.
post it.
What the fuck are you talking
Well, I
about?
mean, he doesn't have
post-
image of bedroll. That's cool. We can give it to you, but
I'm
or you
gonna,
can
I'm
send
gonna
it
give
to
it.
one of us.
I'm gonna
Take
give
a
it to
picture
him
and
so
send
hard
it.
now. I'm giving him the bedroll.
All right, cool.
It's just clouded over. Fucking hell. But I'll take it. I'll try it anyway. But
Because I
so
know
you guys
in Australia, you're about 13, 14 hours ahead of me. Like you living tomorrow.
So it's 2:49 at the moment PM.
Nice.
I just gave him the silver roll because I like his accent.
The moon could be to your northeast.
Yeah, all
mostly
Australians
east.
are automatic flat earthers. They have a flat
Northeast,
in this country.
And you just got a quick level up, bro.
So it's just clouded over on both of them. How the fuck does that happen?
Hey, Timbo.
Yeah, mate.
Did you hear you got silver?
Oh, beautiful. Moving up in the world.
About
The
time.
place that
Shit.
doesn't
I
exist.
don't know what took so long. Fuck.
Well,
fuck off.
Fuck off.
If it clears up a bit, then I'll try and get it again. But it looks like it's about to rain. So, but yeah, I don't know how that works.
Speaking of rain, you get a little bit down under, yeah?
Yeah, that's more up Sydney way. But yeah, we've been flooding since Christmas. So.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Victoria hasn't had it too bad, but New South Wales and Queensland got hammered.
Hammered.
Well, that's because we took the sun. You don't get the sun this part of the year. Sorry. That's our sun now.
Yeah,
I'm just making up
what's
stories.
up.
Just making up stories anyway because Australia doesn't exist.
That's
there you go.
Most likely true.
Well, if it opens up again, I'll let you know. But I just thought I'd ask the question if anyone can see the moon.
I saw it today, man. I was driving east. It was, I don't know, about 45 degrees up. It's about a half. I could see about half of it. I could see the blue sky through the other half.
Yeah, it's a half moon, but I don't see how that's possible. That
on a globe, not
really quick question.
It's not possible on a globe.
Timbo, I got to ask you a question. So, like, how are things there right now? Like, are you guys able to walk about and
work and
go
travel?
about your life? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah. They're they're pushing for a fourth boosty, whatever, you know.
Well,
but
weren't they? This on that point. I just want to ask this really quick. They were saying they had like guards between states where you actually had to prove that you had the thing before you could move into another state.
Yeah,
they still doing that?
No. All of that's gone, and you don't need it to get on the planes anymore. You don't need it to. They've just closed the mandate for it to work as well. Like apart from people who work in hospitals and the military and the police force, but everyone's just going about their business, getting boosters left and right, and it's ridiculous. I didn't have to do it because I work for myself. So
nice. So you didn't have to take the government handout shot or whatever.
Nah, fuck that, mate. I went about my business. We got locked up. I just kept on working. I build houses and renovate houses. So I just worked by myself and got through it, and just avoided any kind of penalties. So it worked out pretty well.
That's I mean, my job. I never had to miss a day of work because of it.
Nah, I'm not going to let them tell me what to do. They can go fuck themselves.
They can
That's
fuck
right.
off.
Fuck off.
Somebody deleted my fucking post. I don't blame you. Was it Drace?
I liked it. I don't know why it got deleted.
I don't fucking care.
Well, can we not? We're not talking about COVID. We're talking about Australia
Australia,
and their
right?
draconian police bullshit.
Coney
It
Island.
was pretty brutal. The police were they were out. We had a union protest with all the builders and tradesmen, and they shut the city down. They stormed across the bridge which links east and west of Melbourne over the river and stopped traffic. And then the next day they planned another protest. The cops came out with tear gas, rubber bullets, and they were shooting them all in the streets. It was a pretty weird time. And then they were really heavy-handed. They were pepper spraying grandmas in the face, and it was. I don't think the police will ever. I don't think they'll ever get their respect back.
Yeah, well, in order to save grandma, you got to mace grandma.
Yeah, way to go, asshole.
And knock her on the road. You know how from a young policeman. What an idiot, mate.
I was watching this video where it was like running of the bulls in Australia, where everybody was just rushing the police downtown. It was either Sydney or Melbourne, but this one fucking hero, he knocked out like 5 police all in one run. It was like oh my god, it was so amazing. He was like,
I
boom,
saw that one too. I think it was on the Crow House Max Egan video. Like he told us her.
Like that made me feel good for about 2 weeks. Just that one guy. He's my fucking spirit animal, dude.
Yeah, the problem is though they got all those guys and they've been thrown in jail for assaulting police officers and
he assaulted the shit out of them.
Oh yeah.
Hey, they're really getting busy with it over there in the Netherlands, man. They're getting busy.
You mean protesting?
Yeah, they're throwing shit everywhere, dude, literally.
Farmers are dumping.
What are they protesting?
The fucking farmers.
Let me. I got this. Basically, you know the Agenda 2030 and the whole like emissions from like cows and stuff, farts, and whatever.
Yeah.
So like their government told their cattle farmers that they had to either take their cattle out of country or execute those
30%
cattle.
30% of them.
And so the farmers, all their tractors into the city and blocked off all the roads and started spraying manure all over all the storefronts.
That's fucking hilarious. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. It reminds me of Fight Club where they like get the mayor in the bathroom and he's like, we're the all-knowing, all-seeing.
What do you guys think of the guy?
I was in the middle of saying something.
I am fucking talking over you. Fuck.
Yeah.
What
Get a
an
fucking
asshole.
headset.
Get a headset. Fuck. I got one. I should put it on.
Whoa. Fucking use it.
Use it.
Go on.
Anyway,
I was done anyways.
Georgia Guidestone's going down. I think it's pretty fucking weird.
Yeah, they got blowed up. That's not weird. That's hilarious.
It's hilarious, yeah.
We should make this a national holiday.
It should be definitely. We'll never forget.
I'll never remember either. Fuck those things.
We won't.
It's just a little strange that, like, while in one country, they're ordering their people to execute their cattle, and in ours, they're just showing up dead by the thousands.
There you go. Isn't that weird? Fucking weird.
So difficult to piece together, right?
It's hard, man. I'm having a hard time.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah, help me out, man. I'm lost.
It's pretty obvious what's happening. It's the new world order.
The dots are so confusing. I can't connect them at all.
It's so hard to see what's going on.
Postmodern.
Yeah, I think they took out like 5 million chickens too.
Oh, for having the coup?
That was back
I
in March.
I don't know. Yeah,
March.
they've just been. It's like little by little. There's been like tons.
Hey, Sunforce, I'm sorry I called you a fucking fairy.
I know, it's okay. Obviously, I like it, or I wouldn't have it as my profile picture. So,
Just
or
playing
my
with you.
name.
Right?
It's cool. I'm down.
You seemed cool. That's why I was jibing you.
I'm projecting the energy, the fairy energy.
Yeah. Your month was last month, though. I'm just kidding.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, the liberal world order is but that's why they keep on saying like places that are like democratic republics are democracies. They just keep on trying to convince you that you're something you're not.
The Bolshevik world order?
Yeah, that okay. I got you pretty heavy on the last one, but that one was on the nose. Literally. So hard to figure out what's going on.
Go figure. Go figure it out.
Who's doing this to us? I don't know.
Go do some research.
But don't forget to get your bagel with the schmear.
With the locks, yeah.
I went to the store. They were sold out. It was horrible. It was just horrible.
Who puts mustard on this?
I got mustard on my slacks. Oh no.
In Australia, they eat that Vegemite.
Yeah, that's how you know it's not real. Because nobody would eat that voluntarily.
Hey,
Right,
don't
Timbo?
talk bad about Vegemite, mate.
It's the same thing as that shit they sell here in America. What's it called? It's Worcestershire.
Worcestershire and Vegemite are not the same thing. Worcestershire is delicious.
Yeah, I love Worcestershire sauce.
No,
Good job. You nailed it.
Another fucking canned meat shit. Spam.
You're canned meat.
Spam.
Oh,
What's
I
wrong
like
with spam?
I love spam. But it's not good for you, but I like it anyways.
Flat Earth, dude, you sound like you fucking hate America.
I hate spam.
I hate the spam.
Spam is so good with eggs.
It is. It is. Don't get me wrong.
See?
What was
Seriously, I at least in my region, like I don't know anybody who's eaten spam, but I know it's big in Hawaii. Like they love spam up there. Like
Yeah, they
spam
eat
is
a
like
lot.
like spam is like their national treasure or something in Hawaii.
I think the only reason I know about it is because my grandfather would make it once in a while. So it's something I've only eaten like I think last year I craved it and I bought like a can and made it with some eggs. Like I only eat it.
Do you also have cheese that you keep in the cupboard?
Ew, no. No, and I have issues with like processed cheese and like liquid cheese and like shelf stable cheese.
Well,
you sound like you hate America.
American cheese. That's
No,
vegetable
I
oil. Vegetable oil with a little bit of.
If you're willing to eat spam, like what's wrong with Velveeta? Like seriously.
Well, I mean, it's not that I won't eat it, but I just won't buy it. But if I go somewhere and somebody made it or did, or if I go to a restaurant, I'll eat it. I just don't buy it.
Are you going to restaurants that serve spam and Velveeta?
No,
Hell
I
yeah.
don't really
Hey.
eat spam. I just said I do like
Nobody serves Velveeta in restaurants. So what are you talking about? Anyway, going back to the Worcestershire sauce, I actually got a conversation with Crypto about how to pronounce Worcestershire, and he said that's how they pronounce it in England, Worcestershire.
It sounds like you got it right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Worcestershire.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it says
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire, but no. Crypto.
Listen. I can pronounce. I can pronounce.
It's Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
No,
like
it's
yeah, but they pronounce it Worcestershire. in
Hang
England,
on.
and
Hang
so
on.
do we here.
Hang on. I can pronounce February. I can pronounce Iran, and I can pronounce Worcestershire.
Tomato, potato.
Iron.
Iron. Thank you.
Let's call
See,
the whole
Sun
thing
Forest
off.
gets it. It's
Anyway,
not the same thing.
I'm
No.
being a dick. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a colloquialism. It's how you pronounce it. Iron, February, Worcestershire. It's really easy.
Well, but if
No,
you were
you're only
to
saying
pronounce it
Worcestershire.
correctly, it would be Worcestershire, right? But
No, it's not
the
how
English made it Worcestershire just because that's the only way you
It's
can you
Worcestershire
should
because I'm
pronounce
always heard it as Worcestershire, and that's what it's called. It's called Worcestershire. But if but if you read it, it's fucking Worcestershire.
Yeah, exactly.
forget because I don't say it. So I had this conversation like 2 years ago with someone, and then I forget. I think
I know people who can't pronounce cayenne, for God's sakes.
or espresso.
Yeah, get it right, people.
Hey, I'm not perfect.
Well, you're not as bad as some.
How do they pronounce
can't even say
cayenne in
right.
Australia? We have an Australian here. How do they pronounce cayenne pepper?
I don't know, but Vegemite was banned in America in 2006.
And Canada, I think.
And Canada.
Damn. Is it that bad? What do they put in? What do they put in it?
It's against American values.
Spam. This like fuck Vegemite. Spam is the shit in America. Spam.
I've never get okay. So from my understanding of Vegemite, it has nothing. Like in my mind, because I've never had Vegemite or Spam, they're nothing alike.
I don't
No,
even one
no,
either.
but like it's leftover beer stuff, right? Vegemite.
So is Spam. Spam is leftover freaking guts.
Yeah,
After they make hot dogs and shit, they just can put the leftovers in a Spam can.
You guys act like you've never had head cheese before, for fuck's sake.
Head cheese is brains. Brains.
You guys act like you've never had.
I've never had head cheese.
Really?
I've never. Well, I've seen it, but I've never eaten it.
Disgusting!
Yeah, head cheese is brain. That's why I call it head cheese. It's brains. Brains.
I think we're headed for the Vegemite world. We're all going to be eating fucking Vegemite.
You know what?
I bet you the
greatest
cheesesteak. I come from the cheesesteak, so when it comes to this fucking like what the reason why I mentioned Velveeta, like I was shocked. I never was introduced to like cupboard cheese until I was like 16 years old or something like that. And like I think they were like gonna make food for me, and they pulled some cheese out of the cupboard, and I was like, "No, it's okay. I'm cool. I'll wait till I get home."
If you call it cheese and you can let it sit in the cupboard for like 4 months and then pull it out and melt it and be like, yeah, it's like, is that real food?
You guys act like you've never had liverwurst before, for fuck's sake.
Is that the Braunschweiger stuff?
Potschweiger. No.
Braunschweiger. Isn't that the other word for liverwurst?
Braunschweiger. Yeah, Braunschweiger or something. I'm not exactly sure about the pronunciation.
That too.
I love liverwurst. Actually, you guys want to know? Listen, I do love liverwurst, but there's only one way to eat it. You have to have it on raisin bread with mayonnaise.
Ew! No.
Yeah.
Toasted.
I swear to God, try it. Raisin bread, mayonnaise, and fucking liverwurst. Try
and laying on your back the whole time.
Dude, I go through Walmart almost every day. I haven't seen liverwurst. Where do you buy liverwurst?
At the grocery store.
That's a German. That's a German food, right?
Yes. It's very German. Yeah.
I think the ones we have here are called Braunschweiger or something.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Liverwurst, Braunschweiger. It's the same exact thing. Usually, it says both on the package. Actually.
So does it come from liver or?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a liver pate, basically.
No, it's a liver pate. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
So
and
you what? Do some rye bread as toast, and then spread
No,
some
like I said,
liverwurst
no,
and
I use
mayonnaise on it.
raisin bread. So you get this like
Raisin bread.
Yeah, you get this like sweetness, this tart kind of sweet tartness. I don't know the way that it works together. It kind of amalgamates. Like it's one of those like a cheese pairing, you know. Like she said, ew. Like I'm telling you, like I get it. I get the ew fucking reaction by description, but you have to try it. Like you'll be like,
The
oh wow,
mayonnaise ew
that's
part.
actually pretty good.
you got to cut the liver.
Does
You
it
got to
taste?
hang
Does
on,
it
hang on.
taste
You gotta,
meaty?
hang on.
Go ahead.
You got to cut the liverwurst then. Go ahead, Helio.
Well, I'm just wondering if liverwurst tastes meaty or on toast and with
It tastes
mayonnaise.
like
I mean,
liver.
It's like tangy or something. It's actually pretty good. Or I
I'm willing to
remember.
try it. I'm willing to try it because I've heard a lot of people eat liver, and it's actually
I haven't
liver's
had
nice.
liverwurst in like a million years.
I'm not a huge fan of liver, but
I had it last month, I think.
Did you? Yeah, I mean, I think people probably should eat liver every once in a while, but I don't. But
I eat
maybe
liver
I
as
should.
often as I can, but I had liverwurst like last month.
So, did you drink coffee
Dude.
with it, or
No? What? No, it was.
Here's a good one. My
glass of milk?
My 8-year-old daughter loves pickled herring.
How do you have an 80-year-old daughter?
My 8-year-old has.
Okay, that checks out.
But she learned it from my 80-something-year-old grandma, I guess, who put pickled herring out on the table. But
it's delicious.
Yeah, my daughter
I love it.
loves sardines.
I like it too. No, that's just funny. But 8-year-olds typically don't. They're
Yeah, it's too sour, right, for little kids.
Yeah, no, it's too weird. I think it's too weird for an 8-year-old.
Even pickles. I mean, certain pickles are very, very weird for kids. They don't like pickles. It's too sour.
It's true. My daughter went to someone's house and their parents were going to make them eat pickles for some kind of vitamins or something. And they didn't want to eat it. And she ate all the pickles. They just gave them to her. But her favorite food is sushi and she likes sardines. And
I've always liked pickles. It was like when I was a kid, I'd eat a whole jar of pickles.
I heard somebody see you like take a whole pickle once.
One's in Tijuana.
Helio, is that true?
Hey,
there's
big pickles. There's
Why are you trying to put that on me? I didn't say that shit.
I didn't try to put it on you.
Have you guys seen those big pickles at the fairs? They're like
those are
huge
good. Yeah,
pickles.
yeah. You get a wax paper wrapper.
They do fried pickles and shit, at the fair.
All right, here's the thing. So, like, I'm not a fan of pickles, honestly. Like most of the time, like a little bit here and there, but like fine amounts. Like, I don't mind a little relish or.
Have you tried a half sour? Have you tried a half sour before? A half sour pickle, dude. I guarantee you would like it.
I don't know. I have no idea.
You can make them yourself. It's really easy.
I'm just saying, like with pickles, I've never been a big fan with pickles. I know a lot of people are huge fans of pickles, and I'm not a big fan of one. So I just kind of want like somebody who is a huge fan to tell me, like, somehow describe like what it is about the pickle that they like. Like,
it's the sour. It's the sour. I mean, it's the
crunchy, salty, sour.
I get
it's bro. It's so freaking awesome.
I like the ones that kind of have a kick and they're really crunchy. But I also pretty much do low carb dieting all the time. So pickles I can eat. So pickles, pepperoncinis, all that stuff that adds a lot of flavor, I always use it for my food.
Okay, so when it comes to like peppers and stuff, I'm on board. I love some spice. Like pickles.
You like pickled jalapenos, right?
Pickled stuff, mostly I'm not into it. Like, I mean, I do like pickled herring, like I mentioned earlier, but only to it. I can only have a little bit. I don't think anybody can eat a lot of pickled herring.
Use vinegar. You use vinegar to pickle something. And it actually, it preserves it to where it would last longer than it would without pickling it, right?
No.
So, really, no.
No, I just wanted to disagree with you, but yeah, that's true.
I've never had a pickled egg. I've never eaten a pickled egg. That just they're always like where you reach your arm into a jar at the bar.
Oh my God.
And you can eat
Pickled
them.
eggs are delicious, dude.
Pickled eggs, pickled sausages, man. I mean, freaking, I mean, you don't want to overdo it, but dude, just the bite, the flavor of the vinegar, and it does, whatever you pickle. I mean, pickled cucumbers, which are pickles, but freaking pickled eggs, they're pretty good, man. I mean, it's just
Try pickled eggs like out of a jar that came off the shelf that weren't in the refrigerator. Now I've pickled my own eggs where I made them fresh, and I actually used peppercini juice in the pickling, so they actually tasted like pepperoncinis, and they were really good. But they went straight in the refrigerator. Like, I've never tried a pickled egg out of a jar. Like,
I have a feeling I would probably like it. I just haven't done it. It's
Do
just
you
something
remember
about
walking into a bar like back in the day when my mom was a bartender, so I was a little kid walking into the bar, and they just have a whole big jar of pickled eggs sitting on the bar.
Yeah, that's what
it wasn't refrigerated or anything.
That's what I'm talking about. We're fucking that slob at the end of the bar just reached his arm into that jar. You're about
hey, but we're still alive, though, aren't we?
We're still alive, man.
Hey, they're going to have tongs now. It's going to be all tongs.
Tongs, and you got to sanitize your hands.
Yeah, but you can still eat a pickled egg. Pickled eggs aren't bad, man. And pickled sausages and shit. That's not that bad, man.
Maybe I should try one.
Hang on. There's this famous, it's not a restaurant, it's a bar, but they have the most famous pickled eggs in the world. It's called JoJo's. Yeah.
JoJo's, baby.
So good.
Yeah. I've been to JoJo's. You betcha.
Oh, yeah. Look like the pepperoncini pickled eggs right there.
Got my car broken into.
They do. Oh, did you?
Be careful.
Yeah, Long Beach is hell. But no, they like do this high turmeric pickling, and you can buy a jar, but it's so good. And yeah, they use pepperoncinis. That's what reminded me of that.
JoJo's, man, famous, bro.
Mustard and turmeric.
You can order it off.
Yeah, you can order it online.
Yeah. Can you send me the link?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they ship nationwide. Shut up.
Shit.
Pickling is one of the best ways to preserve food.
No, it's not.
Really? Why not?
No, I just wanted to disagree with you again. I'm sorry.
So he's just anyway, whatever.
Being a little.
That's why I love you. That's why I love you, brother. But yeah, man, you can pickle almost anything. No, I mean, it's always going to taste a little sour, but it always tastes good. And the vinegar is really good for your digestive system.
No, that's why I was telling. That's why I was telling Lou about half sour, because you don't use vinegar. You ferment them like you do sauerkraut. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling. I already think I know what it tastes like. I think I know what it tastes like.
You use salt, right? In the fermenting process, you use salt, right?
Yeah.
Because I love sauerkraut. I love Rubens. I'm German. Dude, this is Wisconsin. It's like German and Irish. Like, the Germans and the Irish made a whole shit ton of babies and settled the fucking country, basically, is Wisconsin. So, like...
Oh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Well, that's how they make kimchi, right?
Really quick.
A lot of salt.
Really quick. Here's the link to JoJo's, but I'm not seeing where they ship it anymore. They just have like apparel and shit. Unfortunately.
Maybe call them up. Say, hey, man.
Yeah.
It has like turmeric in it, you're saying?
Yeah, a lot of turmeric.
Oh, no, I see the pickled eggs right here on the down by the t-shirt customer of the month, and then pickled eggs. Order now.
There you go.
Oh, did I just not scroll down enough?
Yeah, you go down.
No, your link's good, man. I just clicked on it.
Where is it? It's under
Down.
catalog?
Where it
I went
says
down.
featured T-shirt, customer of the month, read more, and then pickled egg. Order now.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
I
see
don't
that?
see that.
Yeah, your link's good. I'm clicking on it right now. Order now.
Shit.
Joe Joss pickled egg mix, $12.99.
Jost. Yeah, okay. I had ad blocker on. It was blocking that. Sorry.
JoJo's, boy, it's our new sponsor here on 24/7.
Honestly, best pickled eggs you could get in the world.
Fucking place is always packed. You can't even get in the fucking place. Doesn't matter. Tuesday, it's like fucking forget it.
Where's it at?
Oh,
Where's it at?
They even sell their pickling mix. Holy shit!
Yeah, I think it's
in the store.
Yeah, they've been around for about 100 years or something. Over 100 years or something. They've been out there a minute for a minute.
There you go. That's a better than two. Yeah, that's good. I see it now.
There you go.
What do you do? Just hard boil eggs and then put the mix in there and then
boom.
Jar it up.
Yep. Let it. You gotta let it lie for about a week before you tear into them because you want that rind to be pretty close to the yolk.
Oh, you put the eggs in with the shell on.
No.
No.
Okay, never mind.
You got peel that shit, Hilo. Come on.
I know how to do that.
Peel that shit, baby.
You can buy the recipe online too.
Yeah.
They have a store there. You can just
They're
buy
very open, man.
I just watched a video with this lady who preserved her eggs in the shell without doing anything. I mean, she did something, but she said you can store it. You can store it without pickling, shelling them. So she I don't know I don't remember what she did with them. I'll have to
not hard boiled, just regular eggs. You just put it in the juice.
Maybe. Yeah, she did something. I was like, oh, I didn't know you could store eggs like that. Yeah, because she could just then use them.
Leftist said that you can store eggs in the fridge 9 months without doing anything.
You sure she's not buying some kind of additive from McDonald's or something like that?
I get the joke. Yeah, that's not even.
No, hang on. You actually can, as long as if you have your own chickens and you don't wash them, you put them in the refrigerator, they'll last for a good 9 months.
Knows. That's facts right there.
Yeah, if you don't wash them, that's the problem. The ones from the stores
are all washed.
I'll use them for about a month, but after they're about a couple weeks past the date, I'll test them by seeing if they float in the water. If they float in the water, they're bad, and if they sink to the bottom, then they're still good. So after 2 weeks expired, I'll start testing them.
Yeah, that works. That works out well.
I test them by their taste. I'll eat. I can eat 3-month-old eggs without even tasting the difference at all.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you put a little salt and pepper on there. It's going to taste good.
Yeah, if you're making scrambled eggs, what the fuck are you going to know the difference?
If you crack an egg, you can smell
I don't
whether
know.
it's bad or not.
No.
I haven't, dude. I haven't had a bad egg in fucking decades, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Dude,
to be honest, eggs are pretty cheap. I mean, even though they're higher priced now, they're still pretty cheap.
I remember foods class, them telling you to watch out for eggs that have blood in them or anything like that for salmonella or botulism or whatever.
Salmonella.
I've never once in my life seen that. I don't think there might have been once at a young age where I saw that in one egg out of a whole carton.
You know how you test an egg? You test it to see if it's rancid. If it floats in water, then you don't eat it. If it sinks, it's good.
Yeah, that's
Ronnie. Is that Ronnie?
What's up?
When
Yeah.
they're 2 weeks, I'll start testing them. When they're 2 weeks past their date, I'll start testing them.
I've never gotten a rotten egg in my life. And I've eaten 2 eggs my entire
That's what
life.
I'm saying.
2 eggs
I'll
a day.
smell some rotten eggs. I ain't gonna lie about that one.
I think they're pretty damn safe, like most of the time.
It's pretty bad, man, when you find one.
I smell some Glovers. Hold on. I smell some
Oh.
That's me. That's me.
Ooh,
I farted. Me.
I can smell it. This stuff.
Wow, you're good. You got
Right.
skills.
Right. He points at us. Okay, so like, why trust anything? Like, whatever feels safe is definitely not.
Oh yeah, Mr. Whiskers doesn't have a role. Mr. Whiskers doesn't have a role anymore.
Hey Helio, how you doing today?
Whiskers, baby. What's up, baby?
I'm just looking for the globe. I can't find it.
Hey, we're here 24/7, 365, man. If you find it, man, let us know.
I saw it on the flat table once, I think.
Yeah, because if you could find the curvature of Earth, then this place
We're
would
gonna
shut it down in a heartbeat.
We're gonna turn it into like a Hot Wheels server or something cool.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. We'll just be like, hey, it's a globe. It's a globe. We'll just be on the globe like everybody else is.
Hey guys,
like they used to be.
Hey,
Said that we have a ban on site policy going with the piss drinker. Just letting you guys know.
Yeah, ban
on. Really quick.
That guy.
Really quick. I want to ask you guys a question. What's wrong with this statement? I just found this on the JoJo's menu. Please tell me what's wrong with this.
All right.
I just posted it right there. They have this line right there: sandwiches and hot dogs. Wait,
Yeah.
hot dogs aren't fucking sandwiches?
No, they're not.
No, they're
Totally
not.
different thing.
Hot dogs are sandwiches.
It's like a round.
I've
No,
eaten a hot dog sandwich before. I mean, I don't know.
I have too, man.
Bread is bread.
Dude,
Mom, you
I
got-
have never heard anybody call a hot dog a sandwich.
You got your meat, you got your bread, you got your stuff on top of it. It's a sandwich.
But it's a whole
I split a hot dog down the middle.
Okay, but I'm in a room full of. Hang on.
You don't need meat for a sandwich.
Stop talking over me. Stop
What about
talking over me.
PB&J sandwiches.
Yeah, that's a
All right,
hot
I
dog.
would say
Obviously.
it's a
Hang on.
stretch. It's a stretch of the imagination, but I get you.
Shut up, Blue. Listen, now that I'm in a room full of crazy people, who here doesn't know that fucking cereal is soup? Cereal is obviously just soup. It's called soup.
It might as well. It's cold soup. It's cold soup.
Cold
No.
No, man.
Yeah.
Cereal is a
Listen.
beverage. I mean,
Oh,
sorry.
It's
Soup
a
is
beverage? Oh shit. Okay.
Okay,
here
a hot dog is a sandwich,
you drink
and
soup.
we gotta break this shit down tonight.
oh, so you've never had fucking meat in your
Sugar
soup?
That's not a soup. If there's meat and stuff, it's a stew.
Oh no, it's not. What? Oh, so pho is
No, wait a
a
minute.
stew?
Can't have a vegetable stew.
Did you
I
say
mean,
pho
that's
is a
kind of ridiculous.
It's a soup.
Stew
me.
is a
Fuck
stew?
you.
We need
No.
some definitions here. Fuck off. Hold on.
No, obviously.
Soup is less liquid, so that's why it's a stew. Because it's less liquidy. If you make
Yeah.
it too liquidy, then it's a soup.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I agree.
You drink
Find the
soup,
definition
you
of
eat
stew. I'm going to look it up. I'm going
Like
to look
borscht, that's a stew.
A borscht is not a stew.
Yes,
Hey
it is.
man, that's faux.
Yeah, that's pho or pho. But either way, that's a soup, and it's got meat in it. That's a
Yeah.
meatball right
No,
there.
that's not a
That's a. Yes, it is.
Soup you just drink, man.
That's on the Mount Rushmore of soups right there, by the way.
Yeah, that's a soup.
Like tomato soup, you just drink it.
I just like
What?
ramen, like the Naruto kind of ramens, you know, with the
Ramen
meat and
stew,
the
you
eggs.
mean? What the hell?
She likes ramen.
Hey, what the?
The more big,
Ramen is great.
This
Not
is really
ramen
interesting.
in a, like,
Anyways,
50-cent
obviously.
I pulled up Merriam-Webster. Check this out. Definition of stew, noun, and it has a little one in parentheses. Number one,
soup.
No. Here's what it says on Merriam-Webster. Obsolete, a utensil used for boiling. That's
Well, that didn't help. Thank you.
That's not our stew we're talking. We're talking about a liquid, something you eat. All right. So number two, a hot bath. It's a stew. right? Number
Ew.
3A is brothel.
Yeah.
3B is a district of brothels, usually used in plural.
And
Now,
Merriam-Webster's on.
number 4 is fish or meat, usually with vegetables prepared by stewing. And 4B1 is a heterogeneous mixture, and 4B2 is a state of heat and congestion. And number 5 is a state of excitement, worry, or confusion. So
Nowhere was soup in there?
I didn't see anything in there. Not in the first definition on Merriam-Webster.
Oh man,
Now,
he's crushed.
as a verb, stew is to become cooked by stewing.
Yeah, we know what stew as a verb means. We don't need to go over that. Please. I'm bored already. Stew is
All right, so look at the definition for soup. A liquid food prepared from meat, fish, whatever, vegetable stock.
I thought we were talking about liver. I thought we were talking about liverwares. What the fuck happened,
bro?
No, we're talking about how
We're talking about stew. You can make a stew without meat. You can make a stew without meat. You can stew something without meat in it.
Okay, really quick though. My whole point, getting back to the point, is that cereal is obviously just soup.
Milk soup.
I'm
No.
not going
You
down
eat
the
cereal.
rabbit hole with that.
The soup is the milk that's left after.
It's cold breakfast soup.
Yeah, eat your breakfast soup, kid.
Cold, yeah. As long as you say it that way. If you call it cold breakfast soup, I'm on board.
Oatmeal's a stew.
I don't even buy
Here's the
distinction. Here's the distinction between
breakfast
cereal
soup.
and soup.
It's hot breakfast soup.
You ready for the distinction? You eat cereal in a bowl, but a lot of people have soup in a cup.
You can have cereal in a cup. You can have it here. You can have it there. You can have it anywhere.
Most
you sound like Dr. You sound like Dr. Soup.
You're gonna have to pretend, like, make sure the NSA is watching you if you're eating cereal in a cup. What is this anomalous behavior?
I think YouTube's going to shut us down because we don't agree on what soups and stews are.
Oh, what?
Hey,
or what?
Because cereal. I'm sorry. And go ahead.
If you guys do buy cereal, what is your go-to cereal?
I've never bought Dubai cereal.
I don't buy cereal either.
I've been buying it because I buy it for my daughter, which I have every like couple of weeks. So like, I do have it. She'll have it like one morning, and then another morning I'll have we'll make something good, eggs and potatoes and whatever. But cereal. Yeah, no, we don't do breakfast soup. The whole time.
I used to eat a lot of cereal. I don't even like it anymore. It's just like
no. Like Frosted Flakes and Cinnamon Toast Crunch have been the go-to recently.
I like raisin if I'm going to eat, but it always. I mean, if I'm eat that much milk, I just don't. It doesn't agree with my stomach. But I like raisin bran crunch is really good when I have a little crunchy covered raisins. It tastes good going down, but it doesn't treat me well.
Listen, Frosted Flakes and Cinnamon Toast Crunch have a bunch of sugar in it. You're better.
Obviously. I'm not saying they're good. I'm not saying they're good. I
like grape nuts too. I've always liked grape nuts.
Let me interrupt
disgusting.
really quick. Can I interrupt the cereal talk? We got someone new, so let me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome them.
Please shut us up. Please.
I will say that it seems like there's multiple people in a room on a microphone. So I did give them a warning that some people may not appreciate that. So
I can kick them right now.
I mean, they did seem fairly genuine. The two guys that I discussed,
we're just clowning. We actually want to have this, this flat Earth conversation move forward from here. We're just clowning a little bit. Go ahead.
Everybody here like smokes weed and shit. Like you yourself some cinnamon toast crunch when it's cool.
I know. I just want you guys to go for
shut up.
Speak for yourself.
Wait, who's the new person? Where are
right
they?
above me.
Hey, that's me. It is. Hey guys.
Oh, hi.
Hey, AIDS.
Hey.
We're both like, we both believe in the globe model, the flat earth. We're just kind of curious on other people's perspectives and stuff.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna just chill in the call and listen at first, and then we might hop in and join the conversation.
Just chilling out for a little bit.
Do you guys eat your cereal out of cups or out of a bowl?
Low-key cups, I can't lie.
That's weird, Charlie. Boy.
I'm not
Cups take up less space.
When you
Okay,
put milk...
really. AIDS,
Sorry,
really
go
quick. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over anybody. AIDS, really quick. Do you believe that cereal is a soup?
Cereal is a soup.
Define. Okay.
That's a
No,
good
it's
question.
not soup, dude. Soup is cooked. You cook soup. You don't
What
cook
about cold soup?
Yeah, that's true.
Eat
What
it
about
out of
cold
the
soup?
box. No, you
Cold
make
soup? What?
fucking soup by cooking it.
What kind of
It's
thing
a
is
the
cold
ingredients.
soup?
You can cook
The
That's soup before you
ingredients.
cook it.
I'm
Cold
sorry.
soup is
I'm
before
sorry,
you cook it.
Daze. I think he's right. I think you have to actually like put it over some kind of heat for a
You
period of
cook
time.
the ingredients, the carrots, the chicken, the celery, all that needs to be cooked to
Okay.
get the flavor into the water. You don't just place it in
Yes.
water.
Or you cook it in broth.
All the
What
grains
about
are
the stock?
cooked, man.
I'm gonna rebut you really quick. All cereal is already cooked.
Pre-cooked.
Okay, well, soup
I
is
said-
not. You have to
No,
make
it's not
soup.
the same.
You have
All
to
cereal?
cook
Are you
it.
sure about that?
If I put
Yeah.
the stuff in water, it's not soup until I cook it.
Yeah, we're sure
Right?
about that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
Right.
what
All
about...
right. Let's move on from that stupid.
Who asked
That's
that
Okay.
stupid
Come on,
question?
man.
Because you made
Stop
me spit my
fucking
drink out.
shit.
Okay,
Okay,
well...
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry.
over the stupid
would-
fucking shit, dude. Let's move on.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I'm tired of it. Sick of this.
Well, like sometimes you have to agree to disagree or just like move on, right?
Okay.
Like just
Yeah.
remember
I mean,
that you're
Let's punt
friends.
the
Like,
goddamn
friendship
ball
is more
already,
important.
dude. Let's fucking
Obviously,
More important.
obviously, the next thing I was going to get to is that a hot tub is obviously human soup, but I'm done.
Okay, well, let me bring it back to Flat Earth, please. So,
Yeah.
No.
if you guys really want to talk about cereal, if you put milk in a bowl, is this surface?
That was genius, bro. That was.
So Adonai,
I'll
is
mute.
the
Yeah,
surface-
Question. What if you were to combine both elements of cereal and soup?
Okay, but let me just bring us back on track. Okay, this is gonna go way off track. So
Go ahead. You got the floor.
if we want to talk about cereal, how about the milk in the bowl? Is the surface of that
No,
milk,
why
is that a
don't you talk
level?
about that somewhere else? Some
That milk
stupid
is so
shit.
delicious.
And let's talk to the new guy about flat Earth. He had
That's what I'm
questions.
asking.
bringing it. He's bringing it to
Okay.
Flat Earth. You got to
All right,
listen in.
let's
Hold
not
on.
let's
He's-
not mention
Jesus
cereal
Christ,
again.
dude.
All right,
milk is-
dude, it's fucking annoying already.
Yeah, well,
Milk-
you guys brought it up.
You're
okay?
you're
So-
kind of being a
All
little
right,
annoying.
It's just
Bro,
you're
you're
beating
just-
dead
segueing to the
fucking
topic.
horse.
Calm your tits.
Come on, dude. So I was going to ask about the surface of, because we talked a little bit about the surface of water in the check-in. So if you guys so desperately want to talk about cereal, how about the milk in the bowl? Is that a level at the surface?
No, that milk doesn't have a surface or a level because you drink it super quick. It doesn't even exist anymore. That stuff is so tasty.
I mean, can anybody even name a cereal where the milk doesn't taste good too?
Is anybody eating the earth or?
There's
You just chomp on dirt all day? Is that what you wake up? You're just dying to do that?
What?
You just wake up in the morning, you're dying to chomp on some earth. You eat the flat earth or whatever.
y'all must be so bored.
So what does a pea drinker put
I
on
chop my
his
teeth on the
cereal? What does a pea drinker put on his Wheaties in the morning?
The new guys went on deafen, y'all.
The new guys are quiet. They're young, man. I can tell. They're really
You know
young.
what?
They haven't
Why
been
they
here.
destroyed the Georgia Guidestones? I think that it was being used against them as a proof that the Earth is not moving, It's a stationary Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Just by see that hole that I dropped in the chat.
The hole, man.
That's
The
one.
Polaris hole, baby. The Polaris.
Yeah, that's Polaris. But there was also 2 of them that aligned with the sun. The movement of the sun across the horizon, and at high noon, it would shine through a hole on the top. So there was 3 things that had to be precisely aligned. And that fucking thing hasn't moved in 42 years, and it's still maintaining perfect alignment.
Yeah,
which would be impossible if the Earth was even moving at all.
I'm down with it, man. They destroyed it because it was too telling.
Yeah, and I think
Ted Turner got a little wild. Yeah, Ted Turner.
The next thing they're going to do, because they've already taken the AE projection off of NOAA, which was a weather organization. They had a AE projection of the clouds.
The null school, man. Null school.
They did that years ago, but I think the next thing is the logos from the UN and the World Health Organization. They're going to change up their logo. They're just going to get rid of that shit.
Let's be real. It was probably destroyed because of like the text that it says about depopulating the Earth. It's probably something
they wanted that shit known.
Socialists can't, like, you know.
Dude, they ain't hiding it. They're not hiding it. For fuck's sake.
They put it in stone, man. In all the different languages, they carved it in stone. They wanted it known. It was there 42 years. But the other part that they didn't want revealed was like, hey, all these fucking countries are working on that goal. They're all working together to accomplish that fucking goal because they're all on the same team, because they're all telling us we live on a ball. That means they're all in cooperation on at least that one topic. And that lets me think that they're probably in the bag for the other one about eliminating 90% of the people to get to their goal.
They write it in papers. You can read them. They have papers. They read them. Rockefeller, he laid it all out.
Well, it's in Agenda 21. All these
2030.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's out there, man. You can check it out.
Bill Gates in his TED Talk, what he said, hey, if we do a good job, we could lower the population. His dad was a eugenicist. Like all this stuff about eugenics, reducing population. Don't be a burden on the land. Leave room for nature. Don't be, and like all this shit that the royals say.
Don't be such a greedy bastard. Kill yourself. Fuck.
That's what they need. Like the top percent are the greediest pieces of shit, dude.
They are.
It's ironic they think that way of us, the people that own everything.
The people that build the shit, people that made it happen, people that went to work every day and kicked ass. And
you know what's really interesting. I mean, I'm following on Facebook. I mean, I have a lot of them, like flat Earth Facebook friends. Like 3,000 or whatever. But we're not friends. We're just
acquaintances.
Like I added a whole shitload of people on Facebook that are flat earthers, right? And now, so I see on Facebook they're posting about Georgia Guidestones. Now,
it's big news.
Is it big news to everyone else? When you ask a normie what the Georgia Guidestones are, they're just like they'll give you a blank stare, right?
Yeah. What's that?
What's the Georgia Guidestones? So anyway, that's kind of something. It's something to us, but it's not something to them.
Yeah. Now that those are gone, we could make our own, but it's going to be for good. We'll call it the Goyim Guidestones, and we'll put it in the.
The Goyim Guidestones. Where are we gonna put that, Ron?
Put them in the flat.
I think we should put them in Detroit. I think we should do it in Detroit.
Kansas, because Kansas.
We're gonna put them on a salt flat. Maybe on salt flat.
Okay. Maybe over there in Utah. Yeah.
We'll put it on a salt flat, right? So we say this flat is obviously
in Bolivia,
flat.
Right?
It's no, in America. The Goyim salt flats will be in America. It's going to be on a salt flat, and you can see that the salt is dead flat. And then we're going to have it line up the same way. We're going to have it line up with Polaris.
We got to go to Utah, boys and girls.
I imagine there's so many normies out there going, Georgia Guidestones, what's that? What's the Georgia Guidestones?
In Kansas, we could put it in Kansas on the Great Plains somewhere. So it could be in the Great Plains or
Iowa,
somewhere
anywhere.
Flat land,
Midwest, right?
Yeah, Utah is nice.
It's funny. I want to bring something up, kind of on the same topic, but a little off. But if you walked up to 100 people tomorrow and asked them where 100 people and said, "Hey, man, do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?"
Nobody knows.
You might get one or two, but if you go up and
Maybe.
go, "Hey, man, do you guys have ever heard of Eric Dubé?" You're gonna fucking strike out, man. You're gonna
Right.
go fucking
100 people. There'll be zero.
I think
you
I
might.
think, I think more than that, dude. I think at
Ask
least
them on the
10%.
street.
We gotta
100
start
beats
doing
10.
some surveys, man. I'm gonna start doing a couple. I'll just ask people randomly, "Hey, man, you ever heard of this guy named Eric Dubé?"
It depends on their age. Like, say anyone over 25, I would say maybe 10%. And the older you get, I think the people that are a little bit older, they'll know. You know what I mean? I think
My
like
mom-
someone.
My mom's
Over-
70. I asked her about it. And she was like, what's
Who?
that?
Who's
My
Eric
mom.
Dubé?
Who's Eric Dubé?
Who's Mark
Maybe
Sargent?
Eric Dubé, they wouldn't know Eric Dubé, but the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, even Alex Jones talked about that. And
Yeah,
he's like a
Sure, but
controlled
if you're talking to a lot of people that do follow, like Alex Jones, even a lot of people on the quote unquote right, they don't necessarily follow Alex Jones.
You know why? You know why they
that
know? Even someone like the Rush Limbaugh audience, like when he was here, that's a pretty big audience.
Oh yeah.
And he would talk about, he wouldn't dwell on it, but his audience knew about that shit. They weren't completely in the dark. I mean,
Well,
that's
where I
low
found out
level.
about it. Yeah.
Like a Tucker Carlson probably talked about it too. You know?
Tucker would too. So that audience is like, they'll know about it. So
Yeah.
I'm like, to say that like no one would know. would be-
Nobody's gonna know Eric Dubé, man. You're gonna fucking strike
Probably 1%. 1% would.
But hey, you're right,
Exactly.
Ron. Though I mean, a lot of people on the right will know what the Georgia Guidestones are, and it.
You know who else knows, Helio? A lot of religious people, a lot of Christian groups. They're like, we need to get this out of our state. Like Georgia preachers, they were like,
everybody in Georgia probably knows about that shit.
everyone who's a Southern Baptist knows about the Georgia Guidestones. So there's a large portion.
Yeah.
Not just Southern Baptists, but a lot of Christians know about that demonic plan.
I know like 3 people that I wouldn't expect to know about the Georgia Guidestones who told me about this today. There's a lot more people out there that know and are awake to this shit.
Did you guys see
you
the
guys
video
think.
where the initial explosion? Did you see that?
All I know
Who
is
do you think it was, Helio?
Find it.
the story that they give you about the Georgia Guidestones, about
Oh, it's
how they
changing.
originated.
It's changing.
It
it got
it's
hit
changed.
by lightning.
Yes,
it
it's
got
changed.
hit by lightning now.
Oh
First
my
it-
god!
My God, what?
Now it's gotten hit by lightning. So
but-
I'm just saying, there's 2 stories out there now. So
No,
there's that.
but what I'm saying is that, like, just think of it logically. Like, if I go and try to build a giant monument, fucking granite structure, like on some private property somewhere, like,
Right.
what are they gonna do when that shit just shows up? They're gonna tear it down, right?
Oh,
So,
Well, didn't he own the property though?
So
think he
this
meant
thing
he didn't
just
have
this thing just showed up out of nowhere, and they were like, "Let's protect it."
No, but didn't he own the property?
And they were like,
I don't think so.
Yeah. He owns. Somebody owns the property, man. Obviously.
"It's private property."
Consider this. So every night you can see Polaris. You can see Polaris through
Consider
that hole, right?
this. Off.
Yeah. So imagine they left it for like hundreds of years, and according to their model,
Right.
the
shit.
polar star should
That
be
pole
moving
star should have
because of
fucking been gone.
axial drift or what have you. It
Axial
should be gone,
drift.
but it's still there. So maybe it is a false flag. Maybe they destroyed it, knowing that if they left it for longer, that eventually people would be questioning how come we still see it in the exact.
Well, how
same
come
area.
we still see it? It's still there. It hasn't moved.
There's also holes that align with the sun, like at noon.
Right.
So
Probably
there's 3
solstice.
indicators.
Solstice, equinox, that kind of shit.
It would only
And they
have to
all,
move
like-
for 72 years for Polaris to move out of the way.
All I'm trying to
Right.
say is, like, I
they
can't
were
build a
getting
shed
close.
in my
And how long has it
backyard.
been up?
42 years.
Like
42 years.
The plane is
It's been
safe.
there.
Mhm.
like I can't build a shed in my backyard without getting clearance from the fucking village. You know what I mean? Like that thing showed up. That thing showed
You
up, and they
know
protected it.
how impossible that alignment would be? It's like more precise than a Swiss watch. Like if all the parts are moving, right? If any
Right.
part is moving relative to the other part, it's no bueno. You're not going to have alignment. Like, hey, this is one of these parts is moving at 1.4 times the speed of sound,
Yeah.
and we're going around the sun at this. No, it's not. It's going to be out of alignment in a millisecond.
What? What are you talking about, man?
Talk about Polaris being out of alignment.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense what he said though.
If if it was a globe, I think he was saying, man, it would be out of alignment.
No, if
But
it was
there's-
moving at all,
Even so,
like
there's still one kind of vector of movement with all of these.
even one vector would throw it off. It's like
Right.
you have to maintain precise alignment through this tube.
It's
Like,
ridiculous.
You
It's
took a
so
drinking straw, and if you're at a football game in the like say the cheap seats way at the top, and you look at someone across the field through a drinking straw, if you move that straw a little bit, you're going to be looking at someone else, looking through
Right.
a tube. That tube, it was that stone was 6'6" wide, and it was on an angle, so you're probably going through like 10 feet of stone, and you're looking through a 1-inch hole. Like the amount of alignment, like any room for error, it's stupid to think otherwise. Like, wait, and then you have the alignment of the sun as well. And when you start thinking about it, you're like, wait a minute, this fucker hasn't moved for 42 years. It's still in alignment, but aren't we circling the sun? Isn't everything changing at different speeds? And
Right.
no, it's not. It just
No
becomes
offense, I think you're
obvious.
overcomplicating it.
What's that?
All you need is the observer height, like where your eye is going to be through the people or whatever, and then the angle.
Matthew, that's not what
and
he's
then the
saying.
angle at which
He's
you're gonna
talking
be
about
looking
something
at.
else. Come on,
Relax. And the angle that you're going to be looking at.
Tell me to
before start.
relax.
That's it.
Relax,
Relax.
Julian.
Relax.
Do you know the
Relax,
angle it was at? 33 degrees because they're on the 33rd parallel, their latitude. So it's like
the Earth is flat.
all this shit, dude. And you know the timestamp
Relax,
on
because that's
video?
a recording of
What was the
If-
timestamp on the
It
333?
was it
I
was
heard-
40. It was 4:03 and 33 tenths.
What?
Yeah, 4:03 and 33 tenths of a second, or
Get the fuck.
3
Nobody,
hundredths of a second.
what was it? A fucking
I know
race?
what it means.
What the fuck? Tenths
I'm
of a
so
second.
confused.
We do tenths of a
No,
second.
hundredths of a
Hundredths of
second.
a second. Or hundreds.
Yeah.
We don't do hundreds. Fuck off.
Well, if you're looking at frame by frame, yeah, it breaks down into hundredths of a second. It's a
Yeah,
digital.
I know, but
I'm
I see.
saying those motherfuckers planned it. And shit doesn't happen like that until
I
like
agree,
hundreds.
man. All this shit's planned, man. I've known that
Yeah,
for a minute.
100%. And you know that the day they put them up, it was on 322, the Skull and Bones number. It was March 26th.
No,
So
they
they
did those cocks.
They should have put it up in 1984, dude.
Oh,
They put it up in
gosh.
1980, but it would have been better 1984.
Oh, the new rocket that's going to the moon is 322 feet tall.
Oh, how convenient.
I'm not kidding. I fucking learned that today. Anyway,
And you know the Saturn V, it was 33 feet. Like all this shit, they like all their numbers. The Washington Monument, you know about that one?
Yeah.
It's 555 feet, but when you multiply it, how many feet, how many inches in a foot, you get
It's like
6,660
Yeah.
inches, and then the base is also 666 inches wide.
Yeah, I used to have a really good chart for all of that, and I don't know if I still have it.
So these things are not random. Like, if you looked into the Statue of Liberty, what that is, that's actually a statue of Satan summoning his legions.
Yeah, I've seen
You
that.
seen
one.
that?
Dude, it's got a chain around its ankle.
Yep.
I
Not
love
just
that.
that, but the pose
I was like,
and everything
what?
about it.
What do you mean? you
Wait,
got a
I didn't
chain?
notice the
There's a
chain.
chain around the ankle of the fucking Statue of Liberty. Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow,
the
I
Statue of
haven't
Liberty.
even noticed.
Don't
I've never
believe
heard
me.
that one.
Don't believe me.
Getting away from us.
I'll find it. I got it. I got screenshots of it. I'll send it.
Dude, what?
Yeah,
off when she gets
wicked,
back in the
man.
kitchen.
It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Those fucking cocks. Anyway, call them out and tell them to fuck off. That's the way I got to roll with it. It's been working for me. I don't know about it. Might not. It might
Well,
work.
I don't know. We're gonna have to see if we make it through the month first.
What's the price to scrap
What?
copper?
We're
We
gonna
could
make
get a
it
lot of scrap value for that.
for the what? Scrap
the price
value.
of scrap copper. Yeah, the statue of Satan.
I'd say it's in the million, maybe million. I don't know.
That's a lot of scrap copper. I
Yeah,
know
it is.
copper was going for $5 a pound.
I know.
You get a gallon of gas.
I think we can get $1 million out of her. Easy.
We get more than that.
Oh, okay. I hope so. But $1 million would be cool. Yeah, I'm not greedy.
That's chump change.
There's the chain on the ankle. Check it out.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's symbolism.
Bitch, gotcha.
No, I've never seen anybody point that out before.
There was a video about it.
That's what happens to a woman when she leaves the kitchen.
I can send you the video too. There's a good video.
Just shocked because, like, I'm like
great
way
video.
older,
This is
so I'm
great
shocked
videos
I've
of
never
that
seen this.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to see it. They want you to like worship the statue and think that it's good, and you're worshiping Satan,
You're
like
worshiping
indirectly.
Satan with his fucking torch and his fuck off.
Everything
I know,
is
but I've been in this stuff for over 30 years. I feel like I should have seen that before.
Well,
yeah, but you probably thought it was Lady Liberty. That's another inversion. It's not a lady. Like
I've just
it's a
never
man.
seen it come across my stuff.
That's the man, baby.
So weird. Oh no! What?
Exactly. Yeah. Lady Liberty is a hermaphrodite.
No, it's a Baphomet. It's a
Yes,
half.
Baphomet. I mean, yes, of course.
I've
And
heard
I was
that.
thinking about that earlier today.
I've just never seen the chain. Okay, I've heard the
Well, now
rest.
you got it. Now you got it. So
I know.
spread the love. Spread the love. Tell her, tell your friends, and be
shut up,
man.
I'll shut up.
Spread love and see how they respond. Call it a chain reaction.
Oh,
chain.
Oh,
there you
go. Oh man.
I love it when shit comes together. That's good.
I'm still scrolling to find it. That's what happens when you got 5,000 pictures to scroll through. I'm still trying to find this shit.
Break the chains in your head, first of all, you fucking globies. And then talk to me. You know what I mean?
Don't convince him. That'll convince him. That's how you get him right there. Fucking
globies.
globies.
Want to come talk to you?
Fucking globies. Fucking break those chains, man. Fuck. Come on.
Oh, I love that, Helio.
Really, that one. I mean, that's supposed to hurt people's feelings. You know?
Man, you rock. That rocks. I love it.
That's great, dude. Thank you. You guys fucking rock, man. Damn.
No, that's a good one.
Well, so they admit it. You know, they're like, well, not stupid is a different word from ignorant, right? Like, hey, I don't mind if you're ignorant and you really have questions to ask.
Stupid is willful ignorance.
Yeah, it's willful ignorance. Yes, exactly.
Does that fall into the cog?
Like someone stupid can't even they can't conceptualize it. They can't even learn it. Whereas an ignorant person they could, or they choose not to, what have you. But stupid, just you don't have the ability. You're just like, oh, dumb. You know.
Well, isn't that cognitive dissonance?
No, cognitive dissonance is where you have two contradictory ideas in your head, and you don't have like the wherewithal to reconcile them.
Well, man, I wouldn't necessarily consider anyone stupid. They actually have the ability, if they're willing to understand what we're talking about.
You'd be stupid if you believe that. There are people who are too stupid to comprehend that.
Maybe
Larry.
You know,
Larry's
not going to find their way here.
Larry calls himself stupid sometimes, and I
do sometimes. Too. It's like, well, actually, I prefer the word ignorant.
Yeah, you have a choice. It makes you feel like you have a choice, right? But
I feel
sometimes you're
like
just
when
too stupid to
people,
get things.
I feel like when people find their way to somewhere like this or one of the other servers or some other information, I feel like they know or they're curious that there could possibly be something off, but then the problem is you go into this big denial situation because, people are indoctrinated to the point where they're actually like blind. It's indoctrination to the point of blindness. So they can't even see. So I feel like when people get to places like this, there's something that
No,
brought them there.
that's not
But
true.
then
Some
denial.
people like to watch car accidents. Some people come here because they think, "Oh my God, I'm gonna go make fun of all these morons."
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
It's the deception. You know what I mean? It's not that they're stupid. They've been deceived purposely.
But I'm not talking about those people. Like a guy had to kick off a server like 5 times because he kept coming back with a VPN. I'm not talking about those people because they're just trolls. But I mean, some of the other people I do feel like come and they hear things and they're curious, but then the denial kicks in. You know what I mean? But there are definitely those troll people too.
I think you're looking at a 80-20 situation here, where 80% of the people come here thinking that we're the dumb ones, and they find themselves in a Dunning-Kruger situation where they realize that they're the dumb ones. 20% come here genuinely curious or merely curious, one of the two. But those people you can sniff them out really quickly because you can have a rational, reasonable conversation with them.
Yeah, and you just said the same thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
Thank you. It was really well said. Thank you.
Like that.
Gosh, that's a bad statistic. 80-20. Is it that bad these days? Because I feel like
it's pretty sad, actually.
It's always been that bad. It's since time immemorial. People think that they.
Well, it all comes from pride. They have this pride in their indoctrination, their ignorance.
Right.
They just have this appeal to authority that really gives them supposed like fake power over.
This is exactly what it is. People think that in. Hey, Hank.
Larry, you're hot, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, I was waiting to
You're
get a chance.
hot, Mike. Okay, so people think that intelligence is acquired knowledge. So they believe that their starting point, where they got their education from, is part of their intelligence. So when it comes under attack, they think they're coming under attack.
That's true.
That's where they get that reeling from
Yeah.
I'm not dumb. I know these things because I've been taught them, and they'll defend it because they think they're defending themselves, but they're not. They can't see that.
Right.
They're defending where and whom they got the information from. That's it. That's so correct, dude. Wow.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a small correction. I call myself an idiot, right? Because it means like an uneducated person, not a lawyer, a doctor, or author.
Aw,
Yeah,
what?
you shouldn't
You
do that.
fucking idiot, Hank. Damn it.
Yeah, well, the original meaning of the word is what I am. I'm a private. No, I'm a private person. I'm separate, right? That's what it means. Like in Greek.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
call yourself a
I'm a
layman.
total idiot myself, man. There's that.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm good with it too.
I love
if
it.
If you want to, go on with it, I guess you are.
You got to own this shit, man. You got to own being a flat
What
earther.
do you want me to do? You want me to
Yeah,
write a book? Or?
tell us how ignorant you are. Tell us how ignorant you are. Just keep going.
Pretty damn ignorant.
Oh no.
It's about ignorance. Come on, man.
I don't think I don't think Larry's ignorant at all. But anyway,
I'm ignorant about a lot of things.
What's
I
wrong with
think I know
using
how
the
to
word
sail a
label?
boat.
Who am I? But if you're going to argue about a certain point, you
Hang
should.
on. He just said he doesn't know how to sail a boat. He proved his point.
Yeah, sure.
I can sail a boat all day long, man. Let's
You could
go.
dodge a wrench. You could dodge a ball.
I've never been even on a boat.
Oh, you
Except
kidding
at
me?
Disneyland.
Oh
That's
my
not a
goodness.
boat. It's a car.
So sad. Life is so sad.
No, it's not sad. It's right where
Dude,
it's supposed to be.
when you understand this argument, the way that to actually have this conversation, this actually enlightens you. I mean, it gives you enlightenment because you're not subject to bullshit anymore.
Yeah.
Your name's Sun Forest Ferry, so you might want to get on a boat and check out the ocean.
Well, I should be. I was supposed to already be in Canada with my boyfriend, but I got denied at the border because their rules were changing the next day. And they decided to give us a hard time because they had nothing better to do. So then we got.
Canada's trash.
I know. I don't
because
really.
you're dangerous, right?
Dude, I would. Yeah, I would
Hey,
never go to
nice try.
Canada if it wasn't for love right now because I am. There's no way I would go there. But
Well, your boyfriend's a Canadian.
How'd you meet your boyfriend?
You.
We gotta hear this story.
By accident, because I was supposed to be moving to
Yeah,
Utah.
it had to be an accent. He's Canadian. It's gotta be an accent. Continue.
Yes, exactly.
There's awesome Canadians on the
Dude,
server. Come on, let's hear the
but
story.
you know what? They do say a lot, and it's so cute. But
I think it's cute too.
well, I think it's cute.
So what
But
you're trying to say is you're accidentally in love.
so I was supposed to move to Utah and get the hell out of California. But then I was procrastinating and I couldn't make up my mind about a couple things. And then my neighbor broke her hip. And then I procrastinated longer. And then I met the friggin' Canadian and fell in love. And so now, I'm not going to Utah. I'm supposed to go to Canada. And I went in January. But we tried to cross the border on January 14th. And there was only 3 of us trying to cross the border in 5 hours. We actually had Canadian exemptions from Canada, and passports and everything. I had all my paperwork. But the rules were changing the next day, so they gave us a hard time. They left my daughter and our cats in the truck for 5 hours in the snow. And then we ended up getting stuck in a small town in Montana for 3 months. And then I came back to California temporarily.
Wow, that's a crazy story, bro. Are you still trying to get? Are you still trying to get to your guy?
Yeah, but the problem is, so Canada. So I think a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Trudeau finally announced that they were not going to demand vaccinations for them to board, for permanent residents and citizens to board planes or trains or boats. But what I'm waiting on is they took away all the exemptions because since we've dated for over a year, at the time, that was back in December when we got our exemptions. But
Did
we
he
had
come to
dated-
California to meet you, or you guys ever actually met?
Yes, we drove there in November of 2021, and we actually went and drove down a dirt road that met from the United States and Canada because we had to have met in person.
Oh fuck!
Maybe this is something you shouldn't say.
Is that what you're saying? You had to sneak. You had to sneak to meet.
The border already knew. I told them because we had to have met in person in order to even get our exemptions. So, no, and the border patrol was there in 15 minutes, and then his border patrol. So, I mean,
baby,
yeah,
I'm back.
I like that.
It was crazy. But then in January, we actually packed up. I bought a new truck and a 24-foot trailer, and we actually packed all our stuff, and we were trying to go for a 6-month visit to see how it went. And then because their rules were changing the next day and they were taking away, that's what that big trucker convoy was about in Canada, was because they took away all of our exemptions. That's what that was for. And so then I couldn't go. And she's like, well, you can just like go get rid of your trailer and come back tomorrow. And I'm like, I can't cross tomorrow. And they're like, well, we don't know about any rule changes tomorrow. And I'm thinking, bullshit, you don't know about any rule changes. Like, I've known for over a month.
Right.
So it was just kind of
that's pretty sad, man. You just can't.
So
I know.
There's no threat from you
in Cali
against
or what?
Canada. I mean, what the hell?
No, I know. It's so ridiculous. So right now, they just undid one rule. So they just undid the one thing, and we're waiting to see if they're going to allow exemptions again for family.
Other than chasing love, though, like, why Canada? Like,
No, I wouldn't freaking go to Canada if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't go there. No way. Are you
So
kidding?
what'd you do? You're in Cali right now. What'd you do with your trailer?
It's still in Montana with all our stuff. My daughter and I are like camping on our living room floor in my condo in California.
It's weird, man.
Where
It's
in
weird, man.
Montana?
It's weird.
Just
I know. I have
place,
like a big story. It's like a crazy story that like.
You don't have to tell us the whole thing, but yeah, I mean, they're acting weird about the borders.
Hold up. So you just left your trailer parked like?
Yeah, I have it. I have
or
it
like in an RV park or what?
at a place. Yeah, I know the people there, and I'm paying for like a spot. I met like
That's cool.
a quarter of the people that live in that town. So,
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the memes.
it's been really crazy. It's been so. Then I just got bummed.
Funny.
You didn't answer the question though. How'd you meet the Canadian? Was he in California?
Oh,
Discord.
so
I'm going Discord on.
I have another question too. Is he good at chopping wood? Because like the apocalypse is coming, and then I can see it.
He actually no. We want to live off grid, so that's the plan: is to live off grid within the next.
And that's why I think his question is pertinent. Does he know how to chop wood? Can he do that?
No, he doesn't chop wood. He can.
I think he knows how to chop wood, but I know how to watch YouTube.
Not sure.
Because if you're going to live in Canada, you have to know how to chop wood because it's cold as fuck.
I know. It's like scary coming from California.
Because you don't have to chop wood.
I'm in California.
We're messing with you. We know we're messing with you. But
I know. It's
seriously though, if you're going to go from California to Canada, you're going to be cold. That knows how to chop wood.
Actually, in Montana, the weather was -10 to -10 to like 10 degrees Fahrenheit.
So you were like,
I was like, okay, all my clothes, like I did not unpack everything from my trailer. So I didn't have all the right clothes and I didn't have the right shoes. And that was the problem.
So there was a lot of snow and
ice. There was a lot of ice. There was more ice. There wasn't snow, really. It was a lot of ice.
Wow.
Okay, I just want to say this. Like, you don't have to be ashamed to say that you met him online. It's basically 2023. Some people meet each other online.
Issue meeting online. It's where online I met him because because I don't have a problem meeting people like on dating sites and stuff, but like I was just on Kick killing time.
I got
one his avatar.
I have the most important question.
I have the most important question.
Is he a flat earther?
Yes.
Well, she's definitely a flat earther. She's already
okay. All right,
yeah.
You're good. You're good to go, man. You'll be all
I
right.
know you guys don't have me marked as flat Earth, though.
No, his avatar is the brawny man from the paper towels. Fucking that's gotta be it.
No.
What's Kick?
Kick is a group chat app. So
it's like the WhatsApp type thing.
I actually had been on the dating sites in Utah, and then I was like, why am I dating in Utah when I haven't like actually got there yet? So I stopped doing that, and then I got bored. So then I got on this group chat app because back in the old days, I had been on like group chats where you had to actually like call into a modem, like back in the old days.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
AOL chat. Fuck.
No, it was before
That fax
AOL.
sound?
It was
Oh,
actually
Lord,
a
that's
guy
so
in my
annoying.
area who had 30 phone lines and 30 modems at his house. It was like before that, even.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
You're giving away your age.
I'll
be giving away your age like that.
It's okay. Hey, like mentally, I'm like 25 though.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm 25. For sure.
I'm like totally like 25.
So now
Like
you
IQ,
want to
you
go
mean?
to like
Mental
you
IQ?
and him are separated. But you want to meet him and get together, but you're separated by the national border.
Right. It really sucks.
All right. So however that came about, I mean, that's your business. I mean, I don't think you should share anymore at this point.
Yeah, you're
Yo,
good. Yeah,
it's all good, man.
We're good. We're good.
You know, they'll tell their kids, "Mom and Dad met on Kick." It was love at first click.
Hey, I've been married. Shit, I've been married 21 years, almost 22 years. I met my wife because of the internet. Let's just say that.
I mean, and
my sister
She was,
too, man.
she was an internet installer or what?
She worked at a company that I owned.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So she worked in a call center. Was she like a call girl?
Yeah, she was a call girl.
She's a call girl.
terminology.
It was, huh? It was an interesting time, man. If you guys get a couple of hours, I'll tell you the whole story.
A couple of hours. Holy.
Wow,
take a
that's
minute.
long. That's longer than my story.
Seriously.
Yeah. Well, 27 years, you know, it's a long
What I
time.
really like about Sunforce is she can take a joke. Like
We been together 27 years.
I just, okay, really quick. I'm just wondering how we're bringing this back to flat soup of cereal.
It is soup.
No.
It's soup,
We're
man.
trying to
It's
steal
just
her from her
cold-ass
boyfriend
soup.
now.
That's all it
That's
is.
not what we're doing anymore.
Cold ass soup.
Wait,
with
what
sugar.
happened?
Oh, now we're trying to steal you from your boyfriend.
No, you know, fucking. Don't do that, Lou.
What?
What? Why not?
We haven't met him. He might be a good
Met
guy.
this
Fall back, Lou. Fall back.
What the fuck?
Hey, man.
What's wrong with Lou today? He's acting real weird. He's acting real weird.
I am being weird. No,
Lou's
I'm drinking. I have been drinking. I have been drinking. I'm being
Just feel a
silly.
little frisky.
Maybe go ask the village if you can lay on your back.
Yeah, I'm done with the
We're
back
gonna
jokes.
keep going back to the being on your back situation. Like,
No,
I
I'm
see
done with
this.
the back jokes. I just said I'm done with those.
Are you?
We're going
You get
on
to
the-
this when I'm done with the back jokes?
Lou, turn up your mic, man. You're fucking loud, man.
Turn
Dude,
it down.
fuck
Man.
off. I'm
I
on
hear
the
him
phone
fine.
right now.
I
I'm
actually
on the
don't.
phone.
You guys hear him fine? Really?
He's talking any louder than he does right now. To be honest,
Do I have
I
to
can
turn?
hear him fine.
You know it's bad when Helio's calling you up.
Helio's calling me up. Yeah.
I hear you fine.
He's right. He's
Somebody-
right. It's bad.
Hey, Lou, your mic is low. No, I can hear you fine.
I hear. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Lou, man. We got you, baby.
Cool.
I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with your microphone. Somebody else.
He's fine. I had him turned down, man.
Than everybody else.
I had him turned down, man.
All right, now you
My
can
bad.
hear him.
My
All right.
bad.
Now I feel dissed. Why did you turn me down in the past?
Because you were like so fucking loud. You were like, "Fuck, Lou, easy boy, easy." No,
It was on another one of his drunk rants, right?
Real shit though. Has anybody else noticed how fucking loud Helio's mic is? It's super.
Oh, I can turn mine down.
He sounds
all you
fine
have
to
to do
me.
is ask
Y'all
me.
sound fine.
It's really loud, Helio.
He runs the live stream, so it's got to be up.
No.
Give a
Seriously though, I want everyone's
It's still
microphone
too loud.
to be
Oh my god! Why are you yelling, Helio?
louder than anybody.
Super loud.
Hey,
relax. Why are you yelling?
Really loud.
Helio.
It's still really
Like
loud.
halfway
It's still
across
really
the room,
loud. It's
yell.
still really loud. It's still really loud.
So let me turn that down.
Helio,
not
do you
loud.
have a studio microphone or?
Wow, we can check. We'll check on the YouTube stream and we'll listen in and we'll let you know. Like if you want to do a mic check, we can just keep telling you to turn it down.
One of the moderators let me know that my microphone.
Down, man.
Absolutely can't hear anything.
Helio, for fuck's sakes, Jesus!
We need more bass, man. Can you add a little bass or treble or something?
All your bass are belong to me.
I can actually talk softer and get very close.
It's louder.
What
I may not sound like a sexy
Trying to get as
motherfucker.
frisky as lunatic.
Yeah, baby.
But real talk, Sun Forest, I hope you and your boyfriend are
Turning my
reunited
down
and you enjoy your time in the worst country in the world.
UAV overhead.
Oh, don't remind me.
Country that doesn't give a shit about
But everyone.
Oh, your mic is still loud.
It doesn't give two shits. You get that straight, man. It doesn't give two
You
shits.
feel this in your soul, but I'm very.
I like how when Helio is talking at the same time as somebody else, he just like starts yelling into the microphone to
Yeah.
make sure that he's overheard.
Oh, you guys gotta listen to me. If I'm being a dick, I want you to tell me. But sometimes
It's too
when
loud.
I yell, I
It's
back
too
off
loud though.
like 3 feet.
But it's too loud.
It's fine now. It's fine.
You
No,
guys,
it's not.
Fine
It's
now,
still too
so
loud.
I'm
do
speaking for
some-
myself. You guys
You gotta
both
get-
basically have the same
Yeah,
volume.
but if
so
I'm gonna yell, I back up like
Still
if
too
it's
loud.
too loud for you, just turn them down.
Sun for
No.
fairy.
Percentage.
Why not?
You
Here's
know
what
it's
it
too
sounds
loud.
like if I'm gonna yell.
I
No,
gotta
I'm
come
not
over
gonna do it. I'm not gonna.
Forrest,
Go ahead and do it.
your son.
oh my gosh, I just read the voice chat. You guys are so funny. Oh my god, I just read
Isn't
all
it
of
funny?
it.
These guys are hilarious. Are you
You
kidding me?
guys are so hilarious.
Are you kidding me? This place
No,
is unbelievable, man. I
Why
couldn't.
would we
especially
Dude, like,
Dude.
we
This
Glover
is
stopped
so,
coming in.
you're
for
so
5 years to
funny.
each other. We bust each other's
Yeah.
balls for
Yeah. Glover stopped coming in, and now it's just tearing each other apart with hysterics.
No, you guys are
It's like-
posting during my story. Deuce was, and it's hilarious.
So funny, man.
Oh my
Best
god.
here. Deuce Vault is the best.
Oh my god, I came in here and started laughing.
It's so hilarious, man.
I
Oh.
gave you a storybook to your whole story.
I know you totally did. I'm like,
Oh my
It's tits, man. Tits up. That's hilarious. Oh fuck
yeah, that is hilarious.
I'll be honest, Forrest. I can't believe you sat here and listened to our bullshit.
I can't.
You guys are so
Thank you,
funny.
son. Thank you, son. Forrest Fairy.
No, you guys are so hilarious. I like, well, I can't always just be on the chat. It depends what's going on in my house, but like
I love the
had it
trailer.
on and I was listening and I was cracking up so bad. So I was trying to talk in the voice text, but like, oh my gosh, I just laughed the whole.
Every time all of us interrupted you and were just cutting on each other, I thought you would just leave. But
Oh no, you
glad
guys
you
are
stayed.
great.
You know that you think we're funny. That's fun. That's fun. That's what we do. We just
Oh no, I love you guys. You're so hilarious. And like, oh my gosh, like earlier, Deuce, when Fallen was on, I was in the kitchen laughing my ass off like the whole time. I was like,
these motherfuckers I'm listening to, and I'm not even in there. You know.
I was dying. I couldn't even breathe.
Hold on. You're saying you were in the kitchen, past tense?
Dave's fault. He's been like a lot of people tell me in here like I'm so funny, and I'm like I don't think I am. I think I'm awkward. You know, I think I'm like, but like.
Awkward. Wait.
You're so awkward.
I
It's
listen
funny.
to Days. I listen to Days, and like I'm like that dude's fucking funny. But what I know we have in common is we both have this like really dry sense of humor, like, and not everybody gets it. Like you have to be on the ball. It's not going to connect right away unless you're ready for it, or you got to know your shit to get it.
It's an inside joke, really. It's an inside joke.
Just be on the ball.
sure.
I've been laughing for hours. Like I couldn't even breathe.
Share the Discord with your friends and say, "Hey, they're funny," but they do talk about flat Earth. They get serious sometimes,
and we
but
get funny.
They
We
get
get
very,
funny.
very pertinent to a lot of different discussions.
I can tell you guys 100% that none of my jokes are inside jokes.
Literal motherfucker I've ever met in my life.
No shit, right?
And you make it funny because you're so freaking confident but you don't even realize you're doing it. That's why I love you, bro.
It's a 8th sense, for sure.
Man, you were the funniest motherfucker, but you need somebody to feed off of.
I have to say thank you all for the compliments. Thank you very much.
Dude,
I'm gonna
No, you're totally great.
hold on. You're so amazing. It's unbelievable. It's crazy good. It's so good. Thank you.
Yo, Flat Earth dude, how do you feel about your acronym being FED?
I know. This asked to me last night. Fuck off is what I said to the Fed. Told them to fuck off, and they can eat shit, pound sand.
So when I called you a glowy, you didn't seem to mind.
Glowy? What the hell's a glowy? I don't know. What's that?
Fuck this shit, I'm
Why
out.
are you saying that? You're responding like a glowy.
I'm a glowy. Oh my god.
A glowy named Chloe.
Chloe with the glowy. If I had hemorrhoids, it would be bad. Ugh.
Well, this
That's
is
like Woody Allen right there.
No, it's just one of my weirdo
personalities. Yeah,
it's deep down. It must be some
part of your tribe kind of thing. Part of the tribe, part of the family. You know?
Part of the tripe.
Yeah.